Chapter 1. The Golden Monkey delivers food, abandonment, and beatings. The cold wind swept through, leaving all things desolate. In the barren woods, Shizhen, clad in coarse hemp clothing, staggered under the weight of firewood that was nearly as tall as himself, struggling forward with a wooden stick in hand. He exhaled clouds of white breath, braving the biting wind, his tattered straw sandals barely gripping the ground, both his hands and feet reddened by the frost. With a lick of his parched lips, Shizhen clenched his teeth at merely 13 years of age. His frame barely reached 5 feet, further hunched by the heavy load of firewood. As he trudged along the cracked pathways of the winter fields, he found himself gasping for breath. Firewood in winter was exceedingly precious, the key to his survival. The weight of the firewood, which must have weighed dozens of pounds, caused the veins on his forehead to throb. Gazing towards the distant village, where smoke curled upwards, Shizhen felt a fiery dryness in his throat and hastened his steps. I must hurry, or he'll be caught in the dark and face Aunt Air's whip again. 3 years prior, Shizhen had lost both parents, who had left him a small courtyard and 3 acres of meager farmland. However, due to his tender age, he was unable to cultivate the land, and the village chief decided that his mother's brother would move into their home to tend to the land, with the price being a morsel of food for Shizhen. Little did he know that his uncle Ernie and Aunt Air had changed their demeanor from amiable to hostile once they moved in. All manner of labor fell upon Shizhen, and the slightest misstep would result in a beating. Ernie was adept at managing relationships and would always send some grain to the village chief's household during harvest, thereby receiving gifts from other villagers in return. Despite the frequent beatings Shizhen endured at the hands of his uncle and aunt, the villagers remained silent, as long as he was still alive. For 3 long years, Shizhen had lived in abject misery, watching the flickering lights in each household, the children playing, the men returning from the fields, and the women bustling in kitchens. His eyes unwittingly filled with tears. 3 years ago, his home had been just as warm and cheerful. He quietly lowered his head, walking towards a secluded courtyard in the village, feeling the curious yet pitying gazes of the children and men around him. As he stepped into the yard, a thunderous roar pierced the air. "Why are you back so late? It's already dark." A shadow loomed as it swung towards him. Shizhen dared not dodge, knowing that evading would only invite further punishment. Crack! The searing whip lashed across his left hand, causing his body to shudder in pain. His Aunt Air, stout and sullen, glared fiercely at him. "You little beast, returning so latido you wish to starve us?" A strained smile crept across Shizhen's face as he replied, "There isn't much firewood left on the mountain. I traveled quite far to gather enough. The mountains are filled with trees. How could there be a lack of firewood? That's just an excuse." "You'll go without food today," came the shrill voice, akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "Go put the firewood in the woodshed." Anger surged within Shizhen. He hadn't eaten for an entire day, feeling dizzy from hunger, and yet they refused to feed him. Was this their plan to starve him? "Why aren't you moving? Are you deaf?" The furious voice echoed in his ears. Suddenly, a face flashed through his gaunt visage. "Shizhen, you must strive to live well at the very least. Grow up so that you have a path to walk." With a sigh, Shizhen trudged towards the woodshed, still hearing his aunt's incessant scolding behind him. "Mother, I want to eat." A brash, childish voice piped up. His cousin, Yu, burst from the room, clinging to Aunt Air's leg and shaking it. Aunt Air's fury transformed into a smile. "Wait, my good son, it'll make something for you. Mother is the best." As Shizhen listened, his eyes reddened further, but no one would stand up for him. All the bitterness and resentment he bore could only be shouldered alone, for he was without parents. The firewood piled in the shed, Shizhen shrank into a corner, striving to conserve his strength while enduring the cold that seeped through the gaps in the shed. Suddenly, a shadow darted from the eaves of the shed. It was a monkey with golden fur on its forehead. "Gigi, Gigi." The monkey emitted a low call, leaping to stand before Shizhen. A sweet potato was tossed at his feet, and Shizhen's face lit up with joy as he hurried to pick it up. "Golden fur, you've brought me food again," he exclaimed, his face brightening as he reached out to stroke the monkey's head. Golden Fur was a monkey he had rescued when he was 9, abandoned by its troop, and had cared for it for a year. After his parents passed away and his uncle and aunt moved in, everything changed. When his uncle first discovered golden fur, he intended to capture it and sell it to a performer in the village. Li Qingshan had desperately intervened, allowing the monkey to escape. Yet, golden fur had remained hidden nearby, often bringing Li Qingshan food, or else he would have starved long ago. Golden fur, sensing the affection, grinned widely, exuding joy, and playfully tumbled about, seemingly delighted. Li Qingshan drew out a small knife from his waist to peel the sweet potato, nibbling at it piece by piece. The dry and icy texture made each swallow feel like swallowing shards of glass, causing him discomfort. Having consumed nearly half, golden fur perched on his shoulder, picking lice from his hair. Creak! The door swung open suddenly, revealing a brazen little face. Upon seeing golden fur, the boy's eyes widened in surprise, and he squealed, "Mother, it's golden fur! Come quickly, it's golden fur!" Without hesitation, he charged in, hands reaching for the monkey. Li Qingshan felt the heat rise in his eyes, standing up abruptly and pushing his cousin Li Tiniu aside. "Wow, how dare you push me, you brat!" The piercing wail echoed through the shed. Aunt Air's fierce voice rang from outside, "My son, what's wrong?" "Hood, hood, hood." Heavy footsteps approached rapidly. Li Qingshan's face paled in an instant. He grabbed golden fur and hurled it towards the eaves. "Run!" he hissed. Golden fur's eyes flashed with panic, swiftly darting through the gap. Aunt Air burst in, witnessing Li Qingshan and the fallen Li Tiniu, and without hesitation, she swung her hand towards Li Qingshan. "You little beast! How dare you strike my son? They'll beat you to death!" Crack! Li Qingshan felt a dizzying blow to his head, his legs buckling as he fell. Bam, bam, bam. Aunt Air rained down heavy fists upon him, and Li Qingshan could only curl up, shielding his head with his arms, enduring the onslaught. "Golden fur, you must survive," Li Qingshan thought, feeling as though he might be beaten to death, despair surging within him. Meanwhile, Li Tiniu had risen and began kicking and punching him. "How dare you hit me? He'll kill you." "Enough." Li Qingshan's uncle's voice boomed from outside. Aunt Air turned to glare at him. "Look at your good nephew. He dares to hit my son. Don't kill him, otherwise it will spread, and people will say we're starving him. If it reaches the ears of those constables in town, it would be a disaster. Those greedy villagers won't miss such an opportunity." Li Qingshan felt a haze cloud his mind, vaguely hearing his uncle's words. Aunt Air's eyes narrowed at this, well aware of the constable's ruthlessness. "What do we do then? He's half dead like this, and it's winter now. Are we to spend money keeping him alive?" Aunt Air looked at her husband. Uncle Li chuckled coldly. "Just toss him out. You can scold him outside, and the villagers will hear it struck first. Let him not return tonight. With his condition, he'll surely freeze to death outside. It's none of our concern. They'll head to the village chief's house later, give him some silver, and treat the villagers to a meal. This matter will be settled." Li Qingshan felt a chill in his heart. "They're plotting against me." Upon hearing this, Aunt Air's face lit up with a smile. "Good. I've long found that boy displeasing. Today, I can finally rid myself of him." With that, Aunt Air seized Li Qingshan's legs, dragging him towards the exit. The tattered clothing scraping against the cold ground made Li Qingshan feel a sharp pain throughout his body, yet he was too weak to resist. Once outside, Aunt Air began her tirade. "Damn you, Li Qingshan, daring to hit your cousin today. You shall not return home. If it weren't for us raising you, you would have died long ago." A barrage of curses echoed through the village, drawing the attention of several villagers as Aunt Air unceremoniously flung Li Qingshan to the riverbank outside the village. Thud! Li Qingshan's back collided with a stone, the pain jolting him awake. As he watched Aunt Air's retreating figure, filled with boundless fury, the cold wind howled around him, leaving him both cold and hungry. Injured and trembling, Li Qingshan's heart felt desolate and icy. Am I to die? Chapter 2. A mysterious place. The spirit peach saves lives. Gg. The familiar sound of golden fur echoed in his ears, seeming both distant and near, as if it were emanating from the depths of the woods. It dashed out from the trees by the riverbank, its golden fur glimmering in the moonlight like a streak of golden lightning. Seeing Li Qingshan, bloodied and battered, golden fur glared at the village, emitting a low, suppressed call as though holding back its fury. Li Qingshan felt the warm, furry hands of the monkey gently cradling his head, the warmth cutting through the icy air, bringing him a sense of long-lost comfort. With great effort, he opened his eyes to see Golden Fur's worried monkey face, a faint smile tugging at his lips as he murmured, "It's all right. I'm not dead," yet he struggled, enduring the excruciating pain coursing through his body, and slowly sat up. Blood trickled down his face, cascading along his cheek and dripping onto the muddy bank of the river, producing a faint drip sound. At that moment, a stone, roughly the size of a thumb and shrouded in a grayish hue, became stained with his blood, suddenly emanating a faint glow as if awakened by some unseen force. Li Qingshan was captivated by the luminescence, casting his gaze downward towards the small stone, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. "What is this?" he murmured, reaching out to pick up the circular stone. Nearby, a golden retriever approached, its round, curious eyes fixated on the glowing stone, seemingly pondering something. The instant Li Qingshan grasped the stone, his form abruptly vanished, as if consumed by an invisible force. The golden retriever was taken aback, emitting urgent whimpers, and began to whirl in place, frantically searching for any trace of Li Qingshan, yet finding nothing. Li Qingshan found himself in a bewildering realm. The surroundings were enveloped in a grayish haze, the black soil beneath his feet exuding a subtle fragrance, while dense fog obscured everything beyond 30 paces, as if isolating this world from the heavens. In the center stood a peach tree, laden with luscious, ripe peaches that released an irresistible aroma. Beside the peach tree, a gray stone tablet stood solemnly, its surface adorned with indistinct characters. "Where is this?" Li Qingshan murmured to himself, battling the pain that engulfed him as he staggered toward the tablet. The inscriptions on the stone were startlingly clear. Name: Li Qingshan. Age: 13. Lifespan: 62. Realm: mortal. Li Qingshan recognized these characters. At the age of 5, his parents had sent him to an old scholar in the village to learn to read, and despite their subsequent decline in fortune, he had never forgotten those lessons. "Is this me?" Confusion clouded his eyes as an inexplicable emotion stirred within him. At that moment, the fragrance of the peaches enveloped him, pulling him back to reality. He swallowed hard, enduring the pain coursing through him as he stepped forward to the peach tree and plucked 2 large peaches. Without a thought for washing them, he sank his teeth into one of the peaches. The succulent juice and flesh burst in his mouth, so sweet that it nearly brought tears to his eyes. "How sweet, how sweet," he murmured, as if transported back to the time when his parents were still alive. "Mother, I have tasted something sweet." Tears streamed down his face like a waterfall, unstoppable. In mere moments, he devoured the peach in hand. A wave of warmth spread throughout his body, enveloping him in a comforting sensation akin to soaking in a hot spring. Unbeknownst to him, the wound on his head inflicted by his second aunt and the bruises on his body were vanishing at an astonishing rate. Clutching another peach, he glanced around, filled with bewilderment. Where exactly is this place? How did I end up here? Could it be that glowing stone? He looked down at his palm, confusion swirling in his eyes. How do I return? As the thought crossed his mind, darkness suddenly enveloped him. When he regained his senses, he found himself back by the river. Yip, yip, yip. The golden retriever emitted joyful yelps, swiftly climbing onto his shoulder and hugging his head tightly, brimming with excitement. Have I returned? Li Qingshan glanced at his hands, noticing a gray circular mark in his palm, identical to the glowing stone. Suddenly, he realized that all the frostbite on his hands had vanished, his skin restored to its original state. My injuries, where have they all gone? He abruptly looked at the peach in his hand. Could this be some kind of treasure? Yip, yip, yip. The golden retriever chirped excitedly beside him, its eyes filled with longing, fixated on the peach he held. Li Qingshan understood and offered the peach to the dog. Here, if I have a bite, you shall have yours too. Yip, yip, yip. The golden retriever joyfully accepted the peach and began to devour it eagerly. Li Qingshan's thoughts drifted back to the peaches of that mysterious realm, filling him with excitement and confidence. "Mother, I will change my way of living," he softly declared, a spark of determination glimmering in his eyes. "Golden Retriever, let us go to Compassion Medicine Hall in the town to find Dr. Wang. My father once saved him in the mountains, and he told me to seek him out when I was truly in need." The town lay 50 miles from Li family village. In previous years, Li Qingshan had been too fearful to venture forth, dreading the possibility of being snatched away by wild beasts or encountering bandits, compounded by his frail health that made him wary of falling ill along the way. Now, having eaten the peach, he felt invigorated, as though filled with boundless energy, and his fears had dissipated. The golden retriever, munching on the peach, whimpered and waved its paws, seemingly cheering him on. Together, they braved the cold winds, radiating an extraordinary warmth that rendered them impervious to the chill. After consuming the peach, the golden retriever felt a surge of warmth coursing through its body, as if something was flowing within. The golden mark on its forehead expanded, tinting the surrounding gray for a brilliant gold. As the biting winds howled, Li Qingshan and the golden retriever journeyed for a day and a night without food or drink, finally arriving at Baiyun town on the dawn of the third day. In the early morning light, the town bustled with farmers already at work, while vendors busily prepared for the day ahead. Li Qingshan and the golden retriever meandered through the town until they finally located Compassion Medicine Hall. The hall had yet to open, and as Li Qingshan glanced around, he thought to himself, knocking on the door this early might disturb their peaceful slumber and invite disdain. Though my father saved him, after all these years I wonder how much gratitude remains. In the past, how did I fail to recognize the allure of a woman's form? After a considerable time, Shizhen finally managed to divert his gaze and shook his head. "Guanjun, we must not regard the proprietor in such a manner. She is, after all, our benefactor." Humph, what a fade of propriety, when he himself had been utterly captivated. Guanjun cast a sidelong glance at Shizhen, humming a cheerful tune as she boldly strode into the building. Shizhen could not help but feel a twinge of embarrassment, silently reminding herself, "Shizhen, remember your place." She was but a servant to her employer, and such improper thoughts were utterly forbidden. Yet, unbeknownst to her, that fleeting glance had awakened a peculiar inclination within her, one that would forever bind her to this figure in a complex entanglement. Once her mind settled, Shizhen entered the room. The room was unremarkable, yet it was adequately furnished with all the necessary tables and chairs. Throughout his life, Shizhen has resided in dimly lit earthen houses or in grass huts that are permeated by drafts. When has he ever stepped foot into such a brick and tile dwelling? With 2 rooms available, it is perfectly suited for each of us to have one. Guanjun selected the slightly larger room for himself and entered without hesitation. Upon witnessing this, Shizhen expressed no objections and even felt a sense of delight. After all, which household servant is afforded a private room and enjoys the luxury of daily white flour pancakes? Even the wealthiest landlord in the village could only aspire to such a lifestyle. In a state of profound contemplation, Shizhen meticulously arranged his bed before reclining upon it. He envisioned a future where he would achieve success and financial stability, ultimately bringing his sister to live with him in a grand residence. What joy it would be to have the family united once more. Such blissful thoughts enveloped him as he gradually succumbed to slumber by the bedside. In his dreams, Shizhen indeed prospered through the cultivation of medicinal herbs, accumulating wealth and facilitating his sister's marriage, leading them to a life of happiness. However, amidst this flourishing existence, he was suddenly struck by a chilling sensation, as if something unseen was intently gazing at him. As Shizhen glanced back, he discovered that it was the small green snake he had consumed, now lurking in the shadows and fixating its gaze upon him. Its eyes glimmered with a chilling intensity, emanating a palpable desire to devour. Shocked and drenched in sweat, Shizhen could not help but awaken abruptly. To his astonishment, he found the door wide open, and a stunningly beautiful noblewoman clad in a dark green gown stood at the entrance, gazing at him with an icy stare. Shizhen was taken aback and hurriedly rose to his feet. "Madam, what brings you here?" The noblewoman paid no heed to Shizhen, instead turning to descend the stairs. At that moment, Shizhen realized that dawn had arrived outside. Had the night passed so swiftly? Perhaps it was due to the previous hardships he had endured, making the days feel interminable. Now, in a comfortable and pleasant environment, it was only natural to feel a sense of relaxation. Just as Shizhen's mind wandered, a voice echoed from the staircase. "Call Guanjun out." I have something to discuss. A quarter of an hour later, Shizhen, pulling the sleep-dazed Guanjun along, stepped into the open area outside. There, he found the noblewoman already waiting, clad in an elegant black gown, standing before the rising sun. The sunlight filtered through her dress, accentuating her alluring figure. Guanjun, initially weary, felt an immediate surge of energy upon witnessing this scene. Shizhen stood upright, adhering to decorum. The noblewoman, upon seeing the two arrive, spoke coldly. From today onwards, I shall teach you a set of breathing mantras. Mantras? Guanjun and Shizhen were taken aback, with Guanjun unable to restrain his curiosity, asking, Mistress, what purpose do they serve? The noblewoman replied icily, they will benefit your bodies. Currently, you are both too weak to be of any use to me. Upon hearing this, Shizhen exchanged a glance with Guanjun, although he still felt somewhat perplexed. They both nodded in agreement. Listen carefully. The noblewoman's expression turned unusually solemn as she began to speak. 1/3 becomes fire, 3 nights become flame, the pulse of the wheel converges, merging into the initial establishment of the obscure fire of the triple burner. The true yang illuminates, cultivating the self and nurturing life, prolonging longevity. She recited over 100 words in succession before finally pausing. This passage was both cryptic and convoluted, leaving Guanjun bewildered, and Shizhen, who could not recognize a single character, even more so. The noblewoman was evidently aware that their comprehension was limited. Thus she elaborated on a set of breathing techniques and imparted them to the two. Without delay, Guanjun and Shizhen sat cross-legged on the ground, palms facing upwards, directing their gaze toward the rising sun as they began to exhale and inhale. Under the noblewoman's guidance, their breathing gradually became tranquil and gentle, as they envisioned the sun on the horizon manifesting within their bodies, circulating and illuminating their organs. Gradually, Shizhen felt a warm sensation enveloping him, particularly as the internal sun traversed his body, provoking a surprisingly intense heat. Before long, he was drenched in sweat, his face revealing signs of discomfort. However, the noblewoman's voice soon reached his ears. Focus on the dantian, which is located just below your navel. Envision a vast sea of energy there, allowing the internal sun to warm the waters with its rays. Upon hearing the noblewoman's words, Shizhen immediately focused his mind, relocating the blazing sun within him to the dantian. Strangely enough, once the sun settled in the dantian, the uncomfortable sensation of heat diminished significantly. It was as if this place, in contrast to the organs and viscera, appeared rather vacant. Shizhen envisioned an expansive ocean, with the sun rising majestically above the boundless waters. However, hailing from the central plains and never having laid eyes on the sea, his imagination could conjure only a vast lake near his homeland. As the sun cast its golden rays upon the lake, the waters began to warm, and Shizhen felt a gradual warmth enveloping his body, as if the lingering shadows of past ailments and injuries were slowly dissipating. Shizhen felt as if he had indulged in a warm bath, enveloped in a comforting warmth that rendered him utterly content, to the point where he didn't even wish to open his eyes. After an indeterminate passage of time, he finally lifted his eyelids, only to discover that it was already noon, with the sun hanging high in the sky. Unbeknownst to him, he had been meditating here for an entire morning. He felt immensely at ease, as if he had enjoyed a restful slumber. His body was light, and his spirit invigorated. However, his legs were slightly stiff. As he massaged his legs, he glanced around, only to find that the noblewoman and Guanjun were nowhere to be seen, leaving him to ponder their whereabouts. Alas, an entire morning had passed without him accomplishing any work. Feeling somewhat guilty, Shizhen leaped forward, calling out for the master and brother Guan, while searching for people. Ultimately, he discovered Guanjun beside the restroom. He was squatting next to a water tank, washing his trousers in a state of undress. Chapter 4. Hunting Monsters. Brother Guan, what has happened to you? Shizhen inquired, taken aback. Cough, cough, I was caught off guard, Guanjun replied, his face flushed for an unusual moment. That Master's incantation is truly peculiar. After practicing it for just a short while, I found myself overwhelmed with distracting thoughts. My mind was filled entirely with the Master's remarkable physique, and I lost control. What does losing control mean? Shizhen asked, momentarily puzzled. It refers to that situation. You must have experienced it as well, Guanjun explained candidly, not treating Shizhen as an outsider. Upon hearing this, Shizhen couldn't help but blush, clearing his throat and falling silent. Guanjun, noticing Shizhen's shyness, was unable to suppress his curiosity. Who was it that you dreamt of in your first spring dream? I cannot recall. Shizhen shook his head, recalling for a moment, and said, "I vaguely remember someone, like a fairy in white." "Incredible. Your first encounter was actually with a fairy. That certainly surpasses my experiences," Guanjuan remarked, clicking his tongue. "I am the eldest daughter of the Wang family in Luoyang. I caught a glimpse of her from a distance on the street. Although her figure was unremarkable, her face was exceptionally beautiful, especially her small mouth, so enticing. Akin to a ripe cherry. I truly wish to savor its sweetness. Guan, you truly embody the essence of a city dweller, not only well-traveled but also cultured." Possessing such a rich vocabulary, Shizhen expressed his genuine admiration. "You could simply commend my worldly knowledge," Guanjuan replied, seeming to relish the compliment, raising his chin with pride. However, he quickly recalled something, fixing his gaze intently on Shizhen. "Brother, I must ask you something. You must respond honestly." "Please, Guanjuan," Shizhen nodded, harboring a favorable impression of him. "Are you truly a novice?" Guanjuan inquired earnestly. "What is the matter?" Shizhen scratched his head in confusion. Guanjuan fell silent for a moment, contemplating before speaking again. "I was just riding when the landlord noticed me." Her expression soured instantly as she asked if I was of the Yuan Yang body, to which I affirmed. She then scrutinized me for a long while before turning away. After sharing this, he turned his gaze back to Shizhen. "When you practiced that mantra, did you ever think of women? Or feel an unbearable restlessness? Unable to sit still?" "Not at all. Initially, there was a bit of heat, but afterward it felt quite pleasant, like soaking in a warm bath," Shizhen replied. Upon hearing this, Guanjuan inhaled deeply, a troubled expression crossing his face, and he fell silent. "What is wrong, Guanjuan?" Shizhen inquired. "Nothing," Guanjuan said, grabbing his freshly washed trousers and turning to leave. Shizhen was perplexed, wondering why Guanjuan suddenly inquired about such matters. For Shizhen, it was only natural that someone of Guanjuan's age would be contemplating marriage and children. It was a normal inclination for men to think about women. Although he himself harbored vague thoughts on the subject, his youth prevented him from dwelling too deeply on it. In the afternoon, Shizhen and Guanjuan were assigned to chop firewood on the mountain, with the rationale of building strength and nurturing vitality. Shizhen could not comprehend the meaning of the phrase, yet he surmised it pertained to physical exercise. Resolute, he gathered his spirits and ascended the mountain to chop firewood. The entire afternoon was spent laboriously hacking away, resulting in 2 hefty bundles of firewood, approximately weighing around 200 pounds, leaving him utterly exhausted. Concurrently, Shizhen harbored a cunning thought. While chopping wood, he diligently searched for medicinal herbs and the tracks of wild beasts. Having grown up in the mountains, he knew that earning a living was primarily through herbal medicine and hunting. Shizhen intended to accrue a modest fortune while fulfilling his duties for his employer. Once he had amassed sufficient funds, he planned to buy his freedom and venture into business in Luoyang. As evening fell, Shizhen was taken aback. After a noblewoman tossed him a large pancake, she effortlessly seized the firewood from the hands of the 2 men, lifting it as if it were mere straw, and gracefully retreated into the bamboo grove. This spectacle left Shizhen and his companions utterly astonished. Goodness, his employer was indeed a formidable individual, possessing remarkable strength. In that moment, both men felt a mixture of respect and trepidation towards their employer, and Shizhen, in particular, held a deep admiration in his heart. He mused that if only he could master such skills, he would no longer fear being bullied by wrongdoers. Perhaps that breathing technique was the secret to becoming stronger. He pondered silently. The following day, Shizhen arrived early outside the building, cross-legged on the ground, practicing the breathing technique imparted to her by the noblewoman. Guanjuan, who had rested the previous day, followed suit and sat down with a semblance of concentration. However, he clearly struggled to remain still. Before long, he had pitched a tent of sorts, opening his eyes after merely an hour, glancing left and right. Noticing that their host had yet to emerge to supervise, he decided to rub his legs and lazily retreated to his room. By afternoon, the 2 resumed their ascent to gather firewood. The difference this time was that Guanjuan, after chopping a bundle, reclined on the hillside to admire the scenery. Shizhen diligently sought out medicinal herbs and wild beasts, tirelessly traversing various terrains. His unwavering efforts bore fruit, as he not only uncovered a plethora of aged herbal remedies but also stumbled upon a colony of bamboo rats. Unlike ordinary mice, these creatures were significantly larger, weighing between 7 to 8 pounds, and their flesh was renowned for its exquisite taste. With traps and a handmade slingshot, Shizhen successfully eliminated a dozen bamboo rats. However, one particular creature, seemingly the leader of the bamboo rats, exhibited remarkable agility and intelligence. Not only did it repeatedly evade Shizhen's grasp, but it also summoned other bamboo rats to launch coordinated attacks against him. Shizhen remained unhurried, marking the creature's location and returning each day to hunt. Finally, on the 7th day, he cornered it into a trap and dispatched it. To Shizhen's surprise, this bamboo rat was not only large in size, but also boasted a remarkably tough hide, akin to iron armor. Furthermore, it possessed a grain-sized red cinnabar within its belly. Upon encountering this peculiar substance for the first time, Shizhen could not resist the temptation to place it in his mouth and chew it a few times. However, the taste was exceptionally unpleasant, akin to poison. The moment it touched his tongue, it transformed into a surge of explosive energy, coursing chaotically within him, causing his face to redden and nearly provoking him to regurgitate it. Only after it traversed through his iron stomach did it finally settle. As night fell, Shizhen discovered a comforting warmth in his lower abdomen, reminiscent of having consumed a highly nourishing tonic. Not only did he feel invigorated, but the gnawing hunger that had plagued him for days also dissipated. This revelation filled him with joy, as he had always possessed a considerable appetite. Subsisting on merely one large pancake a day, while not fatal, was insufficient to satiate him. He would need at least one bamboo rat daily to feel truly full. To his astonishment, this remarkable red millet grain had such potent effects, and he resolved to procure more of it in the future. Days passed in this manner as Shizhen sought other wild beasts, particularly those of a unique nature akin to the bamboo rat leader, while simultaneously meditating and practicing his skills, as well as gathering firewood in the mountains. Whether it was due to consuming the bamboo rat leader or the practice of his breathing techniques, Shizhen felt his body strengthening at a visibly rapid pace. His physical power had increased significantly, allowing him to deliver blows with the force of 100 pounds. His agility had also improved, enabling him to traverse mountains and rugged terrain with the ease of walking on flat ground. Another significant transformation was his heightened senses, his hearing and vision sharpened, and his mental clarity improved, rendering him alert throughout the night without succumbing to drowsiness. In fact, he discovered that he did not require sleep at night. A mere morning of meditation sufficed for his rest. Additionally, he found himself impervious to the cold, as if a sun resided within him, enveloping him in warmth. Even the icy waters of the lake in the morning posed no challenge. He could leap in and splash about at will. Lastly, a peculiar strangeness began to unfold. While sitting in meditation, Shizhen is able to control the sun as it traverses within his body. In other regions, it scorches his internal organs with an unbearable heat. Yet in this particular place, he experiences no discomfort. Rather, he finds himself instantly invigorated, his stature swelling to more than twice its original size. This phenomenon leads Shizhen to momentarily question the authenticity of his own words. However, he chooses to keep this matter to himself, as it is far too personal. Chapter 5. The Wandering Merchant. Benefiting from his enhanced physical prowess, Shizhen liberates himself from restraint and decides to forego sleep entirely at night. After gathering firewood during the day, he embarks on nocturnal hunts, his footprints scattered across a 100-mile radius. It is undeniable that as night falls, the mountain teems with an abundance of prey. He even encounters numerous mutated beasts akin to the bamboo rat leader. These creatures are evidently swifter, stronger, more intelligent, and decidedly more perilous. Although the town has grown stronger, there are certain mutated beasts, such as the wolf, tiger, and leopard, that are evidently beyond its capability to contend with. Shizhen witnessed a tree, thick enough for a person to embrace, being effortlessly snapped by a single swipe of a black bear. The bear then cast a cold glance at Shizhen, a clear warning of its formidable presence. However, it was apparent that while he could not confront such fierce creatures, he could still prey upon other mutated beasts. In the following month, Shizhen captured several mutated bamboo rats, as well as martens, rabbits, and foxes, and even ensnared a vividly colored spider, renowned for its astonishing speed. After being bitten several times, Shizhen finally managed to capture it. Unfortunately, it lacked substantial flesh, so he temporarily confined it in a cage as a pet. Thus, through repeated hunts, not only did Shizhen's physical prowess rapidly strengthen, but the indistinct sun within him also coalesced into a golden orb, emanating waves of warmth from his lower abdomen. Shizhen had come to realize that while practicing breathing techniques could enhance his strength, the progress was exceedingly gradual. The true catalyst for his remarkable advancement lay in the act of consuming the small stones found within the bellies of mutated beasts. However, as Shizhen vanquished increasingly formidable creatures, the stones grew larger and more challenging to consume. There was even an instance when he experienced a bout of hiccups and flatulence after eating, nearly leading to an unfortunate mishap. Nevertheless, the effects of these stones were undeniably astonishing, significantly aiding Shizhen's growth. In contrast, the flesh of the beast proved far less effective, yielding only about one-third of the desired results. Yet, with his ironclad stomach, Shizhen unhesitatingly devoured everything that came his way. A month later, Shizhen had developed the ability to carry 400 pounds of firewood with ease, moving with the agility of a noblewoman. However, he was acutely aware that his physical prowess did not equate to martial skills. According to the village elders, masters of martial arts possessed unique techniques, such as iron sand palm, golden bell shield, and eagle claw kung fu. If he wished to genuinely strengthen himself, he must also seek a martial discipline to cultivate. Even if he no longer worked as a laborer, his skills could enable him to become a bodyguard, securing a stable livelihood. Yet, he was at a loss as to where he might procure martial arts manuals nearby. Just as Shizhen wrestled with his concerns, Guanjun approached him one evening, offering a crucial piece of information. "Brother, did you hear? A wandering merchant has arrived on our mountain." "A merchant? How do you know?" Shizhen was taken aback. He had been preoccupied with hunting lately, often returning late at night, and his encounters with Guanjun had dwindled. This fellow, after finishing his woodcutting each day, would mysteriously vanish, and Shizhen had refrained from inquiring. To his surprise, today Guanjun suddenly mentioned the arrival of a merchant. "I just saw her at the eastern house. It seems she had a quarrel with the merchant and left in a huff." Shizhen was taken aback. How could Guanjun witness the confrontation between the landlord and the merchant at such a late hour? Nevertheless, that was of little consequence. "What about the merchant?" Shizhen inquired. "He has just descended the mountain. You should be able to catch up with him now." Before Guanjun could finish his sentence, Shizhen had already grabbed a parcel and hurriedly dashed out. In a swift manner, with remarkable agility, Shizhen traversed a distance of 7 or 8 miles in but a brief moment. Indeed, he soon espied a short and stout man, burdened with a bundle, cautiously making his way down the mountain, peering ahead with each careful step. "Hawker, halt!" Shizhen called out and hurried to catch up. The stout man turned around to glance at Shizhen. He appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, with an expression of indignation, his bulging eyes glaring, conveying a sense of discontent. Initially, he had no intention of acknowledging Shizhen, but upon the latter's approach, and after scrutinizing him from head to toe, the stout man abruptly broke into a smile. "Is there something you seek from me, fellow cultivator?" Upon hearing this, Shizhen was momentarily taken aback. "Fellow cultivator? Why does this individual refer to me in such a manner?" Though surprised, Shizhen chose not to reveal his feelings. After all, in his mind, these itinerant merchants were as shrewd as they come. One must tread carefully when dealing with them. If you wish to engage in commerce and accumulate wealth, he must first ensure he does not fall prey to such cunning individuals. After all, he was merely a 14-year-old boy from the countryside, his temperament and intellect surely incomparable to those seasoned traders. With this in mind, Shizhen proceeded with utmost caution and spoke. "I would like to engage in a transaction with you. I wonder if you might be interested." The rotund man appeared exceedingly enthusiastic toward Shizhen. Upon hearing his words, he immediately set down the satchel slung over his shoulder, smiling broadly as he replied, Of course. What businessman would refuse to conduct business? Let us first ascertain whether you wish to buy or sell. Let us start with selling something. At present, Shizhen finds himself utterly destitute and naturally must first part with some possessions. He promptly sets down the cloth bag in his grasp and retrieves a selection of herbs from within. These herbs are the result of his painstaking efforts to unearth them from the mountains over the past few days, and he relies entirely on them for income. However, to his dismay, the rotund man exhibits little interest in these herbs. After a cursory glance, he merely shakes his head. The herbs lack sufficient age and therefore hold little value. Is there anything else? Upon hearing this, Shizhen could not help but be taken aback. The herbs he had painstakingly gathered could surely fetch a decent sum at the apothecary back in his hometown, and some of the older specimens might even command a higher price. He never anticipated that this wandering merchant would display such indifference. At that moment, Shizhen felt a wave of despondency wash over him, yet he maintained a facade of composure, retrieving some exotic beast pelts, bones, and claws. What are these? The stout man inquired, his eyes gleaming with interest. Materials from demon beasts, of course. How many do you possess? Upon hearing the term demonic beast, Shizhen's expression shifted slightly, yet he merely continued to reach out and extracted the remaining materials from the beasts, piling them at his feet into a small mound. The rotund figure crouched on the ground, meticulously counting the items before nodding in acknowledgement. 5 pelts of the bamboo spirit rat, a pair of gallbladders from the burrowing python, and 2 pelts of the lightning marten. Having recited these, he exchanged a glance with Shizhen and then spoke. In total, I would value these at 3 spirit stones. What do you think? 3 spirit stones? Upon hearing this, Shizhen was momentarily taken aback. Why was there no silver? What exactly were spirit stones? However, the rotund man, noticing Shizhen's confusion, assumed he had underestimated the price and immediately rubbed his hands together. In better times, he would not have settled for such a low offer. Perhaps he could have sold 4 spirit stones. Yet, given the current unfavorable circumstances and the difficulties in conducting business, he could only propose this price. If not, would you care to purchase something from me? I can offer you a discount. What do you have? Shizhen inquired. The plump man brightened up at this. Oh, quite a variety. Various materials, elixirs, formation talismans, martial arts techniques, low-tier spirit beasts, even tidbits of information and treasure maps. What are you interested in? The man's incessant chatter left Shizhen bewildered, as he was unfamiliar with many of the items mentioned. However, the term martial arts resonated clearly. Coincidentally, he had intended to learn a martial art, and since this portly fellow possessed martial arts manuals, it would be prudent to purchase one from him at a discounted rate. What martial arts do you have? Upon hearing Shizhen's interest in martial arts, the plump man grinned. That depends on what you wish to learn. Are you inclined towards offensive techniques, defensive skills, or internal cultivation methods? Let's start with offensive techniques, Shizhen promptly replied. The rotund man immediately reached into his satchel, producing 3 yellow jade slips. Chapter 6. The Pure Yang Sword Technique. There are 3 martial arts here, the Thunder Spear, the Ice Palm, and the Pure Yang Sword Technique. At this point, the plump man glanced at Shizhen. If I am not mistaken, you should be cultivating within the Pure Yang lineage. This Pure Yang Sword Technique would be perfectly suited for you. Shizhen inquired. How formidable is this sword technique? The plump man chuckled heartily and replied. The Pure Yang Sword Technique is immensely powerful, capable of vanquishing all manner of demons and malevolent spirits. Furthermore, the Pure Yang sect is one of the most esteemed sects in the realm, and their martial arts are undoubtedly bound for limitless potential. As Shizhen listened to the stout man boast, he felt an unbidden warmth stir within him, despite his skepticism. However, upon grasping the jade slip, he furrowed his brow. The slip merely bore the inscription of 4 characters, Pure Yang Sword Technique. Beyond that, there was nothing else, let alone a sword manual. The stout man, observing Shizhen's repeated scrutiny and the evident frown adorning his face, couldn't help but express his surprise. Did your masters not teach you how to utilize the jade slip? Shizhen shook his head. The stout man blinked and then smiled, pointing out, you should have fixed the jade slip to your forehead and then immerse your consciousness within it. Only then will you be able to perceive the sword techniques. Upon hearing this, Shizhen was utterly perplexed, completely unaware of what divine consciousness entailed. However, observing the unwavering gaze fixed upon him, Shizhen pondered for a moment and decided to comply, reasoning that there was little to lose. He pressed the jade slip against his forehead and summoned the concentration he usually employed when envisioning the sun within his abdomen, attempting to perceive the jade slip before him. In the next instant, Shizhen felt a stirring within his heart and found himself immersed in the realm of the jade slip. It was a world enveloped in radiant white light, with numerous shimmering golden characters suspended in the sky, seemingly all related to the Pure Yang Sword Technique. Below, an elderly man clad in a Taoist robe was performing a series of sword dances, each movement executed with exquisite precision. The brilliance of his sword technique was such that each stroke emitted a dazzling golden light, as if golden flames were igniting, demonstrating immense power. Shizhen was utterly astonished. This scene, even in his wildest dreams, he could never have envisioned, yet it manifested before him with such startling reality. Could it be that this rotund figure was a celestial master? Had the jade slip he bestowed upon him originated from the realm of the immortals? As soon as Shizhen's mind relaxed, his consciousness tumbled out from the jade slip. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the portly figure intently gazing at him. Shizhen promptly displayed a courteous demeanor and clasped his hands together, exclaiming, "Indeed, your swordsmanship is exquisite. Thank you, esteemed master." With a hearty laugh, the other replied, "We are both practitioners of the chi refinement stage. There is no need for such formality. Just call me a fellow cultivator. You, at such a young age, have already attained the 4th level of chi refinement, far surpassing my accomplishments at that age." the fourth level of qi refinement. Upon hearing this, Shizhen felt even more perplexed. However, upon reflection, he realized that the immortal master had mistaken him for a kindred spirit, which explained the immediate address of fellow cultivator. Given this circumstance, he could not afford to appear timid, especially since he was conducting business with an immortal master. It was prudent to maintain a facade of confidence. Thus, he inquired about the price of the pure yang sword technique. Under normal circumstances, such a treasure would cost at least 7 or 8 spirit stones, but today, owing to their fortuitous encounter, the master offered it for a mere 3 spirit stones. The rotund figure assumed an air of generosity. Naturally, Shizhen had his doubts regarding the sincerity of the fat man's words. However, the prospect of exchanging a mere pile of fur and claws for such a wondrous artifact left him immensely gratified. Deal. What a generous offer. The two shook hands, each displaying expressions of satisfaction. With a flourish of his sleeve, the fat man summoned a flash of radiant light, swiftly gathering all the materials from the ground. This display of skill left Shizhen momentarily stunned. Yet, as he stood in a daze, the fat man's voice echoed in his ears. My fellow cultivator, having hunted so many magical beasts, do you not possess any intercourse? Those are far more valuable than these materials. The rotund figure rubbed his hands together, his beady eyes fixed on Shizhen, clearly harboring ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, Shizhen realized he was referring to the peculiar little particles within the belly of the demon beast. He immediately replied, I have consumed them all. The rotund man was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, my friend, you possess a remarkable sense of humor. The inner alchemical core of that demon beast is exceedingly toxic. How could one dare to ingest it raw? Even the most insignificant inner core of a bamboo spirit rat would poison us cultivators. The consequences could range from a disordered mind to madness, and at worst, it could lead to demonic deviation and explosive demise. At this juncture, the rotund man abruptly paused. Why does your expression appear so peculiar? Oh, it's nothing. Shizhen swallowed hard and responded, if it is indeed highly toxic, what purpose does it serve? It must surely be for alchemical purposes, the rotund man replied without a moment's hesitation. The inner core of such a demon beast harbors a vast accumulation of spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth, which is immensely beneficial to us cultivators. However, it must undergo alchemical refinement, harmonizing the 5 elements and purging the malevolent toxins before it can be safely consumed. Therefore, the inner cores of demon beasts are exceedingly scarce commodities, highly sought after in the market. Realizing he had perhaps divulged too much, the rotund man abruptly fell silent. However, Shizhen immediately inquired, where can one learn the art of alchemy? Almost every renowned sect offers instruction in the techniques of pill refining. Who wouldn't desire to possess the skills of a professional alchemist? After all, alchemists are held in high esteem in this world. The plump man paused for a moment, gazing at Shizhen, and asked, do you wish to become an alchemist? Shizhen did not respond immediately. Instead, he countered with a question. Does the alchemist earn a profit? Look at what you're saying. Of course, alchemists make a fortune, and they are undoubtedly among the most lucrative professions in the world, the plump man declared with a tone of certainty. Upon hearing this, Shizhen's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Then I shall aspire to become an alchemist. Indeed, my friend, such an ambition is commendable. Though the path of alchemy is not easily traversed, once one steps upon it, the future is boundlessly bright. Thus, as fate would have it, let us take this opportunity to forge a friendship. May I inquire about your esteemed name? Upon hearing Shizhen's desire to pursue alchemy, the rotund man immediately donned a warm expression, as if he had encountered a great benefactor. I am called Shizhen. Ah, Shi Dao Yu, I am Fan Dishang. But you may simply refer to me as Old Fan. The portly fellow clapped a hand onto Shizhen's shoulder, exuding a generous demeanor. If you wish to learn the art of refining elixirs, I happen to possess both a cauldron and recipes, which I shall gladly bestow upon you, my young friend. Surprising encounter. What is this? I merely hope that my younger brother will achieve success in his alchemical pursuits and extend his benevolence towards my business. Fan Dishang appeared exceedingly amiable. Naturally, Shizhen readily agreed. Immediately, Fan Dishang reached into his satchel and produced a bronze alchemical cauldron, the size of a wash basin, along with an ancient tome, which he promptly placed into Shizhen's embrace. The two engaged in casual conversation for a while longer, then agreed to meet again in a month before parting ways. For Shizhen, this day was not only marked by the acquaintance of a figure akin to an immortal master, but also by the acquisition of the long-desired martial arts manual and the unexpected bonus of the cauldron and alchemical recipes, rendering it a day of abundant rewards. However, Shizhen found it both novel and peculiar that Fan Desheng referred to him repeatedly as fellow traveler. Upon returning to his chamber, Shizhen eagerly closed the door, seated himself upon the bed, and pressed the jade slip to his forehead, intent on visualizing the old Taoist master wielding his sword in the illusion. Uncertain whether it was sheer talent or the result of practicing the breathing technique that enhanced his memory, Shizhen was able to memorize the swordplay after merely 3 or 5 views. He promptly seized a broom and began to practice the sword technique within his room, causing dust to swirl and a resounding whoosh to echo. Yet, the radiant golden sword light of the illusion was nowhere to be seen. Although Shizhen mimicked the movements closely, he could not decipher a single character from the jade slip. After all, having grown up in a destitute area, he had never had the opportunity to learn to read and write. He needed to find a way to quickly acquire literacy. With a broom in hand, Shizhen pondered deeply. Chapter 7. Encounter with a fierce beast. A day later, at a secluded school nestled in the mountains, a corpulent black wild boar stood before the entrance. The teacher nodded approvingly and took Shizhen as his disciple. From that day forth, Shizhen diligently attended lessons every afternoon, departing only at dusk. To the teacher's astonishment, within merely 3 to 5 days, Shizhen transformed from an illiterate who could not recognize a single character into a proficient reader of the 3-character classic, 100 family surnames, and 1,000-character classic. A genius. You are undoubtedly a genius, the teacher exclaimed with both shock and joy, eagerly imparting the teachings of the 4 books and 5 classics. However, Shizhen exhibited little interest. Having grasped the basics, he expressed his desire to bid farewell to the school, prompting the teacher to lament, "You possess the potential for greatness. How can you squander it? Should you ever wish to return, my door is always open." Although their time together was brief, the teacher had become Shizhen's enlightening mentor, and so Shizhen respectfully took his leave. Upon returning home, his thoughts became wholly consumed by the pure yang sword technique and alchemy. Indeed, the sword technique inscribed on the jade slip required the accompanying incantations for effective practice. Following the prescribed verses, Shizhen activated the solar warmth flow within him, channeling the pure yang true energy along specific pathways to perform the swordplay. After executing a complete set of movements, Shizhen often felt a surge of warmth throughout his body, his vital energy surging as mist enveloped his head, akin to the soothing experience of soaking in a hot spring. Yet, he could only practice thrice a day. Beyond that, his body would begin to protest, succumbing to a prickling pain. Additionally, he delved into alchemy. The recipe not only contained various potions for detoxification and healing, but also detailed the most crucial formula, the Huanglong Dan. This elixir was said to enhance the cultivation of qi refinement practitioners and bolster their strength. Although Shizhen was unfamiliar with the concept of qi refinement, he could surmise that it was related to the breathing technique taught to him by the noblewoman, enabling him to enter this stage. Now, with agility, immense strength, remarkable memory, and the ability to see at night without sleep, he owed everything to that breathing method. If the Huanglong Dan could augment his power, he would certainly be eager to concoct it. Most importantly, upon successful creation, he could sell it for a handsome profit. Fan Desheng had explicitly stated that a single Huanglong Dan was worth its weight in gold, and he would purchase as many as Shizhen could produce. Motivated by the prospect of wealth, which would allow him to redeem himself and bring his beloved sister to share in the riches, Shizhen felt invigorated. The Huanglong Dan's formulation was not particularly difficult, as the requisite herbs grew abundantly on the mountain. However, the inner cores of demonic beasts were elusive. The cores of bamboo spirit mice and lightning ferrets were too small. He would need to gather several to create a single elixir. In contrast, the cores of wolves, tigers, and leopards would suffice with just one. Yet they were formidable adversaries, and Shizhen lacked the confidence to confront them at this stage. After a moment of contemplation seated upon his bed, Shizhen resolved to venture out that night to hunt. Aiming to capture a number of bamboo spirit mice and other small demonic creatures. When quality was lacking, he would rely on quantity, prioritizing his own safety. That night, the mountains were perilous and the forest dense, with the moon obscured by heavy clouds, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Fortunately, Shizhen's night vision rendered him unafraid of the darkness. Grasping a whistle stick, he ascended the mountain. Ordinary wild beasts had become insignificant to him, having savored the exquisite flesh and inner cores of demonic beasts. His threshold for pleasure had risen. Upon reaching an unexplored area, a thicket of brambles, Shizhen felt an instinctive alertness. The surrounding silence was eerie. There were no signs of demonic beasts, nor even common wildlife. This could either indicate a barren landscape unsuitable for habitation, or the presence of a formidable beast. As this thought crossed his mind, Shizhen furrowed his brow, preparing to retreat when suddenly he caught a whiff of a potent, foul odor. Instantly, his expression shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he crouched low and rolled to the side. Swish! He heard a swift whoosh of air as a colossal creature soared just above his head. Barely missing him, Shizhen hurriedly went to investigate, only to discover that the creature that had just soared overhead was, astonishingly, a colossal white tiger with strikingly distinct eyes. What an impressive white tiger it was! In his lifetime, Shizhen had never encountered a tiger of such immense proportions. Its girth was greater than that of a tree that 3 men could barely encircle. One of its forelegs was broader than his own shoulder. In comparison, Shizhen appeared as a diminutive monkey. His instinctive reaction was to avoid entanglement and flee without delay. However, just as Shizhen turned to rise and prepare for his escape, the white tiger suddenly lunged with a swift movement, its jaws agape, as if intending to devour him whole. Hearing the wind whistling behind him, Shizhen hastily dodged to the right, yet still felt the cruel swipe of the white tiger's claws, instantly tearing a gash in his right arm. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. The excruciating pain filled Shizhen with both astonishment and fury. This beast had no intention of letting him escape. Very well, 2 legs could never outrun 4. Since it was so eager to devour him, he would show it who truly possessed the sharper teeth. In the end, it remained uncertain who would consume whom. Shizhen sprang into action, wielding his whistle baton, and struck fiercely at the white tiger that had just lunged at him. Bang! The white tiger had barely turned around and was caught off guard. The blow landed squarely on its forehead, producing a resounding thud. However, Shizhen's expression shifted dramatically. He had unleashed this furious strike with all his might, capable of shattering even the most stubborn boulder. Yet, upon striking the white tiger, it felt as though he had struck an iron wall, sending a jolt of numbness through his hand, almost causing him to lose grip on the baton. Howl! The white tiger roared in fury, seemingly unfazed by the blow, and accelerated toward Shizhen with even greater speed. In a flash of white light, the tiger was upon him, its claws sweeping towards his midsection, encompassing an area of nearly 10 feet around him, leaving no room for escape. Shizhen gritted his teeth, swinging his staff to engage in a fierce confrontation. With a deafening crash, he was propelled through the air like a meteor, his weapon shattering into 2 pieces. It was not until he collided with a massive tree several yards away that he fell back to the ground. In that moment, Shizhen felt an excruciating pain in his internal organs, his entire being ablaze with a tumultuous surge of energy, akin to being set ablaze. Shizhen desperately attempted to rise, only to discover that a breath had lodged in his throat, rendering him utterly unable to breathe. Shizhen pinched his neck for a moment, and in the next instant, he opened his mouth wide, letting out a resounding gasp as he expelled a copious amount of fresh blood. With just a single blow, Shizhen had sustained grave injuries. The strength of this white tiger demon beast is truly fearsome. After several arduous attempts, Shizhen finally managed to rise to his feet, clutching a broken whistle stick tightly in his grasp as he fixed a fierce gaze upon the white tiger beast. The white tiger seemed to have sensed that Shizhen was nearly devoid of any capacity for resistance. In this moment, it appeared unhurried, sauntering towards him with a mocking glint in its eyes, as Shizhen beheld the approaching creature and its salivating, gaping maw. In Shizhen's mind, a singular thought persisted. Am I destined to perish here? No, I cannot succumb to death. For the sake of my younger sister, for my parents who have vanished without a trace, and for my own sake, I must survive. The overwhelming desire to live compelled Shizhen to regain his composure. To evade being devoured, he must vanquish this white tiger. Yet, he realized that he was no match for it, especially in his current injured state. How could he possibly turn the tables? Chapter 8. The moonlit tiger hunts. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Shizhen. It was as though the profound insights that arise amidst the gravest of fears had illuminated his mind. He came to understand a crucial truth. The tiger's most formidable attributes are its iron head, steel tail, and sharp claws. Given the vast disparity in their sizes and strengths, why should he engage with the beast's most powerful features? Such a notion would be utterly foolish. Though he may lack in strength, speed, and defense compared to the tiger, he possessed the advantage of intelligence, agility, and weapons. Thus, he must leverage his strengths to eliminate this formidable white tiger. Shizhen gasped for breath, straining to accumulate strength for his next strike. Simultaneously, a bold plan emerged in his mind. Fool, do you truly believe you can prevail? Shizhen cast a scornful glance at the white tiger. The beast, which had initially approached with the intent to effortlessly consume Shizhen, was suddenly enraged. With a powerful thrust of its hind legs, its massive form launched forward like an arrow released from a bow, hurtling towards Shizhen. Astonishingly, rather than evading, Shizhen chose to meet the white tiger's charge head-on with an acceleration of his own. A thunderous roar erupted, reverberating through the mountains and forests as the two forces clashed. Shizhen's body hung in the air, resembling a curving prawn, as he grasped two severed batons, forcefully plunging them into the white tiger's eyes. The shafts penetrated the eye sockets by a full 7 inches. Yet, this scene lingered for but a fleeting moment, and the next instant, suspended in midair. Shizhen forcefully stomped on the bridge of the white tiger's nose, propelling himself backward with great force. Blood erupted from the tiger's eye sockets, and the indescribable agony compelled it to howl in torment, rolling helplessly on the ground. Astonishingly, Shizhen had succeeded in blinding the creature from the front. It was revealed that Shizhen's audacious strategy was to exploit the immense force of the charging white tiger, utilizing its own strength against it, targeting its most vulnerable eyes. This was a strike of life or death in the truest sense. Had the white tiger been a tad more cautious, even if it had approached at a leisurely pace, it would have been impossible for Shizhen to inflict such a grievous wound. Shizhen had neither the speed nor the strength to breach its defenses. It was merely the creature's arrogance, believing that Shizhen had lost the capacity to resist, which led it to recklessly pounce, provoked by Shizhen's taunting. By the time it realized its miscalculation, evasion was no longer an option. However, the severely injured white tiger, now utterly deranged, unleashed even greater devastation, shattering everything within a 3-meter radius, leaving Shizhen unable to deliver a finishing blow. Even if he could, the white tiger's body was as unyielding as iron. Devoid of any vulnerabilities, with only 2 broken staffs in his hands, how could Shizhen penetrate its defenses? Yet, he remained unperturbed, resembling a seasoned hunter as he wrapped bandages around himself, regaining his strength. Only when the blind white tiger had exhausted its rampage did Shizhen approach, taunting. "Come at me, you fool." Unexpectedly, Shizhen boldly provoked the white tiger. Although the creature was blind, its hearing remained acute. It instantly discerned the source of the sound, suddenly opening its massive jaws in an attempt to devour Shizhen. Yet, astonishingly, at that very moment, Shizhen thrust himself into the tiger's mouth. From a distance, it appeared as though the entirety of his upper body had been engulfed by the white tiger. Strangely, however, the beast did not close its jaws. Instead, after a series of ominous sounds emanated from its throat, it collapsed onto the ground. It transpired that Shizhen, wielding twin staves, had positioned one to brace against the tiger's upper and lower jaws, while the other, like a razor-sharp sword, pierced through its throat towards the crown of its skull. With this decisive strike, he channeled the formidable power of the pure yang sword technique, unleashing it from his dantian. The blade cleaved through the heavens, piercing the white tiger's brain. After vanquishing the beast, Shizhen found himself utterly drained of strength, collapsing alongside the lifeless form of the tiger. Too fatigued even to lift a finger, time drifted by until he gradually emerged from the tiger's maw, retrieving a small bone knife from his waist. He then probed into the tiger's abdomen. Moments later, a pearl-sized, snow-white Dan pill appeared in his hand. Was this the inner core of the white tiger beast? Indeed. It was extraordinary. As Shizhen gazed at the inner elixir in his hand, he could not suppress a swallow. Although consuming the elixir could lead to digestive distress, it promised several days of profound comfort and an ethereal sensation. The allure was undeniable. Despite the claims of the itinerant merchant Fan Dusheng regarding the elixir's toxic nature, Shizhen felt that the danger was perhaps overstated. Nevertheless, he resolved to set the elixir aside for alchemical purposes, favoring sustained gratification over fleeting pleasure. While the elixir could be preserved, he had no reservations about the corpse of the tiger demon, particularly the several thousand pounds of flesh and blood, which he intended to fully utilize. Soon, after a brief search nearby, Shizhen located the tiger's lair and exerted himself to drag the demon's body inside, planning to indulge in its bounty over the coming days. By dawn, having consumed a considerable amount of tiger demon meat and drunk several bowls of its blood by the crackling fire, Shizhen returned to his dwelling, invigorated and robust. It was undeniable that tiger meat was nourishing. His grievous wounds had nearly healed. Just as he was contemplating how many days' worth of sustenance this tiger demon would provide, Guanjun approached him with a hint of anxiety. Shizhen, did you hear the tigers roar in the mountains last night? Guanjun inquired, somewhat flustered. Though he had accompanied Shizhen, his progress in cultivating the breathing technique had been lackluster, rendering him only slightly stronger than the average person. Naturally, the midnight roar had unsettled him. Upon hearing this, Shizhen chuckled softly. From such a distance, you can actually hear me? Tell me, do you think that tiger might seize the opportunity to ambush us while we ascend the mountain to gather firewood and devour us both? Guanjun's expression reflected a hint of trepidation. Fear not, that tiger. Shizhen was about to continue, when suddenly a cool, clear voice interjected from beside them. As long as you do not stray too far from here, you are absolutely safe within a 30-mile radius. At the sound of this voice, both Shizhen and Guanjun turned to see the speaker, who was none other than the noblewoman. She was adorned in a flowing azure gown, draped with a dark cloak, and her translucent, delicate visage bore a pallid hue that suggested a fragile constitution. Her gaze was icy, particularly after casting a glance at Shizhen, which further revealed her displeasure. Are you injured? I was merely caught by accident. It is nothing serious, Shizhen replied hastily, covering his bandaged right arm. Humph, remember, you are mine. Do not take your well-being so lightly. The noblewoman chastised Shizhen in a frost-laden tone. Knowing he was at fault, Shizhen quickly lowered his head in acquiescence. However, beside him, Guanjun had been fixated on the woman of nobility since her arrival, his gaze lingering on her figure, particularly on her astonishing curves, which seemed poised to burst forth from their constraints, creating a striking visual impact. As if sensing Guanjun's attention, the noblewoman cast a glance in his direction. Strangely, she neither reprimanded him nor displayed any anger. Her gaze merely grew colder. You have been here for nearly 2 months, haven't you? Soon, come forth and I shall assess your progress, she commanded. Yes, Shizhen replied, bowing his head. Guanjun, upon hearing this, exhibited an unmistakable sense of panic. Nevertheless, he joined Shizhen as they moved to an open space, where they sat cross-legged. Chapter 9. Defeat yet accomplishment. Following the noblewoman's instructions, the two began to circulate their breathing techniques. In stark contrast, Shizhen quickly became immersed in the practice, experiencing an unparalleled sense of comfort as his fatigue rapidly dissipated. Meanwhile, Guanjun felt restless, akin to a flame igniting beneath him, unable to remain still, and awkwardly opened his eyes. Observing this, the noblewoman's expression grew colder, almost indifferent, yet she placed a hand on Guanjun's shoulder. Stand up, come to my chamber tonight. Guanjun's heart leapt with joy at her words, yet he hesitantly replied, Esteemed lady, is this appropriate? A hint of mockery crossed the noblewoman's face as she disregarded his protest, redirecting her focus to Shizhen. Upon witnessing Shizhen's serene composure as he sat in quiet meditation, a flicker of satisfaction graced her countenance. However, when a glint of light flashed in her eyes and she scrutinized Shizhen more closely, her expression shifted in an instant, akin to one who had seen a ghost. The fourth layer of qi refinement. How is this possible? Only 2 months have passed. Could he possess a top-tier spirit vein? What is it, esteemed lady? Guanjun inquired curiously from the side. No, it is nothing, she replied, her expression a complex tapestry of astonishment, confusion, envy, and ultimately, a hint of regret. In that moment, her myriad of emotions eclipsed all that had transpired over the past 2 months combined. Yet, in the end, she did nothing more than leave, her fair visage subtly tinged with a newfound wariness. When Shizhen awakened from his meditation, it was already afternoon. Both the noblewoman and Guanjun had vanished. He pondered in silence, wondering if the lady had noticed his newfound strength. Shizhen maintained a remarkably tranquil demeanor, for he had resolutely decided to depart from this place. Once he had amassed sufficient wealth through alchemy, he would redeem himself from the employer. With his current martial prowess, he could easily secure a respectable livelihood, whether as a gatekeeper, a guardian, or a courier. After all, serving as a laborer for others was hardly a sustainable option. In the afternoon, after dedicating some time to chopping 200 pounds of firewood, Shizhen returned to the lair of the demon tiger in the Thorns Ridge, preparing to commence his alchemical endeavors. The inner core of the white tiger was a treasure he had risked his life to acquire, and thus he cherished it immensely. However, in pursuit of a brighter future, Shizhen cast it into the alchemical furnace, subsequently blending it with other herbs, igniting high-quality charcoal to fuel the flames, and began the intricate process of refining the elixir. According to the texts, the concoction of this particular elixir demanded no less than 6 hours. requiring his undivided attention throughout the duration. At that moment, Shizhen meticulously tended to the danding, carefully monitoring the charcoal fire and periodically adding various herbs as required. Shizhen was acutely aware that alchemy was no simple endeavor, with a high probability of failure. Nonetheless, he harbored a flicker of hope that fortune might favor him, allowing for a successful outcome on his first attempt. Alas, his expectations were met with disappointment. The following morning, gazing into the cauldron, he beheld 7 dark, unappealing pills resembling dregs of medicine, and he immediately recognized the failure of his alchemical efforts. For, as recorded in the texts, the golden dragon pill was supposed to shimmer with resplendent golden hues, akin to pure gold. Although he felt a pang of regret, the failure of his inaugural attempt was not entirely unforeseen. After a moment of sorrow, he decided to take one of the failed pills, placing it in his mouth to chew. It was somewhat bitter, yet still manageable to swallow. Once ingested, he felt a tumultuous sensation in his stomach, as if a force were swirling chaotically within him. However, this turmoil soon subsided, leaving his body enveloped in warmth, as the spiritual energy coursed through his meridians like a delightful ascent into the clouds. Wait a moment, hadn't he just failed in his alchemical endeavor? How could consuming the pill evoke a sensation akin to swallowing the core of a magical beast? Shizhen was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that even the elixirs concocted in failure are still fit for consumption? Though he could not fully comprehend the situation, the realization that these 7 pills were indeed consumable filled him with delight. After ingesting the elixirs, Shizhen proceeded to devour numerous pieces of tiger demon flesh, feeling a palpable enhancement in his strength. Upon returning to his quarters during the day, he observed Guanjun lounging on the bed. A smug expression plastered across his face as he whistled. "Guanjun, what has brought you such joy?" he inquired. "Hee, I cannot divulge. I fear it may incite your envy," Guanjun replied, adopting an air of mystery. However, he soon stretched and yawned, exclaiming, "My back is a bit sore. You may carry on. I shall retire now." Upon hearing this, Shizhen was taken aback. "Aren't you going to meditate or chop wood?" he inquired. "The master has stated that I need not engage in such laborious tasks. Furthermore, after a long night of toil, I am utterly exhausted." With a dismissive wave of his hand, Guanjun promptly turned over and fell asleep. Upon witnessing this, Shizhen felt perplexed, unable to fathom what had transpired to occupy him for an entire night. Nevertheless, Shizhen refrained from probing further, continuing his meditative practices, gathering firewood, and venturing into the thorny hills to hunt demonic beasts in the afternoon and evening. However, from the 3rd day onward, Guanjun began to exhibit peculiar behaviors. When he returned to his room, he nearly leaned against the wall for support, his expression tinged with a semblance of fear. By the 4th day, Guanjun had undergone a significant transformation. He appeared markedly thinner, his complexion as pale as parchment. This change incited genuine concern within Shizhen. On the 5th day, finding Guanjun's room empty, Shizhen pondered the situation when a noblewoman approached, grasping Guanjun by the neck as one might handle a mere chicken. She unceremoniously tossed him onto the bed before turning to leave. Shizhen observed with clarity that Guanjun had already fallen into a deep unconsciousness. His eyes darkened. "What has happened to Brother Guan?" Shizhen could not help but inquire. "Mind your own business," the noblewoman coldly retorted before turning to leave. However, as she departed, her waist swayed gracefully, resembling a serpent and a peach, leaving Shizhen momentarily stunned. It was then that he realized she was clad only in a form-fitting gauzy dress, her enchanting figure fully illuminated by the sunlight. Moreover, whether it was merely Shizhen's perception or not, the noblewoman appeared exceptionally radiant today, her complexion vibrant. Her skin no longer pale but rather a delicate rosy hue, smooth as cream, exuding an alluring charm. Upon witnessing the scene, Shizhen could not help but swallow hard. The lady of the house was indeed breathtakingly beautiful. Her husband must be exceedingly fortunate, Shizhen mused quietly. On the 6th day, Guanjun was once again cast aside by the lady, as though he were mere refuse. The lady's allure had only intensified. Her demeanor, previously marked solely by indifference, now bore an additional touch of languor and seduction. Her enchanting gaze, with its captivating glances, was utterly mesmerizing. Shizhen stood in a daze, gazing at her silhouette as it vanished into the bamboo grove, before finally averting his gaze. Guanjun was indeed correct. The East Master's allure was undeniably unparalleled. However, when Shizhen visited Guanjun, he was taken aback. Just days prior, Guanjun had possessed a robust physique, yet now he appeared emaciated. Moreover, after falling into a stupor, he kept murmuring something, and upon leaning in closer, Shizhen discerned that he was uttering the word monster. This revelation left Shizhen utterly astonished. What had Guanjuan endured over the past few days to undergo such a transformation? On that day, Shizhen did nothing but tend to Guanjuan, waiting for night to fall. That evening, Shizhen concealed himself outside, eager to discover what the master had summoned Guanjun for. As anticipated, he soon observed the master approaching, who effortlessly lifted Guanjun and made his way towards the distant bamboo grove. At the tranquil path of Shizhen, one held their breath in anticipation. Following into the bamboo grove, where a cave revealed a glimmer of light, and faint sounds could be heard emanating from within, Shizhen stealthily approached, peering inside. At that moment, he was utterly astonished. Before him lay a stone bed, where Guanjun writhed rapidly, and the cavern echoed with unceasing sounds of collision. Shizhen stood in a daze for a moment, then quickly retreated, fleeing from the scene. Yet, the image of that pale, fleshy form lingered in his mind, refusing to dissipate. On this day, Shizhen found himself unusually unable to meditate and focus. Even while hunting demonic beasts on the mountain, his thoughts remained distracted. It was not until he consumed the flesh and blood of the tiger demon and ingested a medicinal pill that he began to regain some semblance of composure. The private matters of the host and Guanjun were of no concern to him. He resolved to concentrate on alchemy and earning money, striving to redeem himself and leave this place as swiftly as possible. With this determination, Shizhen sat cross-legged, finally calming his restless heart and restoring his tranquility. Chapter 10. Breaking through to the fifth layer of qi refinement that evening, as was his custom. Shizhen swallowed a medicinal pill and prepared to partake of the tiger meat and drink the tiger's blood. Suddenly, his complexion changed dramatically, and his entire body flushed crimson, as if his vital energy were boiling. It turned out that this particular pill, once ingested, did not digest as it typically would. Instead, it transformed into a surging flow of energy that rampaged throughout his body. In that instant, Shizhen felt as though he were a balloon on the verge of bursting. Shizhen was taken aback and quickly sat cross-legged, attempting to harness the spiritual energy within his body and direct it to his dantian. However, at that moment, he realized that his dantian was already overflowing with this energy, leaving no room to accommodate more. Damn it, I have consumed too many elixirs these past few days. At once, Shizhen comprehended the situation. It was akin to the folly of overindulgence, where one bites off more than one can chew, resulting in an overwhelming sense of fullness. He realized that he had consumed an excessive amount of elixirs, and his dantian could no longer accommodate the influx of spiritual energy. Remain calm, remain composed. There must be a solution. With a deep breath, Shizhen summoned the calm demeanor he had maintained during his recent encounter with the white tiger. A moment steeped in life and death, and swiftly contemplated a solution. Before long, he devised a method to guide the erratic currents of energy within him to flow through his meridians, akin to the breathing and meditation practices he had mastered. Indeed, as Shizhen skillfully directed this chaotic energy, it soon returned to the 8 extraordinary meridians. The immense spiritual energy surged like a torrential river, incessantly impacting, transforming, and strengthening Shizhen's channels. Gradually, the energy within his dantian was also guided forth, surging relentlessly through his increasingly expansive meridians. In that moment, Shizhen felt as though the force within him resembled mighty rivers, flowing endlessly, as if his body possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of strength. Unable to contain his impatience, Shizhen abruptly rose to his feet and seized a wooden staff, commencing a demonstration of the pure yang sword technique. In an instant, a radiant golden sword light erupted, its shadows surging forth like a tempest, accompanied by a piercing, continuous sound of the sword that reverberated through the air. Within the cave, dust and stones were sent flying, and where the sword light reached, deep gashes measuring over 3 feet in length and an inch in depth marred the surroundings, their density evoking a sense of dread in any onlooker. After an indeterminate period, Shizhen suddenly exhaled a long sigh, releasing a distinctly recognizable breath of turbid air. Yet within his eyes, a brilliant golden light shone forth, resembling 2 golden lanterns illuminating the darkness. After exhaling a deep breath, Shizhen paused momentarily before suddenly raising his hand towards the adjacent stone wall. In an instant, a golden phantom emerged, striking the wall with tremendous force. The cave resonated with a thunderous sound, revealing a palm-sized imprint, 3 inches deep, where the phantom had impacted. Surrounding the imprint, a myriad of intricate cracks spread out, vividly illustrating the formidable power of that distant strike. Upon witnessing this scene, Shizhen's face blossomed with delight. It seems that I have turned misfortune into fortune, achieving a breakthrough in my cultivation once more. If I follow the words of that wandering merchant, Fan Deshang, I should now be at the 5th level of the Qi refinement stage. In the realm of martial arts, this could certainly qualify me as a formidable expert. However, as he pondered this, Shizhen lowered his gaze to the small vial in his arms, which contained a remaining elixir. This failed concoction already possesses such astonishing potency. I can hardly imagine the extraordinary effects of those successfully refined elixirs. No wonder Fan Deshang claimed that the Huanglong pill is worth its weight in gold. In the coming days, I must hasten to devise a method to refine several more batches, striving for swift success. Just as Shizhen intended to leave the cave in search of nearby beasts to hunt, his expression suddenly shifted. What is that? Shizhen turned around. Gazing into the depths of the cave, there lay a disordered heap of grass, which appeared to have once served as the lair of a white tiger. At that moment, Shizhen had not taken the time to scrutinize this area closely. Just moments ago, as he practiced his swordplay, the swirling sands and flying stones had scattered the grass, revealing what lay beneath, a silken pouch and a token. Shizhen's expression shifted as he approached and bent down to pick it up. First, there was a token, upon which a line of text was inscribed, "Token of the sect leader of Qingling's sect." This token was neither metal nor copper, neither wood nor jade. It was a deep black, heavy in weight, the material of which remained a mystery. Shizhen glanced at it and casually tucked it into his bosom, then took the pouch in his hand. The pouch was a deep azure, roughly the size of half a palm, and appeared to be deflated as if it contained nothing. Shizhen opened it to take a look. Inside, it was dim and seemed utterly empty. However, inscribed on the exterior of the pouch were 3 characters: storage bag. A storage bag, what could this be? It is so small that it hardly seems capable of holding anything substantial. Initially, Shizhen contemplated discarding the charming little pouch, but upon reflection, he realized it would be quite delightful to keep it for his sister to store her trinkets. Thus, he tucked it away in his bosom. After exiting the cave, Shizhen promptly ventured into the nearby area for a hunt, with a clear target in mind: the formidable jackals, tigers, and leopards he had encountered previously. Thus began a perilous hunt beneath the moonlit night. This time, Shizhen's hunting expedition proved exceptionally successful. Not only did he slay a silver giant wolf, but he also vanquished a mutated wild boar nearby. Although their inner cores were not as potent as that of the white tiger, they were nonetheless sufficient for the refinement of the Huanglong pill. Moreover, after breaking through to the 5th layer of the Qi refining stage, Shizhen felt a tremendous enhancement in his strength, enabling him to unleash sword Qi and manifest palm prints, rendering him at least twice as formidable as before. This hunt for demonic beasts can be deemed a thrilling yet safe endeavor. While the dawn had yet to break, Shizhen dragged the carcasses of the 2 demonic beasts back to the White Tiger Cave, intending to establish it as his long-term stronghold. As for the house left for him by the East family, he planned merely to return there during the day for meditation and rest. Thereafter, he would seldom linger within its confines. Once daylight arrived, having feasted on ample wolf, boar, and tiger meat, Shizhen felt invigorated and brimming with vigor as he emerged from the bamboo grove. At that moment, he chanced upon a noblewoman descending from a nearby hillock. "Good morning, East family," he greeted. Despite his considerable strength, Shizhen remained exceedingly courteous towards the noblewoman. Upon noticing him, she nodded and scrutinized him from head to toe. "Where did you go last night?" the noblewoman inquired. "I went to the mountains to train my body," Shizhen replied. "Do not venture there again. The mountains are perilous. Remain here and diligently practice your cultivation methods," the noblewoman admonished coldly. Upon hearing this, Shizhen was momentarily taken aback. "Did you not require me to gather firewood daily?" "Not for the time being," the noblewoman replied, stifling a yawn before stretching languidly in front of Shizhen. She was clad in nothing more than a violet shawl, beneath which she wore a black cloth corset, and below that, a loosely tied black gauze skirt. As she stretched, her curves swayed enticingly, revealing her navel and slender waist, an exaggerated silhouette that could only be described as breathtaking. Having recently indulged in the sumptuous meat of a formidable beast, Shizhen's gaze became fixated. The noblewoman seemed to notice Shizhen's stare, her beautiful eyes narrowing playfully. "What are you looking at?" "Nothing, nothing at all." Shizhen hastily turned his head. A look of embarrassment etched upon his face. The noblewoman, however, raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Shizhen once more before suddenly speaking. "You have been here for 2 months. Yet you have not ventured into the bamboo grove, have you?" Would you care to visit my chamber? It would be inappropriate for me to enter the master's quarters. Shizhen replied, his gaze fixed on the ground. Oh, it is of no concern. Come along. I happen to have some matters that require your assistance. The noblewoman languidly turned and began to stroll towards the bamboo grove. After a moment of contemplation, Shizhen concluded that the mistress would not wish him harm and thus chose to follow her. Chapter 11. The mistress's strange illness. It must be said that as he trailed behind the noblewoman, Shizhen's gaze inevitably gravitated toward her posterior. It was round, pert, and notably ample. The village elders often spoke of how girls with generous figures were capable of bearing children, and by that measure, the mistress's form was truly exceptional. Each time Shizhen beheld it, his mind would involuntarily conjure the memory of that night on the stone bed. The sight of her alabaster form etched indelibly into his memory. Perhaps due to the cultivation of his breathing technique, his memory had sharpened significantly. Even through the fabric of her attire, he could effortlessly envision her in her natural state. This overwhelming realization ignited a fervent rush within the 14-year-old Shizhen, stirring a tumult of chaotic thoughts within his mind. They had arrived. The mistress's consistently indifferent voice abruptly extinguished the myriad thoughts swirling in Shizhen's head, restoring his clarity. In that moment, he became aware that he had not only entered the bamboo grove, but was now standing at the entrance of a cave. During his previous clandestine visit, he had not taken the time to observe. Today, however, he noted that the bamboo forest was remarkably expansive, spanning a good 4 to 5 acres. Each bamboo stalk towered impressively, their dark green surfaces shimmering with a faint purplish hue, creating a strikingly beautiful sight. Even more astonishing to Shizhen was the refreshing chill within the grove, while the outside world remained sweltering in the summer heat. The bamboo forest felt as cool as autumn. What do you think of my bamboo grove? The noblewoman inquired, her gaze fixed on Shizhen with intention. It is quite splendid, he replied, lacking the art of flattery, yet nodding earnestly. How would you like to cultivate your practice here? It is far cooler than outside. That sounds wonderful. Without a moment's hesitation, Shizhen nodded in agreement. A look of satisfaction appeared on the noblewoman's face as she proceeded directly into the stone cave. Come in, she said languidly. Yes. Upon entering the cave, Shizhen immediately followed, discovering a stone chamber spanning approximately 30 to 40 square meters. Deeper within lay a small door, scarcely taller than a person, its destination shrouded in mystery. The chamber was adorned with a simplicity befitting its nature, featuring a white stone bed, a wardrobe, several storage cabinets, and a miscellaneous shelf. In one corner stood a pot, containing an unknown substance that appeared viscous and reminiscent of an ointment, its hue a murky gray. The noblewoman entered the cave and promptly settled herself upon the stone bed. Gesturing towards Shizhen, she began, Lord Guan descended the mountain last night, leaving only the two of us here. During the day, you may meditate and cultivate in the bamboo grove, and when night falls and weariness overtakes you, feel free to rest here. Upon hearing this, Shizhen was taken aback. Master, that is quite unacceptable. I am merely your laborer. How could a servant sleep in the master's bed? The noblewoman, noticing Shizhen's reluctance, did not press the issue further. Instead, she gestured towards a pot nearby. Do you see that pot? It contains medicine. I require the firewood you chop daily to prepare this remedy, which I then use for my baths. Shizhen was taken aback. Master, what ailment do you suffer from? It is a chill illness that has persisted for some time. It recurs periodically, and only the essence of pure yang can alleviate it. The noblewoman furrowed her brow slightly, as if this affliction had indeed troubled her for an extended period. Is there a remedy? Shizhen inquired further. After all, the master was a benefactor to him, and thus he felt a profound concern for her well-being. Surprised by Shizhen's genuine concern, the noblewoman soon raised an eyebrow. There is a method, but it requires seeking the aid of formidable foundational practitioners, particularly those of the pure yang lineage, and it would come at a considerable cost. To me, that seems an unattainable endeavor. Why is that? Shizhen could not help but ask. Why question it so? They are unwilling, and I have no desire to beseech them. It is as simple as that. After speaking, the noblewoman turned her gaze back to Shizhen. You possess exceptional talent. You are the finest I have encountered in many years. Practice that breathing technique diligently. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to consult me. Above all, remember to preserve your pure yang body. It will serve a significant purpose in the future. Yes, thank you, master. Shizhen accepted her words without skepticism, nodding in agreement. Now, you may retire. I am feeling rather fatigued. The noblewoman, appearing to have had a restless night, yawned, causing Shizhen to momentarily lose his focus. Once outside the stone cave, Shizhen stood in the bamboo grove, contemplating his next move before ultimately deciding to leave. The sight of the noblewoman in her current state made it exceedingly difficult for him to cultivate in a calm and composed manner. Consequently, he returned to his chamber, spending a considerable amount of time calming his mind, striving to banish thoughts of the noblewoman's alluring figure, especially that lingering image of her fair flesh. Before commencing his meditation practice, by afternoon, having completed his cultivation, Shizhen prepared to ascend the mountain to gather firewood. However, just as he stepped outside, he suddenly recalled that the noblewoman had mentioned Guanjuan had already descended the mountain. This realization left him feeling somewhat hollow. After all, Guanjuan was quite a commendable individual, having assisted him several times during their 2 months on the mountain, and their relationship had been amicable. Yet, for reasons unknown, he had recently been engaged in intimate activities with the noblewoman daily, and his health had deteriorated drastically, as if he were gravely ill. Perhaps his frail condition was the reason for his departure. Shizhen pondered where he might be now. As Shizhen pondered, he took a glance into Guanjun's room, only to discover that some of Guanjun's belongings remained behind. Notably, there was the small art album on the bedside table, a cherished possession of Guanjun's, filled with depictions of various beautiful women. It was said that he had acquired it at a considerable price during his time in Luoyang. Typically, he was reluctant to even look at it himself, so why had he left it behind this time? Could it be that he simply forgot to take it with him? Upon this realization, Shizhen hastily picked up the pace and dashed down the mountain. Guanjun was gravely ill. Even if he had departed the previous night, he should not have ventured far. With his own stamina, Shizhen believed he could catch up swiftly. However, after running a considerable distance of 20 to 30 miles, he still saw no sign of Guanjun. Could it be that Guanjun had taken a carriage? Or was it possible that he had veered off in the wrong direction? This seemed implausible, for there was but a single path leading down the mountain. Shizhen felt a sense of bewilderment and scratched his head as he made his way back up the mountain. Upon returning to Guanjun's room, he discovered that the few remaining belongings, such as a change of clothes and shoes, had vanished without a trace. This only deepened Shizhen's confusion. He resolved to inquire with the host the following day, for it was plausible that Guanjun had indeed departed by carriage. After all, given his severe illness, it was only natural for the kind-hearted host to arrange a vehicle for him. Shizhen decided to temporarily set aside the matter at hand and continue his pursuit of alchemy and hunting mystical beasts on the mountain. The inner elixirs of these mystical creatures greatly enhanced Shizhen's abilities. Although the merchant had advised against further excursions to the mountain, Shizhen found that, with his current strength, there were no longer any beasts on the mountain capable of posing a threat to him. That evening, Shizhen first made his way to the White Tiger Cave to commence his alchemical preparations. As night fell, he emerged with a cauldron filled with dark, charred remnants of pills, yielding only 6 in total. It appeared that the quality of the beast's inner elixirs determined the quantity of the resultant medicine. With a sigh, Shizhen placed the failed elixirs into a vial, intending to consume one each day. Tomorrow evening, he would attempt another batch. To defy fate and amass wealth for his redemption, he relied entirely on the Huanglong pill. Even if he faced 100 failures, Shizhen was determined to succeed at least once. Chapter 12. Full of doubts the next day, liberated from the burden of chopping wood, Shizhen made his way to the Baihu Cave early to commence his alchemical endeavors. As anticipated, he once again faced disappointment. However, this time, the concoction did not resemble the usual dark dregs. Instead, it bore a faint hint of golden hue. Through these 3 alchemical endeavors, Shizhen accumulated some insights and reflections, thereby enhancing his success rate in future elixirs. Just as he was invigorated and prepared to persevere further, the noblewoman approached him, her demeanor decidedly displeased. Did I not expressly instruct you to refrain from venturing into the mountains? Why do you continue to disregard my words? Her expression was frosty, a hint of anger gracing her fair visage, clearly indicating her discontent. At that moment, Shizhen had just settled down outside the bamboo grove, ready to engage in his meditative practice. Upon witnessing the noblewoman's evident displeasure, he could only bow his head and reply, "Your guidance is duly noted. I shall endeavor to limit my excursions. Not merely limit, but cease entirely." The noblewoman retorted coldly, "The mountains are fraught with peril, teeming with formidable beasts. With your current prowess, encountering even one could prove fatal. My prohibition is for your own good." Shizhen, however, regarded her admonition with skepticism. The vicinity spanning several hundred miles had been thoroughly explored by him. Although the beasts possessed considerable strength, Many had succumbed to him, becoming sustenance. The noblewoman's excessive caution suggested a lack of understanding regarding his present capabilities. Nevertheless, Shizhen chose not to voice these thoughts, for he had no intention of lingering here indefinitely. The day he concocted a batch of Huanglong Dan would mark his departure from this place. Despite the noblewoman being his benefactor and undeniably attractive with her alluring figure, nothing could deter him from his intended exit. "I understand your concerns," he replied, maintaining a respectful demeanor as he lowered his gaze. Observing his response, the noblewoman softened her tone slightly. "Do not mistake my strictness for harshness. Your well-being is of utmost importance to me, and I cannot afford any missteps. How about this? Accompany me to my quarters, and I shall personally guide you in your cultivation." "Very well," he acknowledged. Shizhen responded affirmatively, rising to follow the noblewoman into the stone cave. The cave remained unchanged from their last encounter, yet the air was permeated with an unsettling chill, particularly around the stone bed, which lingered stubbornly. Sitting upon the bed, he commenced his cultivation as usual, reciting the incantation with focused intent, as commanded by the noblewoman. Shizhen hesitated for a moment but did not refuse. Climbing directly onto the bed, his first impression was that the stone bed was exceedingly cold, akin to a block of ice. However, once he sat cross-legged and began to circulate his cultivation techniques, a wave of intense warmth immediately blossomed within him, dispelling any remnants of chill and instead enveloping him in surges of heat. This warmth seemed to exert a powerful allure on the noblewoman, compelling her to draw closer, and she instinctively embraced Shizhen from behind. This sudden intrusion startled him from his meditative state, leaving a look of bewilderment on his face. "Master, do not mind me. Continue your cultivation. Do not be distracted," the noblewoman admonished coldly. Shizhen, hesitant to defy the moment, inhaled deeply, then closed his eyes, forcing himself to forget the intense sensations radiating from the two powerful, elastic entities behind him. Gradually, he entered a state of tranquility, fully immersing himself in his cultivation practice. Waves of pure yang energy transformed into searing heat, radiating outward. Not only did it warm the stone bed beneath him, but it also elevated the temperature of the entire stone chamber, rendering it as warm as spring. At that moment, the once aloof and perpetually cold noblewoman, her demeanor transformed, gazed at him with sultry eyes. Her cheeks flushed as if she were a young maiden in love, and she tightly embraced Shizhen from behind. Her delicate features were suffused with a deep-seated comfort that birthed desires, cravings, and a sense of unfulfilled longing. It was as though the heat emanating from Shizhen was a treasure beyond compare to her. Her expression and intoxicated demeanor suggested an insatiable yearning to consume him entirely. In an instant, Shizhen sat cross-legged like a statue, while the curvaceous noblewoman coiled around him like a serpent. Her voluptuous, fair thighs entwined around his abdomen. Her entire form pressed closely against him. Her alluring expression was radiant, her face nestled against his ear, creating a scene that was undeniably seductive. Yet, hidden within her seemingly entranced gaze was a flicker of peculiar sentiment, a blend of 3 parts vigilance, 3 parts trepidation, 3 parts anticipation, and 1 part intoxication. In a hushed whisper, she murmured, "In merely 2 months, he has astonishingly progressed to the 5th layer of chi refinement. Could it be that Shizhen is a prodigy of extraordinary caliber? Perhaps he truly harbors the potential to reach the foundation establishment stage, aiding me in recovering from my injuries and reforming my inner alchemical core." When Shizhen awakened from his meditation, the host had already vanished without a trace. Only a pool of water remained on the stone bed behind him, the origin of which remained a mystery. Upon witnessing the empty stone chamber, Shizhen felt a mixture of relief and disappointment. He felt relieved that if the host had still been embracing him as she had at the beginning, he would have been at a loss for how to respond. Yet, he was also disheartened. The host was so exquisitely beautiful, her figure so striking, that to claim he harbored no feelings for her would be an undeniable falsehood. As this thought crossed his mind, memories of that fateful night with Guanjun and the host resurfaced, when they two had shared this very stone bed, her pale, trembling form etched into his memory. Just as Shizhen's attention began to wander, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a cast iron pot in the corner of the stone chamber. More precisely, it was the ashes beneath the pot that drew his gaze. Amidst the ashes, some indistinct objects became discernible, and with his enhanced vision from diligent practice, Shizhen recognized their shapes at a glance. In that fleeting moment, his expression shifted dramatically, first to shock, then to confusion, ultimately revealing a look of terror. Tap, tap. Shizhen sprang from the stone bed, his form as swift as that of a leopard. With a single leap through the air, he traversed several zhang, landing nimbly beside the iron pot. Shizhen bent down, reaching into the ashes to retrieve a piece of gray-blue fabric. This fragment was unmistakably a garment belonging to Guanjun. To be precise, it was an article of clothing that Guanjun had left behind in his room, unclaimed. Beneath the remnants of the fire, other fragments, not entirely consumed by the flames, also lay scattered, each one an item that belonged to Guanjun. Upon witnessing the scene, Shizhen's expression was peculiar. Why would the master incinerate Guanjun's belongings? Had he not inadvertently taken that small sketchbook? Would it have also met the same fiery fate at the master's hands? Initially, Shizhen believed that Guanjun had returned to reclaim his possessions, but it now appeared that this was far from the truth. No, something was amiss. Shizhen's expression shifted once more, for upon careful reflection, the circumstances surrounding Guanjun's departure from the mountain were fraught with numerous ambiguities. Firstly, why did he leave this place without taking his belongings? That sketchbook was undoubtedly a cherished possession. There was no reason for him to abandon it. Secondly, prior to his departure, Shizhen had witnessed Guanjun in a state of unconsciousness for 2 days, muttering incoherently. How could he possibly descend the mountain in such a condition? Moreover, he was utterly alone. Where could he have gone? Thirdly, and most crucially, why would the employer engage in such actions with Guanjun? Were they truly on such amicable terms? Shizhen could discern no evidence of this, for during the final 2 days, the employer had handled Guanjun as if he were merely an object, devoid of any emotional connection. There was nothing that suggested a romantic relationship. Delving deeper into the matter, one might ponder why, following their encounter, Guanjun's health had deteriorated so drastically, culminating in a gaunt and comatose state. With so many perplexing elements, it was evident something was amiss. Just as Shizhen's mind reeled with uncertainty, a sudden sound emanated from outside the stone chamber. It was the sound of the employer's footsteps as she approached the cave with a light-hearted gait. In that moment, Shizhen remained crouched by the pot, clutching fragments of Guanjun's clothing. Chapter 13. As if in an ice cave. Shizhen's mind raced with unparalleled swiftness. Knowing that he must not arouse any suspicion from his master at this moment, he immediately held his breath, stealthily stuffing the fragments of clothing into his bosom. With the agility of a spirit cat, he silently leapt back onto the stone bed, resuming his meditative posture. As the noblewoman entered the cave, Shizhen turned his head to look at her, his demeanor that of one who had just awakened from a deep trance. "Master, where have you been?" Shizhen inquired with utmost reverence. "I want to procure some restorative herbs for you. They may aid in your cultivation," the noblewoman replied, casually tossing a bloodied bundle onto the stone table. The package, tied rather loosely, fell apart upon hitting the surface, revealing a collection of tiger whips, bear whips, and leopard whips. Each was intact and appeared remarkably fresh, clearly having been acquired only moments prior. Upon seeing the scene, Shizhen could not help but display a look of astonishment. "Dear patron, can this item truly assist in cultivation?" "It should be beneficial," she replied, "for it is composed entirely of pure yang essence. Whether consumed in wine or eaten raw, it is highly nourishing." The noblewoman, after a brief excursion, returned with 3 whips, treating the act as if it were a trivial matter. Her enchanting eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she gazed at Shizhen, a hint of a smile gracing her lips as she said, "You may consume this tonight. If it proves effective, I shall procure more for you tomorrow. If it is of no use, I shall seek out aged herbs instead." Hearing these words, Shizhen felt a surge of emotion. "Dear patron, why are you so kind to me?" he inquired, for the noblewoman had often addressed him with sharp words, rarely bestowing upon him any semblance of kindness, let alone a smile in this moment. In times past, such a thought would have been beyond his imagination. Now that it is only you and I on this mountain, we must support one another. Moreover, I have told you that you hold great significance for me. The stronger you become, the greater your utility to me," she articulated, her throat subtly moving as if she were swallowing hard. Her gaze upon Shizhen grew increasingly fervent, though her demeanor remained remarkably restrained. To Shizhen, her regard did not suggest the passionate affection typically exchanged between lovers, nor did it resemble the admiration a superior might hold for a subordinate. Rather, it embodied a pure desire, akin to the craving one feels in the presence of exquisite cuisine, yearning to indulge yet compelled to exercise restraint. This left Shizhen feeling quite uncomfortable. Nevertheless, he chose not to dwell on such thoughts at that moment. Instead, he expressed his gratitude to the noblewoman and rose to assist her in chopping firewood. This time, she did not deter him but instructed him to remain nearby, reiterating that as long as he stayed within a 30-mile radius of this place, he would be absolutely safe. Shizhen nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to exit the cave, he suddenly turned his head to glance at the noblewoman, casually posing a question. Did Brother Guan descend the mountain on foot or by carriage? The noblewoman initially responded instinctively, but soon her beautiful eyes narrowed, and she swiftly altered her reply, fixing her gaze intently on Shizhen. Upon witnessing this, Shizhen smiled and remarked, Brother Guan departed in such haste that I scarcely had the opportunity to bid him farewell. I feel somewhat forlorn about it. In the future, if fate allows, we shall surely meet again. The noblewoman nodded in agreement. Shizhen ceased to speak and simply turned away. The noblewoman, meanwhile, fixed her gaze upon his departing figure, wrapped her arms around herself, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with an enigmatic glimmer, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied her mind. After leaving the bamboo forest, Shizhen quickened his pace, as if fleeing from the place, and swiftly arrived at the path leading down the mountain. His eyes widened as he crouched on the ground, searching back and forth, resembling a hound on the hunt for a lost object, an amusing sight from a distance. Before long, Shizhen leaped several times to a more distant spot, continuing his search. After repeating this process 4 times, his expression had turned exceedingly grim. There were no traces of a carriage on the mountain road. The owner was lying. Upon realizing this fact, Shizhen was almost certain that Guanjun had not left the mountain. Given his frail condition and debilitating illness, it was utterly impossible for him to descend alone. At this moment, he was either still on the mountain or had already succumbed to death. With this thought, Shizhen took a deep breath, his mind racing as he recalled the events of the day Guanjun vanished. Suddenly, it seemed he remembered something. He sprang upward and dashed back up the mountain, his speed akin to that of a cheetah. Soon, Shizhen arrived at a small mound and began to search around. Thereafter, in an area marked by signs of excavation, he began to dig with his hands. This time, after burrowing just 2 or 3 feet deep, he uncovered a gaunt, bloodless corpse, its eyes wide open, staring vacantly at the sky, a visage of unblinking death. It was Guanjun. Upon witnessing this scene, Shizhen felt as if he had plunged into an ice cavern, sitting down in a daze as he stared at Guanjun's lifeless body. Yet, after a brief moment, he seemed to awaken, glancing around to ensure no one else was watching. Once certain of his solitude, he quickly set about reburying Guanjun's body, striving to restore the scene to its previous state. Subsequently, he erased his footprints and departed the area without a moment's hesitation. However, after Shizhen left, a figure cloaked in purple emerged from behind a tall tree not far from the small mound. She had been there for quite some time, skillfully concealed, as if she had melded completely into the forest, making her nearly undetectable. At this moment, she silently and coldly observed Shizhen's retreating figure, her gaze akin to that of a hidden serpent, fixated on its prey. After leaving the small hill, Shizhen endeavored to calm his emotions, deliberately attempting to erase the events that had just transpired. Yet, Guanjun's unblinking eyes and his ghastly, skeletal appearance lingered in his mind, refusing to fade away. Despite his youth at merely 14 years of age, Shizhen's experiences in the harsh village life had honed his mind to be on par with that of an adult. However, witnessing the tragic demise of someone familiar before his very eyes was an overwhelming shock for him. It solidified his resolve to never place complete trust in anyone again. He realized that, in order to survive, one must exercise utmost caution at all times and in all places. Survival became his paramount objective. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, the image of the noblewoman loomed large, instilling a profound sense of dread within him. Undoubtedly, Guanjun had met his end at her hands. The most plausible scenario was that Guanjun had engaged in actions deemed inappropriate with the noblewoman, leading to his swift and untimely demise. If this line of reasoning held true, it became clear to Shizhen that he must never associate with the landlord, regardless of any coercion she might employ. Firmly, he resolved to reject her advances. The best course of action, of course, was to leave this perilous place at the earliest opportunity. His mind raced with thoughts of escape. He meticulously considered how to pack his belongings and the quickest route to descend the mountain under the cover of night. Thus, after absent-mindedly chopping 200 pounds of firewood, he had just placed the logs outside the stone cave when he heard a languid voice emanating from within. Shizhen, come in for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Upon hearing the noblewoman's voice, Shizhen's body stiffened slightly, and a palpable wariness washed over his face. The bamboo grove and the stone cave within it had transformed into treacherous locales in his eyes. If it were not absolutely necessary, he would have preferred not to step inside again. Yet, To leave in such a manner would not align with his character. Shizhen has always been a person of integrity, unwavering in her principles. Despite the perilous circumstances surrounding the noblewoman, she has not yet brought harm upon herself. Moreover, during her own time of hardship, she spent her resources to secure her freedom, thereby indirectly saving her sister's life. In her own regard, she has treated herself with a measure of kindness. Thus, to abandon her responsibilities and depart so carelessly is not the conduct befitting a person of great stature. Shizhen has always been a person of clear grievances. Thus, he intends to confront the noblewoman directly and elucidate matters face to face. If she is willing to explain the cause of Gu Jun's demise, it would be most agreeable, allowing him to take his leave directly and descend the mountain. Should she continue to conceal the truth and remain disingenuous, he would not hesitate to disregard morality and leave without a word, escaping into the night. Having resolved himself, Shizhen took a deep breath and entered the bamboo grove, stepping into the cave. At this moment, the cave transformed from a place of seductive allure into a terrifying locale that could spell his doom. However, upon entering the stone chamber, he was utterly astonished by the sight before him. There stood a large wooden tub, half his height, filled to the brim with a variety of medicinal herbs, permeating the air with a rich fragrance. The noblewoman, completely unclad, sat within the tub, her back turned to him. She held a wooden ladle fashioned from a gourd, pouring water over herself. Her hair cascaded like dark seaweed, and her shoulders, exposed above the water's surface, gleamed like white jade, smooth and delicate, adorned with steam rising from the warm water. Her long, fair neck accentuated her graceful demeanor. From Shizhen's perspective, she appeared both pitiful and alluring. Had this scene unfolded a few days prior, Shizhen would likely have been rendered speechless, lost in inappropriate thoughts. Yet, at this moment, he remained exceptionally composed, his eyes betraying a clear sense of vigilance. "Master, you summoned me. Is there something you wish to discuss? The water in the tub has grown somewhat cool. Please fetch another bucket. I have more to say." The noblewoman spoke in a tone that was calm, yet commanding. "Understood," he replied. Shizhen nodded and proceeded to the corner of the room, where she set up a pot to boil water. In the minimally decorated stone chamber, an air of tranquility enveloped the space, with only the sound of the noblewoman stirring the water and the faint crackling of the burning firewood breaking the silence. After a moment, the noblewoman spoke. "Shizhen, you have been on the mountain for over 2 months, haven't you? It seems I have yet to disclose my name to you." Surprised by this remark, Shizhen was unsure of the noblewoman's intentions. Hence, she merely responded, "If the mistress prefers not to reveal her name, it would be improper for me, as a servant, to inquire. Nevertheless, this does not hinder my willingness to serve you. You are a good person," the noblewoman continued. "In truth, I was once like you, a good person, perhaps even more innocent than you, for reasons unknown." She uttered these words, then fell silent. After a brief pause, she spoke again, her tone now tinged with melancholy. "My true name is Long Qing. 20 years ago, after achieving mastery in my cultivation, I arrived here, where I inadvertently rescued a fallen scholar from peril, and we eventually fell in love. Later, I aided him in passing the imperial examination, and he gained fame as a new court noble. Yet, he abandoned me to marry the daughter of the prime minister." At this point, the noblewoman fell silent once more, lowering her head as if recalling some painful past experiences. After a moment, Long Qing resumed speaking, albeit with a hint of sarcasm in her voice. "Then one day, he suddenly sought me out, claiming he wished to reconcile. However, he had fallen gravely ill and needed to borrow my inner elixir for healing. In a moment of folly, I foolishly granted him the elixir, only to be deceived. It was only later that I discovered he had used it to save his own wife." "Inner elixir?" Upon hearing this, Shizhen was taken aback. It is important to note that Shizhen had been hunting demon beasts in the mountains for several days, consuming many of their inner cores. If Long Qing also possessed an inner core, it was highly likely that she was not human. The noblewoman before him was, in fact, a transformation of a demon beast. The mere thought of this sent chills down Shizhen's spine, his heart racing with fear. Yet, amidst his astonishment, Long Qing spoke again, her tone laced with a hint of cold laughter. "However, my inner core is not something an ordinary person can endure," she remarked. Her husband was indeed deceased, leaving behind a posthumous child, a girl who was now around 14 or 15 years old. Initially, I had contemplated exterminating his entire family, but alas, I had lost my inner core and my strength had diminished significantly. After he deceived me regarding the inner core, he must have been well prepared. I could hardly ensure success in such an endeavor. Furthermore, I had been repeatedly betrayed by unfaithful individuals, a fate I brought upon myself. Thus, I extinguished the thought of annihilating his family. Yet, there was one point to consider. As Longqing spoke, she suddenly turned her gaze towards Shizhen. I have ultimately realized that not all demon beasts in this world are malevolent, nor are all humans virtuous. Sometimes, the wicked can be far more terrifying than the beasts themselves. Regrettably, I came to understand this too late. Upon hearing this, Shizhen could not help but feel a stir within his heart, murmuring to himself, "In this world, not all demonic beasts are malevolent, and not all humans are benevolent. At times, the wicked can be more terrifying than the beasts themselves." Indeed, Longqing sighed. However, the paths of humans and demons are distinct. As a demonic beast, I shall inevitably face assaults and slaughter from the cultivators of this realm. After suffering a significant loss of power, I can only seclude myself here, hoping that one day I may be able to reconstitute my inner core. As I have mentioned before, only a foundational master from the pure Yang lineage can assist me in regaining my inner core. Since the loss of my core, I have been compelled to cultivate a chilling technique, which can only be remedied by the infusion of pure Yang energy to dispel the frigid poison. At this moment, Shizhen suddenly recalled something. "Is that why you taught me and Brother Guan that breathing technique?" "Indeed," Longqing affirmed with a nod. "You both possess spiritual veins, a rarity in this world. Only those with spiritual veins can embark on the path of cultivation. I searched through the refugee camp for quite some time and only discovered the two of you." Shizhen could not help but inquire further about Brother Guan. But Longqing interrupted him with a wave of his hand. "That worthless MOT deceived me from the beginning, being no longer a virgin. He is destined to be incapable of cultivating the pure Yang technique. Moreover, he would sneak into the bamboo grove every night to spy on me, revealing his malicious intent. Such a person, having seen through my secrets, I could never allow him to leave the mountain." "So, you killed him?" Shizhen's tone turned cold. "There is a saying, to die beneath the peony is to be a charming ghost. His death in my bed is a privilege for him. Furthermore, thanks to his essence, my body has regained some strength," Longqing stated with a nonchalant air, as if he held no regard for Guanjun's life. Upon hearing this, Shizhen's gaze turned frigid. "You are indeed a transformation of a demonic beast, utterly devoid of humanity. Pray tell, why have you chosen this moment to divulge your true nature to me?" I stated, "Those who are aware of my secrets must never be allowed to descend the mountain. Otherwise, should the renowned sex cultivators learn of it, they would surely seek to take my life." Longqing, without turning back, continued to immerse himself calmly in the medicinal bath, though his tone gradually grew more frigid. "Thus, I shall never permit you to leave. Can you truly prevent me?" Shizhen narrowed his eyes, his body already shifting toward the cave's entrance, as if poised to flee at any moment. Before entering the bamboo grove tonight, he had prepared himself for a confrontation. Although he was uncertain of Longqing's capabilities, Shizhen's own strength had surged dramatically. He was no longer the same as before. Should it come to a life-and-death struggle, he believed that Longqing might not be able to stop him. However, in the next instant, Shizhen's expression darkened considerably. Chapter 15. Threat. Longqing, in response to Shizhen's provocation, displayed little reaction, merely extending her hand gracefully in a delicate gesture reminiscent of a flower's bloom. The movement was exquisite, akin to the art of flower arranging. Yet, in the moment her fingers flicked, Shizhen felt a sharp sting on his cheek, swiftly followed by a soft whoosh by his ear. Shizhen immediately covered his face, only to discover that his hands were drenched in blood. Behind him, a stone wall bore a gaping hole, a foot deep, that led directly into the bamboo forest. Witnessing this scene, Shizhen was struck with terror. Had Longqing aimed her finger not at his cheek, but at his head, he would have surely met his demise in that instant. The power of Longqing was astonishingly fearsome. At his current level, he was utterly no match for her. Indeed, it could be said that with a mere flick of her wrist, she could effortlessly extinguish his life. For a moment, Shizhen felt as though his breath had caught in his throat, and he struggled to draw air, his eyes wide with disbelief. Regret flooded his heart. He should have fled this place long ago, distancing himself as much as possible, and he should never have ventured into such peril, willingly entering the lion's den. Longqing appeared quite pleased with the intimidation her strike had instilled. She glanced at her delicate, pale fingers and suddenly let out a light laugh. "Shizhen, do you know where your sister is?" Upon hearing these words, Shizhen's expression instantly turned stern. "You know?" "Indeed, I do," Longqing replied, her smile enigmatic. "If you wish for her safety, it is best that you comply. Simply heed my instructions, and I shall not bring you harm." Her voice, while seemingly playful, resonated in Shizhen's ears like a whisper from a demon, igniting both shock and fury within him. What exactly do you intend to do? Quite simply, I present you with two choices. Longqing suddenly rose, gracefully stepping out of the bathtub, unperturbed by the exposure of her form. Every inch of her skin laid bare before Shizhen. Perched elegantly on the edge of the narrow wooden tub, the contours of her body were accentuated, leaving a faint mark upon her supple skin. She sat there, one hand scooping water from the tub, tilting her chin as she poured it over her neck. In that moment, steam rose from her porcelain skin, cascading down her curves, flowing over her taut abdomen, and finally trickling down her exquisite legs, glistening like ivory under the light. Should a ravenous spirit of desire have been present, it would have eagerly knelt before her, mouth agape to receive the water. Yet, Shizhen merely regarded her with a frosty silence. Ultimately, it was Longqing who broke the stillness. I offer you two choices. The first, engage in a union with me once a month. I require your vital essence. It is immensely beneficial to me. And once a month should be bearable for you, ensuring no immediate threat to your life. As she spoke, her enchanting gaze locked onto Shizhen, her eyes openly exuding allure. Of course, should you be youthful and impassioned, I welcome your fervor at any time. As long as you can endure, I am open to as many encounters as you desire. And the second option? Without a moment's hesitation, Shizhen pressed for further clarification. Secondly, you must hasten your progress towards establishing a solid foundation. Given your innate talent and cultivation speed, advancing to the foundational stage should be well within reach. If you can achieve this within a year and assist me in reassembling the inner elixir, I shall grant you your freedom. Your words bear no weight. What reason do I have to place my trust in you? Shizhen narrowed his eyes and inquired once more. In response to Shizhen's skepticism, Longqing merely raised an eyebrow. Do you truly have a choice? Shizhen took a deep breath, falling into silence, his expression growing increasingly grim. However, Longqing leaped down from the tub, her feet touching the ground, causing her alluring figure to tremble enticingly, instantly capturing Shizhen's attention. If a mature woman could be deemed a beauty among mortals, then Longqing was undoubtedly the epitome of such enchantment. Despite the heightened vigilance brewing within Shizhen, he found his gaze drawn to her effortlessly. Longqing, clearly aware of Shizhen's stare, gracefully approached him. She was tall and statuesque, nearly matching Shizhen's height. As she stood directly before him, she unabashedly positioned her remarkable curves within his reach. You cultivate the pure yang technique. To advance to the foundation establishment stage, you must preserve your youthful form. A year is an interminable wait. I cannot bear it any longer. Perhaps we should commence with the first option, she remarked, extending her hand towards Shizhen's lower body, which had, unbeknownst to him, already become quite pronounced. Shizhen, both bashful and enraged, swiftly retreated a step, her complexion flushed with color. I certainly do not wish to engage with you. Longqing, observing Shizhen's reluctance, did not press the matter further. Instead, he crossed his arms and let out a light snort. If you refuse, then strive diligently in your training. The question remains whether you can truly endure, or rather, whether I can restrain myself from consuming you prematurely. You intend to consume me. Shizhen's expression shifted once more. Fool, I meant it in a different sense, though perhaps it does not make much difference. Longqing glanced at the swelling of Shizhen's form, swallowed hard, his enchanting eyes revealing an unmistakable and fervent desire. In that moment, Shizhen dared not linger any longer and swiftly turned to flee the cave, as if escaping from a dire threat. Strangely, Longqing did not pursue him. Instead, she remained rooted to the spot, observing his retreat. Thus, Shizhen ran for what felt like an eternity, emerging from the cave and leaving the bamboo grove behind. Sprinting along the mountain path for several miles before finally halting, breathless and panting. His forehead was drenched in cold sweat, and his heart raced fervently, blood surging within him. The events of the day were utterly absurd, bewildering, and fantastical. The esteemed master he had long revered was, in truth, a transformed beast, having even slain Guanjun. Furthermore, her intentions in taking him in and teaching him the pure yang technique were revealed to be an insidious plot to unite with him and usurp his vital essence. Should she succeed, he feared he would meet the same fate as Guanjun, utterly drained by this woman, as beautiful as she was treacherous. Yet, oddly enough, amidst his resentment towards such a formidable and despicable woman who would stoop to threatening him with his sister, Shizhen found himself grappling with conflicting emotions. The image of Longqing's stunning figure, and the peculiar scent of her medicinal bath lingered in his mind, stirring desires within him that he could hardly contain. Damn it! How could I possibly harbor feelings for such a wicked woman? Shizhen, you must regain your clarity. Sitting on the ground, Shizhen slapped his cheeks with both hands, and after a considerable while, he gradually calmed down. In order to avoid being drained by Long Qing, he must hasten his cultivation and break through to that elusive foundation establishment stage. But what exactly is the foundation establishment stage? He had never even heard of it. How many levels must one reach in the qi refinement stage to advance to foundation establishment? At this moment, Shizhen was utterly a novice in the realm of cultivation, completely unaware of how to progress to the foundation establishment stage. Chapter 16, Division of Strength. What? 1 year to advance to foundation establishment? Fellow Taoist, sure. Have you lost your mind? Fan Deshang stared at Shizhen in astonishment, the flesh on his round face quivering slightly. Hearing this, Shizhen could not help but feel a sense of surprise. Is it truly so arduous to advance to the foundation establishment stage? It is not merely difficult. For individuals of our modest talents, it is akin to scaling the heavens. Fan Deshang let out a deep sigh and remarked, I began my cultivation at the tender age of 6, reached the 5th level of the qi condensation stage by 16, and now, at 57, I have barely attained the 8th level of qi condensation. Whether I can break through to the 9th level in this lifetime remains uncertain, let alone establish a foundation. It seems that unless I encounter a significant opportunity, I am destined to remain far from the foundation establishment stage. After a brief pause, Fan Deshang gazed at Shizhen, pondering why a cultivator of Shi's caliber seemed so oblivious to the fundamental knowledge of the cultivation world. Could it be that the senior members of his sect have failed to enlighten him? Shizhen told a fib, claiming that he was merely engrossed in his cultivation and thus lacked knowledge of other matters, humbly requesting Brother Fan to enlighten him. The address of Brother Fan delighted Fan Deshang, who immediately opened his small eyes, reached out to clasp Shizhen's shoulder, and enthusiastically replied, Certainly, certainly. These are merely common truths. I shall share them with you. In our cultivation realm, the hierarchy of cultivation levels ascends from lowest to highest: qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, and transformation stage. Notably, practitioners of the transformation stage are said to exist only in legends, as no one has witnessed one in reality for over a millennium. Thus, those at the nascent soul stage are regarded as the most formidable practitioners on our continent, each a paragon of extraordinary talent, dominating their respective territories. Next in prowess are the golden core practitioners, who are indeed mighty figures capable of establishing sects and claiming supremacy over vast regions spanning tens of thousands of miles. Following them are the foundation establishment practitioners, each a rare gem among the multitude, recognized as the elite of the cultivation world. Their formidable powers allow them to vanquish demons and monsters, soaring across the continent on their flying swords, their strength far surpassing that of us qi refinement practitioners. To put it plainly, even a nascent foundation establishment practitioner, regardless of their initial stage, could effortlessly defeat a dozen or even several dozen qi refinement practitioners at the 9th level. It can be said that they wield life and death with ease. Fan Deshang spoke with fervor, his knowledge of the tiered cultivation system as rich as a well-versed scholar. Shizhen was momentarily taken aback, unable to restrain his curiosity. Is it truly impossible for a qi refinement stage cultivator to defeat a foundation establishment stage cultivator? While such cross-realm battles are not devoid of success, the likelihood is exceedingly slim, perhaps less than 1 in 10,000. Fan Deshang regarded Shizhen and remarked, In our world of cultivation, the level of one's cultivation directly correlates to their strength. For instance, as I am currently at the 8th level of qi refinement, I can effortlessly vanquish the vast majority of cultivators at the 7th level. You, having just advanced to the 5th level of qi refinement, how many of your own kind at the 4th level do you believe you could contend with? Perhaps 2 or 3, Shizhen replied candidly. Precisely. Fan Deshang squinted as he continued, the cultivation of qi refinement stage cultivators becomes increasingly difficult to enhance as one progresses. However, once a breakthrough is achieved, the resultant surge in power is undeniably significant. It is for this reason that the Huanglong pill, which directly facilitates such advancements, is so highly prized. At this juncture, Fan Deshang turned his gaze to Shizhen, steering the conversation towards elixirs. My dear brother, you mentioned last month your intention to refine pills. What have been the results thus far? Not particularly favorable. Shizhen shook his head and retrieved a pill resembling charred coal, black and yellow in hue. I have attempted to refine it 3 times, yet each endeavor has ended in failure. Ultimately, this is all I could produce. Fan Deshang, upon hearing of Shizhen's unsuccessful attempts at alchemy, felt no surprise. He merely took the failed pill into his hands, examining it thoughtfully for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. The art of alchemy is inherently fraught with challenges. It is not uncommon for novice alchemists to toil for 7 or 8 years without successfully concocting a single Huanglong pill. My dear brother, you have only just embarked on your journey into alchemy. There is no need for haste, Fan Deshang reassured him, returning the pill to Shizhen while offering words of comfort. Upon hearing this, Shizhen subtly shook his head, having just been threatened by Long Qing. With his life hanging by a thread, he had no time to wait 7 or 8 years. Brother Fan, what is typically done with failed elixirs? They are discarded. Fan Deshang replied matter-of-factly. Are you suggesting we consume them? Shizhen was taken aback. Haha, dear brother, you truly have a knack for humor. Many failed elixirs are comparable to deadly poison. Any ordinary cultivator who ingests even a single pill would, in no time, suffer from a violent demise. Blood streaming from all orifices. Brother, why does your countenance appear so pallid? Fan Deshang suddenly ceased speaking and regarded Shizhen intently. Ahem, it's nothing. Shizhen hastily waved his hand, then, undeterred, inquired, could it be that these failed elixirs possess absolutely no utility? Perhaps they could serve as poisons to some extent. Yet with the plethora of toxic substances in existence, who would resort to using such a concoction for that purpose? Furthermore, some failed elixirs, rather than being harmful, occasionally yield inexplicable effects, such as a modest enhancement in cultivation. However, any individual of sound mind would never risk their life in hopes of unlocking such peculiar properties. Fan Deshang gestured dismissively. Yet, observing the peculiar expression on Shizhen's face, he offered reassurance. I understand, my younger brother, that you have encountered 3 failures in your attempts, resulting in considerable waste of both medicinal materials and inner Dan. However, these are the necessary costs one must bear on the path to becoming an alchemist. If you feel that the path of alchemy is excessively arduous and the expense is too steep, it is not too late to reconsider your pursuit. Rest assured, brother Fan, I shall not yield, declared Shizhen. Shizhen took a deep breath and shook his head, although he was uncertain why the failure elixir, which was akin to a potent poison for others, had no adverse effects on him and instead functioned like a regular Huanglong elixir to enhance his cultivation. He had long grown accustomed to the fact that toxic substances bore no effects on him. It was best to keep this matter discreet. Brother Fan, I have brought many materials from the demon beasts this time. Please take a look and see if you can accept them. During this encounter between Shizhen and Fan Deshang, it was a meeting previously arranged for once a month. Consequently, upon Fan Deshang's timely arrival, Shizhen presented an array of materials harvested from his recent hunts. Among these were tiger skins, tiger claws, and wolf fangs, which instantly captivated Fan Deshang's attention. The moon silver tiger, a formidable second-tier beast, is indeed a challenge even for cultivators at the 8th level of Qi refinement, such as myself. Sure, my dear brother. How were you able to slay it at merely the 5th level of Qi refinement? Fan Deshang could not help but inquire. Shizhen scratched his head and remarked, it's merely good fortune. Upon hearing this, Fan Deshang assumed that Shizhen was reluctant to divulge further details. He nodded in understanding. This must be your avenue to prosperity. It's quite reasonable for you to keep it to yourself. Let us proceed this way. The materials you possess are significantly superior to those from our last transaction. I shall offer you 8 spirit stones for them. Is there anything in particular that you desire? Just as before, I can extend a preferential price to you. Upon hearing this, Shizhen was already prepared and immediately spoke of an item. Chapter 17, The Dragon's Whispering Sword. I desire a sword, the sharper the better. A sword? Ah, I see. You have mastered the pure yang sword technique, yet you lack a suitable spiritual weapon. Fan Deshang, stroking his chin, contemplated for a moment before reaching into the chain hanging from his shoulder and retrieving a 3-foot-long sword. This sword bore an ancient design, its entire body a dark golden hue, exuding an air of antiquity. This is the Dragon's Whispering Sword, a renowned blade in its own right. It was once wielded by a Foundation establishment master who ultimately fell in battle, and thus this sword passed into circulation, eventually finding its way into my possession. As he spoke, Fan Deshang handed the sword to Shizhen. Shizhen extended his hand to grasp the sword, only to feel its weight. A staggering 7 or 8 pounds, far heavier than iron. As he ran his fingers along the blade, he noticed the surface marred by numerous pits and hollows. Clearly the remnants of a fierce and brutal battle. Shizhen's gaze descended, landing upon the hilt of the sword. Whereupon he beheld two ancient and powerful characters intricately engraved, Dragon Roar. Upon witnessing the scene, Shizhen could not help but furrow his brow. I require a sharp sword. Why have you presented me with a worn one? To this, Fan Desheng replied, Ah, my friend Shi, you are perhaps unaware. While this spiritual weapon may bear signs of wear, it remains functional. If you doubt my words, infuse your inner spiritual energy into the sword and strike that nearby stone to see for yourself. Upon hearing this, Shizhen drew forth a surge of spiritual energy from his dantian and infused it into the dragon chanting sword in his hand. Ding! In an instant, a melodious and resounding chime echoed before Shizhen, as the previously dull and shadowy dragon chanting sword transformed, radiating brilliance as if the once lifeless object had suddenly been bestowed with vitality. Upon witnessing this, Shizhen was greatly astonished. Without hesitation, he unsheathed his sword and struck at a massive boulder beside him. Whoosh! The dragon's roar sword flashed by, effortlessly cleaving the stone in two as if it were mere tofu. Hiss! When Shizhen first beheld this scene, he was instantly taken aback, drawing in a sharp breath. This sword was astonishingly sharp. It truly exceeded Shizhen's expectations. Beside him, Fan Desheng, noticing Shizhen's expression of shock, burst into hearty laughter. It appears, my friend Shi, that this is your first encounter with a spiritual weapon. No wonder you found it lacking in sharpness earlier. Allow me to enlighten you. Even the dullest, most worn, and seemingly inconspicuous spiritual weapon, when wielded by cultivators like us, is 100 times sharper than the finest divine weapon in the hands of mere mortals. Upon hearing this, Shizhen was both astonished and delighted, and he found himself utterly captivated by the dragon chanting sword in his hand. Brother Fan, I am quite fond of this sword. How much do you wish for it? This sword, I originally acquired for 8 spiritual stones, intending to sell it for 12. However, since it is favored by you, my dear brother Shi, I shall forego any profit and offer it to you at the original price, replied Fan Desheng, extending a hand while rubbing a tuft of whisker at the corner of his mouth, a smile gracing his features. Shizhen, of course, did not believe a single word of Fan Desheng's statement. Nevertheless, for Shizhen, the opportunity to exchange some unnecessary hides and claws for such a formidable weapon was undeniably advantageous. More importantly, possessing the dragon-chanting sword significantly enhanced Shizhen's strength, instilling him with greater confidence for his future confrontations with Longqing. Thus, upon the completion of their transaction, both parties displayed expressions of satisfaction. Brother Shi, I noticed you have been residing on this mountain for some time. What is your relation to the stone guanyin? Stone guanyin? Shizhen was momentarily taken aback. It referred to the female cultivator residing in the cave. Her beauty, coupled with her perpetually stoic demeanor, had led the locals to affectionately nickname her Stone Guanyin. Fan Desheng elaborated. Upon hearing this, Shizhen did not respond directly to Fan Desheng's inquiry, but instead posed a question in return. What is your opinion of her? It seems she is not a virtuous character. Fan Desheng furrowed his brows and replied, She practices a sinister form of martial arts, and it is rumored that she has secretly harmed several young boys. The last time she attempted to purchase the 9-yang soul-rejuvenating pill from me, we could not come to an agreement on the price, and it nearly resulted in a confrontation. Consequently, I hold her in rather low esteem. Upon hearing this, Shizhen immediately inquired, How does her strength compare to that of Brother Fan? Fan Desheng contemplated for a moment before responding, She should be about on par with me, perhaps slightly stronger. She possesses the cultivation of the 9th level of qi refining, yet she is certainly not at the foundation establishment stage. Upon hearing this, a great weight was lifted from Shizhen's heart. As long as she was not at the foundation establishment stage, matters would be much more manageable. From Fan Desheng's earlier remarks, it was evident that advancing to the foundation establishment stage was an arduous task. However, there remained considerable hope for her to advance to the 8th or 9th level of qi refining within a year. At that time, with careful planning and adequate preparation, there might be a chance to overcome Longqing. While Shizhen was deep in thought, Fan Desheng turned his gaze toward him. Brother Shi, you haven't mentioned your relationship with that Shi Guanyin. What is it? She is somewhat of a benefactor to me. Shizhen nearly uttered the term employer but swiftly corrected himself to benefactor. Benefactor? Are you perhaps her junior? Fan Desheng expressed surprise. Not exactly. We share some connection, though it is not particularly profound, Shizhen replied, shaking his head. I see. Fan Desheng discerned that Shizhen was reluctant to elaborate further, so he refrained from pressing the matter. Instead, he earnestly placed a reassuring hand on Shizhen's shoulder. "Brother Shi, you are a sincere person. Heed my advice and keep your distance from her. This woman is certainly not to be trifled with. Being in her company could easily lead to peril. Thank you for your concern, Brother Fan. I will be cautious," Shizhen assured him. At this moment, Shizhen realized that Fan Desheng genuinely cared for him, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of gratitude in his heart. He promptly nodded in agreement. "Very well. Let us meet again next month." Fan Desheng waved his hand dismissively and then produced a purple silk pouch, gesturing it towards the materials of the demon beast scattered on the ground. In an instant, a flash of purplish light swept across, and the demon beast materials were completely gathered. Fan Desheng turned on his heel and strode down the mountain with great strides. Meanwhile, Shizhen, after watching Fan Desheng disappear from view, took out a deep blue silk pouch from his bosom. He had just witnessed Fan Desheng using this pouch to store numerous items, and it became clear to him why it was referred to as a storage bag. Shizhen held the storage bag in his hand and infused it with a strand of spiritual energy. As the energy flowed in, he felt a stir in his consciousness, and he was transported into a peculiar space within the bag. This space measured several zhang in circumference, filled with a haphazard assortment of items, predominantly herbal materials. A small portion consisted of various vials and jars, primarily containing healing remedies for injuries, alongside a few poisons and their corresponding antidotes. In addition, there were scattered silver coins, several old garments, and a book adorned with a blue cover. Shizhen's expression shifted as he focused his consciousness on the book. With just a thought, the book transformed into a beam of azure light, swiftly emerging from his storage pouch and landing in his hand. Truly remarkable. This was his first encounter with a storage pouch, filling Shizhen with a sense of wonder and excitement. However, his attention was soon captivated by the book itself. He observed that the cover bore a striking inscription in impeccably neat regular script, Shinong Benchao Jing. Chapter 18, Shinong Benchao Jing. What is this Shinong Benchao Jing? A flicker of realization crossed Shizhen's mind as he promptly opened the book and examined its contents meticulously. After a brief moment, he inhaled deeply, his face illuminating with astonishment. This was a genuine alchemical manual. For instance, the section on the Huanglong pill not only contained extensive documentation but was also far more detailed than the modest pamphlet given to him by Fan Desheng. Furthermore, interspersed within the text were numerous notes, chronicling insights and experiences related to alchemy, along with accounts of both triumphs and failures, particularly regarding the Huanglong pill. The page detailing its formula was accompanied by several sheets filled with fine, intricate script, recording various lessons learned from the unsuccessful attempts at crafting this elixir. It was evident that the previous owner of this tome had been fervently dedicated to mastering the creation of this pill, yet had encountered persistent failures. Indeed, throughout Shizhen's reading from beginning to end, he found no instances of success. Was the concoction of the Huanglong pill truly that formidable? Upon encountering the text, Shizhen was taken aback. Initially, he had thought that even if the success rate for such a pill was quite low, with a diligent effort of refining it 10 or 8 times, he would eventually succeed. At the very least, after 20 or 30 attempts, success should be attainable, right? To his astonishment, the original owner of this book, despite possessing immense experience, preparing meticulously, and demonstrating unwavering perseverance, had yet to achieve success even once. In comparison, Shizhen felt a profound sense of inadequacy. As he continued to peruse the book, he discovered that the recorded pills became increasingly outrageous, seemingly intended solely for the foundational cultivation stage. Many of the herbal names were unfamiliar to Shizhen, and numerous pills required the inner cores of third or even fourth-tier demonic beasts. It is worth mentioning that Shizhen had to exert his utmost effort to defeat a second-tier demonic beast, the Moon Silver Tiger. Although his strength had significantly increased and he possessed the longing sword, Shizhen remained reluctant to provoke such ferocious creatures. Consequently, he chose not to pursue further the pills that demanded the inner cores of third or fourth-tier beasts. Instead, he flipped back to the front of the book to see if there were any pills he could concoct at present. To his delight, he indeed found one, the 9-Yang Revitalizing Pill. This exceptional healing elixir was specifically designed to treat all manner of insidious ailments, such as drowning, poisoning, freezing, and severe illnesses caused by malevolent entities or sinister forces. Remarkably, the herbs he had on hand, when combined with some low-tier demonic beast inner cores, could facilitate its refinement. It seemed that Long Qing had fallen out with Brother Fan because of this particular item. Could it be that this substance held great significance for Longqing? If I were to successfully concoct it, perhaps I could leverage it against Longqing at a critical moment. At the very least, it could serve as a basis for a mutually beneficial exchange with her. In his thoughts, Shizhen contemplated that since the refinement of the Huanglong Dan was exceedingly arduous, he might as well attempt the creation of this simpler elixir to hone his skills. It would also serve to validate the authenticity of the recipes and insights contained within the Xin Nong Bin Chao Jing. Resolute in his decision, Shizhen set forth into the mountains. After approximately half an hour, he traversed several miles of rugged terrain and arrived at the White Tiger Cave. This cave had become his sanctuary, a place he frequented regularly. Consequently, he had undertaken some rudimentary modifications, furnishing the interior with a makeshift bed of straw, alongside utensils such as pots and bowls, as well as a charcoal stove and alchemical furnace. Even the entrance had been cleverly concealed with a stone slab, rendering it nearly invisible from afar. Upon entering the cave, Shizhen emptied his storage pouch, meticulously categorizing and sifting through the herbs on the ground. To his delight, he discovered a plethora of aged medicinal herbs, many of which held considerable value, filling him with a sense of joy. After a brief preparation, he commenced the refinement of the Jiao Yang Huihun Dan. This elixir was significantly simpler to produce than the Huanglong Dan, requiring only 1 hour for completion. With utmost care, Shizhen managed the heat of the alchemical furnace, diligently adhering to the documented instructions, gradually adding the corresponding herbs without a moment's negligence. After 1 hour, a peculiar fragrance suddenly emanated from the furnace, reminiscent of figs, exuding a sweet and fruity aroma. Upon witnessing this, Shizhen felt an immense joy surge within him. He hastily opened the alchemical cauldron and, to his delight, beheld 9 resplendent red elixirs, still swirling at the bottom, producing a gentle, melodious chime. Shizhen extended his hand, retrieving the medicinal pills and examining them closely beneath his eyelids. He beheld the 9 pills, each exquisitely small, no larger than a fingernail, yet their colors were vibrantly alluring, a deep crimson reminiscent of cherries, their fragrance unmistakably enticing and mouth-watering. However, in Shizhen's heart, he understood that if this substance truly was the 9 Yang resurrection pill, as the text described, then it was undoubtedly one of the most potent substances in existence. A single ingestion would set one's tongue ablaze, reaching from the taste buds to the very depths of the intestines. Such an ultrasolar elixir was far beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. The consequences of consumption could range from nosebleeds to severe hemorrhaging, posing a genuine threat to life. There were even rumors suggesting that for men suffering from impotence, this elixir could render them incapable for 7 days and nights, which was truly the most perilous aspect. Thus, after scrutinizing the crimson pill for a moment longer, Shizhen displayed a satisfied expression and carefully placed it into the vial. Although the Huanglong pill was notoriously difficult to refine, the 9 Yang resurrection pill had been produced successfully on the first attempt. It seemed that the Xinong Binchao Jing was indeed a genuine alchemical tome. Today's yield filled Shizhen with immense satisfaction. He promptly extinguished the charcoal beneath the cauldron and strode confidently from the cave, ready to embark on a hunt in the surrounding areas. Over the past month, Shizhen had consumed a Huanglong pill daily, steadily increasing his strength. However, the low-tier beasts in the vicinity had been entirely eradicated by him. Aside from a handful of second-tier beasts, comparable in strength to the moon's silver tiger, there were no remaining targets for hunting. Consequently, Shizhen resolved to set out earlier today to explore farther regions in search of traces of beasts. As for Longqing's warnings to refrain from venturing too far, they had long been cast aside by Shizhen. Since Longqing had threatened him with his sister, their relationship had been one of hostility. Moreover, this woman was singularly focused on seizing his primordial essence. The mere thought of a future where he might be forcibly subdued by her, her voluptuous legs clasping tightly around his waist, siphoning away his vital energy, made Shizhen's cheeks flush with embarrassment. Suddenly, as he roamed through the forest, lost in his errant thoughts, Shizhen's expression shifted, and he halted in his tracks. Before him, amidst a dense thicket, 2 ragged individuals huddled together, weeping bitterly. A pack of coyotes loomed nearby, baring their teeth, seemingly poised to pounce at any moment. Chapter 19. Unexpected intelligence in this desolate wilderness, devoid of any signs of civilization for miles. How had these 2 come to be here? With a sense of curiosity, Shizhen maintained a cautious distance, observing silently from several yards away. He discerned that one was an elderly man, perhaps in his 60s or 70s. with silver hair and a stooped back, while the other was a girl of around 12 or 13, her hair tied into two playful braids, exhibiting the innocence of youth, likely a grandfather and granddaughter. They bore packs on their backs and wielded walking sticks, appearing as if they had traversed mountains to arrive at this place. Faced with the pack of wolves, they were enveloped in sorrow, clinging to one another and weeping. The coyotes, however, were in no rush to attack. They merely surrounded the pair, lying in wait, seemingly prepared to strike once the humans were utterly exhausted. Time passed, and the old man, seemingly weary from his weeping and having made some resolve, unexpectedly gripped his staff and stepped toward the wolves. The girl, wiping her tears, gazed anxiously around her. Run! Upon the old man's shout, the girl hesitated no longer, sprinting towards the weakest point in the wolf encirclement, fortuitously heading directly toward Shizhen's position. Meanwhile, the elderly man, after drawing the attention of the pack with his cry, charged bravely toward the largest wolf, seeking to fight for their lives. Yet, his frail form was no match. In an instant, he was knocked to the ground by the alpha wolf. Just as it seemed the old man would meet his end, a swift sound pierced the air. In an instant, a shadow darted forth like an arrow from afar, aiming directly at the alpha wolf's head. With a resounding thud, the alpha wolf collapsed, its skull shattered, blood and brains splattering everywhere, drenching the old man. Shizhen, having confirmed that the two were merely ordinary humans, had thrown a stone to save the old man. Are you all right? Shizhen approached quickly, concern etched on his face. The old man remained in a daze, having just narrowly escaped death, unable to process the sudden turn of events. The girl, however, was quick-witted, immediately kneeling and bowing repeatedly. Thank you, noble hero, for saving our lives. Please, help us drive away these vile wolves. Do not fear. With me here, these wicked wolves cannot harm you. After uttering these words, Shizhen cast a cold glance at the remaining coyotes. Having slain numerous beasts recently, a palpable aura of menace surrounded him. With just a single glare, the pack of coyotes, stricken with terror, scattered in all directions. At that moment, Shizhen withdrew his gaze and gradually addressed the two individuals. This desolate wilderness is fraught with peril. Even hunters would refrain from venturing into such a place. What brings you here? We have come to seek the stone guanine. The girl, sensing Shizhen's amiability, felt a wave of relief and openly conveyed the purpose of their journey. However, upon hearing the word stone guanine, Shizhen's expression shifted dramatically. Who did you say? Stone guanine? Is she the beautiful woman residing on that mountain? Indeed. The girl beamed with excitement at the mention of the renowned figure. Upon hearing this, Shizhen's expression darkened, and he remained silent, merely scrutinizing the girl before him. At that moment, the old man finally recovered from his shock. He pushed aside the wolf's carcass and limped to Shizhen's side, bowing deeply in gratitude. Thank you, noble hero, for your assistance. Had it not been for you, this old man would surely have perished here. Was all Shizhen replied, offering no further words. The old man and the girl, sensing Shizhen's sudden coldness, exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with awkwardness. It was Shizhen who broke the silence. What brings you to seek Guanine? Are you perhaps her relatives or friends? Upon hearing this, the old man quickly waved his hand. Noble hero, you jest. Guanine is a transcendent being, akin to a deity. We humble villagers are hardly worthy to claim kinship with her. However, he continued, revealing a grin that displayed his few remaining yellowed teeth. We have encountered a troublesome matter in our village, and we have no choice but to seek her assistance. Upon hearing this, Shizhen could not help but feel a sense of surprise. They seek her assistance? Why? The old man chuckled softly, speaking in a tone that bordered on the superstitious. This esteemed person, known as Guanine, is undoubtedly a benevolent and enlightened being. Hence, we have traversed mountains and valleys, risking our lives to implore her aid. Upon hearing this, Shizhen found himself momentarily speechless. He subsequently regarded them with a look of incredulity. Merely because of her name, you have journeyed through perilous terrains to find her? Indeed, we find ourselves with no alternative but to do so, the old man sighed. Hero, do you happen to know Guanine? Are you her acquaintance? The little girl inquired, blinking her eyes inquisitively. I do know her, indeed. Shizhen stroked his chin, unsure of how to respond to them. However, upon hearing that he was acquainted with Stone Guanine, both the old man and the little girl displayed expressions of astonishment, seemingly on the verge of kneeling once more. Yet, Shizhen's subsequent words caused their faces to change dramatically. He stated, while I am familiar with her, I must assure you that she is unlikely to assist your village. Upon hearing this, both the old man and the little girl revealed profound disappointment. The little girl could not help but murmur, "But I haven't even mentioned the difficulties our village faces. Why wouldn't she be able to help? Isn't she called Stone Guanyin?" This name was given to her because, though she possessed a beauty akin to Guanyin, her demeanor was as cold and unfeeling as stone. Shizhen waved his hand, seemingly reluctant to speak further about the lady. "Never mind. I have already saved you and explained the matter of Shi Guanyin. You may as well return swiftly," he declared, preparing to turn away. However, just as he pivoted, the old man gritted his teeth and, with a fierce gaze, seemed to have made up his mind, kneeling before Shizhen. "Hero, since Shi Guanyin cannot assist us, we must implore you for aid. I beseech your mercy to save our village." Upon uttering these words, he began to prostrate himself fervently, and within moments, his forehead was bloodied from the force of his blows. The girl beside him, witnessing this, promptly knelt as well, eager to follow suit. This girl was merely a few years older than Shizhen's sister, and he could hardly bear to see someone of such age suffer, let alone bow before him. He swiftly intervened, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "What calamity has befallen your village that prompts you to seek assistance? To speak frankly, noble hero, a monster has emerged in our village. Each night it claims lives, and over a dozen villagers have already fallen victim to its wickedness. The authorities are powerless to intervene. Thus, we have come to implore the assistance of a reclusive sage." The old man did not withhold the grim details, revealing the dire situation of the village. Upon hearing this, Shizhen displayed a look of utter astonishment. "A monster? And it has already claimed the lives of over 10 individuals? What manner of creature is it? Have you ever laid eyes upon it? Some claim it to be an evolved weasel, while others suggest it is a mountain-dwelling zombie. There are even whispers of it being a vengeful spirit of the wronged. Regardless, the victims were found with their bodies bruised and lifeless, their blood seemingly drained." The old man replied. Upon hearing this, Shizhen stroked his chin thoughtfully. He had never encountered a blood-sucking monster before. It did not seem to resemble a typical beast. Such a creature was beyond his capability to confront. Given this, there was no need for him to take unnecessary risks on behalf of others, just as Shizhen resolved to decline. The old man unexpectedly retrieved 2 items from the bundle at his back. Among them was a gleaming gold ingot, radiant and the size of a newborn's fist. Upon encountering Shizhen, the old man could not help but be entranced. "Esteemed hero, this ingot of gold is originally intended as an offering to the Stone Guanyin. If you are willing to lend your assistance, it shall be presented to you as a token of gratitude. Upon the successful completion of our endeavor, our village shall bestow an additional reward." The elder reverently held the gold ingot before Shizhen, his face adorned with deep respect. Chapter 20. Chun Family Village. Upon witnessing this, Shizhen did not respond immediately. Instead, he scrutinized the 2 individuals before him. After ascertaining their sincerity and realizing that their earlier words were not mere pretense, he redirected his gaze to the gold ingot. This ingot of gold weighed no less than 3 taels, which, when converted into silver, amounted to at least 300 taels. Such a substantial sum not only sufficed for Shizhen's redemption, but would also provide a secure foundation for both him and his sister in the future, enabling them to establish their lives and build a family. Although Shizhen's intellect was far more mature than that of an ordinary youth, he was still merely 14 and harbored a profound yearning for wealth. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately altered his decision and turned to the old man. "Where is your village? Is it far?" Upon hearing this query, the old man was instantly filled with joy and trembled as he replied, "Not far, not far. Just cross 2 mountains to the north, and you shall arrive." At this, Shizhen nodded slightly. If it was not far, he might as well accompany them to take a look. Even if they encountered ordinary low-tier demonic beasts, he was confident he could handle them. Even those of the second tier, like the moon silver tiger. Should they face more formidable creatures or malevolent entities, he would wisely retreat and avoid provocation. "Since it is not far, I shall accompany you, but do not harbor excessive hopes," Shizhen stated. "Oh, noble hero, how can you say that? Just a flick of your hand, and you effortlessly dispatched that great wolf. With your prowess, you can easily subdue any demon or specter." The old man regarded Shizhen as the village's beacon of hope, and his flattery was as melodious as it was abundant. The young girl beside him also affectionately called him noble hero with warmth and enthusiasm. Such adulation somewhat inflated Shizhen's spirits. After all, he was still young, and his vanity was easily stirred by praise. "Let us proceed. You lead the way while I accompany you back to your village," Shizhen said with a faint smile. "This way, noble hero." The old man rallied his spirits, leaning on his cane as he took the lead. The young girl closely followed Shizhen, her gaze filled with admiration and gratitude. It was clear she had already come to view him as a remarkable figure of great strength and achievement. However, Shizhen was unaware that this journey would unleash significant turmoil, potentially impacting his future path of cultivation. The trio, despite their occasional stumbles, navigated the path without encountering any peril, thanks in no small part to Shizhen's presence. Through their conversation, he learned the names of his companions. The old man was named Qin Guanbao, a clan elder from Qin family village, and the girl was his beloved granddaughter, Qin Baobao. Her father had gone off with the military, while her mother remained in the village. According to Qin Guanbao, following the recent deaths of many villagers, they promptly reported the matter to the authorities, but the government proved ineffectual. Consequently, many villagers fled under the cover of night, leaving only the elderly, infirm, and weak behind. And the village was on the brink of disbandment. To save the village, Qin Guanbao and the village chief devised separate plans. In his youth, Qin Guanbao had encountered celestial beings who soared through the skies on swords. Thus he pooled together some funds to seek out extraordinary sages in the mountains with his granddaughter. After entering the mountains, he learned of the name Shiguan from a hunter and set off in search of it. However, the wilderness was teeming with beasts. And before they could even meet Shiguan, the grandfather and granddaughter nearly met their demise. After listening to Qin Guanbao's descriptions, Shizhen gained a general understanding of the situation in Qin family village. Simultaneously, he speculated that the immortal who could fly with a sword, whom Qin Guanbao encountered in his youth, was likely a passing cultivator in the foundation establishment stage. After traversing 2 mountains, Shizhen surveyed the area ahead but found no trace of the village, causing him to furrow his brow and come to a halt. Upon seeing this, Qin Guanbao offered an awkward smile and said, "Hero, do not be offended. We are merely 2 mountains away now, and I assure you, this time it is indeed true." Humph. Shizhen let out a soft hum, choosing silence as his footsteps quickened. Indeed, after traversing several miles of mountainous terrain and crossing 2 hills, he beheld a quaint village nestled by the mountains and rivers, with its paths crisscrossing like a tapestry. Surrounding it were fields of grain, lush and vibrant in the summer breeze, evoking a sense of tranquility and delight. In this era of famine, the existence of such a village in the valley was truly remarkable. Had his hometown been graced with such beauty, he and his sister would not have had to endure the hardships of fleeing. They would likely still be living in happiness. Reflecting on this, Shizhen couldn't help but sigh. However, to Qin Guanbao's ears, his sentiment was misconstrued. Esteemed hero, though our village may be small and impoverished, each household possesses some savings. If you could help us vanquish the demons, we would be willing to reward you handsomely, even if it means selling our possessions. Shizhen replied, "Please, lead me into the village to see it." Yes, right this way. I shall summon the villagers to welcome you." Qin Guanbao bowed deeply, ushering Shizhen into the village. Just then, a young villager was standing at the entrance. Upon seeing him, Qin Guanbao was about to reprimand him to fetch the village chief and other villagers to greet Shizhen. Unexpectedly, before he could speak, the villager called out, "Uncle San, why have you only just returned?" "The village chief has invited a Taoist priest from the Tianshi sect from the county. He is currently feasting in the village. The chief sent me to find you, saying there is urgent business to discuss." As he spoke, he seemed to notice Shizhen, a stranger in their midst, and immediately grew suspicious. "Uncle San, why have you brought a stranger here? Is he yet another refugee from the east?" At this, Shizhen was momentarily taken aback. However, upon glancing at his own attire, he couldn't help but chuckle. Ever since being purchased by Long Qing, he had donned a simple gray robe. His frequent forays into the mountains for firewood and encounters with beasts had left his clothing tattered and patched, lending him a rather disheveled appearance. Coupled with his age of 14 or 15 and the straw sandals he wore, one might easily mistake him for a refugee. Yet, as Shizhen contemplated his appearance in silence, Qin Guanbao was already taken aback. "You, Qin Guden, you speak without discretion. Do you understand nothing? This individual is a highly esteemed person I invited from the mountains." Just as he was about to scold further, Shizhen gently placed a hand on his shoulder. "It's quite all right," Shizhen remarked, "since he mentioned that the village chief has invited a Taoist priest from the Jingyi sect. We might as well go and meet him." Upon hearing this, Qin Guanbao immediately fell silent, then lowered his head with a hesitant smile that revealed an air of embarrassment on his aged face, gesturing for Shizhen to enter the village. The young villager, Qin Guden, watched in astonishment, seemingly unable to comprehend why the esteemed Sanshu Gong of the village would treat this plain-looking youth, who bore no distinguishing features from an ordinary mortal, with such courtesy. However, once Chun Guanbao and Shizhen had entered the village, the unceremonious Chun Baobao delivered a sharp kick to Chin Godin. "You foolish dog, if you provoke this big brother, I swear I won't let you off the hook." With that, she glared and pouted, determined to enter the village. Yet, Chin Godin, who was feeling unjustly scolded, grasped Chun Baobao and whispered, "Baobao, you should hurry home. Your mother is in tears." Alas, that Taoist priest has taken a liking to her and specifically requested her to accompany him for drinks. What a calamity! What? Chun Baobao exclaimed in shock and immediately dashed home. Chapter 21. Master Shi as Shizhen followed closely behind Chun Guanbao. They made their way to the largest house in the village, the residence of the village chief. Upon entering the courtyard, they were greeted by a throng of people, mostly elderly. Weak, women, and children. Their expressions varied. Some bore looks of reverence, others were visibly excited, while a few wore faces twisted with resentment and disdain. From within the room, a raucous laughter echoed. "Village Chief Chin, you indeed know how to flatter. Rest assured, as long as I am here, no fiend or demon poses a challenge. Within 3 to 5 days, I shall resolve the troubles besieging your village." Indeed, who does not know of Master Shi's immense powers and boundless abilities? Tales of your heroic deeds in subduing demons and capturing spirits have long spread throughout Qinghe County. An elder replied, his tone bordering on sycophantic. Upon hearing such flattery, Master Shi laughed heartily. Yet, soon he displayed signs of impatience. Wasn't it said to summon that beautiful woman to accompany me for drinks? Why is she yet to appear? That would be the daughter-in-law of Chun Guanbao. As an elder of the village, it would be inappropriate to proceed without consulting him, the village chief responded, his tone revealing a hint of concern. "How dare you?" A crash of dishes echoed through the room. "So many lives have been lost in your Chun family village. I came out of compassion. Otherwise, with your meager wealth, how could you ever hope to summon someone like me? I have taken a fancy to that woman. She must have accrued considerable fortune over several lifetimes to catch my eye. And you dare to dawdle?" Master Shi, with an intimidating demeanor, berated them. "If you cannot even provide a drinking companion, what reason do I have to remain here? Humph. It is merely a matter of allowing the demon to consume your flesh and blood before extinguishing the last of your village's inhabitants. What concern is that of mine?" As he spoke, the door to the room was kicked open, revealing a stout man clad in a Taoist robe, his fierce eyes glaring as he stepped out. "What are you blocking the way for? Get lost." Master Shi snapped, his irritation mounting at the sight of those obstructing his path. He raised his foot, ready to kick Chun Guanbao. His imposing figure, rather resembling a brutish butcher than a Taoist priest, bore down upon him. The force of the blow was tremendous, and had it landed, it would surely have cost Chun Guanbao dearly. In the nick of time, Shizhen pulled Chun Guanbao aside, allowing him to narrowly escape. At that moment, the frail village chief hurriedly emerged, wearing a forced smile. "Please, do not be angry, master. Allow me to fetch a couple of young ladies to accompany you for drinks, and then I shall personally persuade Guanbao's daughter-in-law." "Ah, Guanbao, you have arrived just in time. I wish to discuss something with you," the village chief whispered, but whatever he said only deepened the pallor on Chun Guanbao's face. Though reluctant, he cast a remorseful glance at Shizhen before making his way to a nearby room. Meanwhile, the village chief hastily located 2 girls, around 14 or 15 years of age, from the courtyard. He pressed a piece of silver into each of their hands and pushed them toward Master Shi. Though both girls appeared thin and somewhat pretty, their youthful faces were marred by expressions of sheer terror, clearly unwilling to serve as drinking companions. However, upon scrutinizing them, Master Shi's chubby face betrayed a flicker of forced satisfaction. "Very well, since you insist, I shall wait until this afternoon, before nightfall. That beautiful woman must be brought to me, otherwise, do not blame me for my wrath." With that, he seized each girl by the slender arms and dragged them into the room. Soon after, the door was secured, and the sounds of tearing fabric, pleading cries, and the sinister laughter of Master Shi filled the air, echoing the cruelty of his actions. Upon witnessing this scene, Shizhen could not help but furrow his brows. However, he refrained from taking any action and instead cast his gaze towards the villagers of Qinjia village in the courtyard. To his surprise, he found that most of them were reveling in the misfortune, with only a handful gritting their teeth and clenching their fists. It appeared that unity among these villagers was sorely lacking. The 2 young girls were likely orphaned souls, neglected and unloved. In this chaotic era of famine, Where human beings resorted to cannibalism, every village harbored such orphans, who often found themselves at the mercy of fate, suffering the brunt of misfortune while others thrived. Given that even the villagers of Qinjia were reluctant to step forward, Shizhen naturally chose to remain uninvolved. After surveying the surroundings, he retreated to a corner of the courtyard, crossed his arms, and closed his eyes to gather his thoughts. To be frank, at this moment, Shizhen felt an overwhelming desire to leave, yet a flicker of curiosity lingered within him. Who precisely was this so-called Taoist of the Jingyi sect? And what extraordinary abilities did he possess? Observing his confident demeanor while speaking, it was evident he harbored assurance in eradicating the local demons. Since he was already present, it would be prudent to witness how this individual vanquished evil spirits, serving as a reference for when he eventually confronted Long Qing. After a brief period of meditation, Shizhen opened his eyes to see Chen Guanbao and the village chief emerging from the adjacent room. The village chief appeared visibly relieved, exhaling a long sigh of relief, whereas Chen Guanbao bore an expression of humiliation and indignation. After gritting his teeth, he strode directly towards the courtyard exit. Witnessing this scene, a whispering cacophony erupted in the courtyard. Behold, what is the meaning of "a beauty brings disaster"? Chen Guanbao has exerted tremendous effort to secure a beautiful bride for his son, and now it seems she may fall into the hands of another. That Taoist priest, after all, possesses connections to the authorities, no matter how reluctant Chen Guanbao might be. What recourse did he have? His son had gone off to war, and after years of silence, his fate remained unknown. Naturally, the widow would attract attention. It was rumored that many men in the village had spied on her while she bathed, her figure being truly exquisite, fair and delicate in contrast to the labor-worn women of the fields. One could only wonder whether this temptress, who seemed to entice men daily, might be entangled with her father-in-law. The courtyard buzzed with a myriad of opinions, each more scandalous than the last. Strikingly, many of the female villagers reveled in the misfortune, while the male villagers indulged in lewd banter, displaying a complete lack of decorum. Upon witnessing this, Shizhen discreetly furrowed his brows. The heart-wrenching cries and pleas for mercy emanating from the main house only exacerbated his agitation, prompting him to turn and exit the courtyard without hesitation. As he made his way down the path, he encountered Chen Baobao, a girl of merely 12 or 13 years, wielding a rusted chopping knife with an expression of fierce indignation as she marched toward the village chief's courtyard. Her demeanor resembled that of an enraged tiger, seemingly poised to exact vengeance. Upon encountering Shizhen, he furrowed his brows and inquired, "What brings you here?" brandishing a knife. "I am here to slay that lecherous scoundrel." Chen Baobao retorted fiercely, "He dares to defile my mother. How could I possibly let him escape?" Chen Baobao's eyes widened as he shouted with fervor. Chapter 22. The struggle. Upon hearing this, Shizhen glanced at Chen Baobao's frail and delicate figure and shook his head resolutely. That Taoist possesses formidable skills. You are no match for him. Even if you were to confront him, it would only lead to your demise. Although Chen Baobao was seething with rage inside, she recognized the truth in Shizhen's words. After a fleeting change of expression, she suddenly knelt before Shizhen, exclaiming, "Big brother Shi, I know you are a good person. I implore you, please help me and do not allow my mother to accompany that scoundrel to bed." Upon witnessing this, Shizhen raised an eyebrow and inquired, "You wish for me to take charge? How would you have me proceed?" "Naturally, we must eliminate that lecherous scoundrel. It is our duty to uphold righteousness," Chen Baobao exclaimed, her eyes wide with determination. Upon hearing this, Shizhen could not help but shake his head. Not to mention that the Taoist priest from the Zhengyi sect had not offended him. Even if he were indeed guilty, it was a matter for the authorities to address. Furthermore, Shizhen was entirely unaware of the priest's true capabilities, and thus it was inconceivable for him to risk everything for someone as unfamiliar as Chen Baobao. Observing Shizhen's refusal, Chen Baobao bit her lip, clearly recognizing her own impulsiveness. After a brief moment of contemplation, she suddenly steeled herself and looked up at Shizhen. "Elder brother Shi, as long as you are willing to assist me in preserving my mother's virtue, I will repay you handsomely. You may request anything of me." "Anything at all?" Upon hearing this, Shizhen turned his gaze towards Chen Baobao. Chen Baobao nodded emphatically and reiterated in a confident tone, "Anything is possible." Shizhen stroked his chin, deep in thought. Chen Baobao, merely 12 years of age, was still quite young, even if she possessed such intentions. There was little one could employ her for. However, Shizhen harbored a palpable disdain for that self-righteous Taoist priest who resorted to intimidation and threats, preying upon virtuous women in the village. Indeed, he was a scoundrel of the worst sort. Given Chen Baobao's earnest plea, It would not be out of the question for him to lend a hand, thereby sparing her mother from the indignity of serving as a hostess. A subtle stratagem would suffice. Shizhen stroked his chin, a contemplative expression etched upon his face, observing Shizhen's prolonged silence. Qin Baobao feared that her previous suggestion had failed to resonate with him. Summoning her resolve, she declared, "Brother Shi, as long as you are willing to assist me, I would willingly serve you in any capacity, even as a maid or a servant. I implore you." Upon hearing her heartfelt plea, Shizhen's demeanor shifted, and he finally spoke. "Given your evident filial piety, I shall propose a plan that may buy us an additional night's time. As for tomorrow, we must devise another strategy." "Thank you, Brother Shi," Qin Baobao exclaimed, her heart brimming with joy as she hastily bowed in gratitude. "You may rise now. Come closer. I have something to discuss with you." As Shizhen helped Qin Baobao to her feet, he whispered a few words into her ear. Qin Baobao, initially taken aback, soon brightened up, nodding vigorously in agreement. Without delay, she dashed away swiftly. Thus, Shizhen remained in the village until nightfall. As darkness enveloped the sky, the Taoist priest, cursing vehemently, pushed open the door and stood in the village chief's courtyard, venting his frustration. His ire stemmed from the absence of the beautiful woman he had been promised. Though disheveled and reeking of alcohol, his voice boomed with ferocity, echoing through half the village. Amidst his tirade, the village chief bowed and smiled, offering reassurances that the woman would arrive shortly. However, a sudden commotion erupted in the village. "The monster is here! The monster is here!" In that dilapidated temple by the east of the village. "Everyone run! You lot! Hurry and summon the Taoist priest." At the sound of the chaos, the irate Taoist priest's expression shifted. The village chief, flustered, exclaimed, "Taoist priest, the monster has appeared. You must assist us." "Huh? What is there to fear? With the Taoist master present, no monster can survive." The priest scoffed, rolling his eyes before spitting on the ground. He then retrieved a peachwood sword from his storage pouch, and with his ample girth shaking, he strode towards the crumbling temple. The emergence of the monster was indeed terrifying. Not a single villager, including the chief, dared to follow him. Only the Taoist priest marched boldly toward the dilapidated shrine. However, halfway there, he suddenly twitched his nose, paused, and turned his gaze toward a nearby dilapidated house. This crumbling abode, with its walls in disarray, left only a half-collapsed room shrouded in darkness, obscuring any view within. Yet, just as the priest squinted into the shadows, a fleeting dark figure dashed across the floor, skimming close to the ground and disappearing into the distant woods. A ghostly fiend. "Where do you think you're running?" With wide eyes, the priest brandished his sword and gave chase. Though he was stout, his agility belied his size, and he sprinted nimbly, pursuing the figure into the forest. Meanwhile, in the crumbling temple at the east of the village, a white figure flitted about, resembling a wisp of ghostly flame from afar. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be Qin Baobao, swathed in a large piece of white cloth, wandering restlessly within the temple. Her face hidden, she murmured softly, "Brother Shi, will this truly deceive that lecher?" From the shadows of the temple's corner, Shizhen's voice resonated. "If he does not arrive, he is but a fraud. There is no need for me to intervene. The villagers will take care of him. If he does come, do not fear. I shall engage him briefly and gauge his capabilities. It would be best to eliminate this scoundrel and then vanquish the monster. Then, peace shall reign in the land." Qin Baobao stamped her foot, seething with determination. Upon hearing this, Shizhen ceased his speech, standing silently in the shadows with his arms crossed, eyes closed in contemplation. Yet, in the next moment, he abruptly opened his eyes, a look of wariness crossing his face as he glanced towards the outside of the dilapidated temple. There, behind the temple, lay a dense thicket of jungle, obscured and overgrown with weeds. "Brother Shi, what is it?" Qin Baobao promptly inquired. "It seems there are sounds of a struggle and fluctuations of spiritual energy. Perhaps that Taoist is engaged in combat with a demon. I must investigate." With that, Shizhen's form flickered, and he departed the temple, making his way swiftly into the woods. Once within the thicket, Shizhen concealed his presence, quietly advancing towards the sounds of conflict. Indeed, he soon beheld an open space in the forest where a nimble, stout figure wielding a peachwood sword was locked in a fierce battle with a shadowy entity. The shadow bore no resemblance to a human. It was akin to a black ribbon or the flowing hair of a woman dancing in the void, shifting its form as it sought to attack the Taoist from various angles. The Taoist, in turn, vigorously swung his sword, each strike severing strands of the shadow's essence. Yet he seemed unable to strike the true form of the entity, thus finding himself in a dire struggle. Damn it! How could such a formidable, malevolent spirit arise in this small village? The Taoist cursed vehemently, then produced a talisman from within his robes, biting his tongue to infuse it with his essence. In an instant, the talisman ignited in flames, burning fiercely as if ignited without wind. By the divine fire of Zhengyi, reveal thy true form. The Taoist formed a seal and slapped the burning talisman, which transformed into a fireball that shot outwards, creating a fiery barrier spanning approximately 30 feet. A shriek echoed through the air as the shadow seemed to collide with something terrifying, momentarily halting its movements and rolling frantically on the ground. In that moment, her true form became visible, a young woman clad in white, barefoot, slender yet stunningly beautiful. Her skin was pale as death, but her eyes and lips were crimson, exuding an eerie allure. Flames clung to her back, crackling as she rolled on the ground, unable to extinguish them. A beautiful female ghost. Ha ha ha, I am truly fortunate. The Taoist rejoiced upon seeing the ghost, slapping his storage pouch to produce a small black flag, 3 inches tall. He rubbed it in his hands, and the flag shimmered with energy, swelling in the wind to transform into a 9-foot-tall black banner. The flag bore a terrifying skull, emanating a chilling aura, with ghostly flames flickering within its eye sockets, as if countless vengeful spirits were trapped inside, writhing and howling, even from a distance. The sight sent shivers down Shizhen's spine. After summoning the soul-collecting banner, the Taoist raised it, preparing to do something to the ghost on the ground. However, at that moment, the ghost extinguished the flames that clung to her. Appearing to sense the Taoist's banner and displaying a palpable fear, she turned to flee. It's too late to escape now. The Taoist sneered, pursuing her. Yet, just a few steps into his chase, his expression changed dramatically, freezing him in place. The ghost had merely feigned an escape. As he closed in, she abruptly turned, embracing him instead. In that instant of contact, she seemed to possess him, entering his body. Jia jia jia. The Taoist's expression twisted grotesquely, emitting a laugh that was anything but human. But soon, his visage contorted in agony. His face flushed as though he were resisting something with all his might. Yet, in the next moment, he unexpectedly broke into a peculiar smile and twisted his neck violently. With a sudden, horrific motion, he collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Shizhen's face turned pale, his heart racing in shock. There was no doubt that the Taoist had been possessed by the female ghost, losing control of his body in mere moments, ultimately snapping his own neck. Whether it was due to the Taoist's vices or the ghost's formidable prowess, their earlier confrontation had undoubtedly been a high-stakes battle in Shizhen's eyes. Grateful that he had not clashed with the Taoist or confronted the ghost directly, he realized he would have been no match for either. As Shizhen silently congratulated himself and prepared to slip away, the lifeless body of the Taoist trembled slightly, and a shadow emerged from his mouth. This shadow coalesced into the specter of the female ghost, though her form appeared significantly dimmed, like a mirage, floating and indistinct. It seemed the fierce struggle had drained her vitality. Upon revealing herself, she glanced around, and in the next moment, her blood-red eyes fixated on Shizhen. The instant she laid eyes on him, her gaze filled with a blend of malice and insatiable greed. Shizhen felt a chill run down his spine, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee. What a ridiculous notion. That Taoist priest clearly possessed formidable skills, wielding not only powerful talismans, but also an extraordinarily mystical, soul-retrieving banner. If even he could not contend with this female ghost, how could he possibly stand a chance against her? Just as Shizhen was about to flee, he turned around only to find a person standing before him. Frozen in astonishment, it was none other than Qin Baobao. It turned out that after Shizhen stealthily approached from the dilapidated temple, Qin Baobao had bravely followed him. Unfortunately, her timing was quite unfortunate. She arrived just as Shizhen was on the verge of leaving. Upon encountering Qin Baobao, Shizhen stood frozen, his expression shifting dramatically. Just as he was about to reach out and pull her away, his hand abruptly changed direction, moving towards the storage pouch at his waist. In the next instant, a dark golden longsword materialized in Shizhen's grasp. With the sword in hand, Shizhen executed a swift roll on the ground, slashing backward. A strand of black hair, approximately a foot long, fell to the earth, severed cleanly. This hair was both resilient and tough, resembling iron wire, and its speed and force were astonishingly powerful. Had Shizhen not reacted swiftly, rolling away and countering with a strike, that strand of black hair would have pierced through his skull rather than merely landing at his feet. Curse it! Once Shizhen made his move, he recognized that this battle was unavoidable. The speed of this female ghost far surpassed his own. There was no chance of escape. This predicament was strikingly reminiscent of the night he encountered the moon's silver tiger. Shizhen took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. His grip tightening around the longing sword, his gaze fixed intently on the female ghost before him. The ghost, clad in white, appeared somewhat taken aback by Shizhen's impressive skills. However, after a thorough examination of him, the glint of greed in her eyes grew more pronounced. Akin to a predator spotting a delectable lamb, an exquisite morsel. She even licked her lips in anticipation. In the next moment, she transformed into a shadow, lunging directly towards Shizhen's face. Clearly, she intended to possess him just as she had done with Daoist Shi moments earlier. At the sight of the shadow, Shizhen was filled with both astonishment and fury. He promptly brandished the longing sword and aimed a decisive strike at the ominous figure. Yet, the female specter did not flinch or evade. Instead, she let out a peculiar cackle. Whoosh! The dragon-hewn sword of Shirtown sliced through the air as if it had cleaved the very fabric of reality, piercing directly through the specter of the female ghost. To his astonishment, her form was merely a phantom, devoid of any corporeal substance. It was no wonder that this ghost exhibited such audacity, choosing to disregard the dragon-hewn sword of Shirtown. However, just as the ghost was about to surge past the blade and invade Shirtown's being, he let out a fierce shout, channeling all the spiritual energy within him into the dragon-hewn sword. In an instant, a melodious chime resonated through the air, accompanied by a blinding golden light that erupted from the sword, akin to a radiant sun. Concurrently, a chilling scream pierced through the silence of the woods. The entire form of the female ghost was cleaved in twain, with the severed edges rapidly disintegrating. Puryang Truchi, you are a practitioner of the Puryang sect. Amidst her anguish cries, the ghost's eyes widened in horror, as if witnessing a nightmare. Gone were the avarice and malice that once filled her crimson gaze, replaced entirely by sheer terror and dread. Shizhen remained silent, advancing in quick strides as he raised his sword, poised to strike at the ghostly figure's head. Witnessing this scene, the specter recoiled in terror, tremblingly pleading, "Esteemed one, spare my life. I beseech you, spare my life." Yet, Shizhen was resolute. Her desperate plea would not sway him. However, to his astonishment, it was not only the ghost who was fervently begging for mercy. Chun Baobao, who had been standing at a distance, unexpectedly interjected, "Brother Shi, I implore you to show mercy." Upon hearing Chun Baobao plead, Shizhen could not help but furrow his brow. The resplendent dragon whisper sword, shimmering with golden light, rested firmly atop the ghostly figure's head. Without turning, he spoke in a somber tone, "Why do you intercede for a malevolent spirit that has taken lives? Brother Shi, I merely noticed that she bears a striking resemblance to a dear departed friend from our village. I implore you, delay your strike, and allow me a moment to observe her more closely." With that, Chun Baobao unexpectedly rushed forward and crouched down to gaze at the terrified female specter on the ground. Upon recognizing the ghost's features, she gasped in shock. "Sister Qian, is that you?" Upon hearing her name, the ghost's beautiful visage contorted, revealing a blend of despair and sorrow. Yet after a brief moment, she finally nodded. "It is I, Sister Qian," Chun Baobao exclaimed, a mixture of astonishment and fear flooding her being. "The village has mourned your disappearance for 5 or 6 years. How have you come to appear in such a state?" Upon hearing Chun Baobao's words, Shizhen could not help but feel astonished. It was unexpected that this female specter was indeed from Qin village. Yet, if she belonged to Qin village, why would she seek to harm its inhabitants after becoming a ghost? As Shizhen pondered this perplexity, the ghostly woman beneath the blade exhibited a countenance filled with fury. "Missing? How dare they utter such nonsense? It was they who drove my mother to her demise, who violated me and discarded my corpse in the mountain's depths. Had it not been for such treachery, how could I have nurtured such resentment, transforming into a vengeful spirit to claim their lives?" Chun Baobao listened. Incredulity etched across her features. "Are you suggesting that the villagers you killed were responsible for your mother's death and your own violation?" "Indeed," Xin Qian retorted, her voice laced with hatred. "After my father's passing, our household was left with only my mother and me, a mere girl. These beasts, cloaked in human guise, seized upon our misfortune, robbing us of everything we possessed. In her desperation, my mother hanged herself, and these heartless wretches subsequently violated me at her funeral. To conceal their crimes, they bludgeoned me with stones and cast my body into the abyss of the mountain." Upon hearing Qin Qian's account, Chun Baobao gritted her teeth, rage igniting in her eyes. "Such vile creatures. They deserve to perish. They truly deserve death." Observing this exchange, Shizhen could not suppress a tinge of sorrow on his face. To exploit the vulnerable, to drive a mother to her death, to violate an orphan girl, and to discard her remains, Qin Village was indeed a den of iniquity. Chapter 24. Authority and benevolence. The practice of exploiting the bereaved is a lamentable custom in many rural communities. When a household lacks a male heir and the patriarch has passed, the remaining widows and daughters often become prey to the predatory relatives who seize their possessions, leaving them with no means of survival. Exploiting the bereaved, as the term suggests, signifies that a family line has been extinguished, severing the ancestral ties. It becomes a race to strip the resources, reserving them for other kin to propagate their lineage. Though the origins of this abhorrent custom remain elusive, the cruel act of exploiting the bereaved recurs annually in various locales, leading to the untimely demise of countless innocent souls. Yet, the denizens of Qin Village have clearly surpassed the bounds of decency. Not only did they drive Chun Qian's mother to her end, but they also violated Qin Qian during her mother's funeral and disposed of her remains in the mountains. Such acts epitomize humanity's darkest and most despicable nature. It is no wonder they falsely claimed Qin Qian was missing. After all, an orphan girl, bereft of parental guardianship, holds a position of abject insignificance in the village. Who would truly care whether she was genuinely missing? Yet, this group of scoundrels could never have anticipated that Qin Qian, fueled by her overwhelming rage, would transform into a vengeful specter and return years later to exact her retribution. Nevertheless, despite her formidable nature as a vengeful spirit, it was undeniable that she had indeed intended to take my life. Yet, I had no enmity towards her whatsoever. Upon this reflection, Shizhen's gaze turned icy. Had he not meticulously concealed his true prowess, merely showcasing a fraction of his martial skills without revealing his identity as a cultivator, Qin Qian would never have recklessly charged at him. If it were not for this, Shizhen would not have been able to wield his pure yang energy, which counters malevolent spirits, to subdue his foe in a single strike. In other words, had the timing of his pure yang energy not been impeccable, or if Qin Qian had exercised greater caution by utilizing her long black hair to attack from a distance, Shizhen might have already met his demise. This female specter must be vanquished. With this thought, Shizhen spoke coldly. Qin Baobao, although she is familiar to you, we are ultimately from different realms. Moreover, she has avenged herself. There is no reason for her to linger in the mortal world. Allow me to escort her on her final journey. As he prepared to act, Qin Baobao's expression shifted dramatically. Brother Shi, I implore you, do not kill her. In my youth, Sister Qian was my dearest elder. She was pure and kind. Certainly not the type to indiscriminately harm others. Indiscriminately harm others? Shizhen let out a cold laugh. Then why did she attack me just now? It's worth noting that I hold no grudge against her. Upon hearing this, Qin Baobao's delicate frame trembled slightly as she unconsciously glanced at Qin Qian. Qin Qian, her face etched with remorse, lowered her head and offered a bitter smile. I was engaged in a fierce battle with that Taoist priest just now, and my body is extremely weakened, teetering on the brink of collapse. I desperately needed to absorb some life energy to sustain myself. And you, your radiant and scorching vitality was simply irresistible. For beings like us, it was akin to a gourmet feast. As she spoke, her words faltered. Qin Baobao's eyes widened in shock. Are you saying that had it not been for Brother Shi's formidable strength in bringing you down, you would have already killed him? Qin Qian remained silent. Upon witnessing this scene, Shizhen felt that the moment was ripe and was about to lower his wrist to send her on her way. However, at that very instant, Qin Qian cried out in anguish, I do not wish to die. I do not wish to perish. Why must I, at merely 16 years of age, be subjected to the vile intentions of wicked men and discarded in the depths of the mountains? After finally avenging my grievances, I have yet to savor the joys of life before facing death once more. My heart is filled with such hatred. Hearing her lamentations, Qin Baobao's heart ultimately softened, and she grasped Shizhen's sleeve. Brother Shi, please spare her. Sister Qian was merely momentarily confused. She is also a pitiful soul. Spare her? Should we allow her to continue her malevolence? Shizhen shook his head in disapproval. Yet, upon hearing his words, Qin Qian immediately lifted her gaze to Shizhen, pleadingly imploring, Senior, if you could grant me mercy, I vow to forsake my wicked ways and become a virtuous spirit. Furthermore, from this day forth, I am willing to regard you as my master and heed your every command. Upon hearing the words, Shizhen's expression subtly shifted. This female specter possesses considerable strength. The only reason he managed to defeat her was due to the rigorous training of his own techniques, which effectively countered her abilities. Should he succeed in binding her as a servant, utilizing her power could prove advantageous in his future confrontations with Longqing. Contemplating this, Shizhen thoughtfully stroked his chin while surveying Qian from head to toe. You claim you are willing to acknowledge me as your master, but words alone hold little weight. If I were to let you go today and you were to flee, would I not be made a fool? This is quite simple. I am aware of a method to forge a master-servant contract. All that is required is for you, esteemed elder, to imprint a drop of your essence blood upon me. And thus the pact shall be sealed. Should I defy your commands, I would instantly disintegrate. At that moment, driven by the instinct for survival, Qian was utterly resolute. Lowering herself to the utmost degree. Upon hearing Qian's words, Shizhen, though uncertain of their truth, felt that a single drop of blood should pose no significant danger. He nodded in agreement and, following Qian's guidance, allowed a drop of blood to fall from his fingertip, landing upon her head. Hiss. This solitary droplet seemed to harbor an immense, pure yang energy, scorching Qian's visage to the point of contortion, inflicting unbearable pain. Yet, she gritted her teeth and endured, absorbing the blood into her being, thus completing the pact. In that instant, Shizhen sensed as if a thread had suddenly manifested in his mind, through which he could perceive Qian. Moreover, he could faintly manipulate her form, compelling her to execute certain commands. This, he surmised, was the so-called master-servant contract that Qian had alluded to. Master, the contract has been established. From now on, I shall be your most loyal servant, Qian rasped, her voice imbued with utmost reverence. Upon hearing these words, Shizhen finally moved the shimmering longing sword away from her head. After Shizhen withdrew the blade, Qian immediately rolled on the ground, and the two severed halves of her body, which had just been cleaved by Shizhen, coalesced into two swirling masses of dark mist, subsequently materializing into a complete Qian. However, at this moment, she appeared more ethereal, as if she might dissolve into the air at any moment. Once her body was fully restored, she swiftly approached Shizhen, kneeling upon the ground in a posture of humility. Observing Qian kneeling before him, Shizhen's expression softened, and he nodded. Qian, although you have slain several villagers from Qinjia village, those you targeted were indeed deserving of their fate. I will clarify this matter with the village chief in Guanbao. As for your earlier attack against me, since you have acknowledged me as your master, I shall not pursue it further. However, at this juncture, Shizhen's countenance darkened. Should you commit further acts of violence and indiscriminately slay the innocent, I will not show you mercy. I assure you, I will follow through on this promise. As he spoke, Shizhen unleashed all of his pure yang true qi, causing a faint golden radiance to envelop his form, rendering him akin to a deity amidst the dark forest, exuding an aura of intimidation. Yes, Qian's legs weakened, and she hastily responded with trembling voice. However, you need not worry. As long as you assist diligently, the benefits will be plentiful. I will ensure your safety for as long as I am present. Shizhen's tone softened, his words gentle. I am willing to do anything for my master. Qian exclaimed with delight, bowing deeply. How wonderful! Beside them, Qin Bao, witnessing Shizhen's display of power, wore an unabashed expression of admiration. At this moment, hearing Shizhen's resolute declaration to protect Qian, he could not help but reveal a look of envy. Yet, you are still in a ghostly form. How to bring you along remains a conundrum. Shizhen gazed at the ghostly figure of Qian, his face reflecting a mixture of difficulty and contemplation. Qian, however, spoke with deference. Master, that rogue Taoist from the Jingyi sect possessed a soul-summoning banner, did he not? You could utilize it to enshrine me within the banner, allowing you to carry me with you at all times. The soul-summoning banner? I nearly forgot about it. Upon hearing the words, Shizhen's expression shifted, and he promptly advanced towards the lifeless form of Master Shi. However, as he approached the corpse, a sudden gust of wind arose, and astonishingly, the black soul-collecting banner stood upright without any breeze, drifting away in the opposite direction of Shizhen. Witnessing this spectacle, Shizhen was taken aback. Could it be that this soul-collecting banner had developed a consciousness of its own, capable of independent movement? Just as Shizhen was engulfed in astonishment, Qian exclaimed loudly, Master, look closely. It is the ghost of that thieving Taoist, dragging the soul-collecting banner away. Upon hearing this, Shizhen's demeanor shifted, and he focused intently. Indeed, he discerned a faint and nearly transparent apparition hoisting the soul-collecting banner, fleeing in the opposite direction. It turned out that after Master Shi's demise, his spirit lingered, transforming into a ghost akin to Qian. However, having just become a new ghost, his strength was exceedingly weak, rendering him almost invisible. Had it not been for Qin Qian's alert, Shizhen might have overlooked him entirely. While Shizhen and Qin Qian were fixated on the ghost of Master Shi, the specter halted, glaring fiercely with his small eyes and moving his lips as if to speak. In the air, a faint murmur was perceptible, but it was too soft, dissipating with the wind. Nevertheless, Shizhen could surmise that he was attempting to intimidate him in the name of the Zhengyi sect. The issue was, Shizhen had no knowledge of what the Zhengyi sect entailed, and furthermore, Qin Qian, the one who had slain Master Shi, was now allied with him. If this fiend were to escape, it could spell endless troubles for both Shizhen and Qin Qian in the future. More critically, Master Shi was the very person Shizhen despised the most. Damn it. Contemplating this, Shizhen's countenance darkened, and he raised his hand to unleash a golden palm strike. The imprint surged forth like a golden dagger, crashing heavily into the ghostly form of Master Shi. A cry of anguish erupted as Master Shi's almost imperceptible ghostly figure disintegrated into a swirl of black mist, vanishing from sight. Hiss. At that moment, Qin Qian hastily approached, fervently inhaling the dissipated black mist. Strangely enough, after absorbing this essence, her originally ethereal form regained some solidity, becoming more substantial. Seeing this, Shizhen was somewhat taken aback. Once Qin Qian had consumed the black mist, she immediately displayed an expression of utmost reverence towards Shizhen and spoke, "Master." After the ghost of that thieving Taoist was scattered, it transformed into a pure essence of soul power. This substance is an excellent tonic for us spirits, capable of mending our own souls. Upon hearing this, Shizhen stroked his chin and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke again. "Aside from the souls of these cultivators, what else can you absorb to enhance your own power? With my current strength, ordinary beasts and humans hold little value. Only the souls of demon beasts can truly augment my abilities." Qin Qian respectfully replied. Upon hearing this, Shizhen's expression shifted once more. The soul of a demon beast, in Shizhen's view, was of little utility. While the flesh could be consumed and the inner elixirs refined, the soul itself held no value for him. In fact, prior to his arrival at Qinjia village, he had been entirely unaware of the existence of spirits in this world. However, now that he was enlightened to this matter, he contemplated that after slaying demon beasts, their souls could be offered to Qin Qian, thereby enhancing her strength. As long as she remained loyal to him, it would be akin to acquiring a capable ally. With such thoughts in mind, Shizhen cast a discerning glance at Qin Qian. Despite her slender frame, her beauty was striking, her figure graceful. She was undeniably a captivating woman. To have such a companion by his side would provide solace during his cultivation, alleviating the solitude of his journey. Nevertheless, these sentiments were not words he intended to voice. Instead, he confidently stepped forward, grasping the soul-calling banner in his hand, channeling his spiritual energy into it to control its power, drawing Qin Qian into the banner. Subsequently, with a flick of his wrist, he stowed the entire soul-calling banner into his storage pouch. "Brother Shi, how should we handle the body of this rogue priest? Do you require my assistance in burying it?" Chen Baobao approached eagerly, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as she looked at Shizhen. She had witnessed his extraordinary prowess in subduing Qin Qian and was filled with admiration for him. Additionally, he had safeguarded her mother's virtue, earning her profound gratitude. Thus she considered herself an ally sailing in the same boat as Shizhen. Upon hearing this, Shizhen glanced at Chen Baobao and, after a moment of contemplation, shook his head. This Taoist priest was, after all, invited by the village. Moreover, he had come before the eyes of the public to subdue the monster. If he were to be buried without explanation, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Stroking his chin and pondering briefly, Shizhen spoke again. "In that case, you should summon the village chief and bring others along. Inform them that Master Shi engaged in a fierce battle with the monster and ultimately perished alongside it, asking them to assist in retrieving the master's remains." "But what about you, Brother Shi?" Chen Baobao inquired, her eyes widening in surprise. "Just consider it as though I never arrived. I will tidy up the scene a bit and leave this place under the cover of night," Shizhen replied solemnly. "What?" Chen Baobao exclaimed, her face displaying unmistakable reluctance. "Brother Shi, it was clearly you who subdued Sister Qian. This is a tremendous achievement. Why should the credit go to this rogue Taoist? If you wish, I will testify on your behalf, ensuring that you receive the highest honors and hospitality in the village. I cannot place my trust in the villagers. Furthermore, this Taoist is a disciple of that so-called Zhengyi sect. I have no desire to be entangled with them." Shizhen shook his head. Oh, Chen Baobao realized that Shizhen had made up his mind, and could not help but display a profound sense of disappointment. Please, do hurry. Perhaps fate will allow us to meet again in the future. Shizhen waved his hand and swiftly approached the lifeless body of Master Shi, subsequently retrieving the storage pouch and several talismans clutched in his embrace. Chen Baobao cast a lingering glance at Shizhen before turning on her heels and hastily departing. By the time she returned with the village chief and a group of villagers, all that remained on the ground was Master Shi's corpse and the stark evidence of a fierce struggle nearby. Nothing else was left behind. The figure of Shizhen has long since vanished from sight. As for the events in Qinjia village, Shizhen is oblivious to their subsequent developments and holds no interest in them. As Shizhen returned to the White Tiger Cave, the dawn had begun to break. He first concealed the entrance of the cave, then kindled a fire, casting a warm glow within. While roasting meat, he took stock of the spoils from his recent expedition. The foremost among them was the soul-summoning banner, a striking 9 feet tall, adorned with a fearsome white skull. Within the banner, there appeared to be a special space reminiscent of a storage pouch, capable of harboring spirits. Currently, it housed Qin Xian, who seemed to have succumbed to a deep slumber. Through the soul-summoning banner, Shizhen could see her lying on the ground, her body curled up. Clearly, the day's battle had drained her considerably, and upon finding a refuge, she seized the opportunity to rest. Through the summoning banner, Shizhen observed her for a moment before placing it aside and retrieving a black storage bag. The bag contained a plethora of items, including silver and gold worth over 1,000 taels, the refining manual for the summoning banner, and a book detailing talismans and formations, seemingly from the Zhengyi sect. The silver was undoubtedly a valuable treasure. It was the first time Shizhen had encountered such a substantial sum, and he felt an exhilarating thrill for quite some time. Moreover, the refining manual for the summoning banner opened Shizhen's eyes to new possibilities, as its contents exceeded his wildest imagination. According to the manual, the summoning banner could bind numerous spirits, compelling them to serve its wielder. Furthermore, as the number of bound spirits increased and their power grew, the banner would continuously evolve, eventually becoming a top-tier magical artifact with autonomous consciousness, capable of suppressing an entire realm's fortune. Additionally, this banner could refine souls, transforming them into pure soul energy for practicing certain unique techniques. The aspect that most intrigued Shizhen was that, when utilized correctly, this soul energy could assist cultivators in enhancing their spiritual awareness. At present, Shizhen remained unclear about the precise nature of this spiritual awareness. However, he could surmise from its name that it likely pertained to one's mental strength. The stronger one's conviction, the more resolute their will, rendering them less susceptible to the influence of malevolent entities. Conversely, weaker convictions lead to a more fragile will, making one more vulnerable to manipulation and control by such spirits. The Taoist Shi, who indulged in vice and, in a moment of drunken folly before a confrontation, fell prey to Qin Xian's possession, exemplified this vulnerability. Had his will been steadfast and his spiritual awareness robust, it was likely that he would not have met his demise, but rather, Qin Xian would have faced the consequences. Nevertheless, for Shizhen, spiritual awareness seemed to serve little purpose beyond warding off malevolent possession at this juncture. Thus, upon concluding his examination of the manual, he focused solely on mastering the manipulation of the summoning banner. Before long, Shizhen was adept at enlarging and reducing the banner at will, achieving a seamless control over it. As for its other remarkable capabilities, such as subduing malevolent spirits and refining souls, he would have to wait for encounters with other entities to put them into practice. Retract. He raised his hand, and the summoning banner shrank to a mere inch in size. A glimmer of light enveloped it, and it was promptly stored within the black bag. At that moment, the meat was ready, and as Shizhen savored the roasted beast, he casually perused the book on talismans and formations from the Zhengyi sect. From the corpse of the Taoist Shi, he had also acquired 3 talismans, and through this book, he discerned their specific functions. They were the lightness talismans, strength talismans, and earth escape talismans. The lightness talismans allowed the user to move with the grace of a swallow, enhancing speed. The strength talismans augmented physical power. The earth escape talismans were particularly remarkable. They employed a 5-element evasion technique, enabling Shizhen to enter the ground and evade danger, with an effective duration of approximately 1 incense stick. Among these, the earth escape talismans were the most valuable, while the lightness and strength talismans were classified as first tier, with the earth escape talismans being a rare second-tier talisman, deemed a life-preserving charm. With Taoist Shi deceased, This precious talisman now rested in Shizhen's possession. With these 3 talismans, Shizhen's arsenal had expanded. He merely awaited his advancement to the 9th level of Qi refinement, at which point he could confront Long Qing directly, no longer subject to her threats or manipulations. With this thought in mind, Shizhen fiercely consumed a few more bites of meat and swallowed a huolong dan. As dawn broke, he sealed the cave entrance and ventured alone towards the bamboo grove where Long Qing resided. Upon entering the grove, he soon spotted a violet figure within. As Shizhen raised his gaze, he beheld a figure of graceful elegance, her silhouette enchanting and alluring. The flowing purple gown danced in the breeze, occasionally revealing her voluptuous legs. Her skin, exquisitely fair and smooth, shimmered like fine jade under the morning sun. Particularly striking was her exquisite posterior. The moment Shizhen entered the bamboo grove, his eyes were irresistibly drawn to it. The reason was simple. Long Qing was stretching her body in the bamboo thicket, her back turned towards Shizhen. "Why have you come so late?" Long Qing inquired lazily without turning her head. "What have you been waiting for?" Shizhen asked cautiously. "To warm up?" Long Qing turned around, her enchanting eyes fixed on Shizhen, and with an authoritative tone, she commanded, "Come here, sit down." Upon hearing this, Shizhen could not help but furrow his brows. However, he did not exhibit any signs of resistance. Instead, he walked directly over and seated himself before her. Relaxing his body, he closed his eyes, meditated on his breathing, and practiced the incantations of his cultivation technique. Long Qing commanded. Upon hearing the words, Shizhen cast a wary glance at Long Qing. Indeed, they had agreed that she would come to the bamboo grove every morning for cultivation. However, during his meditation, he would be deeply engrossed, leaving him vulnerable should she harbor any ill intentions. "What is this? Do you wish to resist me?" Long Qing noticed Shizhen's vigilant gaze and narrowed her beautiful eyes, a hint of mockery gracing her delicate features. At those words, Shizhen's gaze instinctively fell upon her right hand. Those slender, jade-like fingers, seemingly delicate, concealed an astonishing power. Even from several paces away, they could effortlessly pierce through his body. In his current state, he was far from being a match for Long Qing. Patience was imperative. At this moment, Shizhen took a deep breath, compelling himself to calm his tumultuous emotions. As he gradually found tranquility, he was at last able to commence his meditation. However, just as his eyelids began to close, he sensed an unexpected weight upon his legs, as if something incredibly elastic had settled upon him. Shizhen was taken aback, abruptly opening his eyes, only to find 2 colossal forms occupying his entire field of vision, bouncing and shimmering before his eyes. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Long Qing, who had directly straddled him, extending both arms as if to embrace his neck. "What are you doing?" At that moment, Shizhen was both astonished and enraged. Long Qing, however, let out a cold snort and said, "Do not move recklessly. Focus on your cultivation. I merely regard you as a heating source." "A heating source?" Shizhen was taken aback. However, upon reflection, he realized that during his own cultivation, his body indeed radiated heat, brimming with yang energy. Long Qing, suffering from a cold ailment, required something of pure yang to alleviate his condition, which explained why he clung to Shizhen. It was akin to a person enduring the biting cold seeking warmth from a stove. Yet, as he gazed upon the peculiar scene before him and felt the exquisite elasticity and pressure of Long Qing's form, Shizhen found it impossible to calm his turbulent emotions. Seemingly aware of Shizhen's physical response, Long Qing arched her delicate brow, a playful glint illuminating her features. "What is this? Are you tempted? How about if I take the initiative and indulge in you?" Upon hearing those words, Shizhen, whose mind had been swirling with fanciful thoughts, felt as if a bucket of icy water had extinguished the flames of his desires, and he promptly regained his composure. "No need." Shizhen inhaled deeply, forcibly closing his eyes to commence his cultivation. It was no jest. Should he be devoured by Long Qing now, he would likely meet a fate akin to that of Guanjuan. He had no desire to embrace death just yet. Thus, with his eyes firmly shut, Shizhen began to practice the pure yang technique. Meanwhile, Long Qing entwined her legs around Shizhen's waist and wrapped her arms around his head, her entire form pressed closely against him. From a distance, it appeared as though a serpent had coiled tightly around Shizhen. Yet, the expression on Long Qing's delicate face was peculiar. It was predominantly one of enjoyment and comfort, akin to a person in the frigid winter night suddenly burrowing into a warm bed. However, a subtle undercurrent of greed, desire, lewdness, arrogance, and indifference lingered as well. Each slight movement of her hips seemed to evoke a sensation of something uncomfortably pressing beneath, causing a fleeting flush to Grace Longqing's cheeks, reminiscent of both annoyance and shyness. Chapter 27. Confrontation. At this moment, Shizhen was immersed in deep meditation, entirely oblivious to the external conditions surrounding his body. His spirit, consciousness, and focus were solely concentrated on the radiant sun within his dantian. This sun was both fiery and immense, emanating resplendent golden rays. Every organ and meridian within him that basked in its light was enveloped in a wave of warmth, accompanied by an indescribable sense of comfort. However, the sun's formidable power necessitated that it could not remain in one place for an extended period. Thus, Shizhen had to continuously propel it along his meridians in a rhythmic cycle. The method of cultivation practiced by Shizhen primarily involves traversing the Ren and Du meridians, which corresponds to the central line of the body, extending from the forehead to the chest, from the abdomen to the hips, and then returning from the back to the crown of the head. This process constitutes one complete cycle. The more times one cycles through this movement, the more the spiritual energy within the dantian becomes solidified and robust. Upon completing 49 cycles, one enters a minor stage of advancement. At this juncture, Shizhen can perceive that the spiritual energy in the dantian has become more substantial and concentrated than before. Although this enhancement is but a slight increment, it serves as the greatest motivation for Shizhen's unwavering dedication to his practice. No one understands better than Shizhen that regardless of the treasures or powerful allies one may possess, all of these are merely external forces. When it comes to the pivotal moments, the only true reliance, the only source of trust, is oneself. Brief. As Shizhen's cultivation reached its zenith, the spiritual energy within his body had circulated a total of 49 times. Should he continue his practice further, his body would risk overheating, and his focus would likely wane. It was indeed time to pause. Just as Shizhen prepared to exhale and open his eyes, he suddenly felt as though the breath was trapped within his mouth. Unable to escape, Shizhen was taken aback, hastily opening his eyes, only to find his vision entirely engulfed by a sea of purple. His mouth, and indeed his entire head, were deeply ensconced between two towering peaks. These peaks, soft yet resilient, firmly ensnared Shizhen, rendering his mouth unable to part and making even the act of breathing exceedingly arduous. As Shizhen lifted his gaze, he discovered that it was indeed Longqing who was causing mischief. At that moment, she held herself tightly, her hands clasped around her head, forcibly pressing it against her chest. Her legs, resembling those of a crab, clamped firmly around his waist. The two were so closely entwined that when Shizhen attempted to stand, he staggered, nearly losing his balance. As Shizhen suddenly rose, he inadvertently elicited a soft moan from Longqing, who opened her enchanting eyes. In that moment, she resembled a woman intoxicated, her delicate face flushed, and her entire body radiating warmth. Particularly in those areas where she was closely pressed against Shizhen, beads of fragrant sweat glistened, exuding a subtle aroma reminiscent of bamboo leaves. In the sweltering heat of the day, this scent was truly refreshing and invigorating. Even Shizhen, who had just completed his training and felt as if he were ablaze, could distinctly sense the coolness emanating from Longqing's body. Were she not Longqing, but rather an ice pack designed to alleviate the heat, he would undoubtedly relish the opportunity to embrace her, for it brought him comfort. Alas, she was a formidable woman transformed from a demonic beast, capable of annihilating him with a mere flick of her finger. Moreover, her intentions toward Shizhen were consistently nefarious, as she perpetually sought to devour him. Such a perilous being was not someone Shizhen dared to provoke. Esteemed one, propriety dictates that we maintain our distance, Shizhen implored, attempting to push Longqing away. However, whether it was due to their close proximity or some other reason, as he reached out to push her, his hands naturally pressed against Longqing's hips. The sensation of her astonishing curves and the delightful smoothness transmitted through his palms caused his heart to flutter. At that moment of inner turmoil, Longqing let out another soft sigh, as if something had jostled her once again. You wretch, utterly devoid of charm. Countless men yearn for my embrace, but lack the fortune to receive it. Yet you dare to push me away. Longqing glared at Shizhen with a mix of ire and disdain before releasing her grip and forcefully shoving him aside. With the entanglement of Longqing now dispelled, Shizhen let out a sigh of relief, yet simultaneously, an inexplicable sense of emptiness lingered within his heart. Indeed, Longqing's words held truth. Her beauty was striking, and her alluring figure was undoubtedly the most exquisite he had ever encountered in his lifetime. Rarely did an ordinary person possess the fortune to be embraced by her for such an extended period. However, when it came to the choice between beauty and life, Shizhen held a clear understanding in his heart. With a swift declaration of farewell, he strode purposefully away from the bamboo grove. Observing Shizhen's indifferent departure, Longqing's delicate brows furrowed. Throughout her life, she had encountered countless men, yet none possessed the unwavering resolve to resist her allure as Shizhen did. But wait. It would be inaccurate to claim that he was entirely immune to temptation. If he were truly unperturbed, what had prompted him to nudge her moments ago? That sudden, assertive gesture had taken Longqing by surprise. Reflecting on the encounter, a peculiar smile graced her charming face. This Shizhen, seemingly composed and mature, was ultimately still a youth. I am curious to see how long he can endure. With that thought, Longqing stifled a yawn and resumed her languid demeanor, turning towards her cave abode. As she walked, her golden lotus feet glided gracefully, her slender waist swaying gently, and her exquisitely curved form moved rhythmically with each step. The interplay of light and shadow among the purple and green bamboo forest, coupled with the dimly lit path of cobblestones, created a scene that truly epitomized unparalleled beauty in the world. Upon returning to the White Tiger Cave, Shizhen found his mind ensnared in a haze. He was acutely aware that, despite having just forcefully pushed Longqing away and decisively turned to leave, his thoughts were consumed by the enchanting figure of Longqing and the exquisite sensation they shared in close proximity. In their intimate moment, Shizhen felt as though he were ensnared by a great serpent struggling to draw breath. Yet now, having regained his freedom, he could not help but recall the tantalizing taste of that encounter. Particularly, Longqing's form was a veritable embodiment of temptation. A mere touch allowed Shizhen to grasp the overwhelming allure it possessed. Setting aside the exquisite sensation, Shizhen had also witnessed Longqing in a state of complete undress. The sheer whiteness and remarkable elasticity of her figure remained indelibly etched in his memory. Shizhen truly could not fathom how long he could endure being embraced by Longqing every day. If one day he could no longer withstand it, would he not fall into Longqing's trap, inevitably meeting his demise at the hands of this enchantress? This Longqing was truly malicious. She must have deliberately devised this scheme to entice him in such a manner. Yet, I refuse to be deceived. There must be another way to divert my attention. As Shizhen grasped the water bucket, dousing himself with cold water, he endeavored to concentrate, striving to devise a method to confront Longqing. Chapter 28. Offering suggestions. Just as Shizhen racked his brain in search of a solution, a voice suddenly emerged from beside him. Master, have you encountered any difficulties? Upon hearing the words, Shizhen turned to his side and discovered that the speaker was Shizhen. Today, he had ventured into the bamboo forest without bringing his storage bag or the soul-summoning banner, having left them behind in the cave. He feared that Longqing might seize his storage bag, for at present, Shizhen was no match for Longqing. Should he be robbed, all the precious items he had painstakingly accumulated over these days would vanish. Not to mention the soul-summoning banner and the longing sword. His storage bag contained over 1,000 taels of silver. In his life, Shizhen had never encountered such an abundance of wealth. Thus, when he sought out Longqing, he went empty-handed, leaving Shizhen to assist in guarding the house. However, Shizhen, being a ghostly entity, possessed a faint presence. Upon his return, Shizhen was preoccupied with a myriad of chaotic thoughts and momentarily failed to notice Shizhen. At this juncture, upon hearing Shizhen's inquiry, Shizhen contemplated briefly before deciding to pose a question to her. Shizhen, do you possess a method to help one attain a state of calmness swiftly? Swift calmness? Shizhen was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such a question from Shizhen. Yet, she quickly responded, I typically focus my mind and regulate my breathing. This enables me to regain my composure. Focus my mind and regulate my breathing? Upon hearing this, Shizhen shook his head. In the face of Longqing's relentless assault, it was unlikely that mere concentration and breath adjustment would suffice to regain composure. A more potent solution was required. Master, may I inquire what troubles you? Shizhen, noticing Shizhen's furrowed brow, could not help but ask. Upon hearing this, Shizhen furrowed his brow slightly, appearing somewhat hesitant. However, after a moment's reflection, he realized that Shizhen had already signed a master-servant contract with him. Thus, she was not exactly a stranger. Therefore, he deemed it permissible to share his difficulties and the background of Longqing with her. Upon listening, Shizhen's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue, and she stifled a light laugh. Master, in my opinion, Longqing may not truly wish to harm you, since you harbor feelings for her as well. Why not embrace her? What a jest! Shizhen's eyes widened in disbelief. Guangyuan's corpse is still buried on the back mountain. I shall never tread the same path. Qinqian, clearly aware that Shizhen would be reluctant to agree, paused momentarily before continuing. In this circumstance, we are left with but two options. Might the master be willing to listen? Qinqian spoke softly. Speak your mind. Shizhen gestured dismissively. With a gentle smile, Qinqian proceeded. Firstly, could the master consider discussing with Longqing the necessity of relinquishing his self-imposed isolation? For such a stance would undoubtedly hinder his cultivation. Should he fail to advance to the foundation establishment stage, he will remain incapable of eradicating his affliction. Upon hearing this, Shizhen pondered for a moment before shaking his head in dismay. Longqi was undeniably no ordinary woman. Having just had a falling out with her, any request made at this moment would surely be met with immediate rejection. Therefore, the master should devise a means to depart from this place swiftly. The world is vast, and with the master's prowess, there exists no realm beyond reach. Why remain confined here? Qinqian spread her hands wide. Upon hearing this, Shizhen immediately shook his head without a moment's thought. If I were to leave recklessly, my sister would undoubtedly fall victim to her malicious intentions, as I previously mentioned. My reason for remaining here is precisely because she is using my sister as leverage against me. What you propose is utterly unfeasible. However, upon hearing my words, Qinqian raised an eyebrow. In my view, she may not even be aware of the whereabouts of the master's sister. Furthermore, even if she did possess such knowledge, what of it? The master merely needs to ascertain the location of his sister swiftly and ensure her safe relocation to a secure place, thereby alleviating the threat posed by Longqing. Upon hearing this, Shizhen's expression shifted. Immediately, he clapped his hands together and exclaimed, Wonderful! Xiaoqian, how did I not think of this solution? Indeed, he thought, I merely need to locate my sister and then secrete her away to a safe haven. Thus, I can flee from this place. At that point, with the world being so vast, I refused to believe that Longqing could pursue me relentlessly. The more Shizhen contemplated, the more he found the method feasible, and for a moment, he yearned to soar beyond the mountains in search of his sister. However, at that moment, Qinqian uttered a statement that doused Shizhen's elation like a bucket of icy water. Master, have you forgotten? Every morning, you are required to report to the bamboo grove. Consequently, you can only operate within a radius of 100 miles. How could you possibly search for your sister? Upon hearing this, Shizhen felt as though he had been struck by frost, rendered motionless in place. Qinqian continued. It can only be said that Longqing anticipated you would consider this approach, which is why he mandated your daily visits to the bamboo grove. Damn. Why is this woman so astute? Shizhen expressed his frustration, but soon a glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes as he turned to Qinqian. Perhaps you could assist me in my search? Qinqian shook her head vigorously. Master, I am but a shadowy specter, scarcely able to unearth any information. Even if I were to roam the night and scour the land, I would find it impossible to infiltrate those grand cities. Each of them is guarded by formidable figures with ties to the court. Upon hearing Qinqian's words, Shizhen realized that it was indeed unreasonable to expect her, as a ghostly entity, to undertake such a task. Thus, it seemed that the matter could only be entrusted to a trustworthy individual who might lend a helping hand. Shizhen stroked his chin, and the figure of the wandering merchant Fan Deshang immediately surfaced in his mind. However, after careful contemplation, he shook his head. Firstly, Shizhen was not particularly well acquainted with him. Secondly, merchants are notoriously driven by profit, and Shizhen found it difficult to place his trust in him. What if he turned around and sold him to Longqing? After a moment of reflection, Shizhen sighed, deciding to temporarily set this notion aside. Consequently, the problem remained unchanged. He had yet to discover a means to combat Longqing. This left Shizhen, who typically possessed a hearty appetite, feeling disinterested in both food and tea, merely frowning as he sat in the cave. Seeing this, Qinqian approached to offer comfort. Master, there are indeed ways to address this. Longqing deliberately tempts you, merely because she underestimates your youth and limited experience. If you were more worldly and accustomed to women of her beauty, you would hardly be swayed so easily. While her words held some truth, Shizhen pondered. Yet Longqing is an exquisite beauty. Where am I to find many others of equal caliber to broaden my horizons? He chuckled bitterly. Master, is there not one right before you? Qinqian stepped forward, volunteering herself. Upon hearing her words, Shizhen was momentarily taken aback. However, he soon began to scrutinize Qinqian closely. Her beauty was striking, far from ordinary, complemented by her enchanting eyes, blood-red lips, and snow-white skin. all of which certainly warranted the title of beauty. In terms of appearance, she was hardly inferior to Long Qing. Moreover, being a specter, she exuded an allure that sparked both fear and curiosity, rendering her even more captivating to men than an ordinary beauty. Yet Shizhen's gaze shifted to her form. "Qian, do a turn," he commanded. Chun Qian promptly lifted the hem of her white dress and gracefully twirled before Shizhen. Shizhen scrutinized her figure carefully before ultimately shaking his head. Qin Qian passed away at the tender age of 16, her physique still in its formative stages. Although she possessed a certain delicate allure, it was merely of an ordinary caliber. In contrast, the impact of Long Qing was remarkably profound, far surpassing hers. "Little Qian, I sincerely appreciate your suggestion. However, you have yet to encounter Long Qing and are unaware of her formidable allure over men. Thus, while I am grateful for your kindness, I shall seek alternative solutions." Shizhen reassured her. Upon hearing this, Qin Qian smiled enchanting. "The master has misunderstood. How could my slender frame possibly compare to Long Qing? What I meant to convey is that as a specter, I lack a tangible form, thus I possess some ability to transform." "Transform?" Shizhen's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Are you implying that you can metamorphose into a beauty of equal standing to Long Qing?" Chapter 29. The Hunt for Beasts. I do possess some knowledge of transformation techniques, Qin Qian admitted, but hesitated, her words trailing off. "But what is it?" Shizhen inquired immediately. "However, each transformation requires a certain expenditure of soul power. My current reserves are limited, allowing for but a single transformation," Chun Qian stated candidly. Upon hearing this, Shizhen stroked his chin and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke. "I recall you previously mentioned that you possess the ability to absorb the souls of cultivators and magical beasts, correct?" "Indeed," Qin Qian nodded. "The essence derived from these souls can enhance my strength." "Then, how many transformations could the soul of a second-tier magical beast allow you to perform?" Shizhen inquired. "A second-tier magical beast?" Upon hearing this, Chun Qian's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. "If it is a second-tier magical beast, I could manage at least 3 transformations." "Excellent." Upon hearing this, Shizhen promptly made a decision. "Coincidentally, I too am inclined to hunt some demon beasts. In this surrounding area, there are several second-tier demon beasts that I have yet to confront. Xiao Qian, today you shall lend me your aid. Let us engage with them." The maidservant readily agreed, her fair face glowing with fervor. During her solitary cultivation, she had also harbored the desire to hunt demon beasts. However, her offensive capabilities were rather limited, relying solely on her hair to attack these creatures, which were predominantly tough as iron, impervious to blades and spears. Thus, the likelihood of successfully hunting demon beasts was exceedingly low, especially when it came to the formidable second-tier ones. Now, hearing Shizhen's intention to hunt second-tier demon beasts, Qin Qian's heart brimmed with elation. For Shizhen, having previously slain the second-tier demon beast Moon Silver Tiger while at the 4th level of Qi refinement, and now with his strength having more than doubled, along with the Dragon Roar Sword and Soul Summoning Banner as his magical implements, and with Xiao Qian, a formidable ally by his side, defeating those second-tier demon beasts should pose little challenge. With this thought in mind, Shizhen guided Qin Qian, stealthily making their way through the night towards the territory of a second-tier demon beast. They entered a dense forest, home to an exceptionally large black bear. This was the first second-tier demon beast Shizhen had encountered. It had once shattered a large tree with a mere swipe of its paw before casting a threatening glare at him. At that time, Shizhen was still quite weak, and after being startled, he had promptly distanced himself from the area. Reflecting back, it was evident that the black bear had refrained from pursuing him merely out of caution, perhaps due to concerns regarding Shizhen's background. Yes, indeed, it was the background that held sway. In a remote and impoverished village, what background could a destitute lad like Shizhen possibly possess? Indeed, there exists a connection, namely, that of Long Qing. The territory of this bear closely adjoins the 30-mile radius frequently mentioned by Long Qing, suggesting an acquaintance between the two. Bears are renowned for their acute sense of smell, and it is evident that Shizhen carries a trace of Long Qing's scent. Mistaking Shizhen for a subordinate of Long Qing, the bear merely issued distant threats without resorting to an attack. Little did it anticipate that the very boy it had frightened away with a mere swipe would return mere months later to claim its life. That fateful night, a fierce battle erupted within the mountains. The surrounding forest, spanning hundreds of meters, was almost razed to the ground, with the earth marred by sword marks reaching a foot in depth, and blood splattered everywhere, a harrowing sight to behold, accompanied by a chilling and furious roar. A colossal black bear, towering nearly 10 feet, fell to the ground in defeat. Dust surged into the air, and the ground quaked violently. With the demise of the black bear, Shizhen, battered and bruised, and the nearly invisible Chen, both collapsed to the ground, revealing their dire state of disarray. After a prolonged moment of heavy breathing, Shizhen finally managed a bitter smile. This bear proved to be unexpectedly formidable. I had indeed underestimated it. A trace of fear flickered across Chen delicate features. Master, the strength of this black bear is evidently far superior to that of an ordinary second-tier beast. Its power is nearly comparable to that of a practitioner at the 9th level of Qi refinement. The 9th level of Qi refinement? Upon hearing this, Shizhen immediately sat up, his gaze fixated on the black bear. I heard Fan Desheng mention that Long Qing's strength is most likely at the 9th level of the Qi refinement stage. By this reasoning, her combat prowess would be roughly comparable to that of the black bear. This remains uncertain. However, if Long Qing were to be a shape-shifting demon beast, her power would at least be at the foundation establishment stage. The master must not take this lightly, Chen advised. Foundation establishment stage. Upon hearing this, Shizhen could not help but furrow his brow. Nevertheless, he reluctantly rose, retrieving a small bone knife from his waist to extract the inner elixir. Meanwhile, Chen approached the head of the black bear, placing her hands upon its crown to begin absorbing its soul energy. Moments later, Shizhen skillfully excavated a black inner elixir from the bear's abdomen. This elixir was round and gleaming, radiating a splendid brilliance under the moonlight, resembling a beautiful black pearl. It was larger than the inner elixir of the moon's silver tiger, and indeed, it was the most exquisite inner elixir Shizhen had ever encountered. This elixir, when utilized for the refinement of the yellow dragon pill, would undoubtedly enhance the success rate significantly. After gazing at it for a moment, Shizhen revealed a look of satisfaction, wiping his sleeve back and forth before carefully placing it into his storage pouch. At this point, Chen had finished absorbing the soul power, her face radiating contentment as she spread her legs apart. Resting her hands on the ground and leaning back in a relaxed posture, it seemed that the soul power was an exceedingly rare delicacy for her. While Chen indulged in her enjoyment, Shizhen began to dissect the corpse of the black bear. He meticulously gathered materials such as the bear's skin, claws, and bones, and then proceeded to pack the remaining flesh and blood, which had accumulated into a towering heap, into his storage pouch. Ultimately, Shizhen made a special trip to thoroughly search the black bear's den, but unfortunately found nothing of value. Thus, both the man and the spirit returned to the White Tiger Cave, thoroughly satisfied. Upon entering the cave, Shizhen first took out several pieces of bear meat to roast, while simultaneously drinking the bear's blood with hearty gulps, casting glances at Chen. She, clearly understanding Shizhen's intentions, approached him with a cheerful smile and said, "Master, I can now perform the transformation technique. What kind of beautiful woman would you like to see?" Hearing this, Shizhen felt a thrill of excitement and responded with a question of his own. "Why don't you tell me what kinds of beautiful women you can transform into? As long as I have seen them, I can essentially transform into any of them, though there may be some subtle differences," Chen replied with confidence. "Then transform into the most beautiful woman you can imagine," Shizhen instructed. In truth, Shizhen made this request because, aside from Long Qing, he had not encountered many beautiful women. Although there were plenty of women in the village, they were mostly ordinary farmers. Too sun-weathered and worn to pay attention to their appearance, their beauty quite average. "Then I shall become the most beautiful woman I can recall," Chen said with a slight smile. She then rolled on the ground, morphing into a swirling mass of black mist. After a moment of writhing before Shizhen, the mist gradually revealed the features of a person. Soon after, an elegant and statuesque woman emerged gracefully from the black mist. Chapter 30. Mastery of Transformation. Shizhen fixed his gaze intently upon the figure before him, his eyes unblinking. Initially, the silhouette appeared shrouded in darkness, resembling charred coal, devoid of discernible facial features, skin, or bodily contours. Yet, after a brief moment, as tendrils of black mist undulated across her form, her features began to materialize. With delicately arched eyebrows, a refined nose, a pointed chin, and large, captivating eyes, she embodied the essence of a stunning beauty. Most notably, her attire was resplendent. A vivid crimson adorned with golden phoenix embroidery, crowned with a pearl headdress and topped with a red veil. She was undoubtedly a vision of a bride on her wedding day. Furthermore, Chen effortlessly executed the enchanting shyness typically exhibited by brides, coupled with the dainty caution that accompanies such decorum in her movements. This spectacle left Shizhen momentarily awestruck, exclaiming in admiration, "My lord, does this appearance please you?" After a brief performance, Xiao Qian turned to Shizhen with an expression brimming with anticipation. However, to her surprise, despite his continuous praise, Shizhen ultimately shook his head. Indeed, the sight of a bride is undeniably striking. Yet, while it is beautiful, it lacks a certain impact, he remarked. Qin Qian, taken aback, inquired, "What do you mean by impact?" "It is that quality which, at a mere glance, seizes your attention, evoking the deepest desires within you instantaneously." Shizhen found it challenging to articulate his thoughts, managing only a vague description. "I understand. The master desires a voluptuous and alluring beauty, does he not?" Qin Qian blinked her eyes and then extended her hands, exhaling a plume of dark mist towards her chest. Curiously, under the shroud of this mist, her bosom began to expand at a visibly rapid pace, swiftly transforming from an ordinary size to an enormous form that could not be grasped with a single hand. This indeed captured Shizhen's attention, yet he merely cast a glance at her chest before promptly shifting his gaze to her posterior. "Is the master more intrigued by this area?" Qin Qian blinked her beautiful eyes again, then turned around and directed another breath of dark mist towards that part. In no time, her hips became notably rounded and voluptuous, creating an exaggerated contrast with her original physique. Qin Qian swayed her hips before Shizhen, her fair face tinged with a hint of blush. "Master, how do you find it now?" "Excellent, simply marvelous." In what realm had Shizhen ever witnessed such a scene? A statuesque beauty clad in bridal attire, her figure alluring, swaying her hips provocatively, her face adorned with the bashfulness of youthful innocence. It was utterly intoxicating. In an instant, Shizhen felt his pulse quicken, his gaze transfixed. Qin Qian, upon witnessing this spectacle, displayed a glimmer of triumph in her enchanting eyes, deliberately inching closer to Shizhen until her hips nearly grazed his face. At such a proximity, he could almost discern the intricate layers of her silhouette through the crimson fabric, barely restraining the urge to reach out and seize her. "Master, I now understand your preference. Shall I present you with more captivating beauties in the future?" Just as Shizhen struggled to suppress his burgeoning desires, Qin Qian's beguiling whispers danced into his ears, rendering his self-control nearly futile. However, in that very moment, she recoiled as if scorched by a flame, leaping away in an instant. Simultaneously, the spot where their bodies had inadvertently made contact transformed into a swirling mass of dark vapor, reminiscent of melting snow. This shadowy essence swiftly enveloped her entire being, reverting Qin Qian to her original form. Gasping for breath, she collapsed onto the ground, her delicate features etched with terror. Her gaze fixated on Shizhen, especially on the very point he had touched. "Qin Qian, what is the matter with you?" Shizhen quickly rose to his feet, attempting to assist Qin Qian. However, Qin Qian hastily waved her hand in refusal. "Master, please do not touch me. The overwhelming yang energy emanating from you is beyond my capacity to endure. Especially the area you just contacted. It is a manifestation of pure yang, causing me the most profound harm." Upon hearing this, Shizhen lowered his gaze, and an awkward expression swiftly emerged on his face. "So it seems I have inadvertently caused you harm. However, is this object truly that formidable? Can it rival the longing sword?" "The master may be unaware," Qin Qian replied earnestly. "We, as spectral beings, possess bodies of pure yin, unable to withstand even the sun, let alone the pure yang energy that you embody, which is a manifestation of utmost yang." To illustrate, Qin Qian glanced briefly before speaking with a hint of trepidation. "Should it penetrate my being, I might instantaneously become a mere wisp of soul. Is that so?" Upon hearing this, Shizhen felt both astonished and alert. Since any contact he made could potentially harm Qin Qian, he resolved to exercise restraint and avoid touching her at all costs. However, the sight of such a captivating beauty swaying before him, yet remaining untouchable, proved to be a torment for the impetuous Shizhen. Sighing deeply, he expressed his frustration. Qin Qian seemed to sense his turmoil and promptly reassured him, "Master, your request for me to transform is merely a means to enhance your self-control. Only by remaining indifferent to beauty can you withstand Longqing's temptations. In this regard, it serves as a form of personal cultivation for you. You speak the truth," he acknowledged. Upon hearing this, Shizhen nodded and inquired further. "Then, how long can you maintain such a transformation?" "Perhaps for half an hour." "Why? Do you find the duration insufficient?" Qin Qian responded. "Not at all. For the purpose of honing one's composure, it is quite adequate." Shizhen nodded and remarked, "If that is the case, then you shall change daily, specifically to train my resolve. I am confident that it will not be long before I no longer fear Longqing. Of course, that is entirely feasible. As long as my master can hunt more demonic beasts for me, I can transform as many times as desired, Qin Qian replied, stifling a laugh. It seemed that exchanging the soul power of demonic beasts for transformation opportunities was, for her, an unequivocal gain. For Shizhen, the souls of these beasts held little intrinsic value. If they could enhance Qin Qian's strength and serve to fortify his own resolve, it would be a splendid arrangement. Both of them displayed expressions of satisfaction. However, a question lingered in Shizhen's mind, prompting him to voice it. Xiao Qian, I have already discerned what the essence of the yang is. But what, pray tell, is the essence of the yin? The essence of the yin? Qin Qian's demeanor shifted to one of intrigue. Master, why do you inquire about this? Do you wish to witness it yourself? Not at all. I was merely curious. He replied. Shizhen shook his head. I see. Qin Qian let out a sigh of relief and then began to explain patiently. After listening, Shizhen couldn't help but blush. No wonder Qin Qian had such a peculiar expression earlier. In such an intimate setting, who would dare to expose themselves? With this thought, Shizhen shook his head, feeling that his mind had been rather clouded in recent days, filled with images of beautiful women and various temptations. How innocent had he once been? Yet, he knew he was not this kind of person. One could only say that all of this was Longqing's fault. Just the thought of having to face Longqing in the bamboo forest at dawn filled Shizhen with resentment, prompting him to fiercely bite into the bear meat. Master. Qin Qian noticed Shizhen's foul mood and immediately inquired, May I accompany you to see Longqing? Her strength is formidable. It could be perilous for you to go. Shizhen replied, shaking his head. It won't be a problem. I can hide and keep my distance. She won't notice me, Qin Qian insisted. Then why do you wish to meet her? Shizhen asked. I am quite curious about her. I want to see what kind of woman can provoke my master into such unease and fear. Qin Qian raised an eyebrow. It seems you simply wish to witness my misfortune. Shizhen shot a glare at Qin Qian. However, after a moment's contemplation, he nodded in agreement. You have a point. Eventually, we must confront Longqing. It would be advantageous for you to observe her beforehand. Thank you, master. I will be cautious, Qin Qian exclaimed, her joy evident as she twirled in the air. As Shizhen gazed outside the cave, he noticed the sky beginning to brighten. He promptly rose to his feet, tightened his belt, and prepared to head towards the bamboo grove. However, just as he stepped out of the cave, a flicker of emotion crossed his face as he turned his gaze to the distance. There, he discerned the distant howls of wolves, accompanied by faint, almost imperceptible cries for help. What is this? Upon hearing the news, Shizhen's expression shifted slightly. He immediately leaped into action, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he raced towards the distant mountains and forests. Moments later, he arrived at a hillside 5 miles away. There, beneath a grand tree, a pack of over a dozen coyotes gathered, their heads raised, eyes glinting with menace as they stared up at the branches. Perched upon a tree limb was a slender girl clad in yellow. Clutching a blue cloth bundle to her chest, she wept openly, calling out loudly for Big Brother Shi. This girl was none other than Chen Baobao, the young woman from Qinjia village with whom Shizhen had crossed paths just 2 days prior. Upon encountering her, Shizhen was taken aback. This place was situated over 30 miles from Chun family village, with rugged mountain paths that were difficult to traverse. How could a young girl have evaded the wild beasts of the mountains, wolves, tigers, and leopards, to arrive here alone? Big Brother Shi, Chen Baobao exclaimed with a face full of surprise upon seeing Shizhen, eagerly waving at him. Big Brother Shi, save me. These wicked wolves wish to devour me. They have been tormenting me all night. Shizhen responded with a sound and stepped forward, sweeping his sleeve with a flourish. In an instant, a powerful force surged forth, resembling an invisible whip several yards in length, striking directly at the pack of coyotes. Howl. Several coyotes were knocked to the ground, some dead, others injured, while the remainder hastily fled for their lives. Subsequently, Shizhen leapt into the air, the light sound of his feet echoing as he gracefully landed atop a tree. Shizhen lowered his gaze toward Chen Baobao, a look of bewilderment adorning his face. Chen Baobao, what brings you here? Of course, it is to find you. Chen Baobao lifted her head, her large eyes shimmering as they met Shizhen's gaze. Big Brother Shi, you left that day without a word, not even a farewell. I have so much I wish to share with you. Surprised by her need to speak with him, Shizhen pondered the necessity of her solitary venture into the treacherous mountains. If not for my keen ears catching your call, you might have fallen prey to the wolves. It is not merely to converse. More importantly, I long to see you. Chen Baobao's eyes sparkled as she looked up at Shizhen. Long to see me? Shizhen chuckled ruefully. What is there about me that warrants such a visit? Indeed, she replied earnestly. Ever since meeting you that day, you have invaded my dreams at night, and by day, my thoughts are consumed by you. Thus, I decided to come and see you. Her words stirred a flicker of emotion within Shizhen. After all, he was not a mere blockhead. He could discern the longing and admiration in Chen Baobao's sentiments. Yet, she was merely a 12-year-old girl, perhaps unaware of the true implications of her declarations. Consequently, Shizhen regarded her as a child, akin to a younger sister. Listen, he said, since you have found me, it is best you return home quickly. I shall escort you part of the way. Upon hearing Shizhen's insistence for her to leave, Chen Baobao pouted. Big brother Shi, are you very busy? Yes. I must meet someone quite troublesome shortly. If I delay too long, it would not bode well, Shizhen replied with a nod. Quite troublesome, you say? And you cannot be late? Chen Baobao blinked, her curiosity piqued. Is it a beautiful woman? Shizhen pondered for a moment and nodded. Yes. Oh. Chen Baobao lowered her head, her expression seemingly dimmed. However, she soon rose to her feet and handed the package she had been holding to Shizhen. This is something my grandfather entrusted me to give to you. I am passing it on to you now, so please take good care of it. Upon hearing the words, Shizhen lowered his head to unveil the contents of the package, only to discover 6 gleaming gold ingots nestled within. Additionally, there lay a letter. Upon opening the letter, Shizhen discovered that it was penned by Chen Baobao's grandfather, Chen Guanbao. The correspondence conveyed that he had learned the truth behind the Chen family village monster incident through his granddaughter and expressed his gratitude for Shizhen's intervention in subduing the demon. Enclosed within was the promised reward he had previously mentioned. At the conclusion of the letter, Chen Guanbao extended an invitation for Shizhen to visit Chen family village whenever the opportunity arose and assured him that he would respect Shizhen's wishes by concealing the secret of Chen Qian's subjugation. After perusing the letter, Shizhen stroked his chin and turned his gaze back to Chen Baobao. What became of Daoist Shi in the end? He inquired. Daoist Shi was ultimately deemed to have honorably sacrificed himself by the authorities, Chen Baobao replied, a hint of disdain in her voice. This priest, reputedly a former disciple of the Jingyi sect, was expelled due to his unscrupulous intentions. After his departure from the sect, he allied himself with the court, serving as a protector tasked with ensuring the safety of the Qinghe County perimeter. His connections to the government rendered the village chief hesitant to offend him, and my grandfather dared not oppose him. Had it not been for Brother Shi's timely assistance, my mother would have fallen victim to this scoundrel. By the way, Brother Shi, Chen Baobao continued, her excitement palpable, my mother has expressed a deep desire to thank you in person. If you visit Chen family village again, you must come to our home. Indeed, if the opportunity presents itself, I shall certainly honor that invitation. Shizhen nodded and then urged, is there anything else? If not, I shall escort you on your way. Nothing else, Chen Baobao pouted, feeling quite unhappy at the prospect of being sent away by Shizhen so soon after their meeting. Yet, in the next moment, a joyous smile involuntarily spread across her face. For Shizhen had unexpectedly scooped her up in his arms, cradling her like a princess, and leapt away into the distance. Swift as the wind, he traversed the 30 miles of mountainous terrain in merely half an hour, delivering Chen Baobao to a spot not far from Qinjia village. Throughout the journey, she lay nestled in Shizhen's embrace, her small face pressed against his chest, radiating sheer bliss. It was only when he gently set her down on the ground and turned to depart that she seemed to awaken from a dream. Elder brother Shi, now that you have arrived, why not come into the village for a visit? Without looking back, Shizhen merely waved his hand and swiftly departed, as if truly pressed for time. Witnessing Shizhen's abrupt silence and hasty exit, Chen Baobao stamped her foot in frustration, her face betraying her unwillingness to accept the situation. That scoundrel Shizhen, that wretched Shizhen, who just held me so tightly, now pretends not to know me. She fumed. Just wait. Tomorrow I shall pay you a visit to cause some mischief. The mere thought of traversing the mountainous path for an entire day and night, only to be rewarded with a half hour of Shizhen's embrace, filled Chen Baobao with a sense of eager anticipation. With that, she skipped along, humming a cheerful tune, her little dress fluttering in the breeze, as she made her way back to Chen family village. Chapter 32. Suppression. When Shizhen arrived at the bamboo grove, the daylight had already brightened the surroundings, and half the morning had slipped away. Long Qing, draped in a black cloak, stood at the cave's entrance, her gaze cold and her expression as dark as still water. Even from a distance, Shizhen could sense the waves of chill emanating from her. However, Upon seeing Shizhen enter the bamboo grove, her demeanor softened slightly, yet she still regarded him with evident displeasure. "What is the matter? Why arrive so late?" she inquired. "I was delayed by some matters," Shizhen replied. "What matters?" Longqing pressed further. Yet this time, Shizhen chose to ignore her, heading directly to a clearing within the bamboo grove, intending to meditate there. "Do not remain here. Come inside the cave," Longqing commanded in a frosty tone. "It is too cold inside, a biting chill. It is warmer here." Shizhen shook his head in refusal. "Huh?" Longqing scoffed at Shizhen's repeated defiance. "It seems you have grown quite bold in just one day. Are you not afraid that in a fit of anger, I might end your life? In my life? I doubt you would be willing to do so." With a resolute demeanor, Shizhen spoke up. In truth, he was gambling on his perceived worth in Longqing's eyes. Previously, Guanjun had mentioned that Longqing had sought out countless individuals, ultimately discovering only him and Guanjun as those with cultivation potential. With Guanjun already eliminated, Shizhen found himself as the last remaining seedling. Unless absolutely necessary, Longqing would never take his life. However, what Shizhen did not anticipate was that Longqing saw through his little scheme in an instant. Upon hearing Shizhen's words, Longqing paused briefly. Then a realization dawned upon her, causing her to smirk and stride over confidently. "Shizhen, you are indeed quite clever. You are correct. I am reluctant to kill you. Yet, you may have overlooked one crucial detail. While I am loath to end your life, I could easily consume you at any moment." With those words, Longqing had already approached Shizhen. In his presence, she licked her lips, her expression revealing an undeniable desire. "For someone of your exceptional caliber, if I were to devour a portion of your primordial essence daily, supplementing it with various herbs, I could sustain myself for a couple of months. While it may not cure my ailment, it would significantly alleviate my suffering." However, as she continued, a palpable threat surfaced on Longqing's charming face. "You should be well aware of the fate that befalls a man destined only to be drained of his essence by me." She whispered this ominously close to Shizhen's ear. From a distance, their intimate proximity appeared rather suggestive, yet her words sent a chill down Shizhen's spine. "Conjuring images of Guanjun's tragic demise. You shall not succeed. Even if it means my own death, I will not allow you to prevail," Shizhen declared fiercely. "Oh, it seems you remain unaware of my capabilities," Longqing replied, her smile growing increasingly alluring at Shizhen's display of bravado. "When the time comes, I will bind your limbs, confine your entire body within an iron coffin, and gag you, leaving only your mouth exposed. At that point, even if you wish to end your life by biting your tongue, you shall be unable to do so." At her words, Shizhen's complexion turned ashen. He realized that Longqing was indeed a woman of her word. If he truly provoked her, she would not hesitate to treat him in such a manner. "What do you want from me?" Shizhen queried, gazing into Longqing's eyes. "Quite simply, if you obediently comply, I will not kill you. In fact, I may even assist you in advancing to the foundation establishment stage." Longqing replied with a languid tone as she observed Shizhen's capitulation. "Consider carefully. Who in this world would be as meticulous in aiding your cultivation as I am?" Shizhen gritted his teeth and said, "If you truly wish to assist me, could you refrain from bothering me every day? Your incessant presence makes it exceedingly difficult for me to concentrate, let alone cultivate. This is simply unacceptable." Longqing, without a moment's hesitation, shook his head in refusal. "I have already exercised considerable patience, striving to wait for your advancement to the foundation establishment stage. If you provide me with no encouragement along the way, I may soon find my endurance waning, and the one who suffers will ultimately be you." Continuing, Longqing added, "There is a saying, one must endure minor discomforts to achieve great plans. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Shizhen let out a disdainful snort and fell silent. This accursed creature was not only clever, but also possessed an impressive wealth of knowledge. Were it not for his understanding of her true nature, he might have genuinely believed her to be a refined and educated lady of noble birth. Enough talk. Let us proceed into the cave. Longqing cast a sidelong glance at Shizhen before turning and leading the way into the stone cavern. With no other choice, Shizhen reluctantly rose and made his way towards the stone cave. The reason he had lingered in the bamboo forest was his dread of being ensnared by Longqing. However, it had become unavoidable, and Shizhen could only resign himself to fate for the time being. Upon entering the cave, he noticed a distinct transformation in its arrangement. The stone bed that once occupied the space had been replaced by a circular bamboo bed, approximately a yard in width. In addition, A small pool resembling a bathing area had been constructed on one side of the cave, filled with steaming hot water that still released wisps of vapor. The remaining areas were now adorned with various bamboo furnishings. Not only had the tables and chairs been replaced, but there was also an exquisitely crafted bamboo screen and a plush animal skin carpet, which lent a touch of warmth and simplicity to the previously stark cave. The only remnants of its former state were the stone stove in the corner and the iron pot used for brewing medicine, which remained in their original positions. Upon entering the cave, Shizhen appeared somewhat taken aback as he surveyed his surroundings. "Did you arrange all of this?" he inquired. "Indeed, it was set up yesterday," Longqing replied. "What do you think?" "It looks quite good, significantly more appealing than before." Shizhen nodded in agreement. Shizhen's words carried a hint of flattery, clearly intended to alleviate the tension between the two. Longqing, taking the cue, chose not to revisit the near confrontation they had just experienced. Instead, he gestured towards the pool within the stone cave. "Today, you shall practice in this pool. Once you break a sweat, you can cleanse yourself immediately," Longqing stated nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Shizhen felt a surge of vigilance. He certainly did not believe that cultivating here was merely for the purpose of sweating and subsequently bathing. However, as Shizhen approached, he discovered that the pool contained nothing more than ordinary hot water, devoid of any peculiarities. After a moment of contemplation, Shizhen was poised to step inside. "Hold on," Longqing immediately called out, furrowing his brow. "Who enters a bathhouse clad in clothing and shoes? Remove your garments before entering." Upon hearing this, Shizhen was taken aback for a moment, and then his expression changed dramatically. "You want me to strip and cultivate in the water? Otherwise, what do you propose? Do you not wonder why I prepared so much hot water?" A peculiar smile graced Longqing's lips. Upon hearing this, Shizhen's expression immediately darkened to an extreme. This Longqing was indeed despicable. She had cunningly dug a pit here. If he were to shed his garments and enter to cultivate, she would undoubtedly follow suit, entangling herself with him. Even when she was fully clothed, Shizhen found it difficult to maintain his composure. Should they become entwined in a state of undress, given his current resolve, it would likely lead to significant troubles. Shizhen cast a glance at Longqing, wishing to refuse, yet he understood that Longqing would never acquiesce. Gritting his teeth, he ultimately shed his garments and plunged directly into the pool. Thus, he complied. Upon witnessing Shizhen's obedience, Longqing immediately displayed a look of satisfaction. Without hesitation, she too removed her clothing, her long, jade-like legs stepping gracefully into the water. In that moment, within the misty steam of the cauldron, in the dimly lit cavern, Longqing's snow-white figure radiated a unique luminosity akin to that of a resplendent moon, rendering Shizhen unable to avert his gaze. Her visage, her bosom, her waist, her curves, despite having beheld them several times before, each encounter evoked an irresistible awe within him. Truly, she was an exquisite marvel of the human realm. Shizhen inhaled sharply, forcing himself to shut his eyes. He could not bear to look any longer. Otherwise, he would surely fall prey to this enchantress. Once his eyes were closed, he endeavored to clear his mind and compel himself into a meditative state. Yet, despite having closed his eyes, the sensation of her firm, alluring form perched upon his thigh, combined with the overwhelming pressure radiating from her youthful visage, ensnared him in an intoxicating grip. The way her legs entwined around his waist created an inescapable confinement that only heightened his sense of anxiety. Moreover, besides the perilous intimacy of their contact, the unique fragrance wafting from her, penetrating deeply into his consciousness, sent shivers through his very soul. How could one possibly cultivate under such circumstances? In an instant, his thoughts spiraled into chaos, rendering him utterly incapable of entering a state of concentration. Chapter 33, Solutions Abound Amidst Difficulties. Dragon Qing, however, remained indifferent to Shizhen's mental disarray. At present, Shizhen had attained the 5th level of qi refinement, with his pure yang energy robust and flowing ceaselessly within him. Even without entering a meditative state, simply being held in this manner was quite advantageous for Dragon Qing, particularly now, as their bodies pressed together without any barriers. She found it increasingly effortless to absorb the primordial yang energy. It was akin to a person shivering in the cold, embracing a warm human furnace, providing her with both comfort and benefit. Thus, she had no qualms about continuing this embrace. Yet, for Shizhen, it was an entirely different matter. The endurance of Shizhen is finite. If a solution is not swiftly discovered to enter a state of cultivation, then being held in this manner indefinitely could lead to an unknown moment when Shizhen's patience wanes resulting in a catastrophic error. "Master, can you hear me?" Just as Shizhen was desperately enduring, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. With a subtle shift in expression, Shizhen instinctively opened his eyes, only to be met with two colossal, snow-white forms that filled his entire field of vision. He quickly shut his eyes once more. "Is that you, Xiao Qian?" Shizhen pondered in his mind. "It is I," came the reply. Qin Qian, upon noticing Shizhen's acknowledgement, promptly elucidated. "Due to the master-servant contract forged between us, our souls are intertwined, allowing for this exchange. Rest assured, my master, the enchanting woman before you cannot perceive our conversation." Shizhen let out a sigh of relief and immediately sought assistance. "Xiao Qian, my thoughts are in disarray, and I find it difficult to enter a state of cultivation. Do you have any methods to help me calm down swiftly? It's quite challenging. However, there is a solution," Qin Qian replied. "I observed outside the cave that when Longqing entered the water pool, the warm water began to cool down. Is her body very cold?" "Indeed. It feels as though I am embracing a block of ice," Shizhen responded. "Then it is quite manageable," Qin Qian suggested. "Do not regard her as a person. Instead, treat her as a frigid stone or an ice block. This way, your focus can be concentrated." I shall give it a try." Upon hearing this, Shizhen felt a stir within his heart and began to concentrate, silently envisioning that the sensations enveloping him were akin to a mere stone, a pile of ice. However, he quickly shook his head, realizing the absurdity of his thoughts. How could stones and ice be so tender and resilient? It was no wonder. For whenever thoughts surged within Shizhen, his body instinctively reacted, causing Longqing to respond as if compelled, twisting slightly in response. This movement, accompanied by the pressure and friction from her delicate, snowy form, left Shizhen lamenting his plight. At this juncture, Qin Qian promptly devised another strategy. The master should envision her body as a block of tofu, particularly as if it were freshly frozen in an icy expanse. Chilled tofu. Upon hearing this, Shizhen felt another shift within and proceeded to focus, imagining the entangling Longqing as a lump of tofu. He even envisioned himself nestled within a vat of tofu, with the liquid beneath him as the brine used in the tofu-making process. Remarkably, this thought allowed Shizhen to immerse himself in the imagery, gradually calming his body's restlessness, ultimately achieving a meditative state. As Shizhen entered this serene focus, Longqing's entanglement no longer affected him. Moreover, as his cultivation progressed, his body temperature began to rise, gradually warming Longqing's delicate form. Even the previously cooled water in the pool began to heat up, shrouding the cave in a misty vapor that obscured the figures of both individuals. Time passed, though its measure was lost, until Shizhen completed his cultivation, having cycled through 49 celestial rotations, finally concluding his practice. He exhaled deeply. Shizhen exhaled slowly and gradually opened his eyes. To his astonishment, the cavern was devoid of any presence. The once persistent Longqing had vanished without a trace. How peculiar. Shizhen was somewhat astonished, seemingly not expecting that Longqing would actually spare him. However, this turn of events was undeniably a fortunate stroke of luck for Shizhen. He promptly rose to his feet, hastily donned his garments, and then strode purposefully towards the exit of the stone cave. Yet, upon reaching the entrance, Shizhen's expression abruptly shifted. Before him, in the clearing beyond the cave, Longqing was seated cross-legged. At this moment, she wore a loosely draped purple gauze dress, and as a gentle breeze wafted by, her enchanting figure was partially revealed, resembling a captivating depiction of a beauty emerging from a bath. With her back turned to Shizhen, her graceful form stood erect, facing the bamboo grove's exit, her expression a mystery. At that moment, all he could perceive beneath her was the azure stone slab and the verdant grass. It seemed she had ventured out for a brief meditation, without even a mat to sit upon. Shizhen observed her silhouette for a moment before silently stepping forward to position himself before her. He gazed at her intently, only to find Longqing with her eyes firmly shut, her expression solemn and composed. Her hands formed a distinct gesture, palms facing upward, resting gently upon her knees. She appeared utterly unresponsive to Shizhen's every movement. Upon witnessing the scene, Shizhen felt a stirring within. A cultivator, immersed entirely in their internal world during training, is utterly defenseless against the outside realm. At this moment, had he drawn the longing sword and aimed a lethal strike at Longqing's vital points, the likelihood of slaying her would have been substantial. However, Shizhen had not brought the longing sword with him, rendering such thoughts merely fanciful. Furthermore, although Longqing appeared to be in a meditative state, It remained uncertain whether she was genuinely cultivating or merely deceiving herself. Even setting aside these considerations, the notion of taking advantage of another's vulnerability to slay an unsuspecting individual was something Shizhen held in disdain deep within his heart. Though he harbored considerable dislike for Long Qing, their days spent together had revealed that, despite her incessant threats to consume him, she had not truly sought his life. In fact, she had assisted him in numerous respects. Even if one were to assume the most extreme scenario, claiming that Shizhen felt no connection after so many days of close proximity would undoubtedly be a falsehood. To strike down Long Qing with ruthless intent was beyond the capacity of a 14-year-old youth such as himself. Therefore, after a moment of complex contemplation, Shizhen turned away and departed the bamboo grove. Yet, just as his figure vanished from sight, Long Qing's eyes fluttered open, observing Shizhen's retreating silhouette. She shook her head, her delicate brows knitting together in thought. This young man possessed exceptional talent, a resilient spirit, and a sharp intellect, yet his kindness was overly pronounced. Should he enter the cultivation world, he was bound to encounter significant hardships. Nevertheless, having advanced to the 6th layer of the qi refining stage so swiftly, given another year, he might truly hope to break into the foundation establishment stage. Could she truly entrust her life to someone like him? Chapter 34. A friend or foe? Congratulations, Master, on advancing to the 6th layer of the qi refining stage. Upon returning to the White Tiger Cave, Qin gazed at Shizhen with genuine delight and heartfelt congratulations. Having established a master-servant contract with Shizhen, their fates were now intertwined, and she naturally wished for his strength to increase. Upon hearing these words, Shizhen's countenance revealed a distinct lack of joy, for he was acutely aware that his recent advancement to the 6th layer of the qi refinement stage was primarily due to his unwavering consumption of the Huanglong pill. In truth, had it not been for the formidable assistance of the Huanglong pill, his daily practice of cultivating 7 times 49 would likely have yielded no breakthrough for 3 to 5 years. It is no exaggeration to assert that a single Huanglong pill equates to 6 months of arduous training for Shizhen. Presently, however, he was left with merely 2 of these precious pills. It was imperative to concoct a new batch of elixirs without delay. Nevertheless, Shizhen refrained from voicing these concerns. The ability to enhance his strength through the consumption of failed elixirs remained his secret weapon. Ever since his conversation with Fanda, Shizhen had come to realize that he might indeed be quite unlike ordinary individuals. Unlike those common cultivators, who could not consume the inner cores of demonic beasts or even their flesh without proper detoxification, Shizhen, on the other hand, had been able to ingest a significant quantity of failed elixirs. Yet, could it be that these highly toxic substances had no effect on him whatsoever? Shizhen felt a lingering uncertainty within. Master? Qin observed that upon hearing her congratulations, Shizhen did not display any semblance of a smile. Instead, he furrowed his brow, appearing to be lost in thought. Unable to contain herself, she called out, "Oh, Xiaoqian." Upon hearing Xiaoqian call his name, Shizhen's expression shifted slightly as he cast a glance in her direction. "There is something I wish to inquire about," he said. "Please, go ahead," Qin replied, blinking her beautiful eyes as she gazed at Shizhen. Shizhen Dao remarked, "You should have witnessed the scene of my cultivation within the stone cavern. However, I remain perplexed as to why Long Qing departed midway. What did you observe at that moment?" In response, Qin candidly replied, "Once the master entered a state of cultivation, the cavern became shrouded in mist, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Approximately an hour and a half later, Long Qing emerged, her body radiating an intense heat, particularly in areas that had come into contact with the master, which appeared to have taken on a rosy hue. Perhaps it was simply too hot? Too hot." Upon hearing this, Shizhen furrowed his brows and shook his head. Long Qing suffered from a cold ailment in the past. During her cultivation, she had always clung tightly to him. Observing her demeanor, it seemed unlikely that she would leave voluntarily due to excessive warmth. There must be another reason at play. Qin, noticing the perplexed expression on Shizhen's face, couldn't help but stifle a laugh. "What? Does the master not wish for that woman to depart midway?" she teased. "From my perspective, the master appeared quite content when she held on to him." "Nonsense," he retorted. It was clearly agony, not enjoyment. Shizhen cast a disgruntled glance at Qin, then pondered, "In my view, her sudden departure today may be attributed to my advancement to the 6th layer of qi refinement. This development has likely prompted her to entertain different notions, leading her to take the initiative to vacate the cave." Upon hearing this, Qin tilted her head in contemplation and suddenly clapped her hands. Are you suggesting that she has been startled and intimidated by your rapid progress in cultivation, causing her to refrain from pursuing you any further? How could such a thing be possible? Shizhen cast a glance at Qin, remarking, even though I have ascended to the 6th level of qi refinement, augmenting my strength by approximately 30%, I still fall short in comparison to her. Your assertion is implausible. Qin chuckled softly. Perhaps it is the master's rapid advancement in strength that has led her to believe that the master genuinely possesses the potential to progress to the foundation establishment stage, prompting her to depart and cease interfering with the master's cultivation. If that is indeed the case, it would be splendid. Upon hearing these words, Shizhen could not help but rise, pacing back and forth within the stone cave. To speak candidly, I bear no profound enmity towards her. Although she has threatened to devour me on several occasions, she has yet to take any action against me. Rather, she has repeatedly offered her assistance. Should she genuinely wish to collaborate and aid me in advancing to the foundation establishment stage, I would certainly be grateful and reciprocate by helping her heal from her cold affliction. Is the master planning to negotiate with Long Qin? Qin inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Shizhen slowly shook his head. My current strength is too feeble. I lack the qualifications to negotiate with her. Furthermore, I have yet to comprehend her true intentions. Rather than placing our hopes upon her, it is more prudent for us to prepare ourselves first. What preparations? Qin inquired. Hunting demon beasts, searching for my sister, refining elixirs, and enhancing our strength. Shizhen seemed to have already devised a plan, articulating his intentions in one breath. Very well. Whatever the endeavor may be, I shall certainly assist my master, Qin promptly declared, expressing her unwavering loyalty. Upon hearing this, Shizhen offered a few words of encouragement to Qin before preparing to ignite the charcoal and forge a new batch of Huanglongdan. This time, the core alchemical material, the inner core of a demon beast, was acquired from the formidable black bear spirit. It was the finest inner core Shizhen had obtained since he began hunting demon beasts. Consequently, he approached this alchemical endeavor with utmost seriousness. Having meticulously prepared all necessary materials well in advance, and ensured that the cauldron for refining was scrubbed both inside and out until it gleamed. After completing these preparations, Shizhen composed himself, adjusting his state to perfection, and then cautiously began to heat the cauldron, adding the herbs in succession. The process of refining Huanglongdan required 6 hours of vigilant oversight, demanding his undivided attention. Just as Shizhen was fully engrossed in the alchemical process, a faint call echoed from outside the cave. Upon hearing the voice, Shizhen's expression changed. Qin baby, why is she here again? Qin, perceiving that Shizhen was unable to leave, immediately volunteered. Master, I will go check. Be careful, Shizhen replied, casting a glance at Qin before refocusing on the cauldron. Once outside the cave, Qin swiftly made her way toward the source of the voice and soon spotted Qin baby at the great tree where Shizhen had previously encountered her. Today, she was not besieged by wild beasts. Instead, she stood atop the tree trunk, cupping her hands to her mouth, calling out to the majestic mountains. Big brother Shir, I'm looking for you. Where are you? Big brother Shir. Little sister Bower, you must not shout here. Qin, appearing like a wraith, materialized silently beside Qin baby, startling her so much that she nearly lost her footing. Fortunately, Qin was quick to catch her, preventing a fall. Qinjia? Qin baby turned to see Qin, her expression brightening instantly as her gaze darted behind her. Where is big brother Shir? Why isn't he here? Oh. Qin arched an eyebrow, crossing her arms. You are so preoccupied with your big brother Shir that you have entirely overlooked your sister Qin, haven't you? Oh. Of course not. Qin baby exclaimed in surprise, shaking her head vigorously, her little braids swaying in tandem. I certainly miss you, Qinjia. I just have something important to discuss with big brother Shir today. Something important? What is it? Qin inquired, her interest piqued. It's still about that foul Taoist from last time, Qin baby replied. Although the authorities say that foul Taoist died a glorious death 2 days later, another old Taoist appeared in the village. He went to investigate the site of the fight and inquired about your matters. Eventually, it seems he discovered something and left in a hurry. Really? Qin, taken aback by the development, frowned. Can you elaborate? This old Taoist claims that although the deceased Taoist was a fallen disciple of the Jingyi sect, he was once a member of their order. Moreover, having died in combat against a man-eating ghost is considered a glorious demise. Therefore, he is representing their sect to recover the body of the deceased Taoist. How preposterous. Such a lecherous and greedy Taoist dares to claim glory? Qin snorted disdainfully. However, Qin baby continued, It seems that the old Taoist discovered something. According to my grandfather, he mentioned Chunyang's sect as he left. Chunyang's sect? Chun Qian's expression shifted slightly as she furrowed her brow. What's wrong, Qinjia? Chun Baby asked, noticing her concern. Nothing. Chun Qian mused for a moment before shaking her head. That old Taoist may have deduced the cause of the deceased Taoist's death, leading him to suspect that I survived. He might have also recognized the Chunyang sect's cultivation techniques from the traces left behind in the fight. Is Big Brother sure a master of the Chunyang sect? Chun Baby blinked her beautiful eyes. No. Chun Qian shook her head, then spoke solemnly. That old Taoist may have gone to the Chunyang sect to demand an explanation. However, upon realizing that the figures in the woods that day were not from the Chunyang sect, he might return to the village. Could this bring trouble to Big Brother, sure? Chun Baby asked anxiously. I cannot say for certain. However, that old Taoist will undoubtedly pursue my whereabouts. Chun Qian raised her gaze to the blazing midday sun, a look of discomfort crossing her delicate features. Little Sister Bauer, this is not the place for idle chatter. Let us return to the cave. The cave? Is Big Brother sure there as well? Chun Baby's eyes lit up. Yes, Chun Qian cautioned. But he is currently refining a batch of elixirs, so he must not be disturbed. You must remain silent upon entering the cave. Rest assured, I will not interrupt Big Brother, sure. Chun Baby promised earnestly, patting her chest. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from within the stone cave, filled with swirling dust and smoke. Shizhen was so furious that his face turned green. He had been meticulously refining elixirs when suddenly a little troublemaker barged in, wreaking havoc everywhere. Pans and pots were nearly overturned by her antics. This made Shizhen, who had been patient and silent, finally turn around and glare at Qin Baobao. Please, stop this. My cauldron is of utmost importance and must not be disturbed. I know I was wrong, and I will clean up right away. Qin Baobao replied, her face a picture of sorrow, as she stepped forward to tidy up the overturned iron pot. However, in her nervousness, she stepped on a spoon and fell ungracefully. At that moment, she could no longer contain her emotions and burst into tears. Alarmed, Qin Qian quickly covered her mouth and dragged her out of the stone cave. Only then did the cave regain a brief moment of tranquility. At the entrance, Qin Qian wore an expression of exasperation, simultaneously angry and helpless as she scolded. What on earth were you thinking? I told you not to disturb the master, and you went in and caused chaos. It's not my fault. The young girl sniffled pitifully, who knew there were so many bizarre corpses in your cave. It looked like a slaughterhouse. I was scared and accidentally knocked over the meat rack. Well, if you knocked it over, just leave it be. Why did you have to clean it up? Qin Qian replied, exasperated. I'm too weak to lift it. And then I slipped on the blood and knocked over the pot. I have no idea what was cooking inside, but it smelled horrible, and I almost threw up. Qin Baobao continued to express her grievances. I told you to hurry and leave the cave. Why did you come back? Qin Qian held her head in frustration. How can you treat the master's dwelling with such disregard? I was worried and gathered my courage to come back and tidy up. I didn't intend to cause trouble. Qin Baobao pouted. Oh, you didn't mean to cause trouble, yet you went rummaging through everything and screamed? Qin Qian glared at her. Well, there isn't even a mop. I just wanted to find a cloth. But when I opened the cupboard, I saw this palm-sized, vividly colored spider. It almost scared me to death. That was a highly venomous creature. Fortunately, it was just a juvenile and still dormant. Otherwise, it would have bitten you dead. Qin Qian huffed. How could such a good person like Shizhen live in such a place? Qin Baobao bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes as she stared at Qin Qian. Sister Qian, you are now considered one of Shizhen's women. Why don't you help him tidy up his room? This place is uninhabitable, like a nightmare's lair. Her words rendered Qin Qian momentarily speechless. After a while, she sighed. You're still young and don't understand. Many items in this cave are of great use and cannot be discarded. Besides, how can I be considered the master's woman? At best, I am but a servant. The master doesn't allow me to alter the cave's environment, so I dare not touch anything. In my opinion, Sister Qian, you are simply too lazy and unable to take care of things. If I were here, I would not only keep this place clean and bright, but also cook 3 meals a day for Shizhen. Qin Baobao declared proudly. Don't be ridiculous. Qin Qian replied bluntly. You, a 12-year-old girl, running away from home to cook for a man in these deep mountains? If your grandfather found out, he would certainly be furious. Let him be furious. I don't mind. Qin Baobao wiped her tears, clasped her hands together in front of her chest, her big eyes sparkling. Since I see Shizhen living such a hard life, I cannot stand by idly. Rest assured, Shizhen, with me around, You will surely have a happy life. Seeing the lovesick girl lost in her fantasies, Shizhen felt helpless. She could only restrain her, determined not to let her return to the cave. However, just as the two girls were locked in their exchange outside, a commotion erupted from within the cave, as if something extraordinary had occurred on Shizhen's side. Huh. Chun Qian and Chun Baobao exchanged glances upon hearing the noise, then rushed into the cave, one after the other. Chapter 36. Successful alchemy. Upon entering the cave, they found Shizhen standing before the alchemical cauldron, his face illuminated with joy, his eyes glued to the cauldron's contents. Chun Qian hurried forward and was astonished to see 12 golden elixirs inside the cauldron, each the size of a grape, gleaming like pure gold as they spun around within the cauldron. Without hesitation, Shizhen reached out to grasp a pill, examining it closely beneath his eyelids. He perceived its unique fragrance, reminiscent of dragon saliva, and noted the pill's slight hardness. It felt weighty on his fingertips, and as he rotated it, the flames illuminated it, casting a cascade of golden radiance that was utterly enchanting. Congratulations, Master, on successfully refining the pill. Qinqian, clearly aware of the Huanglong pill's immense value and significance to a cultivator, immediately displayed a look of astonishment and offered her heartfelt congratulations. Shizhen was evidently overjoyed, laughing heartily as he remarked, I initially thought that this alchemical endeavor was destined for failure once again. Who would have thought that the essence of alchemy lies in allowing things to unfold naturally, without undue embellishment? For once emotions such as fear, anxiety, or greed take hold, failure becomes all too likely. This unintentional act of nurturing, akin to the saying a willow grows where one least expects, resonates profoundly with the principles of alchemy. Upon hearing Shizhen's words, Qinqian was momentarily taken aback, but she soon broke into a playful smile and complimented. This success is undoubtedly attributable to the master's unwavering dedication to alchemy. It is by no means a stroke of luck. Upon hearing this, Shizhen merely smiled faintly. When it comes to perseverance, Shizhen could not compare to the original master of the Shinong Ben Chaojing, who was indeed a master alchemist of great resilience and unwavering determination. Unfortunately, it seemed that fate played a cruel joke, for that alchemist never succeeded in his lifelong endeavors, while Shizhen achieved success with merely 7 attempts. Reflecting on this, Shizhen's gaze softened considerably towards Chun Baobao, who had been incessantly causing disruptions. Without her meddling, he might not have succeeded at all. I shall immediately consume the elixir and refine its essence. It may take some time and meditation. So you two must act as my guardians, Shizhen instructed. Yes. Qinqian promptly bowed in agreement. At that moment, Shizhen took a Huanglong Dan and placed it directly into his mouth. After chewing a few times and swallowing, he sat cross-legged. Qinqian, displaying a wary expression, positioned herself at the entrance of the cave, gazing outward. Chun Baobao hurried over, her face brimming with curiosity, and inquired, Sister Qian, what does it mean to act as a guardian? It means that while our master is cultivating, we stand watch to guard against any potential dangers, Qinqian explained. In this desolate wilderness, what dangers could possibly arise? Brother Shi is being overly cautious, Chun Baobao remarked, her youthful spirit unable to remain still. She promptly rolled up her sleeves and began tidying the cave. Approximately 3 hours later, as night deepened, Shizhen finally emerged from his meditative state. The instant his eyes opened, golden light flickered within his pupils, and an unrestrained joy illuminated his face. The successfully refined Huanglong Dan surpassed the effects of those failed attempts by far. The potency of this Huanglong Dan was at least equivalent to 5 failed products. After consuming the elixir, Shizhen felt a surge of spiritual energy within his dantian, akin to a fountain's waves, continuously roiling and invigorating him. Once fully refined, his power experienced a noticeable enhancement, although he had just advanced to the 6th layer of the qi refining period. Shizhen estimated that if he were to consume all 12 Huanglong Dan, he would have a chance to break through to the 7th layer. No wonder Fan Desheng claimed that being an alchemist was the most lucrative profession in the world. The miraculous effects of the Huanglong Dan were such that, were he wealthy, he would undoubtedly seek to acquire several for himself. As Shizhen resolved to persist on the path of the Dan Master, he stood up with a sense of satisfaction. However, the moment he rose, he was taken aback. The once humble and chaotic cave had undergone a remarkable transformation. The piles of monster meat, which had cluttered the space, were now neatly relocated to a corner of the cave. The rudimentary furniture had been wiped down and cleaned, rearranged in an orderly fashion. The stone floor and walls had been thoroughly swept, and even the stagnant air had been refreshed, becoming considerably more invigorating. On a simple wooden bed, Qin Baobao appeared to be utterly exhausted, lying on her side in a deep, sweet slumber. Master, it seemed that Qin Xian, who had been standing guard at the cave entrance, sensed that Shizhen had awakened from his meditative state and promptly approached him with quick steps. Shizhen glanced at Qin Baobao, somewhat astonished, and inquired, "Did she accomplish all of this?" "I contributed a bit, but she largely handled it herself." Qin Xian replied with a cheerful nod. "Indeed, it is quite commendable of her. It was unnecessary for her to exert herself so." As Shizhen gazed upon the transformed cave, a wave of emotion washed over him. Indeed, Qin Baobao was correct. This cave had become rather chaotic. If the master intended to settle here for an extended period, it would be wise to tidy up a bit. Qin Xian extended her hand, gesturing towards the surroundings, and succinctly described the internal layout of the cave. She delineated various areas such as the living quarters, rest zone, alchemy section, and cooking area, all within a cave that was not particularly spacious, yet adeptly organized into distinct zones. This revelation greatly broadened Shizhen's perspective. Truly, as the granddaughter of a clan elder, her insights were remarkable. In contrast, Shizhen, the child of a humble family, found contentment merely in having a simple shelter to rest, lacking any understanding of spatial arrangement. Since she is already asleep, there is no need to wake her. I shall step out to prepare some food for her. Tomorrow, after she has dined, you may escort her back to the village, Shizhen instructed. And what about the master? Qin Xian inquired. Shizhen glanced at the sky outside and frowned, saying, "We still need to head to the bamboo grove later. I intend to probe Dragon Qing's intentions. If she is willing to cooperate, I can establish a gentleman's agreement with her. And if she refuses to cooperate?" Qin Xian inquired. "Then we must be prepared for a fallout. After all, I do not intend to remain in this place for long." Shizhen took a deep breath and then directly departed from the cave. The following day, in the morning, within the bamboo grove, after the meeting between Shizhen and Long Qing, they did not immediately commence their cultivation as before. Instead, Shizhen expressed a desire to discuss certain matters with Long Qing. This took Long Qing by surprise. However, upon Shizhen laying bare his thoughts, Long Qing unexpectedly voiced his agreement. Furthermore, Long Qing indicated that even if Shizhen had remained silent, he intended to find an opportunity to converse with Shizhen regarding this matter. The rapid pace of Shizhen's advancement in cultivation was indeed astonishing, having ascended to the 6th level of the qi refining stage within merely half a year. Such a terrifying velocity could nearly rival the prodigious talents found within the esteemed sects of the cultivation world. Although Long Qing was uncertain of the quality of Shizhen's spiritual veins, he was convinced that they must be of extraordinary caliber. Possibly an 8th-grade spiritual vein that stands out among the elite, or perhaps the pinnacle of the continent's 9th-grade spiritual vein. Long Qing gazed at Shizhen with envy evident in his beautiful eyes. In summary, if you continue to cultivate at this pace, advancing to the foundation establishment stage will undoubtedly be within reach. My recovery hinges entirely on you. Shizhen was greatly astonished upon hearing those words. In his perception, Long Qing had always been aloof and disdainful, displaying an attitude of indifference towards him. At this moment, however, Long Qing not only acknowledged and supported him, but even uttered the phrase, "I am entirely reliant on you." This was something Shizhen had never dared to imagine before. It left him feeling a tinge of emotion, realizing that the cultivation world, much like the secular realm, reveres strength and prioritizes power. Even if one merely exhibited astonishing cultivation speed and exceptional aptitude, respect could still be garnered. Nevertheless, Shizhen was acutely aware of his own qualifications. Without the multitude of beast inner cores and huanglong pills consumed over an extended period, he could never have achieved his current level of cultivation. However, the ability to directly ingest beast inner cores and the failed huanglong pills remained Shizhen's greatest secret, one he could never disclose to others. Thus, after reaching a cooperative understanding with Long Qing, the two agreed upon several details, greatly benefiting Shizhen. Chapter 37. Cooperation highlights 4 key points worthy of attention. First, after Shizhen ascends to the foundation establishment stage, he must spare no effort to assist Long Qing in restoring his health. Second, Long Qing must exhaust all means to aid Shizhen in his ascension to the foundation establishment stage. Third, Long Qing shall no longer interfere with Shizhen's freedom of action, yet Shizhen must inform Long Qing of any actions he undertakes. Fourth, Shizhen is obligated to provide yang energy to Long Qing to help him fend off cold ailments. Additional agreements exist, But these four are of paramount importance. Shizhen harbored no objections to this, and Longqing felt a sense of satisfaction as well. After both parties solemnly pledged their vows with a firm handshake, their gazes towards each other transformed instantaneously. Longqing's eyes, when cast upon Shizhen, softened considerably, even revealing a hint of warmth. Yet, the greed and desire lurking within her enchanting gaze remained unmistakably evident. It seemed she was still irresistibly drawn to Shizhen's physique. Conversely, Shizhen's demeanor towards Longqing no longer bore the previous wariness. With the establishment of their cooperative relationship, a heavy burden lifted from his heart, and his previously suppressed desires surged forth uncontrollably. Where shall we cultivate today? The bathhouse, the bamboo grove, the cave, or upon the stone bed? Longqing, adorned in a flowing black gauze dress, arched her elegant brows, her charming visage imbued with an alluring essence. Shizhen was not one to hold back. Let us proceed to the stone bed, but you must not cling to me as you did before. How you are to embrace me shall be at my discretion. Very well, I shall heed your words this time, Longqing replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Upon entering the cave, Shizhen promptly settled into a cross-legged position on the stone bed and gestured for Longqing to lean against him, taking a seat in his embrace. Thus, Longqing found himself perched upon Shizhen's thigh, his back resting against Shizhen's chest, while Shizhen's hands comfortably rested upon Longqing's ample, fair thighs. From a distance, Shizhen resembled a living chair, with Longqing reclining contentedly upon him. Something beneath you is pressing against me, Longqing remarked, shifting slightly, seemingly uncomfortable. As Shizhen closed his eyes, he resigned himself to the inevitable discomfort. Let it be. One will grow accustomed to it. He added, and please, refrain from moving about so restlessly. It may lead to unforeseen consequences. Then why don't you take a step forward? Longqing licked his lips, his face alight with anticipation, leaving nothing to the imagination. If you disturb the process, how can I hope to cultivate? If you truly wish for my ascension into the foundation establishment stage, it would be wise for you to heed my words, Shizhen asserted, taking the initiative and grasping Longqing's thigh. The supple softness elicited a stirring within Shizhen, prompting a soft moan from Longqing. You sly one, always employing the phrase foundation establishment to ensnare me. Should you fail to advance, I shall relish the opportunity to consume you entirely. Longqing shot a glance filled with reproach at Shizhen, but soon settled into stillness, obediently resting against him. Thus, as Shizhen delved into his meditative state and began his cultivation, Longqing absorbed some of his pure yang energy, her previously icy form gradually warming. By the time Shizhen emerged from his trance, Longqing had already departed. Upon witnessing the scene, a subtle sense of despondency enveloped his heart, although Longqing still harbored the potential to turn against him and breach their agreement. The fact that a transcendent beauty like her would willingly offer her affections and cooperate so wholeheartedly was undeniably a dream cherished by any man in the world. Although Shizhen was young and had yet to experience the intimacy of a romantic relationship, the mere act of holding each other each day brought him immense satisfaction. Upon exiting the bamboo grove, he indeed beheld Longqing seated cross-legged on a clearing, engrossed in her cultivation. The delicate black gauze of her long dress fluttered gently in the breeze, rendering her fair figure momentarily elusive. The midday sun bathed her in its golden rays, making her jade-like skin appear almost translucent, radiating a pure and resplendent glow. Her flawlessly smooth and snow-white form rested heavily upon a woven mat, subtly expanding outward, showcasing her remarkable elasticity. This captivated Shizhen's gaze, which lingered for an extended moment before he averted his eyes. Following the establishment of their collaborative relationship, many inquiries that had previously remained unasked could now be posed freely. Shizhen approached Longqing and, after taking a seat on the ground, inquired directly, Master, do you meditate here every day? Longqing did not open his eyes. Instead, his lips parted slightly as he languidly responded, at noon. The yang energy is at its peak. I must strive to refine the yang energy I have just absorbed during this period. Upon hearing this, Shizhen could not help but inquire further. Apart from drawing from my own essence, are there any alternative ways to acquire yang energy? Certain treasures possess this capability. For instance, the pure yang sect or some artifacts belonging to the Vajrayana monks. There are also rare elixirs that can bestow substantial yang energy, such as the 9 yang resurrection pill and the lesser yang true essence pill. However, these items are notoriously difficult to procure, despite my considerable efforts. I have yet to obtain them. Long Qing shook her head, seemingly forlorn. The mention of the 9-yang resurrection pill elicited a shift in Shizhen's expression. Do you possess information regarding this elixir? Long Qing's exquisite eyes widened, filled with anticipation as she gazed at Shizhen. Shizhen patted the storage pouch at his waist and directly retrieved a white porcelain vial, presenting it to Long Qing. Dear master, take a look. Is this the item? Long Qing, somewhat puzzled, accepted it with a hint of hesitation. She pinched the cork between her thumb and index finger, and with a soft pop, she removed it. Subsequently, she inverted the vial, allowing a single, resplendent pill, the size of a pomegranate seed, to tumble into her palm. Holding the elixir before her, she inhaled its fragrance and scrutinized it closely, her delicate features suddenly alight with ecstatic joy. The 9-yang revitalizing pill. Shizhen, where did you acquire this? Long Qing's slender hand clutched the porcelain vial tightly, as if fearing it might vanish at any moment. Her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, fixated intently on Shizhen. Shizhen smiled faintly, saying, You need not inquire about its source. Merely tell me, is this object of any use to you? Absolutely invaluable. Long Qing replied with a radiant expression. With this, I shall no longer endure the excruciating agony akin to a myriad of ants gnawing at my flesh during the onset of the cold poison. Upon hearing this, Shizhen was momentarily taken aback. It turned out that Long Qing's cold ailment was so severe that each episode brought the excruciating pain akin to being devoured by myriad ants. This revelation truly caught Shizhen off guard. It seemed that Long Qing had been concealing his affliction remarkably well, never allowing others to perceive his suffering. Reflecting on this, Shizhen could not help but feel a twinge of compassion. Is it possible that long-term use could cure the cold ailment? Shizhen inquired again. Long-term use? What a jest! Long Qing responded, his expression shifting momentarily before he shook his head, a hint of despondency evident. Such elixirs are rare and exorbitantly priced. The last time I encountered a wandering merchant, he offered me a price of 1 spirit stone for a single Juyang rejuvenation pill. Having been confined in the mountains for an extended period, my supply of spirit stones is quite limited. How could I possibly afford it? 1 spirit stone for a Juyang rejuvenation pill? Upon hearing this, Shizhen was taken aback. It is important to note that the difficulty of refining such a pill pales in comparison to that of the Huanglong pill. Even a novice alchemist like Shizhen could attempt its concoction. What justifies such an exorbitant price? One can only conclude that Fan Deshang is indeed unscrupulous. After this internal lamentation, Shizhen noticed Long Qing's expression of despondency and immediately offered words of comfort. Master, although this pill is rare, it is not as exorbitantly priced as you think. I have a way to procure it for you. Just tell me, if taken long-term, can it cure cold ailments? Shizhen inquired. If it truly can be taken continuously, it would undoubtedly be of immense benefit to me. While it may not cure the cold completely, it could stabilize my condition and prevent further deterioration. Moreover, it might even aid in restoring a measure of my strength. Long Qing glanced at Shizhen, vaguely discerning his intentions, and then stifled a light laugh. Are you suggesting that you would gather this pill for me? I truly appreciate your kindness. However, even if you were to eliminate all the nearby beasts, you would not be able to acquire much from Fan Deshang. It would be prudent to abandon this notion. Upon hearing this, Shizhen's expression shifted. Indeed, Long Qing not only knew of her pursuit of the demon beasts, but was also aware of her meeting with Fan Deshang. She might have presumed that Shizhen was informed about her desire to acquire the 9 Suns revitalizing pill through Fan Deshang, thus incurring a considerable cost to obtain this vial. However, if she were to discover that this pill had been concocted by Shizhen herself, one could only imagine the expression that would cross her face. Very well, Long Qing stated earnestly, let us speak candidly. This vial of elixir undoubtedly came at a significant price for you. Tell me, what must I do for you to part with it? From the intensity of Long Qing's gaze fixed upon Shizhen, it was evident that she was prepared to pay a substantial price for the elixir. Chapter 38. Divine Awareness. Yet, Shizhen's subsequent words took Long Qing completely by surprise. I wish to obtain the complete pure yang cultivation method from you. It seemed that Shizhen had anticipated this, and he immediately spoke up. Long Qing, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, then unexpectedly burst into laughter. I thought you had exerted great effort to procure a bottle of the 9 Suns revitalization elixir, hoping to gain substantial benefits from me. I never expected it to be merely the pure yang cultivation method. Is that not sufficient? Shizhen furrowed his brow slightly. Of course it is. Long Qing quickly nodded and replied with a smile. In fact, even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have handed you the complete pure yang method in the coming days. After all, I sincerely hope you can swiftly advance to the foundation establishment stage. At this point, Long Qing seemed to remind Shizhen, saying, I had previously told you that if you have any questions regarding cultivation, feel free to ask me. I have been waiting for you to request the complete method, but you never spoke up. In truth, there was something Long Qing had not disclosed. She had only provided Shizhen with the most fundamental incantations, yet he was able to diligently cultivate to the 6th layer of the qi refinement stage within 6 months. Had she bestowed upon him the complete method, it was likely that Shizhen's current cultivation would be even stronger. This realization deeply filled Long Qing with both envy and astonishment. Upon hearing Long Qing's words, Shizhen did not display any signs of regret, merely letting out a soft chuckle. Now, am I not speaking to you? He remarked. Please wait a moment. Long Qing, without the need to support herself against the ground, effortlessly rose to her feet and proceeded towards the cave. Before long, she returned holding a book adorned with a golden cover, which she extended towards Shizhen. As Shizhen lowered his gaze, he beheld the cover of a book emblazoned with the 3 bold characters, Pure Yang Gong. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately began to leaf through its pages, his eyes fixated on every detail. After a brief while, Shizhen exhaled deeply, a look of delight illuminating his countenance. Indeed, it was the complete text of the Pure Yang cultivation method, and far more detailed than Shizhen had anticipated. Moreover, the book concluded with several unique spells exclusive to the Pure Yang lineage, a revelation that filled Shizhen with elation. With this knowledge, his strength would undoubtedly increase, and his cultivation would accelerate. Promptly, Shizhen rose to take his leave. Hold on, Long Qing suddenly called out to him, continuing, exchanging a cultivation method for a vial of precious elixir can be deemed a fair trade. However, this method was something I had long intended to bestow upon you. Therefore, I must provide you with additional offerings. What more could you possibly offer me? Shizhen halted, turning to regard Long Qing. Some of my possessions may not pique your interest. Nevertheless, allow me to teach you certain skills that will significantly enhance your combat prowess, Long Qing proposed. Upon hearing this, Shizhen's expression shifted. Is it a spell? To be candid, Shizhen had long harbored a yearning for the arcane abilities of cultivators. In his childhood dreams, he envisioned himself as a mighty immortal, capable of conjuring winds, fire, thunder, and even summoning rain at will, omnipotent in his prowess. Although Shizhen had cultivated considerable strength, able to wield sword energies extending a foot in length and execute palm strikes from a distance, he was, at best, merely a martial arts master, seemingly disconnected from the realm of true cultivators. Only by harnessing mystical energy to perform astonishing spells, beyond the comprehension of ordinary people, could one truly be deemed a practitioner of the immortal path. Thus, when he learned that Long Qing intended to impart knowledge to him, Shizhen's immediate thought was of spells. However, what Long Qing had to offer was not merely spells, but something far more significant. Seeing the eager anticipation in Shizhen's eyes, Long Qing shook his head and delivered a revelation that startled Shizhen. Do you know what distinguishes a genuine qi refinement practitioner from a skilled martial artist in the secular world? Is it the ability to wield spells? Shizhen ventured, cautiously. Long Qing shook his head again. While qi refinement practitioners can indeed perform certain spells, the majority of their power may not surpass that of a skilled archer wielding a strong bow. It is only upon reaching the foundation establishment stage that the potency of spells undergoes a transformative leap, far exceeding the capabilities of any ordinary contraptions or hidden weapons. In other words, Long Qing elaborated, if you were to engage in combat with an ordinary person, or more bluntly, if they were to ambush you with a military-grade crossbow and you lacked adequate defensive artifacts, you could be dispatched in an instant. Let alone the fact that there are many martial artists in the world with formidable skills and agility. Upon hearing this, Shizhen furrowed his brow and remarked, from what you imply, cultivators in the qi refinement stage are not particularly remarkable. They are hardly superior to ordinary individuals. Not at all, Long Qing replied, shaking his head. A true cultivator in the qi refinement stage, especially one like you who has reached a certain level specifically. Those who have attained the 5th layer or higher are certainly not adversaries that mere mortals can easily overcome. In fact, even those esteemed martial artists would find it exceedingly difficult to ambush you. Upon hearing this, Shizhen was momentarily taken aback. What could this possibly mean? This is precisely what I am about to teach you next. Long Qing fixed his gaze intently on Shizhen, his expression grave as he uttered 2 words, spiritual awareness. Spiritual awareness. Startled, Shizhen quickly inquired, what exactly is divine consciousness? It is difficult to articulate, but one might perceive it as a formidable force emanating from the soul. Long Qing inhaled deeply and replied, "What ordinary people refer to as cultivation is merely the external training of muscles and skin and the internal cultivation of one's breath. However, for practitioners like us, the primary focus lies in honing our divine consciousness and spiritual energy, which are mutually reinforcing." Immediately, Long Qing commenced a detailed explanation to Shizhen, who exhibited an unprecedented seriousness, absorbing every word with utmost attention. After approximately 2 hours, Shizhen emerged from the bamboo grove, his face a canvas of astonishment. Upon returning to the cave, he promptly seated himself in a meditative posture to engage in his practice. This time, Shizhen did not, as was customary, channel the pure yang energy circulating through his meridians. Instead, he concentrated his attention on visualizing the spiritual energy permeating the cosmos. Initially, the world appeared dim and obscure, indistinct and vague, akin to an ordinary person with their eyes closed, devoid of anything remarkable. However, as Shizhen's heart gradually found tranquility and his focus intensified, his physical and sensory acuity ascended to an entirely new level. It was at that moment that Shizhen suddenly realized he could perceive the surroundings within the cave. For instance, Qin manifested as a deep shade of dark purple, while Qin Baobao radiated a vibrant light red. Furthermore, he could distinctly sense the arrangement of furniture within the cave and even the gentle breeze outside, causing the flora to sway. This was a remarkable sensation of observation without the use of sight, encompassing a vast panorama with no blind spots. Shizhen was profoundly struck by the scene before him. His attention waned, and he swiftly fell from that wondrous sensation. "Master, Brother Shi?" Upon witnessing Shizhen awaken, Qin and Qin Baobao rushed over, their faces filled with concern. The two women were naturally perplexed, for upon his return, Shizhen had immediately seated himself in a meditative posture without uttering a word. However, what left them even more speechless was that after casting a brief glance at them, Shizhen promptly closed his eyes once more. As he entered a state of deep meditation again, Shizhen quickly returned to that extraordinary sensation of observing all phenomena. This time, however, he deliberately focused his mind to seek the ethereal energies of heaven and earth in the air. Yet, to his dismay, he discovered nothing. All things remained as they were. The universe unchanged, vibrant and alive, yet devoid of any transformation. Shizhen furrowed his brow slightly, yet displayed no sign of discouragement. Instead, he intensified his focus, endeavoring to sense his surroundings. Gradually, he began to perceive the existence of ethereal, almost imperceptible white particles in the air. These white particles, akin to delicate snowflakes, floated gracefully between heaven and earth, appearing and disappearing as if they had no fixed abode. Upon witnessing this, Shizhen's expression shifted. Realizing that these particles of white light were likely the spiritual essence of heaven and earth spoken of by Long Qing. Consequently, Shizhen followed the method imparted by Long Qing, envisioning a funnel-like vortex above his head to draw in the spiritual essence. Amazingly, whether due to the distinct advantages of a cultivator or not, a transparent vortex indeed materialized above him, beginning to absorb the spiritual essence from the cave. However, this vortex was diminutive in size and feeble in power. After a mere quarter of an hour, Shizhen felt dizzy and unable to maintain his focus. Soon, he found himself falling out of this extraordinary experience of observing all phenomena once more. This time, regardless of his efforts, Shizhen could not regain his concentration. His head throbbed with pain, akin to the sting of a wasp. Shizhen understood clearly that this was a manifestation of overexertion of divine consciousness. However, the white specks of light he had inhaled moments ago now flowed into his dantian like a flock of birds returning to their nests, streaming through his meridians and converging into the sea of qi. They merged with the pure yang true energy within his body, subtly enhancing the scale of true energy in his dantian. Observing this scene, Shizhen stroked his chin, his face adorned with a contemplative expression. Chapter 39. Diligent Cultivation Master? Qin, seeing Shizhen awaken once more, noticed his thoughtful demeanor and felt a twinge of concern, prompting her to call out to him. Shizhen seemed to sense something and turned to glance at Qin. To his surprise, she had already positioned herself beside him without his notice. Meanwhile, Qin Baobao stood nearby, her expression etched with concern as she gazed at him. "Oh, my apologies, I was momentarily lost in thought." Shizhen smiled faintly, a hint of relief in his expression. Daydreaming? Who could possibly be lost in thought while managing to walk for 2 consecutive hours? Before Qin could speak, Qin Baobao had already displayed a look of discontent, huffing impatiently. Shitown disregarded Qin Baobao's inquiries and, after a moment of contemplation, finally spoke. Just now, I learned from Long Qing the technique of harnessing spiritual consciousness. I have already utilized this method to absorb some of the natural spiritual energy, thereby enhancing my own strength. Upon hearing this, Qin appeared pensive. I have also heard that practitioners in the early stages focus solely on cultivating their inner strength. It is only after reaching a certain level that one can employ spiritual consciousness to draw from the natural energy of the universe. This corresponds to the 5th level of the Qi refinement stage. Shizhen remarked, the 5th layer of Qi refinement serves as a threshold prior to reaching this level. One's spiritual consciousness is excessively feeble to be utilized. It is only after attaining the 5th layer that the spiritual consciousness fortifies, allowing for careful manipulation. Is that so? These matters remain beyond my comprehension. Qin, merely a ghost cultivator, clearly possessed limited knowledge regarding the practices of cultivators like Shizhen. Shizhen continued. Just as with those spells, one must first learn to wield their spiritual consciousness before they can be mastered. Thus, reaching the 5th level of Qi refinement marks a pivotal threshold in a cultivator's strength. Unconsciously, Qin had already altered her address for Long Qing. Indeed. All of this was imparted to me today in the bamboo grove. Shizhen nodded and remarked. She informed me that the most significant distinction between a cultivator and an ordinary person lies in the ability to employ divine consciousness. As a practitioner at the 6th level of Qi refinement, I can utilize my divine consciousness to perceive everything within a radius of 10 zhang. Consequently, even a martial arts master of considerable skill would find it impossible to ambush me from such a distance. Congratulations, master. Your strength has once again ascended. Qin promptly offered her heartfelt congratulations. Haha. Shizhen was evidently pleased, breaking into a chuckle. However, Qin Baobao, standing nearby, wore a stubborn expression, as if she could lift 10 pounds of pork with her lips. She was utterly oblivious to the conversation that Shizhen had just had with Qin. And at this moment, she was wholeheartedly lamenting Shizhen's disregard for her. Were it not for her reluctance to part with Shizhen, she might have already thrown a tantrum, stamped her feet, and stormed off. At this moment, Shizhen finally noticed Qin Baobao, whose eyes were brimming with tears, on the verge of crying. Baobao, weren't you supposed to return after waking up this morning? Why are you still here? It's quite a challenge to come here. How can one leave so abruptly? Qin Baobao stubbornly shook her head, adding, moreover, I take pleasure in staying here. I do not wish to leave. Shizhen chuckled softly. In this desolate wilderness and frigid cave, what is there to linger upon? Let us return home swiftly, lest your grandfather worry. My grandfather does not fret at all. On the contrary, both he and my mother have been incessantly mentioning you, eager to meet you. Qin Baobao declared with hands on her hips, visibly vexed. Your grandfather and mother wish to see me? Why is that? Shizhen inquired, somewhat taken aback. What else could it be? It is because of your formidable prowess. In their eyes, you are a reclusive sage dwelling in the mountains, capable of vanquishing demons and subduing spirits, truly impressive. Qin Baobao remarked with an air of certainty. I surmise they wish to establish a connection with you. Oh. Upon hearing this, Shizhen playfully teased, and what about you? Me? I. Qin Baobao opened her mouth several times, initially intending to deny it, but then hesitating, ultimately revealing a dejected expression. I don't know, but I truly wish to see you and grow closer. Isn't this just about fostering connections? Shizhen declared decisively. No, that's not it. I'm not like those adults. Qin Baobao, both angry and anxious, covered her head and squatted on the ground, crying softly. Shizhen was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to fathom that this young girl was so innocent, utterly unamused by jest. She took his words entirely to heart. All right, it is my fault. I should not have playfully teased you. It was my mistake. Shizhen quickly rose to his feet and crouched down to console Qin Baobao. Upon seeing Shizhen personally come to comfort her, the pent-up sense of grievance within Qin Baobao erupted, and she cried even louder. After a considerable time, she finally ceased her weeping, though the corners of her eyes remained red, with tears still lingering. Shizhen no longer dared to bully her. Instead, he offered gentle words of comfort and praised her for her exceptional organization of the cave, which pleasantly surprised him. This affirmation finally transformed Qin Baobao's worries into joy. She promptly rose, taking Shizhen on a tour of the cave to showcase her arrangements. Thus, Shizhen no longer urged her to leave, as twilight descended. He allowed her to stay for another meal before personally escorting her back to Qin family village. Upon parting, Shizhen presented her with a gold ingot and gravely entrusted her with a request to assist in the search for news of his sister. Although he had reconciled with Long Qing and established a cooperative relationship, Shizhen remained deeply concerned about the whereabouts of his younger sister. Earlier that afternoon, in the bamboo grove, he had inquired about her whereabouts, only to receive a blunt response from Long Qing, who claimed ignorance, asserting that her earlier remarks were merely a threat aimed at Shizhen. This left him both speechless and helpless. "Your sister's name is Shishaya?" Qin Baobao couldn't help but stifle a giggle upon hearing the name. However, she quickly straightened her posture, declaring that this task would be entrusted to her, and she would not let Shizhen down. After their farewell at the village entrance, Shizhen returned to the cave, unaware that someone in the village had secretly recorded the news of his return with Qin Baobao. Upon returning, Shizhen commenced diligent cultivation. Over the subsequent month, his mastery of spiritual consciousness grew increasingly adept, gradually acquiring 3 simple spells. His strength surged remarkably, and with the aid of a vial of Huanglong Dan, he successfully advanced to the 7th layer of the Qi refinement stage. However, the surrounding mountainous regions were entirely devoid of demonic beasts, having been thoroughly cleared by Shizhen. Moreover, in the subsequent attempts at alchemy, he succeeded only once, with all other endeavors resulting in failure. With the single vial of Huanglong Dan and the remaining several failed elixirs, he could barely progress to the 8th layer of the Qi refinement stage. Yet, to advance further, additional resources would be imperative. Alas, there were no resources left in the vicinity. Shizhen was acutely aware of his own qualifications. Without the aid of elixirs, relying solely on his arduous training, it would likely take him a decade or more to advance to the 9th layer of the Qi refinement stage. The subsequent Great Realm, the Foundation establishment stage, seemed even more distant. He needed to devise a strategy. Just as Shizhen sat cross-legged in the cave, frowning in contemplation, an alarming piece of news suddenly arrived. Chapter 40. Formidable Foe. "Master, save me." In Shizhen's mind, a voice suddenly echoed. To his astonishment, it was none other than Qin Qian's voice. It turned out that Qin Bao had been frequently venturing into the mountains lately, and Shizhen had always entrusted Qin Qian with the task of escorting her home. For an entire month, there had been no incidents. Who would have thought that today an unexpected event would occur? As Shizhen's heart tightened, he hastily sought to probe Qin Qian's situation through the thread of connection within his consciousness. However, this connection felt as if it had been severed, rendering him completely unable to sense Qin Qian's condition. This drastic change in Shizhen's demeanor was alarming. It was essential to understand that such a circumstance indicated either Qin Qian had been slain or her connection had been forcibly obscured. In either case, the enemy's prowess was undeniably terrifying. After all, Qin Qian's strength was not to be underestimated. Particularly in the past month, she had continuously absorbed the souls of numerous demon beasts, enhancing her power significantly beyond what it had been when they first met in Qin family village. Even for Shizhen, who had cultivated pure yang techniques and was exceptionally adept at restraining malevolent spirits, it was improbable that she could merely utter a cry for help before completely severing communication. Momentarily, Shizhen's expression fluctuated several times, but he ultimately resolved to rush toward Qin family village. As he departed the cave, he let out a long, beastly howl that echoed for miles. Following this cry, he immediately set forth with all his might, moving with the swiftness of a flying fox, almost gliding through the forest. In just a short span of 2 or 3 moments, he traversed 30 miles of mountainous terrain, reaching the last mountain pass outside Qin family village. Just as Shizhen prepared to dash through, his expression suddenly shifted, and he halted abruptly. His gaze, sharp and focused, turned toward a small grove nearby. There, he beheld an elderly figure clad in black robes, leaning against a large tree, sword in hand, seemingly awaiting something. The instant Shizhen looked at him, the old man appeared to sense his presence and turned his gaze toward Shizhen. Their eyes met, and Shizhen was struck with dread. Utilizing a spell known as Heavenly Eye, he could discern the old man's cultivation level. To his astonishment, the man radiated an immense white light, akin to the blazing sun. The brilliance was so overwhelming that Shizhen's countenance changed dramatically, and he involuntarily exclaimed, "A Foundation establishment cultivator." Humph. The old man snorted coldly upon noticing Shizhen. Evidently having discerned the depth of Shizhen's cultivation, he spoke in a frigid tone. "The people of Qin family village informed me that Qin Baobao frequently consorted with a young recluse from the mountains. Initially, I found it hard to believe, for my son, despite his shortcomings, is a 6th-layer Qi refining cultivator, aided by the soul-capturing banner. How could he possibly be slain by a mere wild spirit and a young boy?" As he spoke, his aged eyes scrutinized Shizhen from head to toe, the wrinkles on his face quivering violently, clearly filled with rage. However, seeing your youth and your seventh-layer chi refining cultivation, I surmise that my son most likely met his demise at your hands. Upon hearing this, Shizhen's expression darkened. Your son, is he the Taoist master Shi? I did not kill him. Humph. The old man in black robes sneered derisively. Within my son's body, I implanted a blood talisman. The moment I laid eyes upon his corpse, I discerned the cause of his death. He was first possessed by a malevolent spirit, which twisted his neck. Then, as his soul was departing, you struck him down with a single palm, did you not? Upon hearing these words, Shizhen's expression darkened considerably, and he fell into a contemplative silence. The elder in the black robe, however, retorted with fury. Though my son has strayed from the path and been expelled from the Jingyi sect, he is nonetheless the son of Shihao, in the realm of cultivation. Who is unaware of the name Shihao, the thunderous hand? Not only have you slain him, but you have also ensured that his soul is forever lost, unable to rise again. At this, Shizhen's countenance grew grim. That Taoist, after his soul had been severed from his body, had attempted to escape stealthily with the soul-calling banner. When Shizhen discovered him, he recalled the Taoist had uttered something. However, the wind had been too fierce, and he could not catch the words before delivering a fatal blow. In hindsight, it was likely that the Taoist had been invoking his father's name to intimidate him, in a desperate bid for survival. Cursed fate. His first encounter with someone from the cultivation world had ensnared him in such dire trouble. Was it true that those in the realm of cultivation, much like the chivalrous figures of the martial world, were either backed by powerful connections or had formidable allies? Regardless, the black-robed Taoist Shihao would undoubtedly seek retribution against him with unyielding resolve. The enmity of a slain son is a grudge that cannot be borne lightly. If the roles were reversed, Shizhen himself would show no mercy to the perpetrator. Moreover, as Shizhen cast a sidelong glance towards the woods, his expression darkened considerably. Qin Qian was firmly pinned to the ground by a peachwood sword, rendered completely immobile, her face a mask of terror. Meanwhile, Qin Baobao lay unconscious in a distant thicket. Shihao, having exerted considerable effort to gather intelligence in Qin family village, had devised a trap using the two women to lure him into this predicament. With such machinations, he would undoubtedly not let Shizhen escape unscathed. Just as Shizhen's visage grew grim, preparing for a desperate struggle, the figure of the black-robed elder, Shihao, spoke coldly. In the realm of cultivation, I, Shihao, hold a certain stature. To bully a mere junior like you would be beneath my dignity. Therefore, I shall grant you an opportunity. What opportunity? Shizhen inquired. An opportunity for you to take your own life, Shihao replied icily. Upon your death, I shall take your soul along with that female specter back to my sect, to offer a sacrifice before my son's grave, in reverence of his spirit in the afterlife. Upon hearing this, a surge of anger welled up within Shizhen, and he cast a fierce glare towards Shihao. To surrender himself so willingly, to take his own life, and then allow him to sacrifice his soul? Such a grandiose delusion he harbored. Shizhen would rather fight valiantly to the death than succumb to the humiliation of kneeling. You, old Taoist, are truly foolish. Your son has already lost his soul. What remains of his spirit in the heavens? Moreover, he has committed heinous acts against women and oppressed the weak. He has long deserved his fate. By slaying him, I am enacting divine justice. Shizhen spoke these words with great fervor. However, upon hearing them, Shihao's white brows shot up in indignation, and a striking ferocity surfaced on his previously indifferent countenance. You are correct. My son is indeed beyond the realm of the living. Therefore, not only do I wish to take your life, but I shall also subject you to 1,000 torturous deaths, enduring the most brutal torments this world has to offer. Only then shall my rage be somewhat assuaged. With a thunderous roar, Shihao raised his hand and struck down towards Shizhen from a distance of 7 or 8 zhang. Buzz. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure erupted from the crown of Shizhen's head, accompanied by a deep, resonant howling that filled the air. Shizhen possessed an acute sense, and he immediately detected an overwhelming force descending upon him, akin to a mountain crushing down. This revelation caused his expression to shift dramatically, without a moment's hesitation. He propelled himself backward with a powerful push. Just as he retreated, a colossal handprint, shimmering with a blue light, descended upon the very spot where he had just stood, resembling a celestial grinding wheel. The ground erupted with a thunderous roar as clouds of dust were instantly stirred and subsequently swept away by a terrifying shockwave. The earth trembled violently within a radius of several dozen feet, reminiscent of a seismic event. Upon observing the ground before him, Shizhen's keen eyes discerned a gaping pit, roughly 10 feet in diameter and 3 feet deep, where a palm imprint had struck. Witnessing this scene, Shizhen's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, and an indescribable sense of dread engulfed his heart. Is this the prowess of a foundational stage cultivator? Merely by raising a hand from afar, such terrifying power has been unleashed. Chapter 41. Pursuit. Had he been even a fraction slower in evading, he would have undoubtedly been reduced to mere dust by now. A sense of dread enveloped Shizhen, banishing any semblance of recklessness from his heart. He promptly retrieved a dark golden longsword from the storage pouch at his waist. It was the renowned longing sword. With the sword firmly in hand, Shizhen took flight, having long since lost the courage to confront Shihao in a life-or-death struggle. His sole desire was to escape unscathed today, which would be a blessing in itself. The black-robed elder, upon witnessing Shizhen evade his strike, exhibited no reaction. Instead, he pressed a single foot against the ground, and in an instant, his figure transformed into a streak of black light, wielding a longsword and charging directly towards Shizhen. In a swift motion, Shizhen brandished the longing sword, channeling the entirety of his yuan-yang true energy into the blade. He then unleashed a powerful strike towards Shihao's silhouette. This sword strike embodied the majority of Shizhen's true energy. The longing sword shimmered with golden light, and in an instant, a beam of sword aura, exceeding 3 feet in length, erupted from the blade, cleaving straight towards Shihao. It represented the most formidable attack Shizhen could currently muster. However, in the face of the golden aura, Shihao remained undeterred, charging forward like a rampaging black rhinoceros. His body unyielding, he simply raised his silvery longsword with nonchalance, preparing to intercept the golden sword aura. Witnessing this, Shizhen felt a surge of elation. The might of his sword aura was undeniably extraordinary. With a single stroke, even from a distance of several dozen feet, it could effortlessly sever gold and jade, cleaving through trees as thick as a person's embrace. It was utterly impossible for an ordinary weapon to withstand such an onslaught. Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, a scene that left Shizhen aghast unfolded before him. With a resounding clang, the golden sword aura struck Shihao's long sword. However, at the moment of impact, Shihao's sword suddenly erupted with a blue radiance, akin to the flashes of lightning amidst dark clouds, and in the blink of an eye, it completely negated the golden sword aura. Like white hair against snow, it vanished without a trace, leaving not a ripple in its wake. Throughout this entire process, Shihao merely paused for a slight moment before resuming his relentless advance towards Shizhen, seemingly unscathed. This sight filled Shizhen with increasing dread. His most powerful strike posed no threat whatsoever to Shihao. The strength of a foundation establishment expert was indeed terrifying, far surpassing that of a mere chi refinement practitioner like himself. Having witnessed this moment firsthand, Shizhen extinguished any thoughts of engaging Shihao in a desperate struggle, his mind consumed solely with the desire to retreat and escape. However, Shizhen's speed was no match for Shihao's. After fleeing for just a few dozen feet, he found himself on the verge of being caught. Shizhen could almost sense that Shihao had raised his sword behind him. This revelation filled him with dread, prompting him to swiftly slip into a dense forest. The forest was shrouded in shadows, and after a few swift movements, Shizhen vanished from sight. For an ordinary person, pursuing him into such a place would likely result in frustration. However, when Shihao entered the woods, a hint of derision appeared on his aged face. Unperturbed, he raised his gaze and surveyed the surroundings. Within his eyes, a glimmer of light emerged, indicating the activation of the heavenly eye technique. With this ability, Shizhen's figure became as conspicuous as a bonfire in the night, utterly impossible to conceal. Yet, as Shihao scanned the forest, his expression shifted momentarily, followed by a slight furrow of his brow. He then lifted his foot and dashed towards a particular direction. Upon reaching that spot, Shihao beheld a golden fireball, about the size of a fist, swiftly drifting through the gaps in the forest. This golden sphere represented the fundamental spell of fireball technique that every practitioner must master. However, Shizhen had deliberately infused it with a considerable amount of pure yang energy, rendering it a brilliant light, nearly indistinguishable from his true form when viewed through the heavenly eye. Using the fireball technique to mimic his true self and deceive the heavenly eye? Upon witnessing this fireball, Shihao's expression subtly shifted, as it was evidently a first for him to encounter such a diversionary tactic. Nevertheless, such a fireball infused with a significant amount of pure yang energy could not be frequently conjured. Thus, after being momentarily deceived, Shihao did not react strongly. Instead, he swept his gaze in another direction and promptly shifted his form. In the next instant, he transformed into a streak of blue light, soaring into the sky. At this moment, 100 yards away, Shizhen darted through the forest like a bird in flight. Thanks to months of traversing through the mountains and engaging in battles with various beasts, he was able to maximize his speed in this terrain. Shizhen had also realized that merely entering the forest would not suffice to evade a practitioner with the heavenly eye technique. In his eyes, Shizhen's form was as clear as a flame in the darkness. Thus, in a flash of inspiration, he decided to utilize a fireball technique to simulate his own figure. Fortunately, this ruse succeeded in deceiving Shizhen, granting him a brief moment to breathe and creating a distance of over 100 yards. Shizhen was acutely aware that Shizhen was someone he could not contend with at present. In that moment, escape was his only recourse. The sole advantage he possessed was his familiarity with the surrounding terrain, which he intended to exploit to evade Shizhen's relentless pursuit. No matter how formidable the heavenly eye technique may be, it was not without its limitations. Shizhen mused that he could create a distance of at most 200 or 300 zhang, beyond which Shizhen would be unable to track him. However, just as Shizhen was racing forward with all his might, a sudden, ominous hum resonated above him, followed by an overwhelming force that enveloped his entire being. Shizhen's face turned pale with terror. Without a moment's hesitation, his body slipped into the crevice of a nearby boulder like an eel. With a thunderous roar, a blue palm print, spanning about 10 feet in diameter, descended from the sky and struck the ground with tremendous force. The once impenetrable green rocks crumbled as if they were brittle, decayed wood, instantly reduced to dust. The ground shook violently, leaving a gaping pit where the impact occurred. Yet, within this pit, there was no trace of Shizhen. Only a pool of fresh blood marred the earth a short distance away. In the air, the figure of Shizhen, clad in a black robe, appeared like a deity, standing upon a silver sword that shimmered with a vivid blue aura. He soared into the sky, effortlessly pursuing Shizhen in a matter of breaths. His palm strike had nearly grazed Shizhen, sending shockwaves that caused Shizhen's internal organs to convulse, leaving him coughing blood. However, what was even more astonishing was Shizhen's demeanor. He showed no sign of frustration over his missed strike, as if he had anticipated Shizhen's evasion. At that moment, his expression was cold, with a hint of discernible mockery at the corners of his mouth. He seemed to relish the chase, akin to a cat toying with its prey, displaying an unsettling patience. Unwilling to end Shizhen's life swiftly. Chapter 42. Fleeing for life. The sky was bright and clear, with a brilliant sun hanging high above. This season was indeed perfect for outings. Yet, amidst the undulating mountains cloaked in vibrant foliage, Shizhen moved like a startled bird, desperately trying to conceal his presence as he darted forward. From a distance, he resembled a shadow racing close to the ground. However, no matter where this gray figure fled, the moment it paused even slightly, a thunderous crack echoed through the air as a gigantic blue palm print descended from the heavens. Boom! In an instant, the earth trembled. Clouds of dust billowed into the air, and creatures within miles scattered in panic. Within this swirling haze, a solitary gray figure, marked with flecks of blood, desperately fled deeper into the forest, as if striving to return to its nest. Meanwhile, a dark figure on a flying sword pursued relentlessly, akin to a relentless parasite. His speed was akin to that of a bird in flight, alarmingly swift, especially his aged eyes, which sparkled with intensity, akin to the sharpest eagle's gaze, fixated firmly on the gray figure below. No matter how fiercely Shizhen attempted to escape or conceal himself, it was all in vain, a futile endeavor. Shizhen gasped for breath, his steps relentless and unwavering. His entire body bore numerous wounds, each a testament to his desperate flight through thickets, branches, and rocky terrain. Yet, these were mere superficial injuries, hardly worth mentioning. The true harm lay within, inflicted by the residual force of palm strikes that had shaken his very organs. At this moment, Shizhen felt as if his insides were ablaze, an intense heat coursing through him. With each surge of warmth, blood erupted from his mouth and nostrils. Even the slightest movement sent searing pain throughout his body, a torment magnified by his frantic escape. Were it not for Shizhen's remarkable endurance and his cultivation of the pure yang technique, which had significantly bolstered his willpower, he would have likely succumbed to the agony, collapsing in convulsions upon the ground. Excruciating pain and terror entwined, nearly plunging Shizhen into despair. Previously, he had heard from Fan Deshang about a foundation establishment practitioner who could effortlessly contend with a dozen chi refinement practitioners at the 9th layer, even annihilating them all. At that time, Shizhen listened with a hint of skepticism. However, now, with his cultivation at the 7th level of the Qi refinement stage. After encountering a formidable foundation establishment expert, he has personally experienced the immense disparity in strength between them. It is almost as if they exist in entirely different realms, rendering any form of resistance utterly futile. One could assert that during his initial encounter with the second-tier demon beast, the Moon Silver Tiger, Shizhen did not feel as despondent as he does now. For back then, regardless of the beast's power, it was ultimately just an animal, and he could always rely on his wit to maneuver around it. At the very least, he successfully fended off 2 of its attacks during their direct confrontation. But now, the Foundation Establishment Cultivator, Shizhen, could dispatch a casual strike that far surpassed anything Shizhen could withstand. Even the residual force from such a casual blow could inflict severe injury upon him. Since the moment he emerged from the womb, Shizhen had never before experienced such profound despair, a feeling of helplessness that engulfed him. In truth, the instant he entered the forest, Shizhen activated a lightweight talisman, which significantly enhanced his speed, allowing him to navigate through the woods with the swiftness of a bird in flight. Moreover, as he contemplated this, Shizhen couldn't help but lower his gaze towards another yellow talisman in his hand. This talisman, a second-tier burrowing talisman, was obtained from the corpse of Shizhen's son. Shizhen originally planned to employ a lightweight talisman to escape desperately through the forest, intending to create a distance of over 200 feet to momentarily evade the tracking range of the Heavenly Eye technique. He intended to activate the talisman to burrow underground as soon as he gained some distance. However, to his astonishment, Shizhen, a foundation-building cultivator, was soaring through the skies on his sword, utterly disregarding the intricate terrain of the forest, while Shizhen traversed the ground. The advantageous landscape that once favored him had now become an impediment. Not only was he unable to leverage the terrain to widen the gap, but he was now firmly locked onto by Shizhen from above, rendering any hope of escape futile. Huff, huff. Shizhen struggled to catch his breath, his mind racing with thoughts like flashes of lightning. The recent palm strikes from Shizhen had narrowly missed him, not so much an attack as an attempt to drive him away. Although Shizhen was unaware of the nefarious schemes of the old Taoist, his sole recourse was to flee with all his might. Ultimately, gritting his teeth, Shizhen clutched the last talisman of escape tightly in his hand and desperately dashed deeper into the forest. Thus, after a pursuit spanning approximately 7 or 8 miles, with one in the air and the other on the ground, Shizhen suddenly pivoted and sprinted towards a nearby babbling brook. The vicinity of the brook was strewn with gravel and appeared somewhat open, quite unremarkable. However, the moment Shizhen, who had previously concealed himself among the trees, emerged near the brook, he immediately exposed his presence. This audacious act seemed to invite inevitable retribution, as a resounding whoosh filled the air, and a massive palm print hurtled towards him with alarming speed. With a thunderous roar, Shizhen accelerated suddenly and lunged forward. Boom! The blue palm imprint struck the ground, creating a deep pit approximately 10 feet in diameter. The stream in the forest, which was about the same width, instantly surged towards the pit, causing numerous fish, shrimp, and shellfish to be violently dislodged, their lifeless bodies floating around the massive depression. Astonishingly, Shizhen, who should have been injured once more, remained unscathed. In fact, rather than landing on the ground, he found himself cradled in the arms of a beautiful woman. Simultaneously, a faint azure halo emerged around her, resembling a transparent barrier that enveloped her entirely. The once formidable shockwave from the palm imprint, upon encountering the ethereal barrier, dissipated like a flood meeting a dam, unable to disturb it in the slightest. Within the shield, a woman clad in a purple gown and a black cloak lifted her head, her gaze cold and indifferent as she looked up into the sky. At that moment, Shizhen, suspended above, also lowered his gaze towards her. Their eyes met, both pairs revealing an unmistakable intent to kill. Shizhen spoke first. I had long suspected that amidst this wilderness, it would be improbable to find such a young practitioner of the 7th level of Qi refinement. This individual must have a master. To my surprise, it is a delicate and enchanting woman. The one who saved Shizhen was, of course, Long Qing. As Shizhen was about to emerge from the cave, he let out a resonant howl that instantly caught the attention of Long Qing. Consequently, Long Qing hurried to the location of Shizhen's cave and pursued the trail he had left, heading towards Qingjia village. Now, after a chase spanning 7 or 8 li, Long Qing finally arrived at the scene. Paying no heed to Shizhen's sardonic remarks, Long Qing spoke with an unusually cold demeanor. This youth holds significant value for me. He must not be harmed in any way. If you cease your actions here, I shall consider this incident as though it never occurred. Ha ha. Upon hearing Longqing's words, Shihao erupted into laughter, as if he had just heard an uproarious joke. If it were an elder at the Golden Core stage making such a statement, I would certainly not dare to utter a word, but would respectfully take my leave. Even if it were a fellow cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, I would at least exercise some caution. Yet you, a mere junior at the 9th level of Qi refinement, dare to boast so boldly? Do you truly believe that I, Shihao of the Thunderbolt Hands, am made of clay? Chapter 43. Confrontation. Hearing Shihao's words, Shizhen, who had just been rescued, could not help but darken in expression. Indeed, ever since he had mastered the Heavenly Eye technique, Shizhen had observed Longqing using this ability. He discovered that her spiritual energy fluctuations were twice as potent as his own. By calculation, it seemed she was at the pinnacle of the 9th level of Qi refinement. As Shizhen was being relentlessly pursued by Shihao, he harbored a fleeting fantasy that if Longqing were to arrive in time to rescue him, they might join forces and contend with this foundation establishment cultivator. However, after a desperate flight, Shizhen came to the stark realization that the chasm between Qi refining and foundation establishment cultivators was insurmountable, akin to the heavens above and the earth below, an absolute disparity. Even if Longqing were to arrive, she would likely be struck down by Shihao with a single blow. Consequently, Shizhen found himself wishing for Longqing not to come, fearing that her intervention might lead to her demise. To his surprise, Longqing did arrive. And upon their meeting, she displayed an unwavering resolve to confront Shihao directly. This stirred a mixture of emotions within Shizhen, both gratitude and guilt. Master, this matter is of my doing. I am the one who killed his son. If he seeks vengeance, let me bear the burden alone. You should leave quickly, Shizhen rasped, attempting to dissuade her. Upon hearing this, Longqing scoffed. Do you truly believe I can still escape now? Shizhen was momentarily taken aback, seemingly not comprehending the weight of her words. Yet, high above, Shihao let out a chilling laugh. Indeed, my pursuit was intended to draw forth the eminent figure behind you. I had presumed it would be a foundation establishment cultivator who could nurture a youth of your caliber. To my astonishment, it is merely a Qi refining junior. Yet, it is not entirely unexpected. Were you to possess foundation establishment prowess, any sect would gladly bestow upon you a position of honor, allowing you to bask in wealth and glory. Why then, would you choose to seclude yourself in these mountains? At this juncture, Shihao raised his chin defiantly and declared, Today, let you and your master perish here together. Two mere rogue cultivators daring to provoke me, Shihao, shall find their remains scattered across the wilderness. It is the best fate you could hope for. As he spoke, he lifted his palm, and a flash of azure light emanated from his hand, poised to strike down upon Longqing and Shizhen. Just then, Longqing let out a cold snort. You are but a mere initial foundation establishment cultivator, and yet your arrogance knows no bounds. Since you refuse to spare this boy, I shall engage you in battle today. Do you truly think you are worthy? Shihao, upon hearing this, laughed heartily, yet without hesitation, he directed his palm towards Longqing. In an instant, a blue palm imprint coalesced in the air 10 zhang away, and with the force of a mighty bowstring, it hurtled towards Longqing and Shizhen, carrying the weight of a collapsing mountain. This is dire. As Shizhen's expression changed dramatically, he was about to flee. However, this time, the pressure emanating from the palm strike was exponentially more formidable than before. The moment he lifted his foot, his knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. This left him both astonished and enraged, realizing that Shihao's words were not unfounded. Indeed, in the previous strikes, he had held back, not exerting his full strength. It was only with this blow that his true prowess was revealed. The full-force strike of a foundation establishment stage cultivator, even before making contact, unleashed an overwhelming pressure that rendered Shizhen, a 7th-layer Qi refining stage cultivator, nearly incapable of evasion. Just as a look of dread washed over Shizhen's face, and he prepared to activate the talisman in his hand to escape underground, he suddenly heard Longqing's low shout beside him. With a swift motion, Longqing raised both hands, and from his palms emerged 2 beams of white light. Subsequently, 2 azure sword lights, intertwining like a rainbow, formed a cross shape and surged toward the palm imprint in the air. Then, an unexpected scene unfolded. At the moment the sword lights made contact with the palm imprint, a terrifying force erupted from 3 zhang above Shizhen's head. The sound was akin to the very destruction of the world, filling Shizhen's vision with a cataclysmic spectacle. The blue and azure lights intermingled in the sky, accompanied by an inferno of flames, explosive shockwaves, and a deafening roar that surged outward in all directions. The rocky beach near the stream was instantly engulfed in a violent whirlwind, with countless grains of sand and debris swirling into the air, creating a cacophony reminiscent of firecrackers. For an ordinary person, merely standing in place would likely result in being crushed by the overwhelming aftermath. Yet within Long Qing's protective barrier, all remained calm and undisturbed. As if the inner and outer worlds existed in stark contrast to one another, Long Qing was truly formidable. Upon witnessing the scene, Shizhen was both astonished and delighted to see Long Qing bravely withstand Hao's full-force strike. Could it be that a cultivator at the pinnacle of the qi refining stage could contend with a formidable foundation establishment expert? This did not seem plausible. According to the Heavenly Eye technique, Hao's spiritual pressure was at least fivefold that of Long Qing. It was illogical for the two to be evenly matched. Just as Shizhen's heart was filled with a mix of astonishment, joy, and confusion, Hao in the air let out a soft exclamation of surprise. "You are a foundation establishment cultivator. Have you concealed your true prowess?" No, this fluctuation of spiritual pressure is quite peculiar. At that moment, as Hao hovered in uncertainty. Long Qing seized Shizhen by the neck and soared into the depths of the forest. Shizhen observed with clarity that although Long Qing had just bravely received Hao's full-force strike, her delicate visage had momentarily paled. It was evident that she had unleashed that powerful blow at the cost of her own vitality. At that moment, Shizhen came to a realization: Long Qing's true form was that of a transformed beast, and she was currently in a weakened state due to the loss of her inner core. Perhaps once Long Qing regains her inner core and heals her injuries, she would be capable of facing Hao in direct combat. However, at present, there remained a significant disparity between her and this formidable foundation-building expert. Where to? After grasping this crucial point, Shizhen lowered his voice to inquire. "The canyon." Long Qing succinctly uttered these two words before accelerating, clasping Shizhen to her chest as she swiftly dashed into the depths of the forest. Upon hearing the term gorge, Shizhen's expression shifted subtly, and he nodded in acknowledgement. It appeared that Shizhen had intended to flee to this very location. Thus, after the explosive blaze in the sky had completely dissipated, both Long Qing and Shizhen had long vanished from sight, having covered a distance of over 100 feet. However, Hao in the sky did not pursue them immediately. Instead, he stood upon his flying sword. His white brows furrowed in contemplation for a moment before a flicker of light enveloped him, propelling him swiftly forward. Yet this time, his actions were evidently more cautious. It seemed that Long Qing's ability to withstand his full-force strike had genuinely intimidated him. At this moment, Hao regarded Long Qing as a worthy adversary of equal caliber, no longer daring to act with the arrogance of a cat toying with a mouse as he had with Shizhen. Chapter 44. The Five Thunder Technique. Long Qing, cradling Shizhen, raced ahead with remarkable speed, far surpassing that of Shizhen. In mere moments, they found themselves within a treacherous gorge. This gorge was exceedingly perilous, with only a narrow path winding through, aptly described as a sliver of sky. Viewed from a distance, it resembled a mountain peak cleaved by a mighty ancient forest with a single strike. Once they entered the gorge, Long Qing set Shizhen down and retrieved a porcelain vial from her bosom. She uncorked the vial, inverted it, and extracted the last 3 elixirs, swallowing them without a glance, consuming them entirely. Shizhen observed keenly. This was the 9-yang revitalizing pill he had previously given to Long Qing. After consuming 3 of the pills, a pallid flush swiftly appeared on her delicate face, and her body temperature noticeably surged. However, concurrently, Long Qing's spiritual pressure, which had originally reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of qi refinement, inexplicably elevated further. Following this, I found myself engaged in a fierce battle with this insufferable Taoist priest. Long Qing cast a glance at Shizhen and said in a deep voice, "You must flee along the canyon. Run as far as you can. As long as I am here, he will not dare pursue you." Upon hearing Long Qing's words, Shizhen displayed a worried expression. "Master, what about you? Do not fret. A mere foundation establishment initial stage cultivator cannot pose a threat to me." With that, Long Qing extended her hand and forcefully pushed Shizhen's shoulder. In his heart, Shizhen understood that his strength was insignificant, and remaining here would likely only cause trouble. Gritting his teeth, he swiftly moved deeper into the canyon, disappearing from sight in an instant. Upon witnessing Shizhen's departure, Long Qing felt a sense of relief wash over him. He raised his head to gaze into the sky, where Hao stood atop his flying sword, suspended high above. He had long noticed Shizhen's escape, but chose not to pursue. Instead, his aged eyes fixated intently on Long Qing. Particularly, when he sensed a sudden surge in Long Qing's aura, his expression darkened. Since you are also a foundational stage cultivator, there is no need for further words. The vengeance for my son is one that cannot be overlooked. Today, only one of us shall live. Humph. Long Qing snorted coldly, merely casting a disdainful glance at Shi Hao, as if he had no intention of launching an attack. Observing this, Shi Hao narrowed his eyes and raised his hand to unleash a palm strike towards Long Qing. However, this time, the blue palm imprint failed to pierce through the narrow canyon and was thwarted by the rocky walls, though it produced a thunderous noise, dislodging numerous stones. The falling debris posed no threat to Long Qing whatsoever. Understanding the situation, Shi Hao realized why Long Qing had chosen to battle in such a confined terrain. In this narrow canyon, his palm attack would indeed be severely restricted. Nonetheless, Shi Hao paid little heed to this and proactively lowered his stance, transforming into a streak of blue light as he entered the canyon. With a soft thud, he landed on the ground, standing 3 zhang away from Long Qing. After touching down, he merely raised his right hand, and the shimmering silver sword obediently returned to his grasp, akin to a bird returning to its nest. The two locked eyes, and for the first time, Long Qing made a move. He extended both hands forward, and a flash of white spiritual light erupted from his palms, manifesting 2 exquisite short swords, as white as jade, in his grip. From a distance, they resembled 2 pristine daggers. After summoning his weapons, Long Qing inhaled deeply and took the initiative to strike at Shi Hao. If he was to make a move, it would be a thunderous onslaught. Whoosh! A swift sound pierced the air as Long Qing darted forward, moving with the speed of lightning, hurtling towards Shi Hao with formidable velocity. Upon witnessing this rapid assault, Shi Hao's expression shifted, yet he revealed little panic. He positioned his sword horizontally before him and chanted a spell with his left hand, summoning a bolt of blue lightning that surged directly towards Long Qing. Crack! The lightning struck with incredible swiftness, detonating upon impact with a sound akin to a firecracker. However, Long Qing merely staggered slightly before continuing his charge towards Shi Hao. As their bodies drew near, Shi Hao raised his sword and swung it down at Long Qing. Clang! A piercing sound of clashing steel echoed. Simultaneously, a dark figure was sent flying backward as if struck by a ferocious beast. Boom! Behind him was the rocky wall, and not long after being propelled back, he crashed heavily against it, only to be rebounded forcefully to the ground. Coughing violently, Shi Hao stumbled a few steps before barely regaining his footing. His aged face flushed crimson, and before he could react further, he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, a flicker of fear glimmered in his eyes. You are a body-refining cultivator. Long Qing, standing nearby, remained silent. After repelling Shi Hao with a single strike, she paused briefly before dashing towards him with remarkable swiftness. Shi Hao, now wary of engaging Long Qing in close combat, hurled his silver sword aside. With his right hand, he extended his fingers in a sword-like gesture, manipulating the flying sword to attack from a distance. Simultaneously, his left hand quickly formed seals, preparing some unknown spell. Clang, clang, clang. His sword attacks could not deter Long Qing. The silver sword was sent hurtling away after merely 3 exchanges. Long Qing's eyes were as cold as ice as she relentlessly approached Shi Hao. However, Shi Hao's spell was finally ready. His eyes turned red as he glared at Long Qing, his left hand splayed out like a tiger's claw, reaching out towards her. 5 Thunder Technique, Radiant Lightning Prison. With this declaration, blinding blue light materialized in the air around Long Qing, transforming into bolts of lightning that encircled her, creating a cage of electricity. Crackle! As Long Qing's body made contact with one of the lightning bolts, she instantly bled, as though a sharp blade had sliced her arm. Witnessing this, Long Qing's expression darkened, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of trepidation. It seemed that this 5 Thunder technique possessed a significant restraining effect against her. Seeing his lightning spell take effect and ensnare Long Qing, Shi Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then retreated, creating a distance of several zhang. And from his waist pouch, he summoned 3 magical artifacts, a glimmering green turtle shell, a radiant golden talisman, and a set of multicolored array flags. After summoning these artifacts, Shi Hao did not retreat further. Instead, he lowered his stance and sat cross-legged on the ground. It appeared he intended to remain seated in this position, preparing for a life-and-death confrontation with Long Qing. Chapter 45. Intense battle. 200 zhang away from the fierce confrontation, Shizhen leaned against a massive rock. consuming healing elixirs to recover from his injuries while intently observing the distant battle. Although Longqing urged him to flee, Shizhen was not the type to abandon his comrades for the sake of self-preservation. In his eyes, Shihao pursued him solely because he had slain his son. Revenge for a child is a righteous cause, yet Shizhen felt utterly powerless against this foundational stage cultivator. Now, with Longqing standing up for him and confronting Shihao, he felt a mix of gratitude and frustration. He was grateful that Longqing, unafraid of formidable enemies, was willing to risk her life to protect him. Yet he was frustrated by his own weakness, finding himself in such a dire situation, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. Since childhood, Shizhen has always been a person of strong will. From the moment he was born until now, he has never felt so helpless. This caused Shizhen to gaze at Shihao with eyes full of intense murderous intent. Shizhen had already made up his mind. Should Longqing be defeated by Shihao, he would fight to the death to save her. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the canyon, as Shihao continuously summoned his magical artifacts, the situation for Longqing began to shift. The Aurora Thunder Prison that had ensnared Longqing moments ago had begun to wane in power. Seizing the opportunity, Longqing raised her sword and shattered it into fragments. Immediately afterward, she leaped off the ground, transforming into a streak of azure light, hurtling towards Shihao. Faced with Longqing's assault, Shihao took a deep breath and extended a gnarled finger towards the floating green turtle shell before him, gently tapping it. With a whoosh, the turtle shell began to rotate like a wheel, expanding in size as if inflated. In the blink of an eye, it had transformed into a massive shell, approximately 10 feet in diameter, shielding Shihao. As Longqing closed in, she swung her sword at the shell. A resounding clash echoed, reminiscent of a giant hammer striking a bell, as her dual swords struck the shell, leaving only shallow white marks, utterly incapable of breaching its defense. Moreover, the shell seemed to possess sentience, shifting its position in tandem with Longqing's movements, matching her speed with astonishing swiftness. Humph, is that all? Shihao scoffed upon witnessing Longqing's inability to penetrate his protective artifact. He leisurely extended another hand towards another floating artifact. This one was a resplendent golden talisman, inscribed with enigmatic symbols. As Shihao channeled his formidable power into it, it erupted with blinding golden light. Instead of dispersing, the light coalesced into numerous weapon-like forms. In an instant, an array of weaponry, swords, spears, axes, and halberds materialized, numbering in the hundreds, forming a golden wall of arms before Shihao. "Go," he commanded, waving his sleeve, pointing his index finger at Longqing. In a flurry, the golden weapons surged forth like a torrential rain of arrows, relentlessly bombarding Longqing. She swiftly drew her swords, slicing through the air in rapid succession. The sounds of clashing weapons resounded like a tempest, creating a cacophony that filled the air. Each weapon, seemingly imbued with terrifying power, forced even the formidable Longqing to stagger backward. Despite her strength, she was struck multiple times, crimson blood spilling forth. In the distance, Shizhen watched in horror, anxiety gripping him. This was the first time he had witnessed such a marvelous artifact capable of summoning a deluge of golden light for attack. Had Shihao unleashed this power upon him at their first encounter, he would have undoubtedly met his demise. The overwhelming might of a foundational period cultivator was indelibly etched into Shizhen's mind. Just as Shizhen hesitated, contemplating whether to rush forth and assist Longqing, she suddenly let out a fierce roar. In an instant, a strange azure radiance erupted from her, enveloping her wounds, which began to heal rapidly. Her speed and strength surged, allowing her to bear the relentless onslaught of golden weapons and push forward. Seeing Longqing's ferocity, Shihao's expression flickered, yet he concealed his fear, continuing to manipulate the golden talisman for further attacks while shifting his gaze to a set of formation flags. This set comprised 5 colored flags: red, yellow, blue, green, and purple, each about a foot long, adorned with intricate silver patterns that fluttered in the wind, creating a melodic rustle. Shihao regarded the 5 flags with a hint of hesitation, as if reluctant to employ this artifact. However, he soon diverted his attention back to the golden talisman, channeling more power into it. The golden light erupted even brighter, intensifying the assault. Yet Longqing seemed to have activated some secret technique, amplifying her physical strength. Her white short swords whirled with incredible speed, effortlessly deflecting all incoming attacks. Within mere breaths, she had closed the distance to Shihao. Unperturbed, Shihao pointed at the green turtle shell, intending to use it as a shield once more. But in the next moment, his countenance changed dramatically. He observed Long Qing approach the green shell, not to strike it, but to open her mouth, unleashing a thick, dark green mist that enveloped the shell, adhering to it like a potent pigment. As the green mist engulfed the shell, Shihao's expression shifted from surprise to alarm. He hastily attempted to manipulate the turtle shell, but it remained frozen, unresponsive, as if Long Qing's dark mist had severed his control over the artifact. Damn it! Shihao cursed silently, preparing to take further action. Yet Long Qing, like a phantom, darted beneath the shell in a blur of azure light. By the time Shihao noticed, a white longsword was already aimed directly at his neck. Shihao propelled himself backward, attempting to evade the strike. However, having just been seated in meditation, evasion was hardly feasible. With a sickening squelch, a spray of blood erupted as his right arm, shrouded in his robe, was severed cleanly from his body. Gah! Shihao gasped, his face turning pale. In that moment, he hesitated no more, raising his remaining arm to strike the floating formation flags. In an instant, the flags responded, transforming into 5 radiant beams that soared towards Shihao. Upon reaching him, they plunged into the ground, encircling him in a pentagonal formation. Moments later, a soft whoosh resonated as a multicolored barrier sprang up from the ground, enveloping Shihao within. Just as the protective barrier materialized, Long Qing pursued relentlessly. Without a second thought, she raised her sword and struck downward at the barrier. A hum resonated as the blade sliced through the air, producing a peculiar whistling sound, heralding the immense force behind her strike. This was a blow far more powerful than any she had delivered before. With a thunderous crash, the impact of her attack was akin to a weight exceeding 10,000 pounds. Even a slab of steel would be shattered to pieces under such might. However, despite the overwhelming force of the attack striking the 5-colored shield, it merely produced a series of ripples, akin to a dragonfly skimming the surface of a tranquil lake, creating subtle waves. Remarkably, the 5-colored shield exhibited no sign of wavering. Observing this scene, Long Qing's expression instantly darkened. Yet, within the protective embrace of the 5-colored shield, Shihao was not taken aback by its formidable defensive capability. With a fierce glare at Long Qing, he promptly retrieved a collection of vials from his storage bag at his waist. Subsequently, using his remaining arm, he grasped several jade bottles, consumed healing elixirs, and began to bandage his wounds with meticulous care. After completing the healing process, he picked up a golden talisman and placed it on his lap, then gestured towards a scattered silver sword in the distance. The silver sword immediately soared towards him, piercing through the 5-colored shield to land in his grasp. Shihao examined the silver sword closely, and then cast another glance at Long Qing. Upon witnessing Long Qing's frenzied dual sword assault, he twitched his face, discarding the silver sword onto the ground before him. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon the golden talisman, his white brows furrowed in contemplation, pondering how to effectively eliminate Long Qing. Indeed, although Shihao's actions were executed swiftly, he maintained an air of calm, as if the 5-colored shield formed by the array flags granted him absolute security, allowing him to disregard his precarious situation. In truth, this was indeed the case. Ever since Long Qing's first sword was thwarted by the 5-colored shield, he had launched an unrelenting offensive. A pair of white short swords rained down upon the 5-colored shield from various angles, producing a cacophony of sharp cries as the swords sliced through the air, accompanied by the resounding booms of the shield being attacked, creating a thunderous symphony. Yet, aside from provoking ripples in the 5-colored shield, there was no further alteration. It seemed that Long Qing's formidable assault was utterly incapable of breaching this barrier. You need not waste your efforts. Suddenly, Shihao spoke coldly. This 5-element array flag is a top-tier magical artifact that I acquired at great expense. Once deployed, it cannot be shattered by a Foundation establishment cultivator. Alas, its usage is limited. Were it not for the sake of my life, I would truly hesitate to employ it. Do you really believe you are invincible? Long Qing, seeing Shihao's unwavering confidence, finally ceased his attack and regarded him with a frosty demeanor. Even if I have doubts about myself, I will not doubt this. Shihao narrowed his aged eyes, fixing them upon Long Qing. If I were you, the wisest choice would be to flee at once. Huh, what a jest. This battle is already a fight to the death. Even if I were to flee now, would you truly allow me to escape? Long Qing lifted his chin defiantly. I am one who fears prolonged conflict. It is far better to eliminate you now. Confronted by Long Qing's arrogance, Shihao could no longer contain a silent grin, his face betraying unabashed scorn. I stand unassailable, and you aspire to slay me? Truly a daydream. Though I know not your circumstances, you must have employed a secret technique to significantly enhance your combat prowess just now. and it must be nearing its limit. His eyes sparkled with derision as he gazed at Long Qing, as if regarding a deceased individual. Once your secret technique's effect dissipates, it will be my moment to wield the golden talisman and slay you. You are correct. Long Qing replied nonchalantly. I did indeed utilize a secret technique to forcibly augment my combat ability. And now it is time. With her words, the faint azure glow enveloping her entire being dissipated into nothingness. The miraculous healing of her wounds reverted to their previous injured state, revealing a series of ghastly lacerations from which blood flowed profusely, creating a gruesome sight. Moreover, the once formidable spiritual pressure emanating from Long Qing diminished by more than half, falling short of even the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage. At this sight, Shihao's eyelids shot up, his eyes gleaming with wild joy as he unhesitatingly reached for the golden talisman before him, preparing to unleash its power. Yet at that moment, Long Qing appeared blissfully unaware of her perilous predicament, merely gazing coldly at Shihao. There is something you may not have realized until now. Though my magical prowess is meager, I have engaged in battle with you from the beginning without ever utilizing my magical energy, Long Qing proclaimed coldly. What do you mean by that? Shihao furrowed his brow as he looked at Long Qing. Foundation establishment cultivators may not be able to breach the 5-element array. As Long Qing spoke, she raised both hands, casting forth 2 white short swords. Simultaneously, the purple gown adorning her form emitted a sound akin to tearing silk, disintegrating into fragments that vanished into the howling wind. Amidst the tempest, Long Qing's black hair swayed like seaweed, her alabaster form radiating a brilliant glow. It was at this moment that Long Qing's final words escaped her lips. But who told you that I am merely a Foundation establishment cultivator? As her voice fell, Long Qing's body suddenly erupted in a blinding white light. This brilliant luminescence swiftly transformed into a Tinjiang azure glow, hurtling towards Shihao. This is impossible. Shihao's eyes widened in horror, revealing an unprecedented fear. For that astonishing azure light was unmistakably a colossal azure python, stretching 15 to 16 zhang in length. A 1,000-year serpent demon. Shihao let out a blood-curdling scream, but his voice, along with his figure, vanished in the next instant. For the azure giant python had ensnared him and the 5-colored shield, coiling around them like a serpentine tower, completely drowning out Shihao's voice and presence. Creak, creak, creak. The next moment, a sound akin to bone-chilling friction and compression emanated from within the serpent tower. Evidently, Long Qing was utilizing her demonic beast form to launch a forceful assault on the 5-colored shield. Long Qing's physical assault was clearly far more powerful than the white short swords. In fact, the moment the swords were cast aside, they transformed into 2 beams of white light and flew into Long Qing's mouth, becoming her upper fangs. Long Qing was wielding her own teeth as weapons. At this juncture, she relentlessly pressed against the 5-colored shield with her massive serpentine body, exerting tremendous force, rapidly deforming the shield. It resembled a precariously trembling transparent bubble, threatening to shatter at any moment. Yet, it clung to life, refusing to collapse. It seemed that even as Long Qing revealed her true form, she remained just shy of breaching the 5-colored shield. At this moment, not only was Shizhen in the distance left dumbfounded, but Shihao within the 5-colored shield was also taken aback. However, it wasn't long before Shihao appeared to recall something, abruptly lifting his head and bursting into laughter. I remember now. You are the disgrace of the beast realm, the foolish serpent tricked by humans into losing its core. Chapter 47. The fatal strike. He screamed with a frenzied demeanor, as if the harrowing experience of transitioning from life to death and back again had driven him to madness. The Millennium Serpent Demon possessed power equivalent to that of an elder at the Golden Core stage. Had you been in your prime, a single strike would have reduced me to ashes. Yet, having lost your inner core, your vitality severely diminished, you now wield less than 1/10 of your former strength. With such a foolish serpent, you dare to seek my demise? It is nothing but a delusion. After his wild outcry, Shihao immediately activated the golden talisman before him, channeling all his energy into a frenzied assault. In an instant, the sky was filled with golden light, transforming into countless blades, spears, swords, and halberds, raining down upon Long Qing with the ferocity of a siege engine. In an instant, Long Qing's body was torn open in numerous places. What appeared to be resilient serpent scales were, in fact, exceedingly fragile, offering no effective protection whatsoever. In but a moment, he was left drenched in blood, flesh flying. On the head of the azure python, a clear expression of pain was evident, yet she emitted no sound, silently intensifying her grip. In that moment, Long Qing exerted all his strength against the multicolored spiritual barrier, while Shihao, in a desperate bid for survival, frantically drained Long Qing's energy. It became a contest of endurance to see who would falter first. Witnessing this scene, Shizhen could no longer remain passive. He dashed forth onto the battlefield. As he sprinted, he swiftly retrieved 2 talismans, slapping them onto himself. One was a power talisman, designed to bolster his strength. The other was a tunneling talisman, a life-saving charm he had long kept in his grasp. Now, he intended to employ it differently. As Shizhen raced forward, having covered a mere 15 or 16 paces, he suddenly crouched down and sank into the ground. Within a few breaths, the earth beneath the multicolored barrier trembled slightly. Then, a ragged arm suddenly emerged from beneath Shizhen, brandishing a golden longsword aimed directly at his neck. However, Shizhen appeared to sense the impending threat, promptly slamming a hand against the ground, shouting, "Stone eruption technique." Bang! Shizhen, who had been lurking underground, was propelled upward as if struck by a giant's fist, sending him flying from his hiding place. The very spot where he had been positioned erupted into a 6-foot-high stone. "You little brat, you seek death." In furious retaliation to Shizhen's ambush, Shizhen raised his remaining arm, reaching for Shizhen's neck. At the same time, a blinding blue light erupted from his arm, arcs of lightning crackling and jumping about, as if his arm had transformed into a limb of thunder. The thunderous hand, a signature technique of Shizhen, was unleashed. This strike was both swift and ruthless, leaving Shizhen with no means of evasion while airborne. Should a foundational stage expert's enraged blow connect, there would be no hope for survival. Faced with this lethal strike, Shizhen gritted his teeth, disregarding the impending blow, and hurled his dragon's roar sword towards a green array flag on the ground. The throw was mighty and forceful, representing the very apex of Shizhen's strength. Whoosh! The golden longsword transformed into a streak of gold, poised to strike the green array flag. Yet, just as it was about to make contact, an arm crackling with lightning shot forth, seizing the golden flying sword with an iron grip. This hand was swift and formidable, even grasping the blade. It showed no sign of injury. It seemed to embody not only immense offensive power, but also an equally terrifying defense. Nevertheless, despite this, Shizhen had ultimately forsaken his attack on Shizhen to protect his own elemental array flag. Upon witnessing this scene, Shizhen's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, the 5-element formation flags, as essential artifacts for activating the 5-color spirit shield, must not be disturbed in the slightest. At this critical moment, he had wagered his life and emerged victorious. What is more significant is that after Shizhen rushed to save the 5-color formation flags, an opening appeared above his head. This presented Shizhen with the perfect opportunity. Death. With a fierce shout, Shizhen simultaneously wielded his hands, channeling all his strength into a powerful punch that struck down heavily upon Shizhen below. At the same time, he hurled a small bone knife from his sleeve with great force towards another purple flag of the formation. With a resounding impact, Shizhen was struck squarely on the head by Shizhen's fist, causing him to stagger dangerously close to the ground. Blood erupted from his scalp, splattering across his face. This blow inflicted grievous injury upon Shizhen, yet it was not fatal. "Die, you filthy insect!" Shizhen roared, his fury mounting with the pain, unleashing a terrifying storm of lightning energy from his body. In an instant, his face was drenched in crimson, and his white hair stood on end. Resembling a thunderous deity descended upon the earth, a truly fearsome sight. Grasping the longing sword, he wielded it like a club, swinging it violently at Shizhen. The air was rent with a dreadful, swift sound, akin to a death knell, startling Shizhen into a pallor of dread. For he possessed no magical artifacts, not even a weapon to defend himself. Moreover, even the sturdiest of weapons would be rendered as mere kindling against the wrathful strike of Shizhen, wielded through the longing sword. There was no time to evade, for Shizhen had not descended from the air, making a swift change of position impossible. In that life-and-death moment, Shizhen suddenly patted the storage pouch at his waist, and by some miraculous twist of fate, he produced a palm-sized black object. Without a glance, he thrust both palms forward, holding the object to counter Shizhen's lethal blow. With a thunderous crash, the violent impact sent the entire 5-colored spirit shield quaking. Shizhen was hurled like a rag doll, crashing heavily against the protective barrier. The 5-colored spirit shield, possessing not only formidable defense, but remarkable elasticity, rebounded him once more into the air. Before he even touched the ground, Shizhen coughed up a mouthful of blood, his arms hanging limply as if devoid of bones. Nonetheless, he had, against all odds, successfully blocked Shizhen's death-dealing strike. A soft thud echoed as the palm-sized black object fell to the ground. It was neither metal nor wood, stone nor jade, but rather the token of the Qingling sect's leader, which Shizhen had obtained from the Moon Silver Tiger's cave. He had previously tested its strength, discovering it to be extraordinarily tough, far surpassing that of an ordinary iron plate. Yet, he had thought little of it and carelessly stowed it away. To his astonishment, it had served to deflect a fatal blow in a moment of dire need. However, having evaded this attack merely postponed the inevitable. Now, Shizhen's arms lay incapacitated, his body still suspended in the air, utterly devoid of any means to resist, while Shihao had already swung his arm, ready to bring the longing sword crashing down upon him. Just as it seemed Shizhen was on the brink of death, a sudden pop resonated through the air, reminiscent of a transparent bubble bursting in the wind. In an instant, an unfathomable pressure, immense beyond articulation, bore down upon him from all directions. Concurrently, a colossal serpent's head, measuring nearly 10 feet in circumference, darted from above like a streak of azure light, engulfing both Shihao and his sword within its gaping maw. Only then did Shizhen's body descend like a heavy sack filled with sand, crashing against the stone ground, rolling violently for several turns before finally coming to a halt. Chapter 48. Healing. Shizhen lay on the ground, gazing vacantly at the sky. Above him, the heavens were a pristine blue, with white clouds drifting swiftly by. A fierce wind howled past, causing Shizhen's tattered gray robe to flutter incessantly. At this moment, he felt utterly drained of strength, not even possessing the energy to lift his eyelids. His arms hung limply at his sides, as if rendered useless, while within him, his internal organs burned with an intense heat, akin to being consumed by flames. This was the result of the searing spiritual energy from the pure yang technique surging chaotically through his body after sustaining severe injuries. Yet, this was not entirely detrimental, for it was gradually mending Shizhen's wounded form. This battle had been a harrowing brush with death. On several occasions, he had narrowly escaped mortality, and had any misstep occurred at critical moments, he would have become a lifeless corpse. Earlier, it was due to Shizhen's throw of a small bone knife at the purple formation flag that Long Qing was able to shatter the 5-colored spirit shield and consume Shihao at a pivotal moment. This throw, while not particularly forceful, had not inspired much hope in Shizhen himself. Yet, it was precisely this throw that caused the purple formation flag to shift ever so slightly, revealing an almost imperceptible weakness in the 5-colored spirit shield. Long Qing seized this opportunity to instantaneously breach the shield and vanquish Shihao. Reflecting on this, a wave of lingering dread surged within Shizhen. However, time was not on his side, for he was already soaked in the chilling blood that pooled beneath him. The area within a 10-foot radius around him had transformed into a veritable blood pool, most of it belonging to Long Qing. She had revealed her true form, risking her life to engage Shihao in combat, ultimately suffering grievous injuries from his relentless assaults with golden talismans, causing blood to flow like a river. Her wounds were even more severe than his own. Beside him, a massive azure python, over 10 feet in length, lay quietly coiled, nearly blocking the already narrow chasm. Even half an hour after the battle had concluded, her entire serpentine body continued to bleed profusely. Yet, she remained still, devoid of any movement, as though she had succumbed to death. Only the faintest breath escaping her nostrils attested to her continued existence. Shizhen gritted his teeth, summoning a surge of strength, and sat up like a lifeless corpse. He then bent down, opened his mouth, and tore off the storage pouch, using his spiritual sense to extract all the healing medicines within. In an instant, dozens of bottles and jars, along with a plethora of medicinal herbs, amassed before Shizhen like a miniature mountain. Shizhen inhaled deeply, lifting one of the porcelain vials with his feet and pouring the entire contents of the healing elixir into his mouth. This remedy had been concocted by a senior member of the Qingling sect and was later discovered by Shizhen in the cave of the Moon Silver Tiger. Today, he would utilize every last drop. The efficacy of the healing elixir was profoundly remarkable. Merely moments after ingestion, his previously feeble arms began to regain a semblance of sensation, allowing him to perform rudimentary movements once more. Shizhen took a deep breath, immediately rising to his feet and walking towards the colossal green python beside him. Such a gigantic beast would terrify an ordinary person into a state of utter panic, prompting them to scream in fright. Even the most intrepid cultivators, upon encountering this mortally wounded millennia-old serpent demon, might succumb to greed and strike a lethal blow. Yet, Shizhen was devoid of such thoughts. With the tenderness one would show a comrade in arms, he gently pried open the python's jaws and deposited all remaining healing elixirs within. Subsequently, he picked up a stone and crushed every herb with healing properties into a paste, applying it generously to the creature's wounds. After a flurry of activity, It was not until approximately an hour later that the bleeding finally ceased. "I will be back shortly," he stated, indifferent to whether Long Qing heard him or not. With that, he limped away, supporting himself against the mountainside. Once Shizhen had distanced himself, the previously silent green python lifted its massive head slightly, casting a glance at his retreating figure. In its serpent eyes flickered a complex expression previously unknown to it, one of gratitude, nostalgia, torment, and wistfulness. Thus, after Shizhen's departure, the secluded and narrow valley returned to its stillness. It remained unchanged until the blood on the ground solidified and the sun in the sky sank to the foot of the mountains, casting a crimson hue across the heavens. Shizhen has just returned. However, this time, his steps have become notably lighter, as if the healing elixir he had consumed had begun to take effect. Moreover, a shadowy figure trailed behind him, indistinct and ethereal. If one were not attentive, they might mistake it for Shizhen's own shadow. As one drew closer, it became evident that the figure was none other than Shizhen's ghostly servant, Chen Qian. At this moment, Chen Qian's face was etched with fear, her complexion pale, and her once solid form now appeared tenuous and insubstantial, a clear indication that she had sustained severe injuries and was in a state of great weakness. Upon arriving at the valley's bottom, she was taken aback by the sight of the colossal serpent, measuring several dozen feet in length. "Master, is it true that you have slain that foundation establishment cultivator?" Chen Qian gazed at Shizhen, her expression one of disbelief as she tremulously inquired. "Indeed." Shizhen nodded slightly, then sat cross-legged, retrieving an alchemical furnace from his storage bag. He spoke, "I'll explain the specifics later. The immediate priority is to concoct some healing elixirs. Xiaojian, please safeguard me." "Yes." Upon hearing that the foundation establishment cultivator Shi Hao is dead, Chen Qian felt an immense relief, her voice noticeably louder. It was hardly surprising. When she first encountered Shi Hao, she had been pinned to the ground by a peachwood sword with a single strike, completely immobilized. Had it not been for Shizhen's timely return to rescue her from the sword, she would have likely succumbed to the torturous power of the sword's malevolent essence. Thus, with his back against the colossal serpent's body and facing the towering, steep rock wall, Shizhen commenced his alchemical work, starting with healing elixirs. These were sacred remedies chronicled in the Shinnong Benqiao Jing, renowned for their miraculous efficacy in treating all forms of external injuries. For Shizhen, who had already mastered the crafting of Hualong pills, this task posed no significant challenge. Consequently, within a brief span, he successfully produced 3 batches, which Chen Qian promptly administered to Long Qing. Subsequently, Shizhen prepared a batch of the rare Juyang Huanyuan Dan. Even for him, the success of this endeavor was not guaranteed. Fortunately, luck favored him once again, and he managed to concoct it flawlessly. Without batting an eye, he tossed the elixirs to Chen Qian, instructing her to feed them all to Long Qing. Remarkably, Long Qing showed no reaction after consuming the healing elixirs. However, upon swallowing the Jiuyang Huanyuan Dan, she abruptly opened her serpentine eyes, lifting her head with a sudden motion that startled Chen Qian, causing her to retreat a few steps and sit down in shock. Simultaneously, a voice emerged clearly from the serpent's mouth, laced with evident surprise. "You little rascal, you actually know how to concoct Jiuyang Huanyuan Dan?" Chapter 49. I have never slept awake? Upon hearing Long Qing speak, Shizhen displayed no surprise, continuing to peruse the Shinnong Benqiao Jing without turning his head. "Humph. I have never slept." Long Qing gently swayed her serpent head, a look of satisfaction gleaming in her eyes as she savored the potent effects of the Jiuyang Huanyuan Dan. After a considerable pause, she turned her gaze to Shizhen, her tone laced with longing. "Can you concoct a few more batches? These are immensely beneficial to me, more would be even better." "How many batches do you need?" Shizhen casually flipped a page of the book. 3 furnaces? "No, 5 furnaces." Long Qing's lion mouth opened wide. "Dream on." Shizhen cast a disdainful glance at Long Qing and scoffed. "Do you truly believe that the 9-yang resurrection pill is as commonplace as cabbage? One can procure as many as one desires? The materials I currently possess will allow me to refine no more than 3 batches at most, and even then, I cannot guarantee a successful outcome." "Very well. 3 batches it shall be," Long Qing replied for the first time, his words tinged with a hint of pleading. "Shizhen, will you refine them for me? Please?" "I shall do my utmost." Shizhen raised his gaze, glancing at the sky, and realizing that dawn was still some time away, he took a deep breath, steeling himself to continue his alchemical endeavors. In this instance, he successfully refined 1 batch of elixirs while faltering on another. Meanwhile, Long Qing, upon witnessing Shizhen's success with the second batch, seemed to have regained a considerable amount of vitality, transforming back into her enchanting and alluring form, resembling an exquisite woman of unparalleled beauty. Remarkably, she was unadorned by clothing, crouching beside Shizhen with her knees drawn close, her eyes shimmering with unabashed curiosity as she attentively observed the entire process of his alchemical work. It appeared that she was eager to discern how he concocted the Nine Suns soul restoration elixir and whether she could seize the opportunity to learn. Yet, what seemed rather straightforward to Shizhen appeared extraordinarily complex to her. After a brief period of observation, she shook her head in disappointment, relinquishing her desire to learn, and propped her chin up, merely tilting her head to gaze at him. The moonlight cascaded down, transforming into a stream of luminous clarity that illuminated her skin, which glimmered like jade. The flickering flames of the alchemical cauldron elongated her shadow and accentuated the numerous gruesome wounds upon her body, making them appear even more crimson. Thus, she sat beside Shizhen, unreservedly revealing her scars, fixated on him, as if he were an exquisite masterpiece of art, captivating in its beauty. What is it that I possess that is worthy of such admiration? At long last, Shizhen could no longer contain himself and cast a frowning glance in her direction. It's not the first time we've met. Indeed, it is the first time you have encountered my true form. Were you not frightened at that moment? Longqing inquired, her tone laced with a somber resonance as she gazed at Shizhen. I have forgotten. After a moment of contemplation, Shizhen replied, Indeed. I was somewhat astonished at that time, but I quickly shifted my focus onto Shihao. To be candid, your true form is remarkably powerful, which genuinely surprised me. Surprised? Not frightened. Longqing's eyes brightened momentarily before dimming again, as if recalling some distressing past. That fellow was utterly terrified the first time he beheld my true form. Ever since then, he abandoned me. As she spoke, her voice gradually faded until it became inaudible. A profound silence enveloped them, interrupted only by the faint crackling of flames beneath the cauldron. After a considerable pause, Shizhen finally spoke again. He is who he is, and I am who I am. Moreover, I have long been aware of your transformation from a beast. If fear were warranted, I would have felt it long ago. Oh, Longqing responded, her tone ambiguous. Shizhen paused for a moment before continuing, his tone significantly more sincere this time. Had it not been for your valiant stand, I would have perished long ago. Thus, you have bestowed upon me the gift of life. I am still overwhelmed with gratitude and harbor no fear towards you. It is mutual. Longqing's voice gradually calmed, as if she had entirely emerged from her earlier sorrow. Her gaze shifted away from Shizhen, resting instead upon the fiery red elixir cauldron scorched by the flames. You assisted me in unraveling the 5 elements formation and provided me with medicinal elixirs for my wounds. Therefore, we are indebted to each other. With that, she fell silent after uttering the words mutual debt. Shizhen remained silent, and the two fell into a quietude once more. However, this silence lingered longer than before, perhaps lasting half an hour, or possibly an entire hour. At length, Longqing seemed unable to contain herself any longer, as if a question weighed heavily on her heart, compelling her to speak. Shizhen, how do you truly perceive me? Longqing suddenly lifted her gaze, fixating intently on Shizhen. I see you as I see anyone else. How else would I look at you? Shizhen replied instantly. That is not what I mean. I am inquiring about the nature of our relationship. Are we currently adversaries, collaborators for mutual gain, or something else entirely? Longqing pressed on. Shizhen was momentarily taken aback. Such a question was uncharacteristic of you. In the past, you would never have asked this. But the present is the present, confined to this very moment. Do share. Longqing nudged Shizhen with his shoulder. Ouch. Stop it, I said. Shizhen grimaced, clearly still suffering from his injuries. After gently massaging his shoulder for a while, he finally furrowed his brows and spoke. Initially, we were master and servant. You were the master, and I was the servant. However, when you threatened me with my sister, we became adversaries. Oh, Longqing responded with an acknowledgement. Shizhen disregarded her and continued speaking. Later on, you were candid with me and expressed your willingness to assist me in advancing to the foundational stage. Thus, after establishing our mutual agreements, we became intertwined in our respective pursuits. At this point, Shizhen paused briefly and then, with a touch of sentiment, remarked, Today, we have fought side by side, entrusting our lives to one another. Surely, this qualifies us as comrades in arms. Comrades? That sounds rather peculiar, Longqing replied. Then let us consider ourselves friends. Of the brotherly sort, Shizhen responded. Brotherly? Longqing raised an eyebrow. Or perhaps, sisterly siblings who share their lives? Shizhen suggested. Where can you find siblings devoid of attire, embracing each other all day long? Long Qing retorted playfully, giving Shizhen a gentle nudge. As for that, I remain uncertain. What do you propose we are? Shizhen inquired. However, this time, Long Qing refrained from responding to Shizhen. Shizhen turned around, only to discover that Long Qing had not pushed him away, but rather had rested her delicate head upon his shoulder and succumbed to slumber. She slept so profoundly, as if she had been utterly exhausted for a long time, merely sustaining herself until now. After hearing Shizhen's words moments ago, she could no longer contain her weariness and nestled against him, drifting off to sleep. Witnessing this scene, Shizhen's heart inexplicably fluttered. Long Qing's serene profile evoked an unfamiliar sensation within him. This feeling of exhilaration was remarkably pure, devoid of any carnal desire. It was a first for Shizhen. Sleep now, sleep peacefully. Shizhen retrieved a dusty, old blanket from his storage bag and gently draped it over Long Qing. He remained seated, diligently concocting the third batch of elixirs. Chapter 50. Spoils of War. By dawn, Shizhen had thoroughly cleared the battlefield. The numerous sword marks and handprints scattered across the ground had been meticulously eradicated by him. The bloodstains on the earth were collected and incinerated with a fireball spell, turning them all to ash. The alchemical cauldron and the various herbs strewn about were also reclaimed by Shizhen. However, the body of Shihao remained within Long Qing, a situation Shizhen found himself unable to resolve. Yet, he was intrigued. Long Qing's true form was that of a massive python over 10 feet long, making it unsurprising that she had swallowed Shihao. Yet now, in her human form, he found it astonishing that he still resided within her. Could it be that her belly functioned like a storage space, harboring its own mysteries? As Shizhen pondered this, unable to resist gazing at Long Qing, she seemed to sense his scrutiny and awakened. She first glanced at the blanket draped over her, then turned her attention to Shizhen. How long have I been asleep? Perhaps 2 hours. Not long at all, Shizhen replied, casting a glance at the sky. Long Qing, hearing this, appeared somewhat startled, wrapping her hands around the blanket. She hastily rose to her feet. Shizhen, we cannot linger here. We must return swiftly. Why? Shizhen could not help but inquire. Since you have already cleaned the battlefield, let us depart. We can discuss it further upon our return. Long Qing seemed anxious, extending her hand to grasp Shizhen's arm, her body transforming into a streak of azure light as she prepared to return to the bamboo grove. In haste, Shizhen activated the soul-summoning banner, drawing Chen within its embrace before departing alongside Long Qing. Upon their return to the bamboo grove, Long Qing led Shizhen into the cave, swiftly triggering a mechanism that sealed the cavern with a heavy stone door. Subsequently, she retrieved a cerulean array flag, anchoring it to the ground and casting several incantations toward it. Once the flag emitted a faint, almost imperceptible azure glow that enveloped nearly the entire stone chamber. Long Qing finally exhaled a sigh of relief. She turned to Shizhen, her expression grave as she remarked, having slain the vile Taoist of the Zhangyi sect, they are certain to send someone to investigate. We must exercise utmost caution henceforth. But how could they possibly know that we were responsible for Shihao's demise? Shizhen inquired, perplexed. Shihao is an elder of the Zhangyi sect, and his soul tablet resides within their worship hall. Upon his death, the soul lantern extinguished, alerting the sect to his misfortune. Moreover, the Zhangyi sect is steeped in Taoist traditions, home to formidable individuals capable of divining and approximating the location of Shihao's incident. Long Qing elucidated. Such a troublesome sect, indeed, Shizhen mused. Shizhen was evidently unprepared for the myriad troubles that would ensue from the slaying of a foundational cultivator from a prominent sect. The so-called protection of sects is nothing more than a faude. Taking the life of even one of their members invites an unending cycle of retribution. Consequently, even the most arrogant and overbearing cultivators from prestigious sects are seldom challenged lightly. After Dragon Qing uttered this statement, he refrained from elaborating further. Instead, he slightly parted his lips and released a beam of azure light towards the ground. Once the azure light dissipated, it revealed a lifeless body, the corpse of Shihao. In that moment, he still gripped Shizhen's longing sword tightly in his hand, his face contorted in a mixture of shock and fury, his eyes wide open as if he could not find peace in death. Moreover, the instant his corpse appeared, a phantom swiftly emerged from the crown of his head, darting towards the exit of the cave. Shizhen reacted swiftly, immediately retrieving the soul-summoning banner to release Chen. Shao Qian, go and slay him. Yes. Upon encountering the spirit of a foundation establishment cultivator, Chen was filled with a mixture of joy and excitement, rushing forward without hesitation. However, The strength of Shizhen's spirit was evidently far superior to that of an ordinary wandering ghost, and as Shizhen lunged towards him, she nearly fell victim to his counterattack. Fortunately, Shizhen swiftly unleashed several palm strikes, employing pure yang true qi to severely injure the malevolent spirit, granting Shizhen the opportunity to devour him. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Senior Long. After the devouring, Shizhen's power surged, her previously ethereal form nearly solidifying into a corporeal state. With a grateful expression, she respectfully bowed before returning to the soul-summoning banner to cultivate. Witnessing Shizhen's obedient demeanor, Long Qing could not help but nod in approval. Though she was a ghostly being, with further nurturing, she would undoubtedly become a significant asset in the future. Upon hearing this, Shizhen nodded slightly, then directed his gaze towards the lifeless body of Shizhen. Hee. Long Qing chuckled softly, turned away, and began to change her attire right before Shizhen's eyes. Yet her voice carried a hint of languor. This Foundation establishment cultivator possesses some valuable items. Go ahead and search. Take everything that might be useful. Don't you want them? Shizhen inquired. Just the 9 Suns resurrection pill will suffice for me. His belongings hold little value for my needs, Long Qing replied, shaking her head. Very well. Upon hearing this, Shizhen placed a vial of the newly concocted 9 Suns resurrection pill on the nearby stone table. Subsequently, he rolled up his sleeves and crouched beside Shizhen to gather the spoils of victory. Indeed, the bounty was substantial. There lay a golden talisman, a complete set of multicolored array flags, and a silver flying sword. Within the storage bag, the treasures were abundant, over 1,000 taels of gold and silver, and more than 200 spirit stones. Additionally, there was a manual for the crafting of beginner talismans, a tome on the Thunderbolt technique, and a comprehensive guide to lightning spells. Among the belongings of the Zhengyi sect were an elder's badge, fundamental sect cultivation methods, advanced techniques for foundation establishment, elder robes, and a disciple's roster. Furthermore, there were various jars and vials, an array of herbs, materials from mythical beasts, and an abundance of spiritual woods and ores, piled high like a small mountain. It could be said that all the wealth accumulated over a lifetime by Shizhen, a well-known foundation establishment powerhouse, was gathered here. Upon witnessing the scene, Shizhen's heart soared with joy. Without delving into other matters, the mere presence of those remarkable magical artifacts was extraordinary. Particularly striking was the set of 5-colored formation flags, which summoned a formidable 5-colored spiritual shield, boasting an astonishing level of defense. As for the various elixirs and materials, they were all items Shizhen would find invaluable in the future. The only somewhat superfluous items were those associated with the Zhengyi sect, such as the Elder's Waste Token, clothing, and roster, which held little practical utility. Nevertheless, Shizhen did not exhibit any disdain and unreservedly collected them all. As a result, the ground was left solely with Shizhen's lifeless body. Just as Shizhen pondered how to dispose of Shizhen's corpse, Long Qing, having donned a flowing black gauze dress, gracefully approached. Shizhen, allow me to demonstrate how to obliterate a corpse after a killing. Pay close attention and learn well. Long Qing remarked meaningfully before stepping forward to commence the destruction of the body. She began by incinerating the corpse using a fireball technique, reducing it to ashes. Subsequently, she retrieved some blood bait from her storage pouch and mixed it thoroughly with the ashes. Finally, with a flourish reminiscent of magic, Long Qing summoned a dozen snakes seemingly out of thin air and cast them onto the ground. These serpents appeared ravenous and swiftly devoured the ashes along with the bait, scattering in all directions thereafter. Witnessing this spectacle, Shizhen was left utterly astounded. It was his first encounter with the true meaning of obliterating a corpse. Chapter 51. The Essence Concealment Technique Master. You are truly remarkable. Even in my dreams, I could never have conceived of such a method for corpse disposal. Shizhen expressed heartfelt admiration. What is this? Long Qing waved his hand dismissively. This is merely a simplistic approach, a means of expedience. Had we not delayed for too long last night, leaving us short on time, I would have shown you what it truly means to leave no trace at all. Short on time? Upon hearing these words, Shizhen's expression shifted. Since our departure from the canyon, you have continuously emphasized the urgency of time. Yet, we have obliterated all traces and meticulously cleared the battlefield. Is it truly possible that those despicable Taoists from Zhengyi could track us down to this location? Shizhen inquired. Whether they will pursue us here remains uncertain. However, it is indisputable that we cannot linger in this place any longer. Long Qing spoke gravely. You may not yet grasp the significance of a foundation establishment cultivator to these sections. Our ability to defeat Shizhen was largely due to fortune. Had it not been for the overwhelming pressure I exerted on him last night, he would never have withdrawn the defensive barrier from the ground to reinforce other areas. Upon hearing this, Shizhen was taken aback. Are you suggesting that the coverage of the five-colored spirit barrier originally encompassed the ground? Naturally, otherwise. A mere earth-type spell could easily dismantle it. What is there to boast about being invincible at the same tier, unbreakable by anyone? Long Qing shot a displeased glance at Shizhen. You were merely fortunate, seizing the moment to burrow in from beneath the ground. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have been halted underground and subsequently slain by Shihao's spell. Upon hearing this, Shizhen could not help but break into a cold sweat. Had it not been for Long Qing's timely explanation, he might have genuinely believed that he had cunningly infiltrated the spiritual barrier and slain Shihao. The prowess of a Foundation establishment cultivator is indeed formidable. Shizhen sighed deeply. With such exceptional aptitude, it is only a matter of time before you advance to the Foundation establishment stage. When that day comes, you will undoubtedly surpass Shihao by leaps and bounds. Long Qing gazed at Shizhen with evident admiration, clearly perceiving his cultivation talent as nothing short of monstrous, with an endless future ahead. Thank you for your kind words. Esteemed patron, Shizhen replied with an inward wry smile, bowing in gratitude. Addressing me as esteemed patron feels somewhat distant. Instead, let us try you calling me Sister Qing, suggested Long Qing, giving Shizhen a gentle pat on the shoulder. Sister Qing. At once, Shizhen called out, Ah, sister, I care for you. The utterance of Qing Jie caused Long Qing to smile brightly, and she joyfully embraced Shizhen. However, her embrace, not only due to the remarkable elasticity of her ample bosom, but also the sheer force of her affection, inadvertently aggravated Shizhen's injuries, prompting him to cough once more. Almost forgetting, she exclaimed, You are still wounded. Releasing her hold, Long Qing furrowed her brow. After a brief pause, as if resolute, she finally spoke, We cannot linger here. We must depart swiftly. For the sake of safety, I shall return to Kunlun Mountain, to the Valley of 10,000 Demons, while you should conceal your identity and seek opportunities in the nearby regions. Upon hearing that she was to part ways with Long Qing, Shizhen was momentarily taken aback, revealing a look of reluctance. Sister Qing, I wish to accompany you to Kunlun. That cannot be, Long Qing replied, shaking her head. Kunlun's 10,000 Beasts Valley is a haven for ferocious beasts. While my presence there may be manageable, your being a mere human poses significant risks. She continued, Moreover, I am returning to recuperate from my injuries and may emerge in due time. As for you, your cultivation is merely at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Your strength is insufficient, and you are in dire need of resources for advancement. In this region, you have eradicated all the beasts, and it is likely that little medicinal herb remains. Continuing to linger here serves no purpose. After a brief pause, Long Qing added, Even if we had not slain Shihao, I had already intended to send you away in due time. Upon hearing this, Shizhen fell into a contemplative silence. After a brief moment, he finally nodded. Very well, I shall travel to several nearby states to seek out my sister's whereabouts. I knew it. You cannot help but worry for your sister, for you are a person of deep emotions and loyalty. A hint of admiration flickered across Long Qing's delicate features. After praising Shizhen, she continued, Before we part ways, there is a most crucial spell I must impart to you. What spell? Shizhen inquired. The essence concealment technique. Long Qing replied with a serious demeanor. What purpose does this essence concealment serve? Upon hearing these two words, Shizhen instinctively took a misguided turn. Unable to suppress his astonishment, it is of great significance. Long Qing, however, fixed his gaze upon Shizhen and inquired, Tell me, what was our greatest advantage in defeating Shihao? Do you know? Was it because Sister Qing possesses formidable strength? Shizhen ventured tentatively. Not at all, Long Qing replied, shaking his head. Could it be because of me? Shizhen suggested, pointing a finger at himself. Do not flatter yourself with your meager abilities. You are no more than a mere ant facing a foundation-building practitioner, akin to a death wish, Long Qing scoffed. Upon hearing this, Shizhen couldn't help but smile wryly. Well, I cannot say I know. It is merely carelessness. Long Qing focused and spoke, to be more specific. It is a matter of information asymmetry. Information asymmetry? Shizhen's expression shifted. Indeed, Long Qing nodded, explaining in his eyes. I am merely a weak cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage, and you are nothing more than an ant at the Qi refinement stage. In combat against us, he holds a significant advantage, which is why he arrogantly pursued us to engage in battle within the canyon. Sister Qing means that our opponent underestimated us, leading to his demise. Shizhen replied. Precisely, Long Qing regarded Shizhen earnestly and imparted, in the realm of cultivation, aspiring to become a top-tier powerhouse is exceedingly challenging. However, masquerading as a weakling is considerably simpler. The more feeble we appear, the greater our safety often becomes. Much like the most cunning hunters who frequently disguise themselves as their prey. Are you suggesting I should play the role of prey? Shizhen pondered thoughtfully. We shall neither be prey nor hunters, Long Qing refuted. Your immediate priority is to conceal your brilliance and swiftly advance to the foundation establishment stage. Only upon reaching that level will you possess a modicum of self-preservation capability. Therefore, I will bestow upon you the concealment technique, enabling you to mask your spiritual energy fluctuations. At that point, whether you choose to disguise yourself as an ordinary person or as a lowly chi refinement cultivator, it will be entirely at your discretion. In times of dire need, you could even completely obscure your aura, masquerading as a corpse. Perhaps, during the most challenging moments, this could aid in your escape from calamity. Long Qing concluded. Upon hearing this, Shizhen finally comprehended the reason why Long Qing had chosen to impart the concealed essence technique to him. While this spell may not hold much utility in combat, its significance during travels is undeniably immense. With a resolute nod, Shizhen assured, Sister Qing, rest assured. I shall diligently master this technique. Yet, at that moment, Shizhen remained unaware of the profound assistance this seemingly ordinary spell would provide him on his future path of cultivation, even earning him the moniker of the Old Demon Shi. Chapter 52. Victim of reputation. A day later, Shizhen appeared in Xinjia village. At this moment, he exuded no trace of spiritual energy. Resembling nothing more than an utterly commonplace individual. Long Qing had departed the previous night. The concealed essence technique she taught was not particularly difficult, yet mastery required extensive practice. Fortunately, Shizhen's current cultivation level was rather low, resting at the 7th layer of chi refinement, thus allowing him to conceal his true abilities with minimal effort. As 2 days had elapsed since Shi Hao's demise, the Zhengyi sect had evidently received news. From the morning onwards, several streaks of light had soared through the sky, heading towards the site of Shi Hao's fall. However, Shi Hao's remains had been completely obliterated, and Shizhen had erased any traces of the battlefield, rendering the Zhengyi cultivators unable to uncover any conclusive evidence during their investigation. Nevertheless, this area was no longer tenable. It was imperative to depart swiftly. Upon arriving at Xinjiakan, Shizhen sought to bid farewell to Qin Baobao and also to inquire about the whereabouts of his younger sister, which he had heard she had discovered. However, as he ventured into the village, he sensed something amiss before even reaching Qin Baobao's home. The villagers of Xinjiakan were casting furtive glances in his direction, whispering amongst themselves with an air of ill intent. Shizhen possessed exceptional hearing and had long since discerned their conversation. This young man was none other than the refugee boy who had clandestinely rendezvoused with Qin Baobao in the mountains. Observing his tattered attire, it was evident that he had wandered from afar, fleeing hardship. Qin Baobao truly had lost her senses to fancy him. Humph, her mother had always been promiscuous, consorting with numerous men. It seems this girl has inherited her mother's scandalous tendencies. Ha ha ha, well said. This girl, at merely 12 years of age, already seeks out men in the mountains. What will she become as she matures? TSK, my son should never take such a woman as his wife, even if she were a hideous creature. Upon hearing these remarks, Shizhen's brow furrowed in discontent. It appeared that these villagers were of low character, lacking decency. Despite his innocent relationship with Qin Baobao, how could they spread rumors that tarnished her reputation? Just as Shizhen's displeasure grew, he arrived at Qin Baobao's residence. Her grandfather, Qin Guanbao, was the esteemed elder of Xinjia village, revered and possessing a considerable status, hence his abode was significantly larger than that of the ordinary villagers. As Shizhen arrived at the doorstep, poised to knock, he overheard a conversation from within. Granddaughter, it's not that your grandfather is disdainful of the poor. That young man possesses exceptional abilities and is destined to become a hero. Such a figure would never deign to notice a village girl like you, who lacks both beauty and stature. It would be better for us to minimize our interactions, lest the villagers begin to gossip. This was the voice of Qin Guanbao, evidently trying to persuade. Let them gossip. Their tongues are their own, and can we really silence them? At worst, I'll find an opportunity to cut out their tongues. And then the world will be a quieter place, Qin Baobao retorted, seemingly unbothered. How can you say such things? Qin Guanbao exclaimed, his hands clapping in exasperation. You will eventually need to marry. If they spread rumors, it could tarnish your reputation. Grandfather, I have no intention of marrying. I will stay by your side and mother-ess for my entire life, all right? Qin Baobao attempted to play the charming granddaughter. However, Chen Guanbao let out a heavy sigh. As long as I live, they dare not act against you. But what will happen when I am gone? With your father missing, you will be left alone and vulnerable, sure to be bullied. I cannot allow a repeat of what happened to Chen Qian. At the mention of Chen Qian, Chen Baobao seemed to be stirred, falling silent. Sensing her wavering resolve, Chen Guanbao encouraged, for now, our family should find a reliable son-in-law. Their essay saying, a son-in-law is half a son, with him around. Even if I am no longer here, no one would dare to harm you. But I do not wish to marry. I am still just 12. Chen Baobao stamped her foot. It's merely a matter of 1 or 2 years. Do not worry. Your grandfather has a plan. Just promise me not to venture into the mountains again. It is far too dangerous for a young girl like you. I want tea. I like Brother Sure. And I must go find him. If you don't let me go, I will jump into a well. I will hang myself. I will not live. Chen Baobao threw a tantrum, resembling a spoiled child. Upon hearing her desperate threats, Chen Guanbao was alarmed and quickly reassured her, abandoning the topic of marriage. Just then, the courtyard door was suddenly pushed open. Who dares to barge in without announcing themselves? Oh, it's the young hero Sure. This old man offers his respects. Chen Guanbao turned, initially furious, but upon seeing Shizhen, his demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect and courtesy. In his eyes, Shizhen was a formidable recluse, well acquainted with legendary figures like Stone Guanyin. Moreover, having learned from Chen Baobao that the fearsome spirit Chen Qian, responsible for numerous deaths, had been subdued by Shizhen, his reverence intensified. At that moment, he greeted Shizhen with a humble countenance, almost obsequious. Meanwhile, Chen Baobao was still rolling on the ground, covered in dust, her hair disheveled, resembling a mischievous little monkey. In the midst of her antics, she glanced up and spotted Shizhen. Instantly, she leaped to her feet, covering her face, and dashed into the house, displaying an utterly embarrassed demeanor. My granddaughter insists on meeting you, Chen Guanbao remarked with a feigned sigh, secretly observing Shizhen's reaction with his old eyes. Shizhen secretly observed Chen Guanbao, and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. After shutting the door behind him, he cast a glance at Chen Guanbao. Is it convenient to speak inside? Certainly, certainly. Hero Sure, please come in. Chen Guanbao called out towards the inner room. Shortly thereafter, a beautiful woman dressed in a brown cloth skirt emerged from within. Upon casting a glance at her, Shizhen could not help but reveal a look of astonishment. The lady before him had her hair elegantly arranged, her beauty striking, her figure voluptuous, and her skin fair as jade. Particularly captivating were her eyes, which appeared to sparkle with laughter yet concealed in enduring sorrow. Her demeanor exuded a gentle, submissive aura, devoid of any aggression. For reasons unknown, Shizhen's initial impression of her was akin to that of a delicate, jade-skinned lamb, evoking an irresistible urge to dominate, tease, or even devour her. It was no wonder that the other men in the village remained perpetually enamored by her. The lecherous son of Sure Hao, upon encountering her, had become utterly entranced, persistently requesting her company for drinks. Such a beguiling presence might very well be the result of an innate charm. However, as a practitioner of the arts, Shizhen had cultivated a mature mindset through daily meditation and rigorous training, endowing him with willpower that far surpassed that of ordinary men. Thus, upon meeting Zomi, he merely paused for a moment before swiftly resuming his composed demeanor. Young Master Sure, please come in. I shall prepare the food and drink forthwith. Zomi's voice was soft and soothing, resonating pleasantly in the air. Were it an ordinary man, he would likely have succumbed to fanciful thoughts. Yet, Shizhen merely nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded directly into the room. Zomi, taken aback by his calmness, cast a lingering gaze at his retreating figure before rolling up her sleeves and heading to the kitchen. Chapter 53, An Unwelcome Request Today. I have come for 2 matters of significance. Upon entering the room, Shizhen promptly took a seat and conveyed his intentions to Chen Guanbao. Firstly, he announced that he would embark on a journey today and likely would not return thereafter. This visit, he remarked, would serve as a final farewell. As these words echoed in the air, Chen Baobao, who had been hiding her face and crouching in the corner of an adjacent room, gasped and sprang to her feet. She hurried over, her eyes wide with astonishment, fixating intently upon Shizhen. Chen Guanbao, taken aback by this revelation, was about to inquire further when he heard Shizhen's subsequent statement. Secondly, he mentioned that he had come to inquire about the whereabouts of his younger sister, having learned from her granddaughter that she might have information. Thus, there was no need to prepare any food or drink. He would depart after clarifying the matter. After expressing this, Shizhen reiterated with a grave tone. Furthermore, He had previously advised Qin Baobao to keep the matters regarding the death of Daoist Shi and the ghostly figure of Qin Qian strictly confidential, cautioning that any revelation could lead to dire consequences for their lives and lineage. He instructed that if any strangers from afar inquired about him, they should merely state that he was a refugee from another region who had already departed. No further details should be divulged. This was of utmost importance. Hearing the phrase dire consequences, Chen Guanbao was visibly shaken and nodded in agreement. Observing this reaction, Shizhen finally exhaled in relief and turned his attention to Qin Baobao. Sister Baobao, do tell, where is my sister now? He inquired. Brother Shi, where are you going? Will you truly never return? Qin Baobao seemed not to hear him. Her eyes wide, as she instead posed a question back to Shizhen. After a moment of contemplation, Shizhen nodded. After all, this area had seen the extinction of its mystical beasts, and the herbs and resources had been thoroughly stripped away, leaving no value behind. However, these thoughts remained unspoken in Shizhen's mind. Upon seeing his nod, Qin Baobao's face turned as pale as a blank sheet of paper, as if she had received an immense blow. Brother Shi, are you unhappy here? Or do you despise this place? She pressed on. This has nothing to do with you. You needn't pry. It would serve no benefit for you, Shizhen replied, shaking his head. Clearly, he did not wish to entangle this young girl in the complexities of the cultivation world. Yet, upon hearing this, Qin Baobao became indignant. If that is the case, then I shall not reveal the whereabouts of your sister. Who do you think you are? Oh, I am nothing but a neglected, little village girl, small and insignificant. She wailed, her words tumbling out in a nonsensical manner. She crouched down, weeping sorrowfully. At that moment, the young hero, Qin Guanbao, found himself at a loss for what to do. He was as bewildered as a monk who could not grasp the situation, completely perplexed as to why Shizhen suddenly wished to depart. Observing this scene, Shizhen realized that failing to provide an explanation would surely leave the grandfather and granddaughter unsatisfied. Therefore, after much deliberation, he decided to alter his approach. Allow me to share the reason, but these words must remain a secret known only to your family. They must not be disclosed to anyone else. Rest assured, young sir. My lips are always sealed. Qin Guanbao exclaimed, thumping his chest in affirmation. Qin Baobao ceased her tears, lifting her head to gaze at Shizhen with red-rimmed eyes, her expression resembling that of an abandoned puppy. Great turmoil is about to unfold in these mountains. Many lives may be at stake. You must have noticed the streaks of light soaring through the sky towards the mountains this morning, Shizhen informed them. Upon hearing this, Qin Guanbao and Qin Baobao exchanged glances and nodded in understanding. They too had witnessed those streaks of light, but to them, they represented celestial beings, lofty and detached from the realm of mortals, existing in a world entirely apart from their own. Upon witnessing their nods, Shizhen continued to speak. In summary, the mountains are perilous at present, and I must certainly leave this place. You should too. It is advisable to refrain from entering the mountains for the next 3 to 5 years. As soon as these words were uttered, Qin Guanbao and Qin Baobao displayed expressions of sudden realization. So that is the case. I understand now. Thank you for the warning, young hero Shi. Qin Guanbao hastily clasped his hands in gratitude. Qin Baobao also seemed to have recalled something. Just 2 days prior, upon my arrival at the village entrance, I inexplicably lost consciousness. Could this incident be related to the dangers of the mountains? She was referring to the event when she was struck unconscious by Shi Hao at the village entrance. Although Shi Hao was driven by a desire for vengeance, he, after all, belonged to a reputable sect of cultivators and did not resort to lethal violence against an ordinary person like Qin Baobao. That morning, after rescuing Qin Qian, Shizhen had also awakened Qin Baobao before departing. Thus, upon regaining consciousness and finding herself alone, she returned to the village in bewilderment. Nevertheless, her words held truth. The dangers of the mountains are indeed connected to Shi Hao's demise, and she was indeed rendered unconscious by him. Yes, therefore, you must all exercise caution in the future. Particularly when encountering individuals clad in Taoist robes, you must be especially vigilant. Upon concluding his statement, Shizhen fell silent, refraining from uttering another word. Nevertheless, Qin Guanbao and Qin Baobao had already conjured a myriad of thoughts in their minds. In no time, Qin Baobao ceased her tears, and with a fervent gaze, she looked up at Shizhen. Elder brother Shi, where are you headed? Is it far? To be precise, we must first examine your intel. Shizhen gazed intently at Qin Baobao and inquired, where exactly is my little sister now? In Luoyang, Qin Baobao replied candidly. I have received news that there is a girl named Shi Xiaoya over there, approximately 5 or 6 years old, among the refugee group. I cannot ascertain if she is your sister. 5 or 6 years old. Shizhen's expression faltered momentarily. His sister was 8. This girl could hardly be her. However, upon reflection, he considered that his sister often endured hunger and hardship, and if she had become emaciated, it would not be surprising for her to be mistaken for a younger child. With resolve, Shizhen nodded. If that is the case, I shall go to Luoyang today. Brother Shi, take me with you. I know the exact location, Qin Baobao exclaimed, clutching his arm. Nonsense, Shizhen retorted, pushing her away. The outside world is fraught with danger. What would happen if I brought you along and something went awry? Do not worry. If anything were to happen, I would perish immediately, and I would never be a burden to you, hero Shi. Qin Baobao replied with a bold spirit. Beside them, Qin Guanbao observed the exchange with a mix of anxiety and helplessness, his mouth opening and closing in frustration, ultimately resorting to a sigh as he pounded the table. At that moment, just as Shi was about to continue admonishing Qin Baobao, a voice unexpectedly emerged from the doorway. If the esteemed young hero wishes to travel to Luoyang, I humbly have a small request. Upon hearing her words, Shizhen turned to glance towards the doorway, only to find Zomi entering. She held a plate of beef and a jug of village wine in her hands. As she set down the food and drink, a sincere expression graced her face as she gazed at Shizhen. To be honest, young sir, I have longed to journey to Luoyang to inquire about my husband's whereabouts. However, my frail constitution hinders me from undertaking such a voyage. If you would be willing to accompany me, I would gladly offer this golden hairpin as a token of my gratitude. As she spoke, she removed a golden hairpin from her hair. Kneeling on both knees and presenting it with both hands, her originally half-tied hair cascaded down in an instant, flowing like a waterfall behind her, trailing onto the ground. Chapter 54. The journey to Luoyang. Witnessing Zomi suddenly kneel, imploring to travel to Luoyang together, Shizhen was momentarily taken aback, yet before he could respond, Qin Guanbao had already furrowed his brows. Zomi, what business do you have interrupting the Min's discussion? Depart at once. Grandfather. Zomi remained kneeling on the ground, her tone noticeably more resolute. You mentioned that my husband has not returned from the military and that there has been no word. But how can one be away for 5 or 6 years without a single trace? Luoyang is the largest city nearby. I must go there myself to ascertain his fate, whether he lives or has perished. Nonsense, Qin Guanbao exclaimed in anger. It is my duty to seek news of my son. What business do you, a mere woman, have leaving the household? Are you not concerned about bringing further shame upon us? His forceful gesture resembled that of a patriarch asserting his authority. Seeing this, Qin Baobao hastily approached Zomi, attempting to placate her. Mother, let us not provoke grandfather's ire. He surely means well. And I worry for your safety should you venture far from home. And what of you, a young girl, traveling alone? Should I not worry for you? Zomi, however, stood her ground with unwavering determination. With Shi Xiaoxiao present, I recognize this as my singular opportunity. If I were to journey to Luoyang alone amidst this treacherous world, it would surely be akin to a lamb entering a den of tigers, leading to a dire fate. Thus, I must have a strong companion to accompany me. I cannot trust any other man. Only with Shi Xiaoxiao do I feel secure. Trust me? Why is that? Shizhen asked, taken aback. Zomi's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, You are a reclusive sage, surely above someone of my humble origin, a mere countrywoman. Therefore, I have every confidence in you. Upon hearing this, Shizhen could not help but smile bitterly. It seemed that Zomi held him in high regard based on first impressions. Yet, what man is devoid of desire? It was merely that his prolonged association with Long Qing had cultivated a greater capacity for restraint within him. Young hero Shi, pray tell, where is the propriety in a married woman traversing hundreds of miles to seek out another? He mused. Furthermore, as a woman unaccustomed to the ways of Luoyang, how could she possibly hope to locate a soldier who has been missing for 5 or 6 years? Qin Guanbao looked at Shizhen, hoping he might intercede on his behalf. However, Shizhen paid him no heed, turning his attention solely to Zomi. You desire to go to Luoyang, but I suspect it is not merely to find your husband, is it? Young hero, you are astute, Zomi replied with a nod. Should my husband still be alive, I would certainly return here to care for my father-in-law and daughter, living a life of contentment. But if he has indeed passed, I intend to remain in Luoyang and engage in small trade, far preferable to enduring the daily slander here, or being forced into servitude to entertain others. Her words, though delivered in a calm tone, were laced with profound shame and indignation. It was evident that she harbored lingering resentment over Qin Guanbao's previous decision to allow her to serve as a courtesan under duress. Shizhen contemplated this briefly and came to a swift understanding. The first time she was compelled to serve would inevitably lead to subsequent occasions. And once her purity was tarnished, she would be forever stained. Even if her husband returned, the shame might drive her to take her own life. Though Zomi appeared delicate, her spirit was unwavering, and she was resolute in her desire to leave this place. Yet, whenever she mentioned this matter, Chen Guanbao would invariably oppose her. Alone, she lacked the means to travel to Luoyang. Now that Shizhen had arrived, it represented her best opportunity to escape Chen family village. Truth be told, Shizhen held a deep-seated disdain for the inhabitants of Chen family village. If Zomi remained there, her beauty would inevitably lead to trouble. Were he in her position, he too would seek a different path. Curse it all. What folly! Chen Guanbao lamented, realizing his past mistakes and allowing his wife to serve as a courtesan. Yet, how could a mere village elder stand against a powerful sorcerer with imperial connections? If he angered the sorcerer, it would not only be his family that suffered, but the entire village as well. The powerless have no choice when faced with the formidable. Young hero sure. Seeing that Chen Guanbao merely sighed and ceased to obstruct her, Zomi knelt before Shizhen, repeatedly bowing in supplication. I implore you, have pity and take me with you. Mother, take my mother with you. Chen Baobao implored, her large eyes sparkling with innocence as she gazed at Shizhen. Upon hearing this, Shizhen felt a sense of helplessness. While it was understandable for Zomi to yearn to leave, what of Chen Baobao? He had initially intended to bid them farewell and depart alone. How had it transformed into a plea to take both mother and daughter along? Their assurances of being obedient and not burdening him rang hollow. If trouble arose, he would bear the brunt of it alone. For a moment, Shizhen hesitated, furrowing his brow as he began to pace the room. Chen Guanbao remained silent, while Zomi and Chen Baobao watched him anxiously, afraid to urge him further. After what felt like an eternity, Shizhen finally spoke. I do not expect to linger in Luoyang for more than a few days. You will have a maximum of 3 days to establish yourselves there. Beyond that, do not expect me to take on additional burdens. Thank you, young hero. Zomi exclaimed, joy illuminating her countenance as she bowed in gratitude. Yes, I will be with Big Brother sure again. Chen Baobao exclaimed, jumping up with unrestrained delight. Despite being far from home, their spirits soared with hope. Seeing this, Shizhen shook his head helplessly and turned to Chen Guanbao. Elder Chen, is this truly the right course of action? With a sigh, Chen Guanbao replied, alas. When it rains, the heavens decree, and when a mother remarries, we must let her be. In the end, it is we, the Chen family, who owe an apology to the two of them. He sighed deeply once more and shook his head. Well then, let it be as it is. Shizhen stood up, preparing to take his leave. However, after a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a porcelain bottle of white jade from his bosom and handed it to Chen Guanbao. During my time in the mountains, I have been greatly indebted to your Chen family for your kindness. This vial of elixir, though it may not compare to the miraculous potion that can revive the dead and restore flesh to bones, holds significant efficacy against many ailments afflicting ordinary individuals. Hence, I present it to you. Thank you, young hero, for your generous gift. Chen Guanbao exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy at receiving the elixir. He promptly knelt down in gratitude, accepting the medicine with both hands. You and your mother shall have 1 hour to prepare your belongings. Make haste and depart with me. Shizhen spoke in a calm tone. Indeed, Zomi and Chen Baobao exchanged glances and promptly turned to leave. In an instant, the Chen family courtyard was filled with the sounds of rummaging through boxes and cabinets. An hour later, a hired carriage, amidst the curious stares and whispers of the villagers from Chen family village, carried Zomi, Chen Baobao, and Shizhen away, heading straight towards Luoyang. Unbeknownst to the three of them, this journey would incite a monumental upheaval in the cultivation world and bring forth terrifying calamities upon Chen family village. Chapter 55, Yihang Courtyard. Luoyang lay 120 miles from Chen family village. The three traveled in the carriage for an entire day until twilight descended, finally arriving in Luoyang. Upon entering the city, Shizhen casually sought out a bustling tavern, intending to secure a room. Just as they stepped inside, a belligerent waiter rushed over, scolding, beggar, hurry and leave. We are serving guests here. There is no leftover food for you. Upon hearing this, Shizhen couldn't help but furrow his brow. It turned out that the innkeeper, seeing Shizhen's tattered clothing and youthful appearance, had mistaken him for a beggar. However, the moment the enchanting Zomi and her spirited daughter Chen Baobao entered the tavern, the innkeeper's demeanor transformed entirely. Ah, esteemed guests, please come in. Will you be dining or seeking lodgings? It was hardly surprising that the innkeeper was so superficial. Zomi was breathtakingly beautiful, and Chun Baobao exuded a whimsical charm. Though their attire was somewhat modest, their delicate skin and slender fingers indicated a life of pampering, suggesting they hailed from a prosperous household, if not the nobility. Chun Baobao, witnessing the innkeeper's snobbishness, giggled with delight, clearly amused by Shizhen's predicament. Brother Shi, he inquires whether we shall dine or lodge. What say you? Chun Baobao teased. Yet, Shizhen merely cast a fleeting glance at the innkeeper, then raised his hand, tossing a silver ingot towards him. Prepare 2 superior guest rooms, with fine food and drink to attend to us. Ah. The innkeeper quickly accepted the silver, feeling its weight as if it were a burden on his wrist. Esteemed guest, I must confess my blindness in mistaking you for a beggar. How foolish of me. Please, right this way. He seemed electrified, first delivering himself a resounding slap across the face before cheerfully leading the way for Shizhen. However, just as they were about to enter the room, Shizhen paused and spoke in a calm tone. You may go ahead. I need to step out for a moment. Chun Baobao looked at Shizhen in surprise. Brother Shi, are you going to find your sister now? Stay here and do not wander off until I return, Shizhen instructed. Do not worry, young hero. We shall take care of ourselves, Zomi gently assured as she pulled Chun Baobao close, aware of her daughter's mischievous tendencies that could lead to trouble if left unchecked. Indeed, Shizhen nodded slightly and turned to leave the tavern. At this moment, the city of Luoyang was illuminated by the glow of lanterns, bustling with an abundance of activity. The streets were lined with various shops, their lights aglow, creating a vibrant tapestry of life, filled with the sounds of vendors calling out, laughter ringing, and friendly greetings echoing all around. This lively atmosphere stirred a sense of excitement within Shizhen, who hailed from humble beginnings and had grown accustomed to the solitude of the mountains. Still possessing a youthful spirit, he found himself glancing around with curiosity, ultimately purchasing a skewer of candied hawthorn. For the young Shizhen, candied hawthorn had once been the epitome of indulgence. However, upon savoring a piece, he came to the poignant realization that childhood is but a fleeting memory. He could never return to that innocent time. In his recollections, those sweet and tangy treats had been nothing short of extraordinary, yet now, they merely tasted like an ordinary confection, though it retained its sourness and sweetness. The exhilarating anticipation that once made his dreams come alive was now lost to him. Alas, Shizhen let out a sigh when his hometown was ravaged by disaster, forcing him to flee in search of sustenance. He had already exhibited a resilience and maturity far beyond his peers. Subsequently, after encountering Longqing, cultivating the pure yang technique, and enduring numerous life and death trials, he vanquished countless monstrous beasts and, alongside his companions, ultimately felled a formidable foundation establishment cultivator. Shizhen has undergone a remarkable transformation. Although he is merely 14 years old, his intelligence and cunning have already surpassed that of the vast majority of adults. In fact, many aspects of the mundane world hold little allure for him. Shizhen himself was uncertain whether this path was beneficial or detrimental. Perhaps this was an inevitable sacrifice on the journey towards cultivation, a prerequisite for becoming an immortal. Just as this thought emerged in Shizhen's mind, he suddenly halted in his steps. In an instant, he turned and entered a resplendent building adorned with colorful decorations. The entrance bore a prominent sign inscribed with 3 grand characters, Yihong Yuan. Ah, distinguished guest, what pleasure do you seek here today? Are you in search of a young lady for companionship, or perhaps to enjoy some music and theater? A middle-aged matron, still possessing a hint of charm, approached with a quivering laugh. I am here to find someone, Shizhen replied, his tone nonchalant. Looking for someone? Which lady do you seek? The matron's demeanor shifted as she realized Shizhen was not seeking entertainment, but rather a specific individual, her expression momentarily souring. Yet, the next moment, her face lit up with a tremulous smile as he casually tossed her a silver ingot, weighing at least 3 or 4 taels. I am searching for a woman named Qing Sa. Is she here? Yes. She is in the back, helping with the laundry. What? Do you have an interest in her? Oh dear, your taste is indeed unique. The matron chuckled, covering her mouth, her laughter resonating like the creaking of old wood. After noticing Shizhen's silence, she turned and sashayed towards the back courtyard. Meanwhile, the first floor of Yihong Yuan was a cacophony of chaos. Numerous tables were haphazardly arranged, surrounded by patrons indulging in revelry. They either embraced the courtesans or engaged in boisterous conversation. Yet their gazes were predominantly fixed upon the stage where several young women performed. The performers, akin to a theatrical troupe, engaged in singing, playing instruments, and storytelling. One individual struck a hand drum, melodiously recounting tales of heroic figures and beautiful maidens, eliciting rounds of applause. Occasionally, someone would brazenly slip their hands into the garments of the courtesans, provoking soft, breathy gasps, yet no one seemed to mind. It was as if the women in this establishment were mere playthings, available for any whim, provided one had the coin to indulge. Shizhen tightened his collar and followed the brothel keeper, hastening through the thick, oppressive atmosphere until they reached the back courtyard. The courtyard, in stark contrast, was refreshingly serene. Adorned with the interplay of dark clouds and a white moon, cold blue stones, and a few flickering yellow oil lamps. Beneath one of these lamps knelt a woman with graying hair, diligently scrubbing and washing clothes. This was the person you sought, Sister Qing. The brothel keeper pinched her nose in disdain and called out with a raised voice, Sister Qing, a guest has specifically requested your presence. Rise and greet him. A guest seeks me? Sister Qing, taken aback by the unexpected attention at her age while toiling in the laundry of a spring brothel, was filled with astonishment and disbelief. As she stood and turned to look, she was surprised to find that the guest who sought her was merely a boy of 14 or 15. Chapter 56. The Lord of Heavenly Officials. Sister Qing scrutinized Shizhen, noting that he appeared rather unremarkable, dressed in tattered clothing, resembling someone who had endured a long journey of hardship. Do you know me? She inquired, realizing she did not recognize Shizhen and unable to restrain her curiosity. Shizhen did not respond but cast a glance at the nearby matron. Oh, you two continue your conversation. I shall take my leave. Should you wish to indulge? The rooms in the backyard are at your disposal. The matron let out a flirtatious laugh, waved her hand dismissively, and turned to depart. Yet, halfway through her exit, she produced a handkerchief, waving it before her nose, clearly repulsed by the odor emanating from Qing Sa. This was hardly surprising. Qing Sa, with her dark and unattractive skin, spent her days bent over scrubbing clothes, making her quite unpleasant to be around. Nevertheless, Shizhen exhibited no signs of distaste. Instead, once the matron had moved away, he directly inquired, Qing Sa, I have heard that a girl named Xiaoya is in your company. Is this true? Xiaoya? Qing Sa's expression immediately shifted to one of caution. What do you want with her? I simply wish to meet her. Shizhen offered no further explanation, instead producing a silver ingot weighing 4 taels and tossing it to Qing Sa. Qing Sa was taken aback. She had never encountered such wealth. It was only when the silver struck the ground, producing a crisp sound, that she instinctively lunged forward to seize it, stuffing it into her bosom. Simultaneously, her demeanor transformed into one of obsequiousness. Esteemed guest, if you wish to see the girl, it is easily arranged. This way, please. With that, she led in toward the backyard, winding through the pathways until they arrived at a dim alley behind the courtyard. After several moments of navigating, they finally halted. Behind a decrepit door lay a half-collapsed, abandoned room, within which was a makeshift wooden shelter resembling a doghouse, stuffed with hay and rags. Inside curled a small figure, weak and seemingly gravely ill. Upon seeing her, Shizhen's expression immediately darkened. Are you certain she is Xiaoya? Indeed she is. What seems to be the matter? Esteemed guest? Qing Sa inquired, somewhat perplexed. Shizhen turned his head and gazed at Sister Qing, inquiring, what is your relationship with her? I am her mother, Sister Qing replied. Not long ago, I fled from the south due to the famine, seeking a means of survival here. Esteemed guest, it appears I have not had the pleasure of meeting you before. How do you know about my connection with the young girl? Sister Qing looked up at Shizhen, displaying a demeanor that suggested she wished to establish a closer rapport. However, Shizhen disregarded her and turned to leave. Yet, upon reaching the doorway, he found himself unconsciously coming to a halt. Shizhen looked up at the sky. The heavens were shrouded in a dark, inky hue, reminiscent of spilled ink. After a few breaths, Shizhen abruptly turned around, retrieved a medicinal pill from his bosom, and placed it into the mouth of the little girl. He then produced a silver ingot, casting it onto the ground without a glance. This child shall have abundant fortune in the future. You must treat her well. With those words, Shizhen paid no further heed to the mother and daughter, striding away from the scene, leaving behind Sister Qing, who stood in a daze of astonishment and joy, her expression akin to that of someone lost in a daydream. Upon returning to the hotel, Shizhen first encountered Zhou Mi and Chun Baobao before retreating to his room. As soon as he closed the door, his expression darkened. The information provided by Chen Baobao was erroneous. That little girl was not his sister, but merely another person sharing the same name. However, this was not Chen Baobao's fault. Names like Nyonyo, Xiaoya, Guden, and Shirtu were indeed commonplace in the village. It was not unusual to find namesakes. Furthermore, after realizing that the girl was not his sister, Shizhen initially intended to turn and leave. Yet, the fact that she bore the same surname and had also fled from the south hinted at a possible distant kinship. Thus, when he reached the doorway, he could not bring himself to abandon her. He returned and bestowed a medicinal pill upon the girl, saving her life. As for whether the woman known as Ching Sa would change her disposition after receiving 2 taels of silver and treat the girl kindly, that was beyond Shizhen's control. It appeared that the search for his sister's whereabouts would ultimately rest upon his own efforts. Shizhen stroked his chin and glanced once more at the dim sky outside before extinguishing the lamp. After a night of meditation as dawn broke the following day, Shizhen departed from the tavern and made his way towards a secluded courtyard within the city. Halt. This is the residence of the esteemed Tian Guan. You beggar. What brings you here? As he reached the entrance, a snarling doorkeeper bared his teeth in a furious outburst. Tian Guan? Upon hearing this, Shizhen was taken aback. Is this not the residence of Master Fan? Silence. How dare a lowly commoner like you utter the name of Master Fan? The disdain in the voice was palpable. He possesses immense powers, akin to a celestial being of the highest order. Is Master Fan truly akin to a celestial deity? Shizhen found himself torn between laughter and exasperation. Although Master Fan's cultivation was merely at the 8th level of chi refinement to an ordinary person, he indeed appeared as a figure of remarkable prowess, almost divine in nature. Are you not departing? It seems you're itching for trouble. The vile servant spat venomously, brandishing a club as he approached Shizhen with the intent to strike. Yet, as the club swung toward him, Shizhen effortlessly raised a hand, sending the weapon crashing to the ground. Ouch, sir. Please, spare me. I am merely the gatekeeper. Whatever grievances you have with Master Fan do not concern me. The servant's expression shifted faster than the turning of a page, and upon witnessing Shizhen's formidable skills, he immediately sought mercy. Shizhen would not dwell on the matter, merely inquiring, where is Fan Desheng? He left this morning to discuss business and should return shortly. Very well, I shall await his arrival here. Shizhen crossed his arms, patiently awaiting the arrival. Indeed, after a short while, a corpulent figure clad in a splendid robe approached from the distance. It was Fan Desheng. Spotting Shizhen instantly, he burst into hearty laughter. Ah, my dear brother Shir, what brings such a delightful breeze to your presence? Do come in, do come in. After uttering these words, he turned his fierce gaze towards the ill-fated servant who had just been struck. How blind you must be when a distinguished guest arrives. Do you not know to welcome him inside with tea and refreshments? Why do you linger here? Begone. The unfortunate servant, having suffered both blows and reprimands, wore a face as woeful as a bitter melon, yet dared not retort. Instead, he lowered his head and quietly turned to leave. Upon witnessing this scene, Shizhen couldn't help but feel a sense of lamentation. This vile servant, despite his unsatisfactory demeanor, was nonetheless dedicated to his duties. It was a pity that he was of lowly status, merely a gatekeeper, devoid of dignity. Fan Desheng, aware that he had obstructed Shizhen, chose to insult him deliberately to satiate his own frustrations. Such trivial tactics were easily discerned by Shizhen. Yet, he pondered, had he not embarked on the path of cultivation, he might have found himself in a predicament similar to that of Ching Sa or this wretched servant, lowly, and subject to relentless bullying. Reflecting on this, Shizhen took a deep breath, a fierce resolve igniting within him. Now that he had stepped onto the path of cultivation, he was determined to become a formidable force, ensuring that he would never again be subjugated. If the realm of immortality had an end, he vowed to reach that very end point. Chapter 57. Qingling Apothecary. During their previous transaction, Fan Desheng had shared his address in Luoyang with Shizhen and had extended an invitation for him to visit. Therefore, upon arriving in Luoyang, Shizhen sought out Fan Desheng, hoping to glean information about the whereabouts of his sister. However, Shizhen did not broach this subject immediately. Instead, he first engaged in a trade involving materials from demon beasts, and after a casual exchange of pleasantries, he finally spoke up. Fan Daoist, you traverse far and wide and are well acquainted with many. Do you happen to know any individuals who are well informed? Upon hearing this, Fan Desheng's expression shifted. Are you in search of someone, Shir Daoist? My relative went missing some time ago, and I wish to see if I can locate her. Shizhen responded nonchalantly. That depends on the nature of the person, Fan Desheng replied, scrutinizing Shizhen. If they are a person of high status, it would be easier. However, if they are an ordinary citizen, it may prove more challenging. A refugee. Approximately half a year ago, they fled from Runan to the north of Luoyang. Shizhen stated. Fan Deshang appeared taken aback, seemingly surprised that Shizhen's relative had fallen to such dire circumstances. He furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before finally shaking his head. If they are a refugee, it will be difficult. These individuals are often homeless and numerous. Finding a specific person amidst them is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. After shaking his head, Fan Deshang's curiosity rekindled. May I inquire about the relationship this relative has to you? Could you perhaps divulge some specifics? When Shizhen encountered Fan Deshang inquiring about intelligence, he immediately shook his head. Since it was difficult to obtain, he decided to let it go. It was merely a casual mention on his part. Oh, upon hearing this, Fan Deshang ceased his inquiries. By the way, Shizhen seemed to suddenly recall something and inquired, are there any alchemists in Luoyang? I wish to meet one and exchange insights on alchemical techniques. That may prove to be quite challenging. If my memory serves me correctly, each alchemist holds their skills in utmost esteem and would not readily disclose them to others. Despite this, Fan Deshang imparted information about an alchemist to Shizhen. Naturally, the most esteemed alchemists have been recruited by various sects and do not remain here. However, there are some wandering practitioners skilled in alchemy residing in Luoyang. For instance, in the eastern part of the city, there is a shop named Qingling Apothecary, whose proprietor is quite adept at alchemy. I frequently procure elixirs from him. Upon hearing this, Shizhen felt that the name was somewhat familiar, yet he could not recall where he had encountered it. However, Fan Deshang rose to his feet, retrieving brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. This shopkeeper possessed a certain pride and was reluctant to meet just anyone. Thus, I shall compose a letter of introduction for you. Take it with you and mention that I, Fan Deshang, sent you. Such a small favor is something I can certainly grant. In this way, I express my gratitude. Shizhen clearly understood that Fan Deshang was doing him a favor, so he immediately rose and clasped his hands in gratitude. Haha, it is well spoken. We are good friends. Such matters are of little consequence. Fan Deshang, pleased that Shizhen had acknowledged his kindness, swiftly penned a letter of introduction, his brush dancing across the paper with elegance, before handing it to Shizhen. After all, in his eyes, Shizhen was a rare talent in cultivation and an adept alchemist. Forging a good relationship with such an individual could only prove beneficial. Following a few more polite exchanges, Shizhen took his leave with a respectful gesture. Departing from the Fan residence, he made his way directly to the eastern part of the city, where he indeed found the Qingling Apothecary nestled on an exceedingly prosperous commercial street. It was noteworthy that the apothecary was thriving, with long queues forming both inside and outside, a clear indication of the high demand for its goods. Upon entering the establishment, Shizhen observed that this pharmacy not only dispensed medicine but also provided medical consultations. From the conversations of the patients waiting in line, Shizhen gathered that this pharmacy possessed exceptional medical skills and remarkable efficacy in its remedies, making it the finest medical institution and pharmacy in the city of Luoyang, which explained its bustling atmosphere. After observing for a moment, Shizhen stroked his chin and, with a decisive lift of his leg, entered the shop. Hey, what are you doing barging in here? Do you even know how to queue? Upon entering, he was confronted by a young apprentice, no older than 15 or 16, who approached him with a loud reprimand. The other patients in line immediately turned their attention to Shizhen, pointing and murmuring among themselves. I have business with your owner. Kindly inform him, Shizhen responded politely, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect. Looking for our owner? Have you lost your mind? The apprentice, taken aback by his words, quickly adopted a mocking expression. Our owner stopped seeing patients long ago. Even the esteemed Lord Wang of Luoyang had to plead multiple times just to secure an audience. Who do you think you are to demand a meeting with our proprietor? Upon hearing the apprentice's words, the onlookers erupted in laughter. The proprietor of the Qingling pharmacy was rumored to possess semi-divine abilities, with medical skills that surpassed even those of the royal physicians. Such a figure would never entertain a destitute youth. I suspect this lad has lost his wits and has come here to cause trouble. If he is indeed mad, let us humor him and send him off to seek treatment for his insanity. Laughter echoed around them. Ordinary folks might have felt anger or at least embarrassment upon hearing such mockery. Yet, Shizhen merely cast a calm glance at the crowd before fixing his gaze on the apprentice. Inform your owner that I come on the introduction of Master Fan. And here is his letter of introduction. Fan Deshang? The apprentice displayed a look of confusion. However, the elderly gentleman responsible for managing the counter and the accounts within the pharmacy was startled. Introduced by Master Fan, he swiftly pushed open the counter door, rushing over to Shizhen to receive the letter with both hands. lowering his head to examine it closely. His eyebrows raised in astonishment as an expression of reverence crossed his face. "Please wait a moment. I shall go to see the owner at once." With that, he took the letter and hurried off to the back courtyard as if propelled by a fire beneath him. The apprentices stood there, dumbfounded, momentarily frozen. The onlookers, who had been mocking Shizhen just moments before, were now aflame with curiosity. Who was Fandicheng? Didn't they just mention Master Fan? Is there such a person in Luoyang? They began to recall stories, piecing together memories. Ah, I remember. When Lord Wang sought to combat the monsters, he summoned several celestial masters to his residence, one of whom was Master Fan. Goodness, this young man is remarkable. He knows a celestial master. It was said that each celestial master possessed powers akin to summoning winds and rain or transmuting stones into gold, making them unparalleled beings. This youth was indeed extraordinary. I had my suspicions. His unusual attire and extraordinary demeanor clearly indicate he is a reclusive sage. In an instant, those who had derided Shizhen as a madman began to lavish him with compliments, as if he had transformed from a beggar into an esteemed figure of wisdom. Shizhen displayed little interest in their remarks, casually selecting a chair to sit in, crossing his arms and closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. It was not until the elderly gentleman returned from the backyard, wiping the sweat from his brow and panting heavily, that Shizhen opened his eyes and turned his gaze towards him. Chapter 58. Crafting a Masterpiece. A distinguished guest awaits. As the elderly man hurried back, he breathlessly uttered a greeting. Instantly, the hall was filled with flattery and envious murmurs. The apprentice who had mocked Shizhen earlier, now trembling in fear, collapsed to his knees with a thud. "Distinguished guest, I did not intend to offend you. I beg for your forgiveness." The apprentice stammered, his face pale. "It is of no concern to you. Rise," Shizhen replied with a mere glance before making his way to the backyard. Though Shizhen bore no anger, it did not imply that he was unaffected. "Blind fool, go kneel in the backyard." The elderly gentleman glared at the apprentice with disdain, then quickly donned a respectful demeanor. Hastening after Shizhen, the two traversed 3 winding corridors in the backyard and passed through 2 pavilions until they unexpectedly entered a grand courtyard. The garden was a veritable paradise of spring, fragrant flowers blooming everywhere, and as far as the eye could see, rare medicinal herbs flourished. What could be seen alone was worth a fortune. Deep within this medicinal garden stood an exquisitely arranged bamboo cottage, lush and vibrant. Upon reaching the cottage, the elderly man came to a halt, seemingly recognizing that his status did not permit him to enter. "The shopkeeper is currently refining elixirs inside and will be out shortly. Please, distinguished guest, wait here for a moment," the elderly gentleman courteously suggested. Upon hearing this, Shizhen nodded and stood in place, arms crossed. After approximately half an hour, a peculiar fragrance of medicine unexpectedly wafted from the bamboo cottage, reminiscent of aged tangerine peels and blooming gardenias. Shizhen's expression shifted as he spoke. "Qingling-san?" As soon as the words escaped his lips, a melodious song of a golden oriole resonated through the bamboo cottage. "Do you understand alchemy?" With this inquiry, a young woman adorned in a yellow silk dress, her hair adorned with a silver hairpin, materialized at the entrance. "I possess a modest understanding." Shizhen regarded her with a calm demeanor. The two of them scrutinized each other for a moment. Shizhen quickly discerned that this woman was at the 6th level of qi refinement, with an average level of power. However, her bright eyes and intense gaze exuded an aura of shrewdness and authority, unmistakably marking her as a formidable woman in the business realm. At that moment, upon hearing that Shizhen possessed a modicum of knowledge in alchemy, her enchanting eyes couldn't help but appraise him from head to toe. Yet, she could not perceive any fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from him. He appeared to be an ordinary mortal devoid of any magical prowess. This left her somewhat perplexed. "What is your relationship with Fandicheng? What brings you to seek me?" she inquired. "Fandicheng is my friend. I wish to find someone knowledgeable in alchemy in Luoyang, and he recommended that I come to you," he replied. Shizhen straightforwardly clarified his intentions. "You, my friend, are rather peculiar. Typically, those who seek my assistance do so through connections, primarily in search of medical advice. You, however, are the first of your kind." The woman in the yellow dress placed one hand on her hip while the other stroked her chin, and then she waved her hand. "Come in. Let us discuss your matters within." Upon hearing her words, Shizhen displayed no signs of fear. With a decisive lift of his foot, he followed closely behind her into the room. Inside, the space was devoid of any other furnishings, save for a bronze alchemical furnace. standing resolutely at the center of the bamboo dwelling. At that moment, a vibrant fire still blazed beneath the furnace, its embers glowing warmly. The lid of the furnace had been removed, revealing a mound of emerald green powder within, which was none other than the revered detoxifying elixir, Qingling San. Upon entering the room, Shizhen immediately discerned the exceptional quality of the Qingling San, indicating that the young woman possessed remarkable alchemical skills. The woman in the yellow attire was evidently scrutinizing Shizhen as well. Noticing his gaze directed towards her alchemical furnace upon his entrance, she promptly inquired, "You claim to possess knowledge of alchemy. Allow me to test your understanding. What are the uses of this Qingling San? It is a rare antidote, capable of counteracting countless lethal toxins in the world." After Shizhen uttered these words, he turned his gaze once more towards the woman in the yellow attire. "I have answered your question. Now may I inquire your name?" "I am Huang Muiru, currently serving as the acting manager at the Qingling Apothecary," she replied. "Acting manager?" Shizhen was taken aback. "What happened to the former shopkeeper?" "He's gone." Huang Anru shrugged. 3 years ago, the old shopkeeper ventured into the mountains to gather herbs, and he never returned. It's likely he has perished. Her nonchalant demeanor suggested she held little regard for the old shopkeeper she spoke of. However, upon hearing her words, Shizhen's expression shifted, and he seemed to recall something, his countenance becoming peculiar in an instant. "Is the old shopkeeper you mentioned the one who went to the mountain 120 miles to the west?" "How do you know?" Huang Anru was taken aback. "Have you seen him?" "Perhaps I have." Shizhen let out a bitter laugh, feeling that this world is indeed rather small. "Then do tell, where is he now?" Huang Muiru immediately displayed a look of urgency, pressing for answers. "He possesses something of utmost importance, which I have been searching for these past few years." "Could it be that you were referring to this item?" Shizhen reached into his bosom and retrieved a dark, ominous token from his storage pouch. It was none other than the sect leader's token of the Qingling sect. This small token had once saved Shizhen's life at the hands of Shihao, leaving a profound impression on him. The sect leader's token. Upon seeing it, Huang Mai's eyes momentarily sparkled with interest, only to quickly dim thereafter. In the days of yore, this item may have held great significance, with individuals willing to risk their lives for it. However, in the present day, it was nothing more than a worthless piece of scrap metal. Upon hearing this, Shizhen pondered for a moment before retrieving a book from his bosom. It was none other than the renowned Shenong Bin Xiaojing, adorned with numerous annotations. The sight of this tome instantly captivated Huang Muiru, her eyes widening in astonishment as she reached out eagerly, for this was the very treasure she had sought for 3 long years, a dream that had haunted her thoughts. However, Shizhen was not one to relinquish it so easily. With a swift motion, he withdrew the book back into his embrace. "My dear Miss Huang," he remarked, "this book holds great significance for me and cannot be so readily surrendered." Huang Muiru let out a huff of frustration upon witnessing Shizhen conceal the tome once more. Yet, rather than displaying impatience, she regarded him with a glint of danger in her eyes. "Young man, from whence did you acquire this book? Is that old man already deceased?" "He ought to be." Shizhen spoke in a calm tone. "This book, along with the master token, was acquired by me fortuitously from the lair of a demonic beast. Accompanying them was a skeleton, which must be the old steward you mentioned." "What old steward?" "He is none other than the last leader of our Qingling sect, the Taoist Qingmu, of whom I am the foremost disciple." Huang Miao scoffed and remarked, "However, this sect is far too feeble. By my generation, I am its sole remaining descendant. Now that the master token is lost, the Qingling sect is destined for extinction." "Destined for extinction?" Upon hearing this, Shizhen was somewhat taken aback. Logically speaking, as the sole disciple of the Qingmu Taoist, upon his demise, you should naturally ascend as the next sect leader. Why then declare that the Qingling sect is destined for extinction? What purpose does it serve to cling to a languishing sect? If you desire it, you may simply assume the position of sect leader, for the token of authority lies in your possession. Huang Mai's enchanting eyes were fixed intently upon Shizhen's chest. "Young man, all I seek is that book. I advise you to hand it over promptly, lest my patience wear thin and I resort to force, which would not bode well for you." "You intend to force me?" Upon hearing this, Shizhen scrutinized her once more, confirming that she possessed only the cultivation level of the 6th layer of qi refinement before finally speaking. "I have come here with the intention of discussing a business proposition with you. Should our negotiations prove fruitful, it is entirely possible that I might grant you this book." "You wish to discuss a business deal with me?" Huang Muiru responded, her beautiful eyes glinting with curiosity as she turned to Shizhen. "What sort of business? Please elaborate." However, Shizhen's next words left Huang Mairu in shock, causing her delicate form to shudder, nearly losing her balance. Can you concoct the Huanglong Dan? Shizhen spoke up directly, uttering a remarkable statement. Huang Muru was taken aback upon hearing this. You truly dare to speak so boldly. The Huanglong pill is an extraordinarily precious elixir. Not only I, but even my master pursued it tirelessly throughout his life, only to leave this world without successfully concocting it. Were it not for this, would he have ventured alone into the deep mountains, risking his life for a mere beast core? Upon hearing these words, Shizhen stroked his chin, revealing an expression of understanding. It appeared that the last sect leader of the Qingling sect, the former proprietor of the Qingling apothecary, Qing Muzi, had ventured into the mountains to hunt demonic beasts solely for the purpose of refining the Huanglong pill. Ultimately, he encountered a second-tier demonic beast, the Moon Silver Tiger, and met his demise at its hands. From this perspective, Qing Muzi's abilities seemed rather mediocre. No wonder Huang Muru held him in such contempt, and even derided the so-called Qingling sect. Impudent brat. Seeing Shizhen in contemplation after her remarks, Huang Muru could no longer contain herself and displayed a threatening demeanor once more. I advise you to obediently hand over the Shinong Bin Xiaojing to me. It would be in both our interests, and perhaps I might even reward you with a sum sufficient to sustain you for a lifetime. Her gaze remained fixated on Shizhen's chest, as if that tome held immense significance for her. However, upon hearing her words, Shizhen could not help but regard her with newfound respect. It was important to note that at this moment, Shizhen concealed all his cultivation. In her eyes, he was merely an ordinary mortal. Her desperate desire to obtain the Shinong Bin Xiaojing, yet her restraint in refraining from action thus far, indicated that she possessed a semblance of principles. Unlike those ruffians of the Jianghu who resorted to pillaging and plundering. Yet, this principle was not particularly steadfast. From the gradually reddening eyes of Huang Mairu, Shizhen could discern the madness that lurked deep within her heart. If this situation continued to linger, it was entirely possible that this young and beautiful woman might resort to force against him. I just heard you mention that Huanglong Dan is exceedingly precious. What, approximately, is the worth of a single Huanglong Dan in terms of spirit stones? Shizhen inquired. It depends on the quality. The inferior ones are valued at 3 spirit stones, while the superior ones can fetch 5 or 6 spirit stones. I have witnessed the most exquisite Huanglong Dan being sold for as much as 10 spirit stones. Huang Mairu replied, her impatience evident. 10 spirit stones? Shizhen was momentarily taken aback. Was it a Huanglong pill or a vial? Naturally, it was sold by the piece. Aside from those affluent foundation establishment masters, or those of noble lineage, how many of us Qi refinement cultivators could afford to buy it by the vial? Huang Mairu said with an air of certainty, her hands already outstretched, resembling a tiger's claws, poised to pounce on Shizhen. However, Shizhen's next question left her utterly speechless. Then, how much is a failed Huanglong pill worth? He inquired. Upon hearing this, Huang Mairu's expression turned to one of bewilderment. A failed Huanglong pill? It is inedible and surely worthless. Why are you asking this? Worthless? How much is it worth? Shizhen did not answer her but pressed on with his inquiry. Huang Mairu looked at him with a skeptical expression. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, she burst into laughter, clutching her belly. You little rascal, you Haven team managed to procure some failed Huanglong pills somewhere and plan to sell them to me, have you? How amusing. She regarded Shizhen with a look of derision, as if she had already deduced his intentions. To be honest, the materials required to concoct the Huanglong pill are exceedingly precious, particularly the second-tier demon beast core specified in the formula, which holds immense value. Countless cultivators have perished in pursuit of this core. Upon mentioning this, she seemed to reminisce about her ill-fated master, her beautiful eyes dimming momentarily. Yet, she quickly resumed her focus on Shizhen, snorting lightly. Therefore, such valuable materials, when used to refine the Huanglong pill and resulting in failure, are indeed a painful loss. Some cultivators, unwilling to part with these failed elixirs, have contemplated selling them for some profit. However, in truth, these elixirs are utterly worthless and serve no purpose at all. Utterly worthless? Shizhen immediately discerned the crux of Huang Mairu's words. Thus, the failed concoction of the Huanglong Dan is utterly worthless. It could even be asserted that all failed elixirs hold no value whatsoever. At best, some may consider using it as a poison, yet such an action is inherently foolish. What could be more effective than hemlock or arsenic? For me, it serves merely as a memento to remind myself of my failures in alchemy, Huang Mairu remarked. So that is how it is. Upon hearing this, Shizhen stroked his chin thoughtfully. Hey! Huang Mairu glared fiercely at Shizhen, exclaiming, You rascal, what's the matter? Why are you rambling on about such a great length? Will you hand over the divine farmer's materia medica or not? Let us settle this. At this moment, Shizhen's demeanor had become considerably more composed. He spoke in a nonchalant tone. I propose a deal, should you manage to satisfy me. I am willing to bestow upon you the divine farmer's materia medica. A transaction that can satisfy you? What do you mean by that? Are you implying that I should offer myself to keep you warm at night? Huang Mai raised an eyebrow, her expression fierce and unapologetic. That is certainly unnecessary. Without a moment's hesitation, Shizhen shook his head. The abruptness of his refusal left Huang Mairu both amused and exasperated. However, the subsequent words from Shizhen rendered her laughter utterly hollow, as if an invisible hand had tightened around her throat, silencing her completely. She even began to question the integrity of her hearing, for what Shizhen proclaimed was nothing short of astonishing. How many failed Huanglong pills do you possess? I intend to purchase these elixirs, whatever quantity you have. Should your stock be ample enough to satisfy me, I would be willing to part with the Shinong Benchao Jing. At this revelation, Huang Mairu was momentarily struck dumb. She stared intently at Shizhen, her enchanting eyes fixed upon him, as if attempting to decipher his true intentions. Yet, Shizhen maintained an expression of serene composure, his demeanor untroubled, betraying no hint of emotional fluctuation. This left Huang Mairu utterly perplexed. Finally, she let out a disdainful snort and spoke up. You mischievous brat, what do you intend to do with those failed Huanglong pills? Do you harbor some clandestine scheme? Upon hearing this, Shizhen cast a sidelong glance at Huang Ai Ru and crossed his arms. First, I am not called brat. My name is Shizhen. Second, you need not inquire about my intentions for these pills. Simply inform me of the quantity you possess. Witnessing Shizhen's unwavering demeanor, Huang Ai Ru finally let out a cold laugh. Since you are unwilling to divulge, I shall certainly not sell to you. You may leave. However, before you depart, you must either leave behind a head or surrender the Shinong Benchao Jing. Chapter 60. The transaction. Upon hearing this, Shizhen could not help but furrow his brow. This Huang Mairu had evidently lost her patience. She had no intention of continuing their conversation and was prepared to resort to force. Truth be told, were he indeed an utterly powerless ordinary mortal, clutching the immensely significant Shinong Benchao Jing, it would truly be a case of an innocent man suffering for his treasures. It would be more concerning if she did not covet or attempt to seize it. Manager Huang, I was referred by Fan Deshang. If you were to take my life here, it might not bode well for you. Shizhen spoke in a calm tone. Humph, that greedy fat man. What is there to worry about? It merely requires a bit of compensation. Huang Mairu glared with a fierce countenance, as though she were ready to devour Shizhen at any moment. Upon hearing this, Shizhen spread his hands in confusion. This is quite peculiar. Rather than sending money to Fan Deshang, you might as well give me those worthless failed Huanglong pills. In return, not only will I compensate you, but I may also be inclined to part with the Divine Farmer's Herbal Classic. Am I the sort of person who lacks wealth? Huang Mairu puffed out her chest, displaying an air of arrogance. My Qiling Apothecary is the largest and most renowned pharmacy in the whole of Luoyang. It truly earns a fortune daily. You insolent brat. Look at your impoverished appearance. How much money could you possibly have? What I genuinely desire is that book. After declaring this, she cast a fierce glance at Shizhen. If you are wise, hand over the book. If not, I implore you, do not act recklessly. Before Huang Mairu could finish her sentence, a piercing scream escaped her lips. Shizhen had stepped back, positioning himself beside the alchemical furnace, and directly extracted the Divine Farmer's Herbal Classic. The book was perilously close to the still glowing embers below. At this distance, it seemed that a mere tremor of Shizhen's hand could consign the tome to the flames. This book seemed to be as critical to Huang Mairu as her very life, effectively placing her at his mercy. Sure, young hero. Sure, good sir. Let us converse amicably. Please do not act impulsively. Huang Mairu pleaded softly, her tone turning gentle as she delicately shifted her foot, attempting to approach Shizhen gradually. Step back. If you do not retreat, I shall set the book ablaze. Shizhen's voice was cold, revealing he saw through her ruse. Huang Mairu's delicate face paled instantly. She bit her lip, glaring at Shizhen, before ultimately transforming her expression into one of menace. You insolent boy, let me tell you. Should that book suffer even the slightest damage, prepare to face a fate worse than death. Whether I meet such a grim fate is of no concern to you. Huang shopkeeper, what I require is to know precisely how many failed Huanglong pills you possess. Shizhen replied nonchalantly. 100? Or 200? I cannot recall. Huang Maru struggled to suppress her simmering rage, gritting her teeth as she spoke. All I know is that after 2 failed attempts at refining them myself, I dared not try again. The others are the failures produced by my master. I have never counted them. So I cannot say how many there are, perhaps 1 or 200. Upon hearing this, Shizhen's expression shifted, and a glimmer of delight flickered in his eyes. Although the inferior Huanglong pill possessed only 1/3 of the efficacy of the perfected version, if there were indeed 1 or 200 of them, the sheer volume would undoubtedly enable him to break through to the 9th level of qi refinement. But was it 100 or 200? You have half an hour to provide me with a precise number. Though joy welled within him, Shizhen's tone remained remarkably assertive. Humph, just wait. If I return and find you absent, you shall truly meet your demise. Huang Nehru immediately turned and dashed out with hurried footsteps. In just a brief moment, she returned, a small basket in hand, brimming with bottles and jars, totaling around a dozen. Without hesitation, she sat cross-legged before Shizhen and began to extract all the containers, spilling their contents onto the ground. Instantly, the floor was cluttered with pills of varying hues, some charred, others dark golden, rolling about like marbles scattered by a child. Being a cultivator, Huang Nehru possessed keen eyesight and a remarkable memory, and in no time, she had meticulously counted them. A total of 188. She lifted her gaze to Shizhen and declared fiercely, "Are you satisfied now?" 188 is indeed a substantial quantity. Shizhen stroked his chin and gazed at Huang Nehru, saying, "Name your price. As long as it is reasonable, I shall purchase everything. I only desire the divine farmer's materia medica." Huang Nehru replied without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Shizhen raised an eyebrow. "This book is undoubtedly of immense significance to you, indicating its extraordinary value. You previously mentioned that if I were to grant you this tome, the reward you would bestow upon me would suffice to sustain me for a lifetime, would it not? What is it that you truly desire?" Huang Nehru, her patience waning, displayed an eagerness that suggested she might pounce at any moment. However, Shizhen merely lifted the book towards the charcoal fire, instantly rendering Huang Nehru as docile as a lamb. "Young hero, sure, let us converse calmly. Do not act impulsively," Huang Nehru exclaimed, her tone shifting to a rather affected and delicate pitch. Shizhen, however, maintained a demeanor of indifference as he regarded her. "You just claimed that the failed Huanglong pill is utterly worthless. So, do you intend to exchange a heap of worthless items for the immensely valuable Shenong Bin Shaojing? In such a case, would I not be at a considerable disadvantage? What else do you desire? Money? Or perhaps women?" Huang Nehru furrowed her brow. "I have no interest in money," Shizhen replied, betraying his conscience. "No interest in money, yet an interest in women? Humph, to put it plainly, you are merely lusting after my body. I have encountered far too many lecherous youths like you." Huang Nehru spread her hands, adopting a sultry expression. "Come over, and I shall join you in bed right now. What do you say? If I were to approach, where would my life remain?" Shizhen discerned Huang Nehru's ruse at a glance. "Humph," Huang Nehru scoffed coldly. "Then what is it that you truly want? What else do you seek?" Shizhen expressed a keen interest in the Qingling apothecary, which seemed to be the only thing worth mentioning. Huang Mei raised an eyebrow, her expression resembling that of a delicate willow. "You wouldn't be coveting my apothecary, would you? You impudent brat, so young yet so audacious. Such greed could surely lead you to calamity." Shizhen shook his head. "I have no interest in the apothecary." "Then what, pray tell, do you truly desire?" Huang Mei inquired, her teeth clenched in frustration. It appears that Shizhen had long since formulated his intentions. Observing that Huang Nehru could no longer articulate anything of value, he straightforwardly revealed his purpose. "I require your expertise." "What do you mean?" Huang Nehru responded with a look of astonishment, instinctively replying, "I am an innocent young woman. What experience could I possibly possess?" "Not in that regard." Shizhen explained, "It pertains to the experience in alchemy. I am eager to learn the art of potion making. However, I am still utterly ignorant of many aspects of it. Thus, I wish to stay here for a couple of days to learn from you." "Learn alchemy from me?" Huang Nehru replied, her expression suddenly turning peculiar. "Do you wish to become my disciple?" "One could say that. If you are indeed a master of alchemy, then it would not be amiss to take you as my mentor," Shizhen responded. "You rascal, your sudden proposition leaves me at a loss for words," Huang Nehru admitted, appearing genuinely flustered. Shizhen's unpredictable remarks always caught her off guard, rendering her unable to discern his true intentions. In truth, she had already been astonished by him numerous times today, to the point of feeling somewhat desensitized. After wandering back and forth in the bamboo cottage for a while, Huang Muru finally made up her mind and clapped her hands. Very well, first, you shall provide me with the Shenong Bin Xiaojing, and in exchange, I will offer you all these failed elixirs on the ground. Additionally, I shall grant you 2 more days. During this time, you may inquire about any knowledge of alchemy, and I shall answer you without reservation. What do you say? Agreed. Shizhen, with remarkable decisiveness, tossed the Shenong Bin Xiaojing directly to Huang Muru. Huang Muru, taken aback by his unexpected abruptness, after all, he had been so verbose moments earlier, almost forgot to extend her hand to receive it. Once she regained her composure, she swiftly grasped the ancient text and began to peruse its contents. As she absorbed the carefully penned words and numerous annotations, her face lit up with exuberance, and she burst into joyous laughter. Fortune favors the diligent. At long last, I have found this book. I can finally commence the crafting of the Huanglong pill. Should I succeed, I will undoubtedly become the most renowned alchemist within 1,000 miles, able to join any sect and enjoy the privileges of an elder. Advancing to the foundation establishment stage will then be a mere formality. In that moment, a radiant path unfurled before her, and she envisioned herself as a distinguished foundation establishment cultivator, celebrated throughout the realm as a master alchemist. While Huang Muru reveled in her triumph and indulged in her fantasies, Shizhen discreetly collected all the Huanglong pills scattered on the ground. A sense of curiosity gnawed at him. Although the inner cores of second-tier demon beasts were valuable, Huang Muru was not lacking in wealth. With sufficient funds, acquiring them would pose no challenge. Why then did she insist on obtaining the Shenong Bin Xiaojing before beginning her alchemical endeavors? Was the Huanglong pill truly so difficult to refine? However, Shizhen refrained from voicing these questions. After setting a time to meet Huang Muru the following morning, he departed. In contrast, Huang Muru, now in high spirits with the Shenong Bin Xiaojing in her possession, did not press Shizhen further, but instead instructed the elderly attendant at the counter to see him off. Upon exiting the bustling Qingling apothecary, Shizhen made no detours and returned directly to the inn. Upon his arrival, he found the common area bustling with travelers engaged in animated discussions. To his surprise, Zomi and Qin Baobao, who should have been resting in their rooms, were seated there, their faces betraying unmistakable signs of concern. What could have transpired? Shizhen walked over and sat beside them, inquiring with concern. Brother Shi, something has happened. Upon seeing Shizhen return, Qin Baobao immediately rushed over and clung to his arm, her face etched with worry and fear. I heard from the travelers that many people have died in Xinjia village. What? Is that true? Shizhen was taken aback and promptly inquired about the specific reasons. After the accounts provided by Qin Baobao and Zomi, Shizhen began to grasp the situation. It turned out that following the demise of Shi Hao, the Zhengyi faction had dispatched a considerable number of cultivators to scour the mountains for Shi Hao's remains and the perpetrator of his death. However, after 2 to 3 days of searching, these cultivators found nothing of value, save for some traces of battle in a ravine. In a fit of anger and humiliation, some of the cultivators began to seize villagers in Xinjia village for questioning, even going so far as to overturn houses and dig through the ground in their quest for answers. This incited the ire of the villagers, some of whom openly criticized, mocked, and even insulted the Zhengyi cultivators. This provocation quickly infuriated one of the cultivators, who then unleashed a brutal massacre. It is said that all those who spoke ill behind closed doors were slain, and many curious onlookers among the villagers also fell victim to the carnage. The scene was one of utter devastation, with bodies strewn everywhere and rivers of blood flowing. The slaughter only ceased when a senior elder from the Zhengyi faction arrived to intervene. At that moment, only a few villagers who remained hidden in their homes were fortunate enough to escape with their lives. Upon hearing these accounts, Shizhen was profoundly shocked. He had never anticipated that the self-proclaimed righteous Zhengyi faction would commit such wanton acts of violence against innocent villagers. It was only after overhearing a conversation among some travelers nearby that Shizhen let out a bitter laugh. It turned out that the one responsible for the massacre was a disciple of Shi Hao. The villagers of Xinjia, not only had they insulted the Zhengyi faction, but they had also besmirched Shi Hao himself, which had provoked the disciple to commit the horrific act of village slaughter. Truly, one reaps what one sows. Shizhen couldn't help but shake his head. However, Qin Baobao wore a worried expression and said, I wonder if my grandfather has encountered any troubles. Upon hearing this, Shizhen offered reassurance. When I departed, I had already instructed him to be exceedingly cautious and to avoid any contact with those Taoist priests. If he heeded my advice, he should be safe and sound now. Zomi, taking note of his words, also shared a few comforting sentences with Chan Baobao. After receiving their words of solace, the anxiety on Chun Baobao's face began to ease considerably. Soon, she lifted her gaze towards Shizhen. Brother Shi, have you found any news of my sister? Not yet. The one from the Yihong courtyard is not my sister. It is merely a case of having the same name. Over the next few days, I plan to inquire further. I intend to do the same. Zomi interjected, her delicate brows knitted in thought as she spoke softly. There are indeed individuals in Luoyang who possess valuable information. I am preparing to purchase some intelligence from them. Perhaps it will lead us to my husband. That would be well, indeed. At that moment, Shizhen was about to articulate his thoughts when he suddenly paused mid-sentence, furrowing his brow. A boisterous figure, a burly man clad in red and reeking of alcohol, staggered towards him, clutching a bottle. With a heavy hand, he slapped Shizhen's shoulder. Get lost, kid. I'm going to have some fun with this lovely lady. He belched loudly, the stench of liquor permeating the air, then rubbed his red nose and continued, I want to enjoy myself with this beautiful woman. At his remark, a chorus of lewd laughter erupted from a nearby table, where 3 other hulking men displayed similarly malicious grins as they leered at Zomi witnessing this scene. Zomi's delicate face turned pale with fear. As a fragile woman, how could she contend with these 4 brutish men? How dare you? Chen Baobao, witnessing the event, erupted in anger and sprang to his feet. You scoundrel! Do you not fear the trouble you invite by openly harassing my mother? What if you end up in a magistrate's court? Magistrate's court? Ha ha ha. The red-clad brute laughed boisterously. Only a naive little brat like you would fear such things. I am a servant of the Wang family. Who would dare cross me? His words incited the other 3 large men at the table to grin brazenly, while the other patrons in the hall exchanged fearful glances, murmuring among themselves. So he is from the Wang family. No wonder he acts so brazenly. The esteemed Wang, a figure of great influence in Luoyang, wields considerable power. Who would dare challenge him? If I remember correctly, these men serve as guards for the Wang family, notorious for their misdeeds against virtuous women in the vicinity. It's unfortunate for that beautiful woman to encounter such bullies. She is so delicate. I wonder if she can endure tonight. TSK. I wish to experience such pleasures myself. Perhaps I should visit the pleasure house later. The hall was abuzz with a myriad of reactions. Anger, pity, sarcasm, and glee. Yet not a single soul stepped forward to defend Zomi. Only the diminutive Chin Baobao bravely confronted the drunken brute, prompting Shizhen to reflect on the pitiful state of the numerous witnesses present, who seemed devoid of courage, particularly in contrast to this young girl. Kid, I told you to get lost. Did you hear me? The drunken brute demanded, insisting Shizhen vacate. Yet Shizhen remained seated, unmoved. Growing impatient, the brute exerted force on Shizhen's shoulder, intending to toss him aside. To his surprise, he found Shizhen's shoulder unyielding, as if it were forged from iron. Taken aback, the drunken man erupted in derisive laughter. You think you can put on a show of bravado before me with your little tricks? He inhaled deeply, channeling his inner strength honed over 2 decades, and bellowed, up. In an instant, he was propelled upwards, his head colliding forcefully with the ceiling, creating a resounding thud. As he fell back to the ground, he landed like a pile of mush, causing the once raucous hall to descend into an eerie silence, akin to a swarm of buzzing flies suddenly choked. Chapter 62. Alchemical insights. As the hulking brute lay unconscious on the floor, the onlookers gaped in astonishment. Who was this youth? Capable of defeating a guard from the Wang household with a single blow? The Wang family was among the highest echelons of power in Luoyang, and their guards were renowned for their prowess, easily able to dispatch a dozen soldiers. The patrons were left in disbelief, unable to fathom how a seemingly ordinary ragged boy could possess such formidable skills. Even one who had trained since birth could not achieve such strength, could they? Eventually, a voice shattered the silence in the tavern. It was Chin Baobao, her face alight with excitement as she clapped and laughed. Well done. Brother Shi, you ought to teach that scoundrel a lesson. And those 3 ruffians over there, don't spare any of them. As she pointed at the 3 large men at the adjacent table, they rose in unison, brandishing their weapons. One, appearing to be the leader of the guards, fixed a steely gaze upon Shizhen. Friend, which faction do you hail from? Are you here specifically to confront us from the Wang household? The Wang household? What does that have to do with me? Shizhen turned his back without a glance, speaking in a tone devoid of warmth. Take your people and leave. Upon hearing these words, the leader's complexion shifted from crimson to pallid, then to a ghastly hue, cycling through these shades several times before he finally clasped his hands in a gesture of resignation. The mountains remain unchanged, and the waters flow eternally. Should fate allow, I shall surely seek to learn from your esteemed skills in the future. With that, he waved his hand decisively. Depart. Soon, two guards hoisted the unconscious figure of the robust man clad in red, trailing behind him in a state of utter defeat. The aftermath was a chaotic scene of overturned tables and scattered dishes, creating a disarray of broken crockery. Witnessing the disgraceful retreat of these individuals, the crowd that had gathered in the hall began to disperse, with many leaving without settling their tabs. Much to the chagrin of the tavern keeper, who wore a mask of bitterness, yet dared not voice his grievances. After all, at this moment, Shizhen was a figure so fearsome that even the royal guards dared not confront him. Those timid patrons would never dream of remaining in his presence. Why would they linger when they could flee rather than risk a leisurely meal or wait in line to pay? Brother Shizhen, why did you not take action earlier and eliminate those scoundrels as well? Chun Baobao pouted, clearly dissatisfied at Shizhen's decision to spare the others. However, Shizhen merely cast her a glance, choosing to disregard her. It was Zomi who, with a face full of gratitude, bowed to Shizhen in thanks. Subsequently, she extended her hand and lightly tapped Chun Baobao on the head. What do you understand, you little child? Always shouting about violence and annihilation. Do you wish to bring harm to young hero Shi? It is clearly they who are in the wrong. Why are you scolding me, mother? Chun Baobao protested, feeling quite wronged. And yet, when you leapt up, hurling insults at that man in red, my heart nearly leapt from my chest. Zomi reprimanded. Without young hero Shi's prowess, your voice may be louder than anyone else's, but your courage is no greater. At this rate, you will surely find yourself in grave peril. As Chun Baobao listened to Zomi's admonition, tears nearly brimmed in her eyes, and she instinctively glanced towards Shizhen. Upon witnessing the situation, Shizhen initially furrowed his brow slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Since the incident had already transpired, it was unwise to linger here. Zomi, gather your belongings and take Chun Baobao with me as we depart. Understood. At this moment, 7 or 8 individuals remained in the hall, their gazes fixed upon them. Consequently, Zomi refrained from inquiring about their destination and respectfully acknowledged his command before leading Chun Baobao upstairs to collect their belongings. Before long, the trio exited the tavern and made their way to the Qigling apothecary. The elderly gentleman at the counter was taken aback by Shi Zhang's swift return, appearing somewhat perplexed. Yet he respectfully inquired about Shi Zhang's needs. This mother and daughter have caught a slight cold. Please prepare a quiet room for them, Shi Zhang instructed. A cold? You say? The old gentleman hesitated for a moment, scrutinizing Zomi and Chun Baobao, but could discern no apparent signs of illness. However, being seasoned and perceptive, he refrained from probing further and merely asked, May I inquire about the severity of their condition? It is but a minor ailment. A stay of 3 to 4 days should suffice for recovery. Additionally, please prepare a room nearby for my convenience in overseeing their care, Shi Zheng replied. Certainly, certainly. The old gentleman nodded vigorously and promptly summoned an apprentice from the apothecary, whispering instructions before directing him to escort Zomi and Chun Baobao to their resting quarters. After watching the 2 women enter the infirmary, Shizhen then proceeded to a vacant room nearby. The reason for bringing them here was due to the chaotic and unsafe environment of the tavern, where various individuals mingled indiscriminately. Furthermore, having provoked the guards of the Wang residence today, there was a possibility of attracting unnecessary trouble. The Qingling apothecary, despite its modest status, was managed by Huang Muru, a capable female cultivator with commendable strength. Even if the guards from the Wang residence sought vengeance, they would surely hesitate to act against this place. For Shizhen, the Qingling apothecary also served as a relatively safe haven and offered the opportunity to learn alchemy from Huang Muru. However, there was still one task to attend to before that. With a swift motion, Shizhen patted the storage bag at his waist, and a cacophony ensued as he emptied a collection of bottles and jars onto the floor. Subsequently, he casually seized a bottle, uncorked it with a flick, and poured out several pills. They were none other than the failed Huanglong pills. Yet, these pills were dark in color, resembling charred remnants, devoid of any semblance of a miraculous elixir. Shizhen, however, was unfazed by this and casually picked up a pill, tossing it into his mouth. With a soft gulp, he chewed it briefly before swallowing it whole. He then settled into a cross-legged position and began to refine the Huanglong Dan. After approximately half an hour, Shizhen slowly opened his eyes, his brow slightly furrowed. It seemed that something was troubling him. Yet, instead of rising, he directly reached for another vial, uncorked it, and extracted another pill. This pill, smooth and lustrous like a pearl, exhibited a rich golden hue, appearing markedly superior to the charred pill he had consumed earlier. After placing it in his mouth, Shizhen chewed a few times before swallowing and began to meditate on its refinement. Approximately an hour later, he finally opened his eyes, a contemplative expression gracing his face. This time, however, Shizhen acted with greater swiftness, directly opening a vial and retrieving a piece of black residue resembling charred coal, which he consumed without even closing his eyelids. Instantly, his countenance darkened, revealing a look of unmistakable realization. The dark-hued elixir possessed only about 1/6 of the potency of a perfected product, while the dark gold elixir exhibited significantly greater efficacy. This indicated that even among failed concoctions, there exists a hierarchy of quality. In the future, he must pay close attention to this matter, particularly regarding the control of heat, which is of utmost importance. One must not overheat the mixture, thereby transforming a fine batch of elixirs into worthless dregs. Chapter 63. A wager. It turns out that among the 3 elixirs just examined, the first had mediocre quality, the second was of superior quality, and the third was entirely ineffective, merely residue. The mediocre quality dominated the majority, while the other 2 variations accounted for only a small fraction. Shizhen stroked his chin, revealing a contemplative expression. Over 100 failed Huanglong pills, although sufficient for me to cultivate to the 9th layer of qi refining, would render the ascent to the foundation establishment stage exceedingly challenging. If memory serves me correctly, within the Shenong Binshao Jing, there exists a wondrous elixir known as the foundation establishment pill, which can enhance the likelihood of overcoming the bottleneck at the foundation establishment stage. However, the foundation establishment pill necessitates the inner core of a 3rd-tier demon beast for its refinement, and only cultivators at the foundation establishment stage can contend with such formidable creatures. Even if I were to acquire the inner core, given my current half-baked abilities, it would be utterly impossible for me to refine it successfully at once. Thus, my immediate course of action should be to learn alchemy from Huang Ai Ru, and in the meantime, I shall seek out the whereabouts of my little sister through well-informed individuals over the next few days. Once Shizhen had made up his mind, he exhaled deeply and assumed a cross-legged position to commence his cultivation. The following day, as dawn broke, in the secluded depths of the back courtyard of the Qingling apothecary, within a bamboo cottage, Huang Eru, clad in a flowing yellow robe, was intently fixated on the alchemical furnace, her eyes unwavering. Time seemed to slip away until, suddenly, the furnace quivered slightly, followed by a cacophony of clattering sounds, resembling a multitude of small spheres whirling vigorously at the bottom of the furnace. Elated, Huang Eru promptly stepped forward and deftly lifted the copper lid of the furnace. Before her lay 8 dark golden pills, arranged in a row, spiraling rapidly under the intense heat emanating from the furnace's base. With a swift motion, she raised her hand, and a flicker of spiritual light emanated from her palm as the 8 pills were drawn into her grasp. However, upon closer inspection, she let out a sigh of disappointment. The dark golden pills had failed to meet her expectations. She frowned, pondering where things had gone awry. She had meticulously followed the formula and avoided all conceivable errors. Yet the outcome was perplexing. Frustration welled up within her, rendering the 8 newly forged, albeit flawed, Huanglong pills utterly worthless in her eyes, and she carelessly discarded them onto the ground. Yet, before they could bounce a few times, another hand seized them, swiftly stowing them away in a sleeve. What she deemed refuse, another regarded as treasure. That individual was none other than Shizhen. After Shizhen collected the discarded Huanglong Dan from Huang Eru, he resumed his previous stance, standing with his arms crossed at the doorway. Miss Huang, you have completed your elixir. Might you impart your alchemical knowledge to me? I have no inclination. Huang Eru's mood was clearly quite poor. She cast a sharp glance at Shizhen and replied, I spent the entire night without sleep, tirelessly concocting this batch of Huanglong Dan. How could I possibly have the energy to teach you? Perhaps in the evening. Upon hearing this, Shizhen furrowed his brow. I only have 2 days. How can I possibly wait until evening? What does it matter to me? Huang Mairu cursed under her breath, but after a moment's contemplation, she turned her gaze back to Shizhen. Young man, you possess at least a modicum of knowledge regarding alchemy, do you not? Furthermore, you have been observing my alchemical practices since early morning. Allow me to inquire, do you perceive any flaws in my current concoction? No, Shizhen shook his head. Oh, indeed, it appears I have been foolish. Huang Mairu could not help but indulge in self-deprecation upon seeing his response. You are merely a novice in the realm of alchemy, perhaps unaware even of what a Huanglong pill is. How then could you possibly discern my mistakes? Upon hearing this, Shizhen spoke in a nonchalant tone. Your process of alchemy is undoubtedly sound, Perhaps the issue lies with the medicinal materials. Medicinal materials? Huang Mairu immediately shook her head, asserting, "These ingredients are all top-tier selections that I personally handpicked. How could there possibly be a problem in the concoction of the Huanglong pill? A second-tier demon beast's inner core is essential. Which inner core did you utilize?" Shizhen inquired. "I prepared 2 inner cores from sea lion beasts. I just used one. And there is still another remaining." As she spoke, Huang Mairu patted the storage bag at her waist and produced a round, azure inner core. Upon closer examination, Shizhen discerned that this inner elixir was inferior in quality to the Moonsilver Tiger's inner elixir he had possessed previously, despite its larger size. It appeared that the quality of the inner elixir was lacking. Shizhen remarked, "If I recall correctly, the reason for concocting the Huanglong pill is that we, as cultivators, are unable to directly absorb or utilize the inner cores of demonic beasts. Thus, we employ certain medicinal herbs to neutralize their toxicity and create pills for consumption. Consequently, only inner cores of sufficiently high quality can successfully yield the Huanglong pill." Huang AI, upon hearing this, displayed a look of skepticism. "I merely expressed my thoughts. As my experience in alchemy is quite limited," Shizhen replied candidly. Noticing Shizhen's humble admission, Huang AI waved her hand dismissively. "I almost forgot. You are but a novice. How could you possibly comprehend the methods of refining the Huanglong pill? However, having listened to your discourse, it seems you possess some insights into alchemical practices. I am curious to inquire, which among the pills you have personally crafted thus far is the finest?" Upon hearing this, Shizhen confirmed, "Is it the finest quality or the most precious? Both will suffice." Huang Eru shrugged her shoulders, raised her chin, and assumed an air of authority akin to that of a teacher. It seemed that her mood had improved somewhat, and she intended to genuinely impart some alchemical knowledge to Shizhen. However, Shizhen's subsequent remark rendered her speechless. "Huanglong Dan," Shizhen stated, "I ask you, what is the best elixir you have ever concocted? Why do you bring it up?" Huang Era could not help but furrow her brow and rebuke. "Are your ears not functioning properly?" Shizhen spread his hands and stated, "The finest elixir I have ever concocted is the Huanglong pill." "What?" Huang Mairu was initially taken aback, but her expression swiftly transformed into one of indignation. "Are you deliberately mocking me? The Huanglong pill is not something a mere mortal like you, devoid of any cultivation, could possibly create. You must understand that for decades, from my master to my generation, none have succeeded in its refinement. Do you truly believe it's as simple as playing with clay, molding it with a mere pinch?" Witnessing Huang Mairu's fury, Shizhen felt somewhat helpless. "If you do not believe me, there is little I can do. However, while I cannot guarantee a successful outcome with the Huanglong pill, I do possess approximately a 60% chance with another elixir, the Juyang Resurrection pill. Boast all you wish. If you possess the audacity, then concoct a batch right now." Huang Mairu scoffed repeatedly. "Should you succeed on your first attempt, I shall kneel and pay my respects. But if you fail, prepare yourself to be subjected to my punishment. Since you do not believe me, there is little I can do." With a calm demeanor, Shizhen remarked, "If I were truly capable of concocting it, you need not kneel and bow. I merely require you to agree to one small favor." "What small favor?" Huang AI asked, her curiosity piqued. "For you." "It should be a trivial matter," Shizhen replied, choosing not to elaborate as he proceeded to the herbal garden to select the necessary ingredients for the creation of the Juyang Revitalization pill. In a mere moment, Shizhen had gathered all the required materials for the crafting of the Juyang Revitalization pill. This scene left Huang AI momentarily stunned, her heart filled with doubt. Could it be that this young man truly possesses the ability to formulate such a pill? Yet, as soon as this thought crossed her mind, she swiftly dismissed it. After all, the Juyang Revitalization pill is considered a precious and rare elixir, and even she could not guarantee a success rate exceeding 60%. Shirtown appears youthful and seemingly lacks any cultivation. How could he possibly be stronger than I am? Hand over a demon beast's core to me." Shizhen extended his hand towards Huang Eru, exclaiming, "You rascal, why do you seek my inner elixir?" Huang Eru furrowed her brow. "Isn't it your request for me to concoct elixirs?" Shizhen stated matter-of-factly. "Naturally, I require the necessary materials. Humph. A first-tier demon beast's inner core. Here you go." Upon hearing this, Huang Eru rolled her eyes and casually tossed Shizhen a green, grape-sized inner core. However, as Shizhen caught it, she added, "This grass-flying snake inner core is worth a fortune. Remember, if you fail in the alchemical process, you shall toil for 30 years without pay at the Qingling apothecary." Huang Eru deliberately displayed a fierce expression. Yet, Shizhen was momentarily taken aback. A fortune of 1,000 gold equates to 30 years of labor without compensation. Calculating. Does your annual salary amount to 33 taels? What? Huang Eru was equally astonished. Nevertheless, Shizhen gazed at Huang Eru with a fervent expression. Are you still hiring? Stop your prattle. Hurry and refine the elixir. I am eagerly awaiting the opportunity to deal with you. Huang Eru thought Shizhen was intentionally changing the subject, and with a fierce glare, she urged him to begin the alchemy. Meanwhile, she had already retrieved a black whip from her storage pouch. Beginning to manipulate it back and forth in her hands, Shizhen merely cast a glance at her before retracting his gaze, inhaling deeply as he commenced his alchemical endeavors with her alchemical cauldron. It must be said that Huang Mairu's cauldron far surpassed Shizhen's modest, improvised one in quality. Not only did the medicinal materials dissolve at a swifter pace, but the overall efficiency of the alchemical process also saw a remarkable enhancement. What would typically require an hour to concoct could now be achieved in merely half that time. Thus, after a span of 30 minutes, the cauldron trembled slightly, emitting a melodious chime. Simultaneously, an enchanting fragrance of herbs wafted through the air, permeating the bamboo cottage. Upon sensing the delightful aroma and hearing the sound, Huang Mairu's exquisite eyes widened in disbelief. In contrast, Shizhen appeared unfazed. He casually lifted the lid of the cauldron and deftly retrieved all 12 blood-red pills, still radiating heat, placing them sequentially into a small jade porcelain vial. Subsequently, he tossed the vial to Huang Mairu and remarked nonchalantly, "It's successfully refined. Please inspect it. The quality should be commendable." Without hesitation, Huang Mairu took a pill, the Jiuyang Huan Hundan, and scrutinized it closely beneath her gaze. Then, driven by curiosity, she extended her delicate tongue to taste it. Just a single lick caused her enchanting face to flush a deep crimson, evidently overwhelmed by the pill's unique flavor. It was indeed the Jiuyang Huan Hundan, and of exceptional quality at that. Upon uttering this realization, Huang Mairu's eyes widened, mirroring her astonishment upon first encountering Shizhen, as she exclaimed, "Could it be that you are a rare prodigy in alchemy, a talent not seen in a millennium?" "I cannot claim to be a prodigy. I merely had good fortune," Shizhen replied, shaking his head. "Absolutely not," Huang Mairu insisted, her gaze fixed intently on him, exclaiming in awe, "The vast majority of cultivators, even those with foundational cultivation, possess no understanding of alchemical arts. It is akin to a natural-born non-swimmer, utterly incapable of mastering the art of swimming. What seems trivial to us is a monumental challenge for them. Yet, there exist a few prodigies who grasp the intricacies of alchemy with remarkable ease, as if they were born to swim, effortlessly learning the art of it as naturally as breathing. This is what we call innate talent." As she spoke, Huang Mairu regarded Shizhen, unable to suppress her admiration. However, such talent, akin to the spiritual veins of cultivators, is something that one can encounter but never pursue. Only those with spiritual veins can concoct supreme pills, which makes it even rarer. If the likelihood of a cultivator possessing spiritual veins among mortals is 1 in 10,000, then the probability of one with exceptional alchemical talent is equally 1 in 10,000. The multiplication of these two probabilities reveals just how extraordinarily rare and precious it is to find someone who possesses both spiritual veins and alchemical talent. Huang Mairu mused, her voice filled with awe. Upon hearing this, Shizhen's expression shifted. "Yet, why do I feel that many cultivators are adept at alchemy? That is merely your misconception. To put it differently, the ability to practice alchemy with ordinary talent is exceedingly rare, akin to 1 in 100. With superior talent, it becomes 1 in 1,000. And with extraordinary talent, it is 1 in 10,000. Huang Mairu extended a finger, pointing to her own nose, and remarked, "My master and I possess merely mediocre talent, qualifying us as 1 in 100 in terms of alchemical aptitude, allowing us to barely grasp the art of alchemy. Yet you, an uninitiated mortal, can effortlessly concoct the precious 9 suns revitalizing pill. You are undoubtedly a prodigy in the realm of alchemy, 1 in 10,000. Upon hearing Huang Mairu's assertion, Shizhen felt a stirring within. However, he quickly shook his head. Perhaps he did possess some talent for alchemy, but at best, it was on par with Huang Mairu's. He might be slightly more capable, yet still, his abilities were undeniably limited. Otherwise, he would not have failed so many times in crafting the Huang Long pill before finally succeeding with the highest grade black bear spirit's inner core. While Shizhen pondered these thoughts, Huang Mairu's voice resonated nearby, with sincere lamentation. Alas, you lack a spiritual vein, making cultivation impossible. Otherwise, you would surely become the most esteemed and sought-after alchemist in the cultivation world, destined to be recorded in history as a legendary figure. However, as soon as these words left her lips, she noticed Shizhen retrieving the so-called failed Huanglong pills from his sleeve, and with a glimmer of spiritual light emanating from his palm. He collected them all into his storage bag. Witnessing this scene, Huang Muru's eyes nearly bulged out. You possess cultivation. You are a cultivator. When did I ever claim I was not a cultivator? With a slight arch of his brow, Shizhen retorted, if I possessed no cultivation, why would I learn the art of alchemy? How could I possibly concoct the Huanglong Dan? My heavens, does this mean you have truly crafted the Huanglong Dan? Huang Mei's voice immediately escalated to a sharp pitch. However, in the blink of an eye, her expression transformed into one of obsequiousness as she sweetly approached him. Wrapping her arms around Shizhen's. Brother, it is entirely my fault. Would you kindly teach me the art of alchemy? I yearn to learn how to create the Huanglong Dan. Hey, you still haven't discarded that whip in your hand, and your demeanor has shifted rather abruptly, hasn't it? With a sidelong glance, Shizhen directed his gaze towards the black leather whip in her hand. Just a moment ago, she had contemplated using this very whip to discipline herself. Chapter 65. Punishment. Upon hearing Shizhen's words, Huang Meiru's tone grew increasingly coy. Brother, I have long been aware that you harbor some resentment. This whip was prepared for you. Prepared for me? What sort of implication is that? Shizhen arched an eyebrow, deliberately scrutinizing Huang Meiru, seemingly eager to discern what tricks this proprietress had up her sleeve. Look here, Huang Meiru began, handing the whip to Shizhen before patting her own chest. I have come to terms with this. I have indeed offended you these past few days. So why not take this whip and give me a good thrashing to vent your frustrations? Use the whip on you? Shizhen's expression shifted, deliberately scrutinizing Huang Meiru from head to toe. You, my dear, are quite the hypocrite, deserving of a reprimand. Yet, I wonder, where should I strike to alleviate the irritation in my heart? Anywhere will suffice. If my brother so desires, I would willingly shed my garments and be suspended for your amusement. As she spoke, Huang Meiru cast a flirtatious glance at Shizhen. Indeed, Huang Meiru possessed striking beauty and an alluring figure, though she lacked the innate charm of Zomi and did not rival Long Qing's remarkable physique. She was nonetheless a rare gem of a woman. Her delicate demeanor, as she clung to Shizhen's arm and feigned submission, undeniably stirred the desires nestled within many a man's heart. However, what sort of man was Shizhen? He would not be easily deceived by Huang Meiru's feigned vulnerability. He understood all too well the true nature of this proprietress. Once she discovered that Shizhen was merely at the 7th level of qi refinement and had learned to concoct the Huanglong Dan, her demeanor would shift with a swiftness that surpassed the turning of a page. At that point, it would be the black whip returning to her grasp, and Shizhen would find himself the target of her whims. With this thought in mind, Shizhen adopted an openly unyielding demeanor. Given your awareness, you should not resist whatever I may choose to do next. Shizhen deliberately snapped the whip in his hand, the sound echoing sharply, as his gaze roamed over Huang Meiru's figure with unrestrained scrutiny. Very well, raise your dairy re. I shall administer 20 lashes first. You intend to strike my backside? Huang Meiru was taken aback, astonished that Shizhen would indeed resort to such a harsh measure. Yet, in the next moment, she steeled herself, turning around to kneel on the ground. Brother, please proceed. As long as it brings you solace, 20 lashes are but a trifling matter. Upon hearing this, Shizhen noticed that Huang Meiru was indeed willing to cooperate, causing his eyebrows to involuntarily arch. Without any hesitation, he cast his gaze towards her posterior. It was pert, voluptuous, and possessed a certain softness, though it could not be deemed exceptionally rounded. Rather, it exhibited a slightly elongated pear shape. It appeared that Huang Meiru, having spent much time seated while refining elixirs and neglecting physical exercise, had accumulated more flesh on her hips and thighs. Her figure was slender above, yet more ample below. Nevertheless, this shape still fell within the realm of Shizhen's preferences. Shizhen produced a whip, yet he did not strike her. Instead, he approached and gently tapped her dairy re instantly. A wave of flesh rippled across her pert posterior, quivering enticingly. Oh, brother, you're so naughty, Huang Mai exclaimed with sultry eyes and a delicate voice. Since you've deemed me wicked, I shall embrace my naughtiness even further. With a commanding tone, Shizhen instructed. Undress, let me have a closer look. At his words, Huang Meiru trembled, her delicate face freezing in shock. However, she soon broke into a giggle, realizing the implications. Her brother was a genius in alchemy, possessing formidable skills, and his future was undoubtedly bright. If he desired to indulge her, it would indeed be a blessing. Without hesitation, Huang Airu stood up and began to loosen her belt, the fabric of her yellow gown poised to fall away. Observing this, Shizhen suddenly interjected. Are you certain you are willing to cooperate with whatever transpires next? Absolutely, Huang Airu replied without a moment's doubt. As long as you teach me how to concoct the Huang Long Dan, I shall endure anything, be it the sting of a whip or offering myself to you. I shall have no objections. Upon hearing this, Shizhen was genuinely taken aback. Despite her somewhat irritable demeanor and haughty nature, her willingness to sacrifice for the sake of alchemy was evident. In terms of dedication and perseverance in pursuit of alchemical mastery, she surpassed him. In light of this, Shizhen decided against teasing her further. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "All right, that's enough. You need not undress. I will teach you how to refine the Huang Long Dan." Really? Huang Airu was astonished by his generosity, her face lighting up with joy. Yet, Shizhen swiftly added a condition. However, before we proceed, you must honor the wager we made earlier. Once I successfully concoct the Jiuyang Huan Han Dan, you must fulfill a small request of mine. That is certainly agreeable. Whatever the request may be, I shall comply. Huang Airu answered without a second thought. Very well then. After a brief moment of contemplation, Shizhen finally spoke, conveying his intention to find his younger sister to Huang Anru. He inquired whether she knew of any well-informed individuals who could assist in the search. Hearing this, Huang Anru was taken aback. She had initially anticipated a matter of greater significance that would require her assistance. In fact, having noticed Shizhen's earlier gaze fixated on her, she feared he might harbor ulterior motives, perhaps intending to use another whip against her. She had even mentally prepared herself for the possibility of needing to take precautions afterward. To her surprise, Shizhen's lengthy discourse merely entailed a request for her help in locating someone. This left her bewildered and somewhat perplexed. In Luoyang, such matters could be resolved with a modest sum of money. Yet, who was she? She was the proprietress of the Qingling Apothecary, affluent, youthful, and possessing considerable cultivation. Why would he seek out someone else when he had a captivating and alluring young woman before him? Did he truly value her less than a mere few hundred taels of silver? Feeling displeased, she voiced her thoughts candidly. Brother, if you wish to find someone, a modest expenditure, at most a few hundred taels of silver, would suffice. Why must you insist on asking me? With that, Huang Anru deliberately swayed her hips. And upon confirming that she had indeed captured Shizhen's attention, she continued, the agreement we made earlier remains valid. You may do as you wish with me. However, after today, I cannot guarantee the same. Truth be told, she was genuinely intrigued by his proposal. Shizhen did not conceal his thoughts. You possess a fine physique and exquisite beauty. What man could remain unmoved by such temptation? If that is the case, why not accompany me to the adjacent chamber, where we can indulge in the pleasures of intimacy? Huang Mairu queried with a hint of skepticism. In contrast to this, I find myself yearning for my younger sister. Her safety weighs heavily on my mind, leaving me no inclination for other pursuits. Shizhen shook his head in response. You are indeed a man of deep affection and loyalty. I underestimated you. Upon hearing Shizhen's words, a glimmer of intrigue sparked in Huang Mairu's beautiful eyes. To resist the allure of beauty while remaining steadfast in one's principles is a rare quality indeed. This realization led Huang Mairu, who had previously looked down upon Shizhen, to feel a newfound admiration for him. Consequently, her gaze towards him was imbued with a touch of respect. Chapter 66. The introducer Huang Mairu gazed at Shizhen, her lovely features reflecting contemplation. After a brief pause, she spoke again, her tone now restored to its usual composure, devoid of the earlier pretense. Since you have specifically brought this matter to my attention and requested my assistance, I shall certainly accord it the utmost importance. How about this? I will leverage my connections to find the most powerful individual in Luoyang to assist you in locating your younger sister. What say you? Huang Mairu inquired, observing Shizhen intently. The most powerful person in Luoyang? Upon hearing this, Shizhen involuntarily recalled a certain individual, and his expression subtly shifted. Could it be that esteemed Lord Wang? Do you know him? Huang Mairu was taken aback. I do not know him. Shizhen shook his head and said, however, ever since I entered the city of Luoyang, I have frequently heard about this individual. Through constant exposure, I have come to understand that he is a person of considerable standing. Indeed, he holds a position of importance. Yet he is someone to be utilized rather than deeply befriended. At this point, Huang Mai's eyes revealed a trace of disdain. Upon hearing this, Shizhen was perplexed and was about to inquire further when he was abruptly interrupted by Huang Eru. There is no time to waste. I shall take you to find him and assist you in resolving this matter immediately. Huang Eru, known for her decisive nature, promptly picked up her belt from the ground and fastened it once more. Shizhen's expression grew solemn as he adjusted his attire. What was the point of arranging a pile of tattered rags? He hastily removed them, measuring Huang Muru's figure, intending to personally select a suitable outfit for her. Just as Huang Muru finished fastening her belt, she noticed Shizhen tidying his worn clothes and promptly approached him, unceremoniously tearing apart his gray robe. This action unveiled Shizhen's athletic physique, showcasing his 8-pack abs and a strong, well-proportioned body. Upon witnessing this, Huang Muru's beautiful eyes instantly sparkled with admiration. What an impressive figure. One could easily believe you are a martial artist. It's truly hard to fathom that such a remarkable physique belongs to an alchemist. After uttering these words, she seemed to recall something, unable to resist glancing at her own curvaceous thighs, her brow furrowing slightly. The excess flesh on her legs, a consequence of prolonged sitting, had often troubled her. Unbeknownst to Huang Muru, Shizhen had only recently begun his alchemical pursuits more often. He had been honing his physique through hunting demonic beasts in the mountains. Ahem. Observing Huang Muru's gaze fixated on his abdominal muscles, he noticed her lost in a reverie. Shizhen couldn't help but cough heavily twice. Oh right, you should go take a shower first, while I select some clothes. After you have bathed and changed, I will take you to the royal palace. Upon hearing Shizhen cough, Huang Airu's delicate face immediately flushed slightly, and she turned to run out. Upon witnessing the situation, Shizhen had no choice but to bare his upper body and proceed to the well in the backyard to wash and bathe. Once Shizhen completed his bathing, Huang Airu returned with a carefully selected outfit. She urged Shizhen to change in the house, and upon his emergence, Huang Airu could not help but exclaim in admiration. He was strikingly handsome, radiant with vitality. Indeed, he embodied the elegance and tranquility of a refined young gentleman. At that moment, Shizhen was attired in a flowing white robe, clad in black boots, with a jade belt cinched at his waist and a golden crown adorning his head. His garments were exquisite, with intricate silk embroidery, reminiscent of a jade tree swaying in the breeze, adorned by shimmering gems. The brocade robe was embellished with motifs of plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum, exuding the noble spirit of a gentleman. The jade belt, inlaid with gold, was etched with dragons and phoenixes, reflecting a celestial grandeur. Originally an unremarkable youth from the mountains, this simple hunter transformed into a distinguished scion of a noble family after his bath and change of attire, especially when paired with Shizhen's precociously mature and composed demeanor. He truly emanated the air of an aristocrat. In an instant, Huang Airu's enchanting gaze sparkled with delight, showering him with compliments. This left Shizhen feeling a tad bashful. Is this attire truly appropriate? He inquired. Absolutely fitting, Huang Airu exclaimed, clapping her hands with glee. When one ventures out, one's reputation must be earned through appearance. As the saying goes, a person is judged by their attire, and a horse by its saddle. When we encounter that avaricious and lecherous Lord Wang, we must present ourselves accordingly. After saying this, noticing Shizhen's lingering hesitation, she promptly patted his shoulder. Fear not, I shall handle everything. Just express your demands when the time comes. Very well. Initially, Shizhen harbored some reservations, having just dealt with a royal guard the previous day. However, witnessing Huang Airu's unwavering support, he nodded and followed her, both climbing into a carriage that sped towards the Wang estate. Upon arriving at the estate, as they disembarked, Shizhen was greeted by an expansive and imposing complex that sprawled across the northern city of Luoyang. Pavilions and towers, water pavilions and winding corridors were countless, seemingly stretching up to the heavens. Shizhen, having originated from a humble background, had never encountered such an opulent residence, and his astonishment was palpable. At that moment, Huang Mara spoke up. The former master of this royal manor was a wealthy magnate of our great Jin, possessing a fortune in the billions. Unfortunately, he had only one daughter, which led to the selection of a son-in-law. Tragically, this daughter perished during childbirth, leaving behind a solitary granddaughter. The son-in-law, however, has since seized control of the estate, engaging in numerous scandalous activities over the years. Were it not for your involvement today, I would have preferred to avoid any dealings with him, Huang Mara remarked. Upon hearing this, Shizhen could not help but furrow his brow. Since Manager Huang held this person in disdain, it would be better for us to seek an alternative solution. No, Huang Airu shook her head and replied. Although I look down upon him, he indeed possesses considerable skills within the realm of Yu province. There is nothing in the underworld or the legitimate world that he cannot resolve. Allowing him to locate someone should pose no difficulty at all. If that is the case, then, as Shizhen was about to speak, an exceedingly respectful voice suddenly emerged from beside him. "Oh, is that not Manager Huang from the Qiling Apothecary? What brings you here? Please, come in. My master has long insisted that you are to be received with the utmost courtesy." The speaker was a shrewd-looking middle-aged man clad in a blue robe, sporting a mouse-like mustache. Huang Mairu glanced at him and nodded. "Ah, it is Steward Liu. Please, lead the way. I have brought a dear friend to discuss some matters with Lord Wang." Manager Huang's esteemed friend? The blue-robed middle-aged man raised his eyes to appraise Shizhen, who stood tall and poised, exuding an air of nobility that was unmistakably that of a gentleman of great wealth. "Oh, how rude of me. Please, both of you, enter. I shall promptly inform my master." The blue-robed man was visibly startled, bowing deeply like a shrimp with its spine severed, his face displaying an overtly obsequious expression. He hurried inside the main door and whispered a few words to a young servant clad in black. He then repeatedly clasped his hands, inviting Huang Mairu and Shizhen into the estate. The trio traversed several courtyards and turned through numerous corridors before finally pausing before a study. "Esteemed guests, please wait inside. My master will arrive shortly." "Understood," Huang Mairu replied. Evidently of a very high status, she merely inclined her head and strode directly into the hall, unceremoniously taking her seat in the left-hand guest position. The main seat in the study, however, was rather peculiar, a wide couch that resembled a bed, occupying a significant portion of the room. Upon entering, Shizhen stroked his chin and took a seat beside Huang Mairu. He then cast a cursory glance around the opulent study, lavishly adorned yet devoid of any books, and began to await patiently. Before long, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside, followed by the thud of a palanquin coming to rest, accompanied by a series of heavy footfalls. A rotund middle-aged man clad in a crimson robe, resembling a corpulent pig, struggled to navigate his way into the study, supported by 7 or 8 delicate maidens. Chapter 67. The strange encounter. As the portly figure entered, he immediately donned a broad smile, politely bowing to Huang Mairu. "Master Huang, your presence is truly an honor," he exclaimed. "Lord Wang, you are too kind," Huang Mairu replied with a slight nod. However, Shizhen was momentarily taken aback. It was customary for most to respectfully address Huang Mairu as Manager Huang, yet this middle-aged rotund man had directly referred to her as master, as if he were already aware of her cultivation and status as a practitioner. Recalling the rumors circulating in town, Shizhen remembered that this Lord Wang had previously invited 4 practitioners to guard his estate against supernatural threats. This suggested that he had likely been in contact with the realm of cultivation for some time. After all, a man of his considerable wealth and influence was distinctly different from the common folk. With this in mind, Shizhen resumed his scrutiny of the rotund figure. With a resounding thud, the red-robed man greeted Huang Mairu before making his way directly to the main seat of the study. As he plopped down, it was as though a mountain of flesh had descended upon the couch, creating a loud echo. The 8 beautiful maidens immediately rushed to assist him in adjusting his posture. They toiled for quite a while before finally positioning Lord Wang comfortably. Ironically, the vast couch, once spacious, now fit him snugly without a hint of space remaining. After catching his breath for a moment, the red-robed man displayed an expression of exertion, clearly indicating that the mere act of arriving and settling into the study had proven to be quite a challenge for him. It was the first time Shizhen encountered someone of such considerable girth, particularly a renowned figure like Lord Wang from Luoyang. This sight filled him with a sense of quiet astonishment. Given his heft, even without any activity, merely lying there each day must constitute a significant burden. How could such a wealthy individual, who associated with numerous powerful practitioners, have no means of shedding weight? As Shizhen scrutinized Lord Wang, the rotund figure finally finished wiping the sweat from his brow, aided by his maidservants. His gaze shifted, landing on Shizhen. "Manager Huang, this young brother seems rather unfamiliar. Could he be one of the talented youths?" "This is Shizhen, a dear friend of mine, well-versed in alchemy and extraordinarily capable," Huang Mairu introduced. "Well-versed in alchemy and extraordinarily capable?" The rotund gentleman was taken aback. Could it be that he, like you, is also a celestial master? "Indeed," Huang Mairu affirmed with a nod. "Oh, I am truly honored." Lord Wang's gaze towards Shizhen instantly radiated warmth, and he even attempted to rise to offer a formal greeting. However, His weight prevented him from standing, so he merely leaned back on the couch, smiling at Shizhen with a clasped hand gesture. Master Shi, so young yet proficient in alchemy, you shall undoubtedly be a prodigy of the cultivation world in the future. I am Wang Ji, and I hope you will look after me in the days to come. Seeing Lord Wang's courtesy, Shizhen returned the gesture. You are too kind. Lord Wang. After exchanging pleasantries, Lord Wang turned to Huang Airu, inquiring about her purpose for visiting. What brings you here today, Master Huang? Oh, it is as follows. Huang Airu promptly divulged Shizhen's quest to locate someone, though she refrained from mentioning that it was Shizhen's sister, merely referring to her as a person from Shizhen's past. Upon hearing this, Wang Ji readily agreed. That is easily arranged. I shall send someone to seek out Master Shi's acquaintance. You shall have news within a day or two at most, or 3 to 5 days at the slowest. Appreciating Wang Ji's swift agreement, Shizhen expressed his gratitude with a gesture of his own. Thank you, Lord Wang, for your assistance. Haha, we are like old friends upon first meeting. Such a trivial matter is hardly worth mentioning. We shall have many dealings in the future. Wang Ji waved his hand, preparing to say something further. Yet, mid-sentence, an unexpected incident occurred. It seemed he was suddenly choked by something, unable to catch his breath, and was on the verge of asphyxiation. His eyes rolled back, and his hands flailed towards his throat, his face turning crimson. The maidservants were paralyzed with shock, standing there like dazed quails. However, Huang Airu, perceiving the dire situation, rushed over to assess what was amiss. Swiftly, she raised her palm, summoning a stream of yellow spiritual light that shot directly into Wang Ji's back. As she struck, Wang Ji trembled violently, and with a distinct sound from his throat, he expelled a mass of thick, red substance. Following this release, his complexion gradually normalized, his breathing steadied, and he swiftly returned to his usual self. What happened to Lord Wang? Shizhen was taken aback by the scene and couldn't help but inquire. Huang Airu cast a glance at the expelled substance, her brow furrowing. Lord Wang, have you been indulging in improper foods again? How could you regurgitate from your stomach? Just a piece of venison. Perhaps I overindulged in drink last night and failed to digest it properly, Wang Ji replied, gesturing to the maidservants, who promptly cleared the floor of the substance, leaving no trace behind. You ought to be more mindful of your diet. If your weight continues to increase, even if I concoct more elixirs for you, it would be of little consequence, Huang Airu advised, her brow furrowed in concern. Yes. However, will the tiger leopard yang pill be ready for me next month? It does wonders for me, Wang Ji asked, donning a beaming smile. It will be ready. You can send someone to collect it from the apothecary later. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Huang Airu seemed reluctant to linger in the company of the corpulent man, perhaps sensing an uncomfortable atmosphere within the residence. Thus, she rose and bid farewell without further pleasantries. Shizhen also rose to take his leave. I shall see you off, Wang Ji said, feigning the intention to stand. However, Huang Airu waved her hand dismissively and led Shizhen away with great strides. Once Shizhen and Huang Airu departed, the once amiable expression on Wang Ji's face instantly darkened, becoming ominous and fearsome. Damn woman, merely a 6th-level qi refinement cultivator, what is she pretending for? Sooner or later, I shall force her beneath me in humiliation. He seethed, his ire also directed at Shizhen. What right does that little brat, still in the bloom of youth, have to cultivate while I, Wang Ji, cannot? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he cast a sinister glance toward the 8 beautiful maidservants. When I was nearly choked just now, you all seemed to be thoroughly enjoying the spectacle, did you not? Standing idly by, reveling in the chaos? As soon as the words left his mouth, the 8 maidservants were struck with terror, their bodies going weak as they fell to their knees, desperately bowing their heads in supplication. Wang Ji, however, waved his hand dismissively toward the door. Take them to the dungeon. Cut out their hearts and rip open their bellies to offer to our master. Immediately, a group of burly men clad in red burst in, grinning malevolently as they dragged the maidservants away. Chapter 68. Feast of the Damned. After leaving the royal residence, Shizhen followed closely behind Huang Airu, his countenance remaining troubled. Noticing this, Huang Airu could not help but inquire, what troubles you, fellow Taoist Shi? Upon hearing this, Shizhen turned his gaze towards the majestic mansion behind him, his expression momentarily faltering before he spoke. Master Huang, have you sensed anything amiss within this royal residence today? Now that you mention it. Huang Mai replied after a moment's contemplation, the air does feel thick and clammy, almost nauseating. Upon hearing this, Shizhen inquired further, have you recognized what Wang Ji expelled? Just a lump of decayed flesh, she replied. Did he not mention that he had consumed deer meat last night? Huang Mu'er, with an expression of disdain, remarked. This rotund man is exceedingly lecherous. He indulges daily in venison and drinks deer blood, yet he seeks to purchase the tiger and leopard rising young pill from me. It is rumored that over the years he has taken in 100 or so concubines, and the number of maidens he has ruined is incalculable. He is nothing short of a despicable wretch. As she spoke, Huang Mu'er's beautiful eyes revealed unrestrained contempt. Were it not for my business in this city of Luoyang, I would undoubtedly avoid any interaction with him. To be candid, I would prefer not to lay eyes upon him at all. Listening to Huang Mu'er's incessant disparagement of Wang Ji, Shizhen's brow furrowed ever deeper, as if troubled by some pressing matter. What truly concerns you, my friend? Huang Mu'er noticed his unease and promptly ceased her tirade, inquiring once more. Shizhen took a deep breath, his tone laden with gravity. This Wang Ji, I fear, may pose a problem. I cannot entrust the matter of locating my sister to him. Why? Huang Ai asked, her face a mask of astonishment. Although Wang Ji is lecherous and vulgar, a scoundrel indeed, he possesses extensive connections and influence. In the city of Luoyang, there is no one more suitable for the task of finding people than him. This is not a place for discussion. Let us return and speak further. Shizhen shook his head, choosing not to voice his concerns in public. Very well. Huang Anru did not press further, and they both took a carriage back to the Qingling apothecary. It was only after they entered the bamboo cottage in the backyard that she fixed her beautiful gaze upon Shizhen and spoke. This place is utterly secure. If you have any apprehensions, feel free to express them. Upon hearing this, Shizhen ceased to conceal his thoughts and expressed all his doubts candidly. It turned out that the red fragments of flesh spat out by Wang Ji in the study of the royal residence were not venison at all, but rather human flesh. In the mountains, Shizhen had long been familiar with hunting, and he was intimately aware of the characteristics of venison. Thus, he immediately discerned that Wang Ji was lying. As Shizhen scrutinized the mass of meat, he observed some fragmented organ tissue, unmistakably human. To elaborate further, these were organs that belonged solely to women. What? Huang Aru was taken aback. This scoundrel was actually consuming human flesh. I hoped fervently that I had misjudged. However, as practitioners, we possess keen senses that far exceed those of ordinary individuals. How could we easily be mistaken? Shizhen's tone was grave. Huang Aru, too, furrowed her delicate brows. Beginning to recollect, her memory was sharp, and upon reflection, she realized that Shizhen's words were entirely accurate. That pile of shredded meat was undoubtedly human flesh. Instantly, her fair face paled, and she slammed her hand on the table in fury. How outrageous! He dares to eat human beings. This Wang Ji has succumbed to madness. He must not be allowed to live. Do you intend to kill him? Shizhen inquired. As cultivators, it is our rightful duty to subdue demons and eradicate evil. If I slay him and expose his crimes, it would indeed be a benevolent act for the people, Huang Aru declared with resolute righteousness. Yet, Shizhen shook his head. In my view, Wang Zhuangwei should not act recklessly. Wang Ji has a wide circle of acquaintances, many of whom are adept practitioners. It is quite possible that there are formidable experts within the Wang residence at this very moment. If you act impulsively, you may end up suffering the consequences. What do you propose we do? Huang Aru retorted. Regardless, my sister must not be entrusted to him. This man is far too perilous, a true villain. That is indeed the case. Huang Aru nodded in agreement. After a moment of contemplation, Shizhen spoke. How about this? He has requested that tiger and leopard rising sun pill from you, hasn't he? I shall pay another visit to the Wang residence under the pretense of delivering medicine. What is your intention? Huang Ai was taken aback. I have two matters to attend to, Shizhen remarked. First, immediately cease any efforts to locate my sister. Second, discreetly assess the situation at the Wang residence. If an opportunity arises, I shall rid the people of their affliction. If no such opportunity presents itself, I will depart without delay. Huang Eru, taken aback, responded, Isn't that exceedingly perilous? Rest assured, I shall proceed with caution and aim to leave before darkness falls tonight. Should I remain at the Wang residence after nightfall, you must swiftly escort Zhou Mi and Chun Bao Bao to a safe location, and then depart from Luoyang at once. Shizhen stated calmly. Huang Eru, upon hearing this, paced anxiously within the bamboo cottage, ultimately shaking her head. This is far too dangerous. Allow me to go instead. Absolutely not. I am even more uneasy about you. A woman, venturing there, Shizhen immediately countered. There was a sentiment Shizhen chose not to articulate. Huang Eru's fierce aversion to evil often led her to become emotionally volatile. should she witness something she ought not to. An outburst would be inevitable. Nonetheless, upon listening to Shizhen's words, Huang Eru furrowed her brows and crossed her arms, displaying her discontent. Shizhen could only persuade once more. I merely seek to ascertain his true capabilities. If there are formidable individuals within the Wang residence, I shall withdraw immediately. The two of us shall treat this incident as though it never transpired. At the very least, we must avoid any direct confrontation with him, Shizhen declared. Very well. I shall heed your counsel, Huang Eru remarked, seemingly struck by a thought, and unexpectedly nodded in agreement. This response took Shizhen by surprise. However, upon receiving a vial of the prepared potion from Huang Eru, he set aside any lingering doubts. After washing his face and refreshing his spirits, he promptly set out. When Shizhen arrived at the Wang residence once more, the steward appeared quite taken aback. It seemed he had not anticipated Shizhen's swift return shortly after his departure. However, he quickly donned a beaming smile, approaching with an air of cordiality. Esteemed guest, may I inquire if there is something amiss? Have you perhaps left something behind? Ah, indeed, it is as such. Shizhen took out the prepared potion and informed him that he had come specifically to deliver it. The steward, upon hearing this, was increasingly astonished. How could this be? It was merely a bottle of medicine. One could simply send a servant to fetch it. How could they dare to trouble a distinguished guest to deliver it personally? Shizhen merely smiled faintly, disregarding his words, and instead inquired, "Is Lord Wang still in the residence? I have matters to discuss with him." Indeed. Esteemed guest, please enter the estate. I shall send someone to inform him at once. Thus, Shizhen stepped inside the residence, with the attendant trailing behind. It was unclear whether it was merely Shizhen's perception, but though it was not yet noon and the sun shone brightly, the moment he crossed the threshold, the surroundings turned distinctly cold and dim. It was as if the very hue of the sky had darkened significantly. Particularly, the air within the estate felt damp and chilly, clinging to him like sweat or even blood, rendering him quite uncomfortable. On this occasion, Lord Wang was not in his study. Instead, he received Shizhen in the bedroom. Remarkably, he did not even rise, but rather reclined sideways against an enormous bed, separated from Shizhen by a screen. As Shizhen entered the room, his gaze was immediately captivated by the screen before him. This screen, astonishingly, was a lavishly enticing display of flesh. Chapter 69, A Show of Authority. The flesh screen was composed of 12 exquisitely proportioned and beautiful women, standing side by side, facing Shizhen in a line, adorned solely in translucent white gauze skirts. Their bodily contours were tantalizingly revealed, offering a tantalizing glimpse of their forms. Bathed in the sunlight streaming through the window, these enchanting figures, with skin like jade, filled the room with an intoxicating air of decadence. Even with Shizhen's resolute character, so distinct from the norm, he found himself momentarily entranced by the scene before him. It was Wang Ji who broke the spell, drawing Shizhen's attention back. I would be truly grateful if you could personally deliver the medicine. Xiaohong, please fetch the medicine. At his words, a beautiful servant, who had been attending to the bed, approached Shizhen with a cheerful demeanor, clad only in a red belly band. She retained a hint of pink on her skin, leaving one to wonder what she had been engaged in with Wang Ji moments prior. Young Master Shi, please allow me to take the medicine from you, Xiaohong said, extending her hands towards him with a respectful demeanor. Shizhen took out a vial from his sleeve and handed it to her, then began to survey the surroundings of the room. It was a lavishly furnished space, replete with indulgent comforts, embroidered walls, plush carpets, incense burners, and ornate copper lamps, not to mention an array of rare and exquisite curiosities displayed throughout. Any single item taken from this abode would likely be of immense value, enough to sustain a common family for a lifetime. Beyond this opulence, however, there was little else of note. While Shizhen was examining his surroundings, Wang Ji spoke once more. Young hero Shi, it is a rare occasion for you to visit. Why not stay in my residence for a day or two? It would allow me to extend a modicum of hospitality. What does the young hero think? Upon hearing these words, Shizhen's expression shifted. He had come to investigate the matter at hand. And now that the other party had taken the initiative to invite him to stay, it could not have been more fortuitous. Without hesitation, Shizhen nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall impose upon you for a day. Splendid, splendid. Wang Ji exclaimed twice, summoning the steward to escort Shizhen to the guest residence. He specifically instructed the steward to ensure that Shizhen was treated with utmost hospitality and not to be neglected in any manner. Young Master Shi, please follow me. The steward said, bowing deeply with a sycophantic demeanor, inviting Shizhen to a more comfortable setting. Indeed, Shizhen replied, with a calm demeanor. Shizhen responded softly and followed suit. Along the way, the steward casually provided an overview of the Wang residence while subtly probing into Shizhen's personal background, inquiring about his affiliations, friendships, and relatives in Luoyang. However, Shizhen deftly evaded these inquiries with a few succinct remarks. After traversing several corridors, the pair arrived at a verdant courtyard, where 4 maidens clad in green awaited. Upon sighting Shizhen, they immediately knelt upon the ground, displaying profound respect as they paid their respects to him. What is this? Upon seeing this, Shizhen was momentarily taken aback and turned to the steward. Oh, this is a servant specially sent by the master to attend to the young master's daily needs. They can assist with bathing, changing clothes, and warming the bed for your comfort, the steward stated in a tone of utmost certainty. Upon hearing this, Shizhen furrowed his brow and replied, "There is no need. I can manage my stay here on my own." As soon as these words left his lips, the steward had yet to respond. But the 4 maidens in green attire displayed expressions of sheer terror, their faces turning pale as if Shizhen's declaration had instilled profound fear within them. The steward, however, chuckled lightly. "If the young master is dissatisfied, I shall simply bring in a few others. Come in." With this command, 4 burly men clad in black swiftly entered the courtyard, advancing towards the frightened maidens. "Steward, please spare us." The 4 maidens, witnessing this scene, were utterly terrified and immediately pleaded for mercy. What could this mean? Upon witnessing this, Shizhen couldn't help but be taken aback, prompting him to inquire further. The butler smiled faintly, maintaining his demeanor of respect, even bordering on obsequiousness. "My master has stated that any servant who fails to satisfy a guest has no reason to remain and must be dismissed entirely." Dismissed? Shizhen squinted his eyes and inquired, "What is the method of handling this?" The steward chuckled lightly, then waved his hand dismissively. "Take these 4 useless girls away, and bring in 4 more well-behaved and lovely ones for young Master Shi." Just as the 4 girls in green were about to be dragged away by the burly men in black, Shizhen decisively interjected, "Enough. I quite fancy these 4. Let them stay." The steward feigned surprise, yet his smile seemed insincere to Shizhen's discerning gaze. "Shall we not find some replacements for the young master?" he pressed. "Do you not comprehend my words? I do not wish to repeat myself." How astute is Shizhen, who can easily discern the underlying intentions of the steward. Though he appears courteous, he is, in fact, attempting to assert his own authority. He deliberately employs such tactics to showcase the might of their royal residence. After all, it is not every prominent family that treats matters of life and death so frivolously. A typical young cultivator might well be intimidated by such a display. However, having traversed the treacherous paths of life and death, Shizhen is not one to be easily subdued by a mere steward. He resolutely countered the steward's pretense. Seeing that Shizhen was not easily manipulated, the steward abandoned his facade and directly gestured to the 4 burly men in black. "In that case, young hero, please rest comfortably here. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to speak. Our royal residence shall endeavor to accommodate your needs." The steward offered a polite bow to Shizhen before turning away, leading the 4 imposing figures out with purposeful strides. Witnessing this scene, Shizhen's expression darkened. He pondered whether he had unwittingly offended Wang Ji, or perhaps Wang Ji harbored an inherent disdain for cultivators like himself. Otherwise, why would he allow such a lowly steward to toy with him in this manner? As Shizhen brooded, the 4 fortunate maidens in green who had narrowly escaped death rushed forward, kneeling at his feet and repeatedly expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, noble sir. Were it not for your timely intervention, our lives would surely have been forfeit." One of them exclaimed, "Indeed. We hope you can stay in the residence for a few days, allowing us some respite as well. We implore your kindness." Upon hearing their words, Shizhen lowered his gaze and observed them. Although they possessed a certain beauty, their figures were rather slender, and their skin lacked the delicate fairness typical of ladies from affluent families. They appeared to be the sort deemed attractive among ordinary folk. Perhaps not as striking as Longqing or Zomi, yet they would have certainly been regarded as village beauties in Shizhen's former home. This piqued his curiosity regarding their origins. "Please, come inside with me." Shizhen cast a fleeting glance towards the entrance of the courtyard before proceeding to the master bedroom of the yard. Chapter 70. Inquiry upon entering the room. Shizhen had scarcely settled himself when the 4 maidservants immediately knelt before him, exhibiting a mixture of humility and trepidation. "There is no need for such formality. I am not as difficult to deal with as you might think. Please, take a seat," he urged. "We are but the most humble of servants. How could we dare to sit before a distinguished guest? The maidservants exchanged glances, all shaking their heads in unison. Never mind. I insist you sit down. Is it that my words hold no weight for you? Shizhen's tone grew stern. Yes, yes, the maidservants exclaimed in surprise, hastily rising to find 4 chairs, which they then placed before Shizhen and sat down one by one. Shizhen glanced at them and noticed they were merely around 14 or 15 years old, the eldest scarcely exceeding 16 or 17, still tender in their youth. Where do you hail from? What brings you to the Wang residence? Shizhen inquired. Upon hearing these words, the 4 girls exchanged glances, seemingly hesitant to speak. Ultimately, one with a bit more courage mustered the resolve to respond. Esteemed guest, we originally came here fleeing from famine. Due to our modest beauty, we caught the attention of those from the Wang residence and were brought here. Brought here as commodities? Upon hearing this, Shizhen stroked his chin, his brows slightly furrowing. In recent years, Yu province has been beset by calamities and misfortunes, leaving the populace in dire straits, with many unable to sustain themselves and beginning to flee their homes in search of refuge. In such desperate times, anyone willing to offer a morsel of sustenance can find scores of individuals eager to risk their lives in return. For young women possessing even a modicum of beauty, fortune may smile upon them, leading to an advantageous match with a wealthy suitor. Conversely, those less fortunate may find themselves sold into servitude or, worse still, descending into the shadowy depths of brothels. Logically, securing a position as a maid in the residence of Luoyang's wealthiest man could be deemed a fortunate fate. Yet, who could have anticipated that this Wang Ji would prove to be a ravenous fiend, mercilessly taking lives without regard for their worth? The 4 young girls, entrusted to the wrong hands, now find themselves in this royal manor, akin to having fallen into the very abyss of hell. You too are unfortunate souls. In Shizhen's heart, a wave of compassion arose. After all, just a few months prior, he too had been among the ranks of the fleeing refugees, sharing the same plight as these women. How long have you been here? Have you encountered any peculiar occurrences? Please, feel free to share anything. In that moment, Shizhen's demeanor softened as he engaged in conversation with the 4 maidens. Observing that Shizhen was amiable and approachable, the 4 maidens gradually shed their reservations, exchanging words with one another, their stories unfolding like a blossoming flower. After conversing with them, Shizhen gleaned the following 3 insights. First, the Wang residence is perpetually seeking new recruits, specifically young and beautiful women. Countless maidens like them have been hired over time. Second, disappearances occur frequently within the estate. Some maidens, once seen by the 4 girls, vanish mysteriously. They often hear blood-curdling screams emanating from distant locations at night. Third, the gardens and courtyards of the Wang residence are often disturbed, as if something is being buried. Upon hearing these revelations, Shizhen deduced the grim truth. Wang Ji must be frequently committing murder, continuously hiring new individuals to subsequently conceal the bodies throughout the estate. Yet, the question lingers, why does he slay so many? Is it merely an addiction to killing? Or is Wang Ji a perverse individual with a penchant for young maidens? No. Something is amiss. Where there is abnormality, there lies a hidden malevolence. Shizhen stroked his chin, preparing to conduct a personal investigation. Esteemed guest, the evening has grown late. Are you feeling hungry? Shall we prepare some food for you? Inquired one of the green-clad maidens with great care. Very well, he replied. Shizhen nodded slightly. Before long, the courtyard gate swung open, and a multitude of delectable delicacies and an array of dishes were presented by a group of servants clad in gray robes, filling 3 entire tables in an instant. Shizhen was utterly mesmerized. In his lifetime, he had never encountered such a sumptuous array of dishes, each brimming with vibrant colors, enticing aromas, and exquisite flavors. The 4 green-clad maidens beside him, clearly experiencing such an opulent feast for the first time, could not help but swallow discreetly in anticipation. Well then, let us indulge. Shizhen casually picked up a pair of chopsticks and, after consuming a few bites of the vegetarian dishes, insisted that several maidservants join her at the table. Yet, how could they dare? Each one displayed a look of trepidation, shaking their heads repeatedly. Ultimately, it was only through Shizhen's commanding tone that they were persuaded to take their seats and partake in the meal. Initially, they were quite reserved, but soon they devoured the food with great enthusiasm, evidently having been famished for quite some time. Observing this scene, Shizhen nodded in approval. I shall take a stroll nearby and return shortly. Once you finish your meal, please bathe and freshen up before resting for the night. With that, she paid no heed to the responses of the 4 maidservants and strode directly out of the courtyard. "Esteemed guest, where are you headed?" Just as she stepped outside, Shizhen was intercepted by two men clad in black robes at the entrance, simply taking a walk nearby. "What, do you intend to restrict my freedom of movement?" Shizhen's expression darkened. "Not at all. It is merely the steward's instruction. The palace grounds are extensive and the paths intricate. If you wish to venture out, it is best that he guides you personally. I possess both ears and eyes. I am quite capable of navigating on my own. What need have I for a guide?" Shizhen exclaimed angrily. "Are you all treating me as if I were a thief to be guarded against? If that is the case, I shall seek out Lord Wang and promptly depart from your residence." Upon hearing Shizhen's intention to confront Wang Ji, the two men in black robes turned pale with fear and hurriedly bowed in respect. "We dare not. Esteemed guest, please do as you wish." "Humph." With an irate snort, Shizhen abruptly flicked his sleeve and departed from the scene. As he vanished around the corner ahead, one of the burly figures clad in black immediately scurried away, evidently to inform the steward of the situation. However, given Shizhen's audacious venture outside, he was undoubtedly unperturbed by the prospect of being followed. With his current level of cultivation, he could effortlessly extend his consciousness, perceiving every subtle movement within a radius of 20 paces with utmost clarity. Thus, evading the gaze of these ordinary individuals was a trivial matter. Shizhen followed the narrow path, meandering through the inner courtyards of the royal residence, until he arrived at an uninhabited courtyard, where he scaled the wall to enter. In the small garden within the courtyard, he indeed discovered a freshly turned patch of soil. Shizhen silently approached, then casually snapped a twig, prodding it into the soil beneath. This peculiar sensation instantly furrowed his brow. When Shizhen withdrew the twig, he indeed observed the mottled bloodstains upon it. Beneath this earth, bodies lay buried. Shizhen took a deep breath, his body soaring upwards as he effortlessly leaped over several courtyard walls, thoroughly inspecting the nearby premises. Almost every courtyard harbored a corpse, merely differing in the duration of their decay. In the limited areas he explored, he had already encountered no fewer than 40 or 50 bodies. These courtyards were but the tip of the iceberg within the entire royal residence. By such estimations, the number of bodies buried throughout the royal estate could easily reach several thousand. The very thought of spending an entire day wandering through a mansion filled with concealed corpses made Shizhen feel nauseous, nearly causing him to regurgitate the meager vegetarian meal he had just consumed. It was no wonder that the entire royal manor exuded an oppressive, damp chill. If Shizhen possessed the ability to perceive spirits, the sheer malevolence and resentment permeating the estate would likely ascend towards the heavens. Just as Shizhen's expression turned grim, his ears perked up, sensing a peculiar sound. It was as if, from a distant and hidden place, someone was letting out a heart-wrenching scream. At that moment, Shizhen focused intently, and it became undeniably clear. It was indeed the wretched cries, emanating simultaneously from several women. The source of the sound lay within a courtyard deep inside the royal residence. After casting a deep glance towards the direction of the courtyard, Shizhen's shoulders shuddered, transforming into a fleeting shadow that vanished into the murky night. Chapter 71. The dungeon. In a sinister and terrifying dungeon, 8 beautiful women were lined up, sprawled across a long stone table. Upon this table lay a collection of dreadful instruments of torture, including hammers, cleavers, saws, and scissors. The entire cyan stone surface was saturated with blood, having absorbed it for so long that it had developed a layer of indelible dark red stains. Aside from the nauseating stench of blood, the air was thick with a variety of repugnant odors, including the acrid scent of decay, rendering it impossible for an ordinary person to remain there. At that moment, 2 dismembered corpses already lay upon the table, their hearts and entrails excavated. One victim even completely flayed, presenting a particularly horrific sight. 2 others were limp, their necks slashed open, rapidly bleeding out, their demise imminent. Meanwhile, 2 women were being ruthlessly violated by a bald monk clad in red robes, forcefully held against the stone table, bound by iron chains. They lay exposed and vulnerable before him. The dungeon echoed with their agonizing screams and the sounds of violence, creating a cacophony of despair. The red-robed monk, reveling in his malevolence, bore a triumphant expression. Today's 8 handmaidens, most of whom are still virgins, are a waste to be used merely for crafting magical implements. Instead, let me indulge myself before they are slaughtered. In the dim dungeon, the monk resembled a demon, covered in blood and exuding a terrifying aura. This gruesome spectacle rendered the last 2 handmaidens pale with fear, their legs trembling, devoid of any thoughts of resistance. They could only lie there in terror, praying for divine mercy to escape their fate. This fear was not unwarranted. Upon their arrival in the dungeon, they had been individually shackled by the monk. Now resembling lambs waiting for slaughter, their only action a desperate trembling. After what felt like an eternity, the monk appeared to tire of his torment. Extending his arms to swiftly snap the necks of the two handmaidens beneath him, he then skillfully retrieved a sharp knife from his robe, piercing their necks to commence the bloodletting. Once he finished, he cast a glance at the last two terrified maidens, revealing a butcher-like grin. "You two are fortunate. I intend to keep you for later tonight, so you have half a day left to live, ha ha ha." These words sent the two maidens into a frenzy of pleading, begging for mercy from the red-robed monk. Yet, he merely cast a greedy gaze over their forms before moving to the other side of the table, where two handmaidens had already bled out, their bodies now pale as parchment. He approached, selecting several instruments, and began to meticulously skin them, as if a complete human hide was an invaluable resource, requiring utmost precision. After obtaining the skin, he proceeded to extract the skull, heart, femur, and other specific body parts, seemingly with ulterior motives for these items. The gruesomeness of the scene caused the two remaining maidens to faint from terror. The monk paid them no mind, viewing these beautiful women as mere livestock. He continued with his routine slaughtering tasks. Moments later, he examined the bodies of the two maidens he had just violated and killed, their blood nearly drained. Just as he was preparing to proceed with other matters, his expression suddenly shifted, and he turned sharply to look behind him. "Who goes there?" as he shouted. His right hand instinctively reached into his robe, grasping a skeletal staff. However, upon seeing the newcomer, his brow furrowed in confusion. The intruder was a young man in white robes, adorned with a golden crown, exuding an air of distinction. The sight before him left the young man paralyzed with shock, his eyes wide and unmoving. Noticing the young man was merely an ordinary mortal without any cultivation, the monk's wariness faded, and he bellowed, "What brings you here?" "This is a forbidden area of the palace, designated for dealing with criminals. Since you've come, you shan't leave. I shall imprison you, and your fate will be decided by Lord Wang tomorrow." With that, he raised a hand to seize the young man with an iron chain. Oddly enough, despite being a few yards away, he moved with uncanny speed, closing the distance as if a specter. "I am a distinguished guest of the palace. You cannot detain me," the young man shouted, raising his hands as if to shove the monk aside. Yet, his actions appeared to be nothing more than futile struggles of an ordinary man. The monk, with a derisive glint in his eyes, prepared to ensnare the young man. At that moment, however, the young man's right hand suddenly radiated a blinding brilliance, followed by a golden palm imprint that struck heavily against the monk's chest. Crack! The force of the blow sank deep into the monk's chest, shattering several ribs. He was sent sprawling onto the stone table, blood spurting from his mouth and nose. Yet, he could not afford to scream. Instead, he reached into his robe, seemingly seeking a weapon. Unfortunately, before he could retrieve it, a golden sword severed his arm at the wrist. With a swift motion, the golden sword lifted again, dismembering the monk's other arm entirely. At last, the monk let out a cry, filled with despair and terror. His eyes widened in horror as he gazed upon the young man before him. "Who are you? Why have you invaded this place and attacked our sect?" The young man, undeterred, replied coldly, his voice as frigid as winter's chill. "Such scum deserves to be eradicated." As the final words fell, a flash of golden light cut through the air, and the monk was decapitated on the spot. Chapter 72. Rooting out evil. The intruder of the dungeon was none other than Shizhen. In truth, he had arrived at the dungeon entrance long before the monk began his gruesome dissection, concealing his presence as he observed from the shadows. The horrific scene before him filled him with both shock and rage, as he could hardly fathom that a cultivator would resort to harvesting human organs for materials. In the corners of the dungeon, several chests brimmed with various organs, and the number of skulls alone exceeded 200. This indicates that the maidens who vanished from the royal residence all met their demise here. Moreover, after their useful parts were extracted, the remaining remains were disposed of as refuse, buried in various locations within the estate. The mere thought of this ignited an intense fury within Shizhen, and he could no longer conceal his aura, which was promptly detected by the red-robed monk. This monk, possessing merely the cultivation of the 5th level of chi refinement, was far inferior to Shizhen in strength. However, to ensure caution, Shizhen feigned the demeanor of an ordinary mortal devoid of any abilities, and when the red-robed monk let his guard down, he swiftly struck him down. After eliminating the red-robed monk, Shizhen revealed no signs of relaxation. Instead, he gazed warily into the depths of the dungeon. There lay a narrow, dimly lit passage leading to a hidden chamber. When Shizhen first entered the dungeon, a flicker of candlelight illuminated the hidden chamber. Yet, as the sounds of combat erupted, the candlelight was extinguished in an instant. Clearly, there were others present in that secretive room. Shizhen took a deep breath, resolutely suppressing the discomfort brought on by the overwhelming scent of blood. With his right hand firmly grasping the longing sword, he cautiously approached. As Shizhen reached the entrance of the secret chamber, before any action was taken, a sudden sound of rushing air echoed from within, followed by a white object hurtling towards his face. Shizhen had been well prepared and swiftly sidestepped. However, to his utter astonishment, the white object that flew out unexpectedly veered in midair, spiraling directly into his shoulder. Simultaneously, a sharp pain surged from his shoulder, as if something had viciously bitten down on him. Shizhen swiftly turned his head to look, only to discover that the white object was, in fact, a palm-sized skull. The skull seemed to possess a hint of sentience, not only capable of autonomously controlling its flight path, but also audaciously attempting to bite. At that moment, it sank its teeth fiercely into Shizhen's shoulder, as if intent on feasting upon his flesh and blood. For the first time, Shizhen encountered such a peculiar artifact. Yet he hesitated not for a moment. He immediately wielded the longing sword and struck fiercely at the object. With a resounding clang, the skull was cleaved in two. However, at that very instant, it erupted into a cloud of white powder, engulfing Shizhen in a suffocating haze that nearly blinded him, while his nostrils burned as if infused with chili powder. In that critical moment, a diminutive old man clad in a crimson robe burst forth from the shadows, brandishing a stark white bone flute, and lunged towards Shizhen's heart with a vicious thrust. This strike was both treacherous and formidable, should it connect. Shizhen would undoubtedly meet his demise. Nevertheless, despite the obscured vision, his consciousness remained unclouded. Every movement of the old man was discernible to Shizhen. In response to the impending attack, Shizhen neither dodged nor retreated. Instead, he abruptly lifted his foot and delivered a powerful kick aimed at the old man's chest. The force was tremendous, and the frail elder, whose physical prowess paled in comparison to Shizhen's, dared not confront it head-on. Instead, he swiftly rolled aside, attempting to escape. Yet, Shizhen would not allow him to flee so easily. As he waved his sleeve to dispel the white mist, he raised his left hand, unleashing a golden palm strike towards the old man's back. This palm strike bore the weight of at least 1,000 pounds, capable of puncturing even iron. The narrow confines of the dungeon hindered the old man's evasive maneuvers. Realizing the peril, he abruptly tucked his shoulder and shed his crimson robe. With a thunderous impact, the golden palm strike struck the robe, failing to penetrate it, instead resonating as though it had encountered an extraordinarily solid barrier, producing a resounding boom. As Shizhen opened his eyes in astonishment, he discovered that what he initially perceived to be a crimson robe was, in fact, a human skin soaked in blood. The reverse side of this skin was intricately carved with a horrifying visage and a multitude of bizarre talismans, evoking an unsettling aura. At that moment, the skin cloak, cast aside by the old man, hovered in the air like a shield, firmly positioned before Shizhen. Seizing this opportunity, the old man fled towards the dungeon exit with desperate urgency. It was no surprise that he was so intent on escaping. His cultivation level was merely at the 7th stage of chi refinement, and with his frail, aged body, his capabilities were scarcely superior to those of the beheaded monk clad in red. In a mere instant, Shizhen burst into the dungeon and ruthlessly slayed the red-robed monk with exceptional ferocity. Furthermore, Shizhen had been concealing his cultivation, never revealing his true strength. This action left the elderly man increasingly alarmed. He dared not confront Shizhen directly. For him, the only chance of survival lay in escaping the dungeon. The human skin, a meticulously prepared defensive artifact, would, once unfurled, withstand even a 9th-layer chi refinement practitioner for a considerable time. Unless the youth were a foundational stage cultivator, it would be impossible for him to hinder the old man's escape. However, just as the elder was a mere step away from the dungeon's exit, his expression suddenly shifted. Turning ghastly pale, before him loomed a multicolored barrier, an invisible door sealing the dungeon's exit without a crack, preventing even a fly from escaping. Within the barrier, 5 flags of red, orange, blue, green, and purple stood firm like steel pegs embedded in the ground, unwavering. These were the 5 elements flags that Shizhen had strategically placed upon entering the dungeon. The old man, in a desperate frenzy, attempted to pierce and smash through the barrier with the bone flute in his hand, but could only stir the surface with a few ripples, utterly failing to breach the protective shield. There was no point in exerting effort. Unless one was a foundational stage practitioner, it was impossible to break through. At that moment, Shizhen strode towards him from the secret passage. The human skin artifact lay shredded and tattered against the wall. Upon seeing Shizhen wielding the longing sword, the old man's face darkened, yet his heart raced with terror. The ability to swiftly bypass the human skin artifact indicated that Shizhen's strength was most likely that of a 9th-layer Qi refinement practitioner. This was at least double the strength of a 7th-layer practitioner, rendering any confrontation futile. Nevertheless, the elder, as if holding a trump card, maintained a faade of composure. His old eyes fixed intently on Shizhen. In a hoarse voice, he spoke, "We bear no grudges or enmities. Why must we contend for our lives? If you allow me to leave, I shall never speak of today's events to a third party." "Huh? Do you truly believe that a mere promise will suffice to spare your life?" With a cold laugh, Shizhen declared, "To eradicate evil, one must be thorough. To sever the roots, one must ensure no trace remains. This principle is comprehensible even to a 3-year-old. Surely, you grasp it as well?" This, however, was of little consequence. The old man narrowed his aged eyes and spoke with a threatening tone, "Just now, when you split the skull, you have already been afflicted by our sect's lethal poison, bone transformation powder. If an antidote is not administered within half an hour, your flesh and bones will decay, turning into pus." After uttering these words, the old man sneered once more. "Young man, I advise you to act with prudence. Release me, and I shall provide you with the antidote. We shall facilitate each other's interests, leaving no debts between us. Would you not agree?" Upon hearing the old man's words, Shizhen's expression darkened. "You have poisoned me." The old man chuckled coldly. "What, do you believe I am deceiving you? The bone transformation powder is highly toxic. As we speak, its effect should be manifesting. And if it has manifested, what then?" Shizhen promptly inquired. "You will experience shortness of breath, dizziness, followed by numbness throughout your body, as your limbs become unresponsive, ultimately convulsing and collapsing into a pool of pus." The old man lifted his chin and cast a sidelong glance at Shizhen, a hint of mockery gracing his features. "Now, are you not feeling breathless?" At this, Shizhen took a deep breath, only to discover that his respiration was unimpeded and he felt no discomfort whatsoever. Nevertheless, he dared not underestimate the situation. Shizhen stretched out his hand to pat the storage pouch at his waist, first retrieving a packet of Qingling powder. He tilted his head back and swallowed it whole, chewing and savoring the taste. Qingling powder, renowned as the holy remedy for detoxification, is said to neutralize all forms of deadly poison in the world. Earlier, when Shizhen was in the mountains, he deliberately concocted a pouch as a precaution. However, despite the alchemical scriptures extolling the virtues of the Qingling powder, Shizhen remained skeptical. It is better to be overly cautious than to face unforeseen consequences. What if the Qingling powder proves ineffective against that infamous bone transformation powder? This poison is reputed to be a potent toxin of the esoteric sect. Although he has never feared toxic substances since childhood, he is, after all, merely immortal and may not withstand its effects. With prudence in mind, it is imperative to acquire the antidote swiftly. "Is the antidote in your possession?" Shizhen squinted, scrutinizing the old man from head to toe. The old man retrieved a small porcelain vial from his bosom and, before Shizhen's gaze, gently shook it. The sound of liquid sloshing within was unmistakable. Evidently, it contained a life-saving antidote. Seizing the moment while Shizhen was captivated by the vial, the old man spoke ominously. "This antidote is the only one of its kind. However, it must remain uncontaminated, otherwise it will become ineffective. In other words, should you entertain thoughts of murder to seize this remedy, I need only utter a word at this point." The old man flicked his wrist, feigning an intention to shatter the porcelain vial onto the ground. This action startled Shizhen, who could not help but exclaim, "No." "Ha ha," the old man chuckled, observing Shizhen's alarm with growing composure. "You understand now. If I were to let this vial fall, once the liquid spills, it would be rendered utterly useless. Therefore, if you wish to preserve your life, it would be prudent to comply with my demands." "How do you wish for me to comply?" Shizhen asked in a low voice. "Stow away that multicolored array flag and allow me to depart this place. Once I have distanced myself to a safe location, I shall naturally hand over the antidote to you," the old man replied coldly. Upon hearing this, Shizhen could not help but shake his head. If he were to simply leave or shatter the porcelain vase, would I not be sacrificing my life for nothing? The old man, upon hearing this, remained unperturbed and slowly replied, "Then, in your opinion, what should be done?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Shizhen spoke. "You shall leave the porcelain vase in its place while I release the 5 elements spirit shield. We will maintain a distance of 3 zhang as we proceed towards the dungeon's exit. At that moment, you shall exit the dungeon just as I acquire the antidote. 3 zhang is insufficient. It must be at least 5 zhang. The old man extended one hand, revealing 5 thin, withered fingers. As you wish. Shizhen promptly agreed and retreated to a distance of approximately 5 zhang, standing firm. Subsequently, the two faced each other, locking eyes for a brief moment before simultaneously raising their feet and making their way toward the dungeon's exit. As the old man approached the 5-colored spirit shield, he deliberately placed the antidote upon the ground. Upon witnessing this, Shizhen directed a hand gesture towards the multicolored spiritual barrier. With a soft pop, the once steadfast barrier that sealed the exit vanished as if it were mere bubbles bursting. The old man immediately took off, sprinting towards the cave's mouth. And just as he was about to escape, he hurled a bone dagger towards the ground containing the antidote. With a swift thrust, the bone dagger flew rapidly, poised to obliterate the vial of antidote upon impact. However, swifter still was a streak of golden sword light. This golden ray not only shattered the bone dagger but also surged towards the old man's neck with lethal intent. As the old man dashed forward, Shizhen wasted no time in unleashing a golden sword light aimed at his retreating figure. Cursed be it. The old man seemed taken aback by Shizhen's sudden decisiveness, uttering a silent curse as he lunged forward, attempting to evade the deadly sword light. Yet, the speed of the blade was unparalleled, despite his agility. He could not escape in time, and the edge of the golden light grazed his back, leaving a ghastly wound. Gasping in pain, the old man dared not linger. With a quick roll, he sprang to his feet, almost on the brink of escaping into the courtyard. However, at that moment, the sound of rapid footsteps echoed from the dungeon as Shizhen, in the brief interval of the old man's roll, had closed the distance with remarkable speed. For someone like Shizhen, who had spent years battling ferocious beasts in the depths of the mountains, a mere 5 paces was nothing. The old man could hardly fathom that Shizhen, already afflicted by a potent poison, could still maneuver with such swiftness. It was too late for him to contemplate escape. Shizhen had almost closed the distance before him, and the longing sword was once again raised in his hand. The old man's face was ashen with despair. Yet he had no choice but to confront him head-on. He lifted the bone flute to his lips and began to play, producing a sound akin to the wailing of spirits, which stirred a profound unease in the hearts of all who heard it. Particularly affected was Shizhen, who, upon hearing this haunting melody, staggered, nearly losing his footing, his expression clouded with confusion and stupor, as if ensnared in a dream. Observing the flute's effect, the old man intensified his performance, his notes growing ever more mournful, reminiscent of a grieving woman at a tomb, steeped in sorrow. Under the spell of the flute's melody, Shizhen seemed to become utterly lost, failing to make any offensive move against the old man who stood so near. Instead, he swayed unsteadily, positioning the longing sword as if to draw it across his own neck. The old man's small eyes gleamed with triumph. Emboldened, he stepped closer to Shizhen, intent on amplifying the flute's enchanting power. However, just as he approached, Shizhen suddenly opened his eyes wide, and without hesitation, he brought the longing sword down with lethal intent, cleaving the old man in two. How could this be? As the old man perished, disbelief etched across his face. He could not fathom how Shizhen had broken free from the flute's control. After Shizhen dispatched the old man, he collapsed onto the ground, his complexion as pale as parchment. It was evident that the preceding scene had been exceedingly perilous for Shizhen. Had he been even slightly careless, it might have been he, rather than the old man, who met his demise. Chapter 74 doubts the bone flute serves as a direct assault on the consciousness, functioning as an offensive magical artifact. Although Shizhen's physical prowess was remarkably formidable, capable of tearing apart tigers and leopards, his spiritual awareness remained rather feeble, merely at the level of an ordinary 7th-layer Qi refinement practitioner. The bone flute possessed by the old monk of the esoteric sect was a unique artifact, insidious and malevolent, endowed with potent hypnotic and seductive effects. Once an ordinary practitioner fell under its influence, they would swiftly be driven to suicidal actions. Just moments ago, Shizhen had nearly succumbed to its allure. Fortunately, despite lacking countermeasures against the bone flute, he had recently ingested an entire packet of Qingling sand, significantly enhancing his resistance to various toxins, including those that disoriented the mind. Much like consuming peppermint leaves to alleviate seasickness, Shizhen managed to retain a semblance of clarity in the most critical moment. Thus, his seemingly dazed expression and the appearance of contemplating suicide were merely a ruse to cooperate with the old man in the red robe. For Shizhen, The wisdom imparted by Long Qing was akin to golden advice, a guiding principle. The path to becoming powerful is arduous. However, feigning weakness to confound one's enemies is far more attainable. As an ordinary qi refinement practitioner devoid of any background, Shizhen keenly understood that concealing his abilities and consistently appearing weak was his greatest means of survival. After exhaling a long breath, Shizhen glanced around and, upon confirming that no one else had taken notice of the scene, promptly began to clear the battlefield, dragging the corpse of the old man in the red robe back to the dungeon. From the two esoteric sect practitioners, he confiscated a bone flute and a bone staff, both exclusive artifacts of the sect. In addition, he obtained 2 storage bags containing several spirit stones, along with 2 sect manuals and various materials. Notably, within the storage bag of the red-robed monk, he discovered a dozen crafted human skin artifacts, adorned with peculiar purple and blue Buddhist imagery, featuring strange patterns and unfamiliar script, exuding an exotic allure. Furthermore, in the deepest chamber of the dungeon, which resembled a workshop, there lay a heap of over 100 dried and tanned human skins, with one displayed on an easel, surrounded by numerous brushes and paints. It seemed that the recently slain esoteric monk had been clandestinely crafting human skin artifacts in this very place. Shizhen furrowed his brow, gulping down the antidote while casually flipping through 2 esoteric scriptures. One of the tomes detailed the foundational techniques of the esoteric sect, titled Inner Observation of the Wheel Meridian, a practice meant for cultivators in the qi refinement stage. The other volume chronicled the basic methods of artifact crafting within the sect, encompassing various forms of implements, including but not limited to human skin artifacts, cranial artifacts, hide drum artifacts, and skeletal instruments. One particular artifact's name caught Shizhen's attention. It was the female lotus artifact. Upon reviewing its creation method, Shizhen's fury ignited. This esoteric sect was indeed a den of demons. To utilize such materials for crafting artifacts was utterly disgraceful. With that thought, he cast the book into the fire, incinerating it on the spot, his expression darkening further. That scoundrel Wang Ji was secretly harboring esoteric sect practitioners within the estate. There must be a sinister plot at play. Yet, he pondered whether it was to have these practitioners forge human artifacts for him, or if there was another nefarious scheme afoot. As Shizhen contemplated in the dungeon, a voice suddenly broke the silence. Are we still alive? It was the 2 maidens, who had been imprisoned by the red-robed monk, now awakening with a sense of bewilderment. Upon realizing they had survived, and their iron chains had been removed, delight illuminated their faces. When they beheld the red-robed monk, once a tormentor resembling a demon, now decapitated, and standing in his stead was a dashing young man adorned in a golden crown and brocade robe, astonishment swept over them. Young hero, sure, did you rescue us? One of the beautiful maidens exclaimed, her eyes wide with admiration. The maidens had been among the 8 enchanting servants who attended Wang Ji in the study that day, and they recognized Shizhen. However, after the departure of Huang Mai, the 8 of them were cast into the death prison, nearly facing their demise. Shizhen cast a glance at them, remaining silent, merely nodding his head. Upon witnessing his acknowledgement, the 2 maidens exchanged glances and promptly knelt before him, fervently bowing their heads. The grace of the young hero in saving our lives is something we shall never forget. We beseech you for your great mercy to rescue us. Rescue you? Shizhen raised an eyebrow at their words. The 2 women displayed expressions of deep sorrow, weeping as they implored. This royal mansion, though seemingly resplendent, is in truth a hell on earth. If we remain here, we shall surely perish. We earnestly hope for your assistance, young hero. Upon hearing their plight, Shizhen scrutinized the 2 maidens from head to toe. He noted their vulnerability, shivering in the cold with their delicate forms exposed, their lips tinged with a bluish hue, evoking his sympathy. Very well, I happen to be returning to the Qigling apothecary. You may accompany me. Shizhen first raised his hand and retrieved 2 garments from his storage pouch, draping them over the women. He then effortlessly lifted one in each arm, as though cradling 2 delicate dolls, and departed from the dungeon. Though the Wang residence was rife with spies, they were of no consequence before Shizhen's formidable mental prowess. Soon, he eluded all prying eyes, soaring over the high walls and exiting the estate. Upon returning to the rear courtyard of the Qingling apothecary, Shizhen beheld Huang Eru pacing anxiously in the bamboo cottage, her face etched with concern. However, as soon as he set down the 2 maidservants, Huang Eru immediately sensed his presence and turned to him. Shizhen, you have returned, she exclaimed, her expression brightening as she hurried towards him. Yet, upon noticing the 2 maidservants by his side, Her countenance shifted dramatically. Aren't these maidservants from Wang Ji's entourage? Why have they come with you? It's a long story. Shizhen waved his hand, instructing the two maidens to stand at a distance. He then recounted the events of the evening to Huang Eru in a concise manner. Upon hearing his narrative, Huang Eru was initially taken aback, then filled with indignation. However, when she learned that Shizhen had decisively slain two practitioners of the esoteric sect, admiration shone unabashedly on her face. Well done, Shizhen. With these two villains eliminated, there should be no other formidable foes within the Wang residence. Let us unite to vanquish Wang Ji and rid the world of this menace. Huang Eru rubbed her hands together, her enchanting visage radiating a fierce intent. We must not act recklessly. Shizhen took a deep breath and advised, although these two tantric practitioners have perished, I have yet to explore other areas of the Wang residence. It is difficult to ascertain whether there are other formidable experts within. Furthermore, there remains one perplexing matter. Why would Wang Ji harbor tantric practitioners in his own abode and continuously supply them with corpses? Logically speaking, Wang Ji possesses no cultivation. He is an ordinary mortal and should not be making such significant sacrifices for the sake of tantric practitioners. Why concern yourself with such matters? Huang Mei furrowed her delicate brows. Simply eliminate him, and the issue is resolved. Even if there are uncertainties, we can inquire just before the kill to gain clarity. Chapter 75. Gathering intelligence. Wang Ji was certainly marked for death, yet one must refrain from acting recklessly. Upon encountering Huang Meiru, Shizhen felt a surge of impulsive fervor, which inevitably caused him some distress, had it not been for his constant vigilance and deliberate concealment of his true abilities. He would likely have met a grim fate in the dungeon today. Huang Meiru's cultivation level is inferior to his own, and her combat prowess is presumably rather mediocre. Had she been the one to venture into the royal palace instead of him, she would likely now be nothing more than a lifeless corpse, perhaps even flayed and fashioned into a human skin talisman. Those practitioners of the esoteric sect are notoriously ruthless and cunning, mercilessly taking lives. Therefore, our current endeavor demands utmost caution and thorough preparation. Shizhen spoke up, urging, "Why are you being so indecisive? If it weren't for your audacity in infiltrating the Wang residence today and slaying two practitioners of the esoteric sect, I would almost suspect you of being a coward." Huang Meiru, greatly displeased, nonetheless managed to restrain her irritation, fixing her beautiful gaze upon Shizhen. "What preparations do you intend to make? First and foremost, I require additional intelligence. This is my inaugural visit to Luoyang, and I am unfamiliar with many aspects. Therefore, I need your assistance." Shizhen cast a penetrating gaze upon Huang Eru, his eyes ablaze with intensity. Huang Eru, under such scrutiny, felt a blush rise to her cheeks. "What intelligence do you wish to uncover?" Shizhen, seemingly well prepared, promptly inquired. "The surrounding sects, the adept cultivators within Luoyang, and the specific background of Wang Ji." After a moment of contemplation, Huang Eru began to unfold the details. The largest sect near Luoyang is the Zhengyi sect. This sect prides itself on being an orthodox faction, with its disciples frequently traversing the rivers and lakes to vanquish demons and uphold justice, earning a commendable reputation. However, just a few days ago, a troubling report emerged from the southwest, indicating that a disciple of the Zhengyi sect had gone mad and was indiscriminately slaughtering villagers in Qinjia village, causing quite a stir. A disciple gone mad? Upon hearing this, Shizhen stroked his chin and inquired, "What became of this deranged disciple?" "He has already been confined," Huang Ai replied, spreading her hands. "However, the origins of this matter are intricate. It is said that a foundational stage master from the Zhengyi sect was slain near Qin village, which incited that disciple's wrath towards the villagers. After hearing this news, I too found myself intrigued by the identity of this formidable being who, after vanquishing a foundational stage expert, managed to conceal their whereabouts and obliterate all traces of the crime." Upon hearing this, Shizhen remained silent. However, Huang Ai seemed to have opened a floodgate of conversation, adding a few more remarks. "Nevertheless, I firmly believe that the murderer will inevitably face justice. The practitioners of the Zhengyi sect possess certain skills. Among them are individuals well-versed in the intricacies of Qimeng Duanjia, capable of divining celestial secrets. Should they be willing to invest the necessary resources to trace the killer, even if the perpetrator flees to the farthest corners of the earth, they cannot escape the fateful pursuit that awaits them. Fleeing to the ends of the earth will not absolve them from their doomed fate." Upon hearing this, Shizhen's expression shifted dramatically, and he could not suppress the sudden surge of trepidation. "What is the matter?" Huang Meiru inquired immediately, noticing Shizhen's unusual demeanor. "It's nothing." Shizhen took a deep breath and spoke. From what you say, the disciples of the Zhengyi sect possess the ability of mystical arts and can even decipher the secrets of heaven. They must indeed be quite formidable. Not necessarily, Huang Mairu replied. In our Yuzhou, the Zhengyi sect is considered powerful, especially with their golden elixir ancestor presiding over them. However, when we look at the entirety of the Great Jin, they are merely a second-rate sect. At the very least, they pale in comparison to another major sect in Yuzhou, the Chunyang sect. The Chunyang sect? Upon hearing this, Shizhen's expression shifted. Could it be that the Chunyang sect is guarded by an even mightier master? In a sense, Huang Mairu nodded in agreement. The ancestral figure of the Chunyang sect is said to possess pinnacle strength at the late stage of the Golden Core realm, mere steps away from the nascent soul stage. Within our Yuzhou, he is regarded as the most formidable cultivator. Does that imply that there are no nascent soul cultivators in Yuzhou? Shizhen inquired. Haha, Huang Mairu chuckled heartily at his words, as if she had heard something exceedingly amusing. My dear Shi, you truly are quite uninformed, are you not? Not only in Yuzhou, but throughout the entire Great Jin. There are merely 3 nascent soul masters, one stationed in the imperial capital, another in the northern frontier, and the last in seclusion, rarely seen. Each of these 3 is a once-in-a-millennium prodigy, endowed with immense fortune and perseverance, having endured harrowing tribulations of lightning before attaining the status of a grand master. Each one of them commands respect across the realm and is renowned throughout the continent. How could you be unaware of this? Shizhen shook his head. It is futile. Those lofty Yuanian cultivators are indeed far removed from mere qi refinement novices like us. It is not surprising that your master did not enlighten you. By the way, who is your master? Huang Yaru suddenly inquired. My master is a hermit from the mountains. After imparting the techniques to me, he departed, and I have thus become self-taught. Shizhen fabricated. I see, Huang Yaru responded, not doubting him in the least, and nodded. Many rogue cultivators, like yourself, encounter fortuitous events that lead them onto the path of cultivation. After saying this, she could not help but express her admiration without a master's guidance. You have managed to concoct the Huanglong Dan. In that respect, you are indeed a rare talent in alchemy. What do you think? Would you consider joining my Qiling pharmacy? I could pass the position of manager to you. If you pass the position to me, what will you do? Shizhen asked curiously. I shall be your disciple. The moment you teach me how to refine the Huanglong Dan, I shall graduate. Huang Yaru giggled, revealing her disinterest in remaining at the pharmacy. The world is vast, and I yearn to explore it. Upon hearing Huang Yaru's words, Shizhen could not help but mentally scoff. With her impulsive nature, she was likely to encounter significant troubles if she ventured far. Shaking his head, Shizhen resolved to steer the conversation back. Enough of idle chatter. Let us discuss what other sects exist nearby, aside from the Zhengyi sect and the Chunyang sect. There are not many, Huang Yaru tilted her head, contemplating before speaking. Even if there are, they are merely third-rate sects, their leaders typically being only foundation establishment cultivators. Some sects, like my Qingling sect, consist solely of a few qi refinement novices, lacking any presence at all. Oh, right. Huang Yaru seemed to recall something and said, to the south of Yuzhou, a new sect has reportedly emerged, called the Wudu sect. It is said to be a branch that migrated from the Miao region. They have been actively recruiting new disciples lately, but they only accept female members, hence the turnout is not substantial. Wudu sect? Upon hearing this, Shizhen's expression shifted. It seemed that he had previously heard Long Qing mention this sect, yet the specifics eluded his memory. How does this sect compare to the Zhengyi school? It ought to be inferior to the Zhengyi school. Huang Ai then spoke. It is said that the ancestral master of this sect possesses golden core level cultivation, but has long remained in seclusion, never to be seen. In terms of strength, it should rank third in our Yuzhou. And what of the Mizo? At last, Shizhen inquired about the matter that weighed most heavily on his mind. However, Huang Er's response left him momentarily taken aback. Chapter 76, The Heartless Man Mizo? Upon hearing this, Huang Eru waved her hand dismissively. In our Yuzhou, there exists no such sect. There is indeed a religious order by the snowy valleys of the Tibetan border, yet it lies an insurmountable distance away, separated by over 10,000 miles. This is rather peculiar. Shizhen furrowed his brow. How could a practitioner of the esoteric Buddhism, located thousands of miles away, appear in the residence of Wang Zhi in Luoyang? I too find it curious. Perhaps Wang Zhi has employed him with a handsome sum to safeguard his home. Huang Airu speculated. Upon hearing this, Shizhen remained non-committal, pacing in place for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. Since the secret sect does not reside within the borders of Yuzhou, the situation becomes manageable. Eliminating these treacherous bandits will not provoke immediate retaliation. I maintain that we should act swiftly to rid the people of this menace. At that time, we shall set the royal residence ablaze, leaving nothing but ashes. Huang Mairu displayed an eager expression, clearly yearning for action. Shizhen could not help but shake his head. The royal mansion sprawled over an extensive area. If it were to catch fire, the entire city of Luoyang would likely be engulfed in a sea of flames. Let us continue with the previous question. Shizhen inquired, "Are there any other formidable cultivators within the city of Luoyang?" Huang Anru responded, "As the capital of Yuzhou, Luoyang is home to a foundation establishment cultivator stationed at the city lord's residence, to instill fear in any potential wrongdoers. The imperial court assigns a foundation establishment expert to every significant city. Under this individual, there exists a cadre of qi refinement cultivators, tasked with maintaining law and order throughout the region. This suggests that the imperial court itself wields considerable power akin to that of a formidable sect, does it not?" Shizhen could not help but inquire further, "Is that truly the case?" "Indeed," Huang Anru replied, casting a sidelong glance at Shizhen. "Otherwise, who do you suppose the nascent soul cultivator in the imperial capital belongs to?" Upon hearing this, Shizhen's face revealed a look of concern. If we were to eliminate Wang Ji, would it provoke discontent from the court? Might they dispatch that foundational cultivation expert to hunt us down? Not at all. Huang Anru shook her head. Wang Ji is merely a wealthy individual, not an official of the court. That esteemed foundational cultivator has no obligation to offer him protection. "I see." Shizhen stroked his chin, nodding slightly. "As for other formidable experts, there are none in Luoyang City." Huang Aru's delicate face displayed a hint of pride. "Individuals like us, who possess spiritual veins, are exceedingly rare, truly one in a million. Even more scarce are those who have attained the 5th level of qi refinement, capable of casting spells and wielding magical artifacts. To be frank, the number of qi refinement experts like myself in Luoyang can be counted on 2 hands. Thus, it is highly unlikely that the Wang residence harbors any foundational cultivation masters. Even if there are some cultivators, they would merely be of a similar level to you, correct?" Shizhen inquired. "Indeed, however, other cultivators, including myself, hold Wang Ji in disdain, which is why we seldom engage with him." Huang Aru's beautiful face once again displayed a hint of derision. Upon hearing this, Shizhen could not help but feel a twinge of curiosity. It seemed that from the very beginning, you held Wang Ji in disdain. What could be the reason behind it? Was it due to his lecherous nature? Indeed. Huang Mairu initially nodded in affirmation, but then proceeded to divulge a shocking revelation that left Shizhen's countenance markedly altered. "You may not be aware, but this Wang Shi once had an affair with a serpent demon in his youth. It was only with her assistance that he achieved academic success and soared to prominence. Yet, after attaining fame, he severed all ties with her, not only cutting off all connections but even changing his name and marrying into the Luoyang Wang family." Huang Mairu expressed her disdain, exclaiming, "This ungrateful wretch, driven by greed and lust, is utterly despicable. It is said that he even caused the death of his wife during childbirth by using a 1,000-year-old serpent demon's essence, ultimately monopolizing the vast wealth of the Wang estate. Consequently, anyone privy to these sordid details harbored nothing but contempt for Wang Ji, often disparaging him behind his back." Huang Mairu's delicate visage once again bore the marks of scorn. However, Shizhen, upon hearing this, could not suppress a wry smile. The world is indeed vast. Yet at times, it feels exceedingly small. Who would have imagined that the scoundrel who had deceived Long Qing for her essence was none other than this middle-aged glutton from the Wang family? Yet, this portly figure could barely move due to his excessive girth, while Long Qing, having cultivated for a millennium, was a paragon of beauty and grace. How could she ever be drawn to such a grotesque creature? Shizhen was enveloped in profound confusion. "Shizhen, what is the matter with you?" Huang Ai called out several times, but upon seeing Shizhen frowning in contemplation and ignoring her, she could not help but step forward and nudge him gently. "Oh, it's nothing. I was just lost in thought." Shizhen took a deep breath, momentarily burying the matters concerning Wang Ji and Long Qing deep within his heart. "As you mentioned, Wang Ji's gathering of several cultivators to combat the demonic creatures was, in fact, a precaution against that serpent demon, correct?" "Indeed, not only was I invited, but several esteemed experts from Luoyang, including Fan Disheng, were also summoned. Even a foundational cultivator affiliated with the court was called upon. Yet, the serpent demon ultimately did not appear, leaving us to wait in vain. It was during that time that we finally unraveled the chain of events." Huang Muru crossed her arms and remarked, Wang Ji deserves his fate. If the serpent demon spares him, it would merely be a stroke of luck. I hold no fondness for him. However, it is unfortunate for his unborn daughter, who will now face a life of orphanhood. Is his daughter the one renowned for her beauty and charming demeanor, the esteemed Miss Wang? Shizhen inquired. Wang Muru, upon hearing this, could not help but furrow her brow and cast a sidelong glance at Shizhen. Do you have a penchant for such flat-chested lolas? Not at all. I merely heard it from others, he replied. Shizhen hurriedly shook his head. The young lady Wang, or rather the late Guanjun, had revealed this to him. Guanjun once mentioned that the object of his first horseback ride in a dream was this beautiful maiden. Oh. Huang Mongru fixed her gaze on Shizhen for a moment, and upon realizing he was not lying, she nodded. This young lady Wang, having lost her mother at a tender age, has become rather spoiled, and it is said that her temper is quite peculiar. If you were to encounter her, you would undoubtedly find her disagreeable. After sharing this, she deftly redirected the conversation. I have answered all three of your inquiries. Do you have any remaining concerns? Should we not prepare to set off? At this moment, Shizhen had gathered sufficient intelligence and had a rough understanding of the situation. However, regarding the matter of assassinating Wang Ji, Shizhen was resolute in not allowing Huang Eru to intervene. I will handle Wang Ji myself. You stay here and be ready to assist me, Shizhen said in a low voice. This time, I will not heed your words, Huang Eru declared, lifting her chin defiantly. I am determined to go to the Wang residence. If you forbid me, I shall go on my own. A hint of smugness appeared on Huang Eru's delicate face as she continued. Perhaps Wang Ji has already met his demise. What do you mean by that? Shizhen asked, momentarily taken aback. You are still unaware, aren't you? Huang Eru replied, her expression brimming with pride. When I gave you that vial of tiger leopard qiyang pill, I secretly added poison to it. It is an extremely lethal toxin that seals the throat upon contact with blood. Once ingested by Wang Ji, his death is inevitable. Given his lecherous nature, he has likely already succumbed to his fate in the embrace of a woman. Upon hearing this, Shizhen's expression changed dramatically. Why did you not inform me of this matter? If Wang Ji were to succumb to the poison, that would be one thing. However, should he survive and uncover our treachery, would he not seek immediate retribution? My sister's intelligence is still in his possession. Chapter 77. Coercion. Huang Ai was equally taken aback by Shizhen's words. At that moment, I did not contemplate the consequences. What should we do now? Let us hasten to the Wang residence and assess Wang Ji's condition to determine whether he has discovered our foul play. Time reacted swiftly, immediately deciding. If not, then eliminate him. If he has already been discovered, we shall assess the situation and deliberate further. Let us proceed, Huang Muru said. Without further hesitation, Shizhen took decisive steps towards the Wang residence. At this moment, the estate appeared to have received some intelligence, as the defenses were evidently heightened. However, both Shizhen and Huang Mai, being practitioners themselves, easily evaded all sentinels and made their way to the innermost depths of the manor. There lay Wang Ji's bedroom, the very place Shizhen had visited earlier that day to deliver medicine. As he arrived outside the chamber, he indeed perceived shadows moving within, accompanied by soft, alluring whispers. After creating a small opening in the window, Shizhen leaned in to observe. He beheld Wang Ji reclined upon an opulent circular bed, surrounded by a bevy of stunning maidens who had previously served as his fleshly screen, now fervently attending to him with their most delicate attributes. Notably, a beautiful woman clad only in a red bodice was perched atop him, whispering sweet nothings and gasping with fervor. It was an extraordinarily seductive scene, one that would be beyond the experience of any ordinary man. Shizhen was momentarily taken aback. However, Huang Ai beside him promptly shoved him forcefully. What is there to see among these gaudy courtesans? With that, she kicked open the bedroom door and boldly entered the room. With a resounding crash, the bedroom door fell, and the wild winds of the night rushed in, extinguishing most of the lights within. The maidens behind the flesh screens turned pale, desperately trying to cover themselves and hide. Only the beauty in the red belly band displayed no sign of fear. Instead, she smiled alluringly. Master, look, we have a guest. She continued, her movements unabated, her fair body swaying as if navigating against a current. Wang Ji struggled to prop himself up on the bed, panting heavily as he turned his head towards Huang Ai, his round face etched with displeasure. Huang Xianshi, why do you barge into my bedroom at this late hour? What do you intend to do? What do I intend to do? Huang Ai scoffed repeatedly. I want to ask you, engaging in cannibalism and skinning people. What are you truly up to, you beast? What cannibalism and skinning? How could I possibly do such things? You must be misunderstanding something, Wang Ji stammered, seemingly wanting to say more, but before he could finish, Shizhen approached and threw something onto the ground. Wang Ji's eyes widened in horror as he immediately recognized the object, a human skin talisman. I have dealt with the 2 tantric monks in the dungeon. The people they killed were all your maidens. Don't tell me you were unaware of these events, Shizhen stated coldly. Wang Ji's face drained of color, stuttering as he struggled to form coherent words. Meanwhile, the beauty in the red belly band, who was atop him, now wore an expression of fury. You scoundrel! How dare you kill my companion in cultivation? Come here. With that, she leapt up, transforming into a streak of red cloud, rushing straight towards Shizhen's face. The move was fierce and swift, her agility extraordinary, far beyond what a mere martial artist could achieve. Upon witnessing the scene, Shizhen furrowed his brows and immediately raised a hand. With a resounding hum, a golden palm imprint shot forth, hurtling straight towards the woman's face. "Ha!" she exclaimed, raising her palm to counter the attack. A thunderous boom echoed as a burst of golden light erupted, and she was sent flying as if struck by a massive rhinoceros. Her delicate arm falling limp, blood streaming forth. It was evident that her strength paled in comparison to Shizhen's. In a single strike, she was gravely injured. Coughing and gasping for breath, the woman lay on the ground, blood spilling from her lips, yet her gaze remained frenzied. She glared fiercely at Shizhen, raising her other arm, fingers forming a seal as if to cast a spell. However, it was already too late. Huang Mei charged forward like an arrow, retrieving a palm-sized golden flying ring from her bosom and tossing it with a swift motion. Upon its release, the ring multiplied, transforming from 1 to 2, 2 to 4, and 4 to 8, manifesting numerous phantoms that struck the woman. In an instant, she was left grievously wounded, her insides exposed and her form shattered. Do not kill her just yet. As Shizhen was about to speak, he was taken aback to find that the woman had already met her demise, lifeless beyond any hope of revival. This sight compelled him to furrow his brow. Huang Mengru, however, raised her hand, summoning back the 8 golden rings. The 8 ethereal rings descended as if a flock of birds returning to their nest, gracefully landing in her palm, where they coalesced into a singular ring, an act that appeared most enigmatic. After reclaiming the golden rings, Huang Mengru cast a disapproving glance at Shizhen. Such a demoness ought to be eliminated without hesitation. Why the restraint? Could it be that her beauty stirred a sense of pity within you, leading you to desire her for your harem? Certainly not. Shizhen shook his head and remarked, this woman exhibits no fluctuations of spiritual energy. She is merely an ordinary mortal. Yet, just moments ago, she appeared to possess some form of mystical power, able to contend with us cultivators. Truly remarkable. I intend to spare her life solely to inquire about certain intelligence. Did you not hear? Just now, upon learning of the demise of 2 tantric monks, she erupted in fury, claiming we had slain her companions in cultivation. This indicates she is in league with those vile monks. Damn it! After expressing his frustration, Huang Mengru spat upon the lifeless body of the beautiful woman on the ground. This was indeed a question I wished to pose as well. Alas, since she is already dead, let it be. Following this, Shizhen turned his gaze towards Wang Ji, his face betraying an unmasked aura of malevolence. However, upon meeting Shizhen's gaze, Wang Ji trembled uncontrollably, his corpulent form quickly flipping over as he knelt beneath the bed. My benefactors, had it not been for your timely intervention, I would likely have been tormented to death by those detestable tantric monks. Tears and snot streamed down his face, portraying his profound sorrow. To be candid, I have long been aware of the inexplicable disappearances and murders of the maidservants within the manor. In truth, these deeds were orchestrated by those tantric monks, and I had no part in them. I was merely coerced and exploited by them. Upon hearing Wang Ji's words, Shizhen was taken aback. He furrowed his brow and retorted, you claim these events are being manipulated by the tantric practitioners and that you were forced to comply? Do you take me for a mere child, easily deceived? I would never dare to deceive the immortal master. Wang Ji wiped his tears, speaking with a tone of despair. A year ago, 2 monks arrived from the Tibetan border, proclaiming themselves as masters of the Buddhist sect, and they were welcomed here. Their powers were vast, and I dared not neglect them. However, they soon recognized my wealth and began to threaten and control me, compelling me to assist in collecting corpses and crafting magical artifacts. Although I was unwilling, as a mere mortal without any means to resist such practitioners, I had no choice but to comply. Thus, I have remained under their control until now. As he recounted this, Wang Ji seemed overtaken by sorrow, lamenting his fate. Yet, upon hearing his tale, Shizhen remained silent. while Huang Eru scoffed derisively from the side. Nonsense. If you were truly under the control of malevolent practitioners, why not report it to the court? Do you truly believe that the foundation-building master residing in the governor's manor is feckless? Those two mere chi-refining beggars would hardly warrant his attention. Chapter 78. The man-eater. Upon hearing this, Shizhen nodded slightly, his brow furrowed as he cast a skeptical glance at Wang Ji. The expression on his face clearly betrayed a profound lack of trust. However, Wang Ji had anticipated such a reaction. Esteemed masters, he began, I have indeed contemplated this matter. Yet, from the very outset, they inflicted upon me a lethal poison. As a result, I am compelled to consume human flesh and blood daily to alleviate my affliction. Moreover, they have dispatched a woman named Ming Fei under the pretense of aiding my cultivation, yet she is in fact monitoring my every move. Every action of mine is under their meticulous control. How could I possibly dare to make contact with the court? Upon hearing this, Shizhen stepped forward and grasped his arm for examination. Moments later, he cast a profound glance at Wang Ji and nodded slowly. The blood within him surged, indeed indicating signs of poisoning. Let me take a look, Huang Mairu interjected, clearly skeptical, as she approached to feel Wang Ji's pulse. However, after a short while, she furrowed her brows. This pulse is rather peculiar. The blood flows with fervor, and the internal organs appear to be in turmoil, resembling the effects of a heat toxin. After speaking, Huang Mairu released his arm and scrutinized him from head to toe. In that case, it seems we have wronged you. Not at all, not at all. Were it not for your timely intervention in eliminating the malevolent practitioners of the esoteric sect and dispatching the Mingfei who was tasked with surveilling me, I would likely be in a state far worse than death. I am genuinely grateful to both of you. Wang Ji bowed repeatedly, his head knocking against the ground with a resounding thud, embodying a level of humility that was almost unbearable for Huang Mairu to witness. Enough, she said, feeling a wave of discomfort. Since you two were coerced, this matter does not pertain to you. However, all the maidservants you have recruited must be dismissed, and they should receive sufficient compensation for their relocation. Yes, indeed. Wang Ji nodded vigorously. Furthermore, those innocent women who were previously slain must be reburied, with their graves restored and tombs constructed. For those whose families can be contacted, substantial compensation must be provided. For those who cannot be reached, the funds should be donated to disaster victims. Huang Mairu continued. Of course, I shall heed your every word. Wang Ji hastily replied. Publicize the heinous acts of the esoteric sect to the world. We must request the court to dispatch skilled individuals to suppress these wicked practitioners. Huang Mairu declared. Yet this time, a look of hesitation emerged on Wang Ji's plump face. What is it? Huang Mairu's eyes narrowed dangerously. Well, Wang Ji wiped the sweat from his brow. What you may not be aware of, Huang Xianshi, is that these practitioners of the esoteric sect have a hidden stronghold near our Luoyang city. If we were to confront them openly, it could pose a significant threat to both of you. A hidden stronghold? Shizhen and Huang Ai exchanged a glance, both turning their attention to Wang Ji. What on earth is happening? Please explain in detail. Upon hearing this, Wang Ji cleared his throat and began. 130 miles east of Luoyang, there lies a mountain known as Jikong Mountain, atop which stands a newly constructed temple called Huoyan Temple. Within this temple reside many practitioners of the esoteric Buddhist teachings, and it is said that numerous magical artifacts crafted in my estate have been sent there. Huoyan Temple? Upon hearing this, Shizhen turned to Huang Eru and inquired, is there truly such a temple? I believe I have heard of it. Indeed, there exists a newly constructed temple. However, the statues within are rather peculiar, resulting in a lack of devotees. Huang Eru frowned, contemplating the implications. This suggested that these practitioners of esoteric Buddhism were not merely solitary figures, but rather organized and deliberate in their intent to establish a sect and a branch of esoteric Buddhism in this locale. Shizhen stroked his chin, deep in thought. Meanwhile, Wang Ji cautiously observed the two, wearing a smile as he spoke. Esteemed immortals, your powers are vast and beyond reproach. I am but a mere mortal, still burdened by the lingering effects of poison in my blood. How could I dare confront such formidable esoteric masters? As for the maidservants within the estate, I shall ensure their proper care. However, it is you two who must address the matter of these esoteric monks. Upon hearing this, Huang Eru glanced at Shizhen. Did you hear that? He expects us to handle this ourselves. What are your thoughts, Shizhen? Shizhen did not respond, instead turning his gaze towards Wang Ji. What news do you have regarding the Fire Cloud Temple? Are there any formidable warriors stationed there? I am afraid I am not well informed about such matters, Wang Ji replied. Shaking his head, Huang Muru interjected, "What could a controlled fool like him possibly know? Asking him is a futile endeavor. In my opinion, we must make our way to the Fire Cloud Temple. With unwavering resolve, we should eradicate this band of ruthless thieves who devour their victims without remorse. Allow me a moment to contemplate." Shizhen lifted his shoulders, pondering for a moment before casting another glance into the room. He noticed a dozen maidens huddled in a corner, trembling in fear, and saw Wang Ji, sycophantic and quivering with flesh, kneeling at his feet. An inexplicable sense of irritation welled up within him, as if something were amiss, yet he could not pinpoint what it was. "Wang Ji, these are merely your words. How can I place my trust in you? If I were to visit the Fire Cloud Temple and find myself betrayed by you, would I not be ensnared in my own folly? I cannot deceive the two celestial masters. Should you harbor doubts, I can offer my daughter as collateral." "Collateral? What do you mean by that?" Shizhen raised an eyebrow. Wang Ji replied, "The abbot of the Fire Cloud Temple has long desired my daughter to join him for cultivation. Fearing for her well-being, I have consistently declined. If you intend to visit the Fire Cloud Temple, I shall allow my daughter to accompany you, thus enabling you to meet the abbot directly. That seems unwise. What if something were to happen? Would your daughter not be sacrificing herself needlessly?" Huang Mei instinctively opposed. Yet before she could finish her words, Shizhen gestured for silence. "Then let your daughter come and accompany us on our journey." "Very well," Wang Ji responded, his countenance brightening. He immediately turned to a nearby maid and commanded, "Bring my daughter here at once. There is no need for her to come here." Shizhen cast a glance at the room, drenched in blood, with a delicate body sprawled within, and frowned as he remarked, "Have her come to the Qingling apothecary tomorrow morning." "Yes, of course," Wang Ji replied without hesitation, immediately acquiescing. "Let us depart, Manager Huang. There is nothing more to attend to here." Shizhen turned around and strode out of the bedroom. Huang Mairu, somewhat perplexed, cast a glance at him before swiftly following suit. Before long, the two figures vanished into the distance. At that moment, Wang Ji knelt on the ground, prostrating himself with an air of utmost reverence. It was only after he confirmed that Shizhen and Huang Mairu had departed that he erupted like an enraged lion, leaping to his feet. "Damn those two wretches. They killed my friend and ruined my plans. If only I had fully absorbed the power of the curse marks on my skin and could wield my magic, I would have crushed you both long ago. Cursed, cursed." His fury reached a fever pitch, unleashing his primal instincts. With a mere gesture, he sent forth a wave of faint crimson wind that toppled all the maidservants in the room. Spare us, master." The maids cried out in terror, desperately pleading for their lives. Yet, Wang Ji, like a malevolent specter, lunged at them, snapping their necks one by one. Subsequently, he reached out and extracted the heart from one of the corpses, heedless of its origins, and ravenously began to chew. As he swallowed the heart, his corpulent body radiated a striking crimson hue, as though his blood were boiling. At that moment, his skin, which had previously appeared ordinary yet was now more than twice its usual size, revealed bizarre patterns, particularly on his back and chest, where two grotesque green statues of a deity embracing a beautiful figure emerged. It seemed only a body of such girth could bear the weight of these strange icons etched upon it. As these statues manifested, his aura surged dramatically, rapidly ascending to the 9th level of Qi refinement. However, this overwhelming pressure lasted but a moment before dissipating, akin to a deflated balloon, vanishing entirely. The once formidable aura reduced to nothingness in an instant. How infuriating! If only I possessed a spiritual vein to cultivate, I would not have to resort to the methods of those esoteric practitioners to gain power. Even a mere green serpent can cultivate, yet I cannot. The heavens are unjust. The heavens are unjust. Witnessing the disappearance of his spiritual pressure, Wang Ji's visage twisted further, resembling a frenzied ogre as he began to voraciously consume the corpses strewn about, leaving no victim unscathed, even the beautiful woman in the red belly band who had been slain at the outset. Chapter 79. The artifacts of the esoteric sect are indeed most enigmatic. In the bamboo cottage of the Qingling apothecary's rear courtyard, Shizhen pointed to a human skin artifact on the ground and remarked to Huang Mairu, "Take this human skin artifact as an example. The larger the surface area, the greater its power." Upon hearing this, Huang Mairu could not help but furrow her delicate brows and replied, "If a larger area indeed correlates with greater power, then why do they not gather animal hides? Be it pigskin, cowhide, or even elephant skin. All of these are significantly larger than human skin, are they not? There must be some kind of restrictive condition at play." Shizhen's eyes flickered with insight as he speculated. For instance, These human skins are all from young women. After all, these women possess no magical prowess themselves, yet their skins can be utilized to perform spells. This indicates that the esoteric teachings can bestow magical energy upon specific targets. It sounds somewhat akin to our Taoist talisman techniques. Huang Mai appeared contemplative. Indeed, there are similarities. Yet the methods employed are excessively gruesome and cruel. Shizhen glanced outside the door and noticed 6 maidservants standing obediently at the entrance. Not daring to leave for a moment, curiosity prompted him to inquire about the arrangements for these young ladies. Upon his departure from the royal residence with Huang Ai, Shizhen had made a special visit to his guest quarters within the palace. To his surprise, he discovered that the 4 maidens in green attire had not dared to rest at all. As the night drew to a close, they remained in the room, awaiting his return. This gesture deeply moved Shizhen. Upon learning of his impending departure from the palace, they hastily knelt on the ground, pleading with him to take them along. As Shizhen contemplated the situation, he realized that since Wang Ji intended to dismiss all the maidservants, who were all unfortunate souls from destitute backgrounds with nowhere to go, it would be more benevolent to take them with him. Thus, upon returning to the Qingling apothecary, the once tranquil and secluded bamboo courtyard was suddenly graced by the presence of 6 young women, each around the tender age of 15 or 16, all strikingly beautiful. "This is not my concern," Huang Mai remarked with a huff. "You, Sir Shi, are incessantly displaying your compassion. Surely you do not expect me to clean up after you?" Upon hearing this, Shizhen could not help but furrow his brow. To speak candidly, ever since leaving Longqing, Shizhen had not found a stable place to dwell, let alone accommodate these 6 maidens. However, to dismiss them on the spot, casting them into the streets, would be utterly inappropriate. In this tumultuous era, where bandits roam freely and outlaws abound, allowing them to fend for themselves would be akin to sending lambs into the jaws of a tiger. It is likely that before they even manage to leave Luoyang City, these 6 would find themselves sold into the black market once more. Therefore, it is best to let them stay here for the time being. Once I secure a stable residence, I shall make proper arrangements for them. "Oh, then I must inquire about your intended arrangements." Huang Mei raised an eyebrow, asking, "Will it be revelry and debauchery, sharing the same bed, or will you, like Wang Ji, also create a flesh partition?" "Certainly not. I intend to help them find a legitimate means of livelihood." Shizhen shook his head. "What about Zhou Mi and Chen Baobao? They seem to trust you immensely," Huang Mairu inquired, seemingly quite concerned about the women beside Shizhen at that moment. Upon hearing this, Shizhen appeared to have an epiphany and scrutinized Huang Ai from head to toe. "As for the 2 of them, my responsibility was merely to escort them to Luoyang. I had no intention of assuming continued responsibility." "Miss Huang, is your inquiry not rather too detailed?" "Humph. Were it not for the fact that they are currently residing in my establishment, do you think I would take such idle concern?" Although Huang Ai expressed herself in this manner, she inwardly sighed in relief upon realizing that Shizhen did not intend to bear ongoing responsibility. Subsequently, she took the initiative to propose a solution. "My pharmacy is flourishing, and sustaining a few idle individuals poses no challenge. Let them reside here for the time being. We ought to deliberate on how to eliminate those thieving bald heads from the Fire Cloud Temple. That is of utmost importance." At this moment, she naturally employed the term "we," seemingly having fully embraced Shizhen as one of her own. "You are indeed correct." After lingering momentarily in the bamboo dwelling, Shizhen spoke. "What if we report this matter to the court and request skilled assistance?" "No," Huang Mairu interjected. "Didn't Wang Ji mention that if the situation escalates, he would be the first to perish? Furthermore, by that time, the bandits from the Fire Cloud Temple would have long since fled." Shizhen then proposed, "Shall we privately contact that senior cultivator in the foundation establishment stage to see if we can persuade him to intervene?" "Don't be foolish," Huang Mairu replied, shaking her head. "Such trifles, even if they involve hundreds of lives, would hardly entice him." "Hundreds of lives are merely trifles?" Shizhen was taken aback. "Even thousands or tens of thousands of lives hold no significance for him," Huang Mairu scoffed. "To them, the lives of mortals are akin to those of ants, utterly inconsequential. They will only act if it encroaches upon the core interests of the court or if a direct command is issued. Otherwise, these foundation establishment cultivators will not easily lend their aid." "What, then, is their purpose?" Shizhen furrowed his brow. "The primary function is intimidation. As for specific acts of maintaining order or capturing thieves, those are tasks for the officials and constables. Why would they involve themselves?" Huang Mairu cast a glance at Shizhen. "Surely, this is common knowledge within the cultivation world. Are you truly unaware?" I am not aware, he admitted. Shizhen shook his head. It's all right. I will gradually teach you in the future. Huang Ai, upon witnessing Shizhen's earnestness, couldn't help but reveal a faint smile as she stepped forward to pat him on the shoulder. Upon hearing this, Shizhen nodded slightly, tacitly acknowledging Huang Ai's closeness to him. After all, Shizhen held a favorable impression of this young woman. Although her temperament was somewhat fiery, she was undeniably a good person, harboring a deep-seated aversion to evil and possessing a candid heart. At that moment, Huang Ai seemed to recall something and inquired of Shizhen, "What purpose do you have in involving Wang Ji's daughter in this matter? Is it not akin to sending a mere child to her demise at Huiyun Temple?" "I cannot help but worry for Wang Ji," in a succinct manner. Shizhen expressed, "This girl is akin to a hostage I have retained in my possession." "Hostage? How so?" Huang Ai inquired, her face a portrait of confusion. Shizhen did not respond immediately. Instead, he wandered back and forth in the bamboo dwelling, pondering for a moment before finally speaking. "I have a persistent feeling that Wang Ji is concealing something from us. Yet, I cannot recall the specifics. Moreover, he is also aware of the intelligence regarding my sister. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, and we find ourselves at odds with him, having his daughter in our possession serves as a form of leverage. You are exceedingly cautious," Wang Mu remarked, somewhat taken aback. "While I harbor a strong dislike for Wang Ji, I believe he has no reason to deceive us." At this point, Huang Mu regarded Shizhen with a look of skepticism. "Are you truly considering using Miss Wang as a hostage and delivering her to Huiyun Temple for those thieving bald heads? Are you not concerned about the potential repercussions?" Upon hearing this, Shizhen shook his head. "Firstly, I shall not allow any harm to befall this girl. Even in the face of genuine peril, I will safeguard her. Secondly, while one should harbor no malicious intent, it is prudent to remain vigilant against potential treachery. Should Wang Ji prove truthful, I shall naturally return his daughter to him. However, if he deceives us, will you then take his daughter's life?" Huang Ai immediately pressed for clarification. "I shall ensure that he endures a fate worse than death, regretting ever having come into this world." As Shizhen squinted his eyes, a trace of chilling murderous intent flickered within his gaze. Chapter 80. The Young Lady of the Wang Family outside Luoyang City. 130 miles to the east lies Jikong Mountain, home to the Huiyun Temple. At this moment, along the desolate mountain path, 3 individuals were slowly ascending. The 2 individuals in the lead, a man adorned in a golden crown and a brocade robe, exuding an air of remarkable charisma, and a woman in a flowing yellow garment, whose beauty was unparalleled, were none other than Shizhen and Huang Ai. Following closely behind was a girl of about 14 or 15, clad in a black dress. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist, devoid of any adornments. Dressed entirely in an inky black gown, her eyes, as cold as ice, radiated a sense of aloofness, seemingly detached from the world. Particularly when she directed her gaze toward Shizhen and Huang Ai, her delicate face subtly manifested a hint of hatred, as if they harbored some profound enmity against her. "You 2 villains, how could you persuade my father to send me to Huiyun Temple? I clearly told you that it is a den of vice." Her voice was somewhat hoarse, laced with a venomous resentment. However, it appeared that Shizhen and Huang Ai had grown weary of her complaints during the journey, showing no inclination to engage with her, instead focused on moving forward while pulling a rope. Upon closer inspection, one would notice a leash fastened around the girl's neck, firmly grasped in Shizhen's hand. Consequently, she was compelled to match his pace, with no room for resistance. "Damn Shizhen! In all my years, no one has dared to treat me this way, confining me with a dog leash. Just wait, if I survive this, I will surely hire the world's finest assassins to exact 1,000 cuts upon you. Save your breath, an assassin would merely slit your throat. 1,000 cuts require a level of expertise that an assassin cannot provide." At long last, Shizhen languidly spoke, retorting, "Why should you care? Damn commoner. There is no one in this world who dares to control me. If you have the audacity, loosen the ropes and witness how I will end you." The girl in the black dress seemed to struggle, yet she was utterly immobilized. It turned out that her hands were also bound in front of her, rendering her unable to escape. This appearance was akin to that of a prisoner banished to the frontier, a particularly perilous criminal requiring constant vigilance. Logically, both Shizhen and Huang Ai were cultivators of extraordinary prowess, while this noble lady from the Wang family possessed no cultivation whatsoever, merely an ordinary individual. How could she be subjected to such treatment? However, the apprehensive expression on Huang Ai's face as she gazed at the girl in the black dress indicated that there was undoubtedly a reason behind it all. It transpired that Shizhen and Huang Ai Ru had been meticulously preparing overnight at the Qingling apothecary, intending to set off for the Fire Cloud Temple at dawn. It was then that this young lady from the Wang family arrived at the apothecary, not alone, but accompanied by a group of individuals intent on assaulting, vandalizing, robbing, and burning the establishment. This entourage comprised skilled fighters from the martial world, who, under the financial employment of the girl in black, launched a brazen attack on the apothecary. Fortunately, due to Shizhen and Huang Ai Ru's quick reactions and decisive actions, a catastrophe was averted. However, after defeating the group of martial experts, Shizhen expected the girl in black to relent. To his astonishment, she was fully armed, initially raising a military crossbow and pulling the trigger aimed at him. Subsequently, she produced a variety of exquisite concealed weapons, such as the rain pear blossom needles, Tang sect killing darts, and thousand mechanisms cicada wing knives. Most astonishingly, after Shizhen and Huang Ai Ru managed to fend off these concealed attacks, she brandished a vial, hurling it towards Huang Ai Ru's face as if it were acid. Originally, Huang Ai Ru intended to disperse the attack with a wave of her sleeve, but fortunately, Shizhen sensed something amiss and promptly pushed her aside. Otherwise, this highly corrosive potion would have disfigured and potentially killed her. Observing the bluestone floor being corroded into a deep pit, Huang Ai Ru's countenance changed dramatically as she unleashed a powerful gust of wind, knocking the girl in black to the ground. Immediately, a group of shop assistants surged forward, binding her tightly like a rice dumpling. At this moment, the three finally engaged in their first exchange. The girl in black was named Wang Emotian, the sole legal heir of the Wang family in Luoyang. Her father, Wang Ji, was adopted into the Wang family, thus merely acting as a temporary steward of the estate. Due to her noble status, no one dared to discipline her, allowing her to grow up unruly, haughty, and rebellious. Later, when the abbot of the Fire Cloud Temple invited her to cultivate there, she resolutely declined. Upon learning that Wang Ji had sent her to the Qingling apothecary to accompany Shizhen and Huang Ai Ru to the Fire Cloud Temple, she was incensed and brought a large group to punish them. Little did she expect to be captured by Shizhen instead. To prevent this girl from devising any further schemes, Shizhen bound her hands and attached a leash, forcibly bringing her up the mountain. Thus, the scene unfolded with Shizhen and Huang Ai Ru walking ahead while she was tethered behind. However, despite her rebellious nature, Wang Emotian had her reasons for not wanting to go to the Fire Cloud Temple. Firstly, the temple had a notorious reputation. Rumors suggested it was filled with debauched monks who preyed on virtuous women. Secondly, the abbot had previously met Wang Emotian and displayed an unmistakable lustful gaze toward her, making her exceedingly uncomfortable. Thus, she was resolute in her unwillingness to set foot in the Fire Cloud Temple. Throughout the journey, Wang Emotian did not cease her tirades, often resorting to childlike stubbornness by sitting on the ground, refusing to budge. In response to the situation, Shizhen exhibited no compassion, merely tugging at the dog leash to forcibly drag her away. In an instant, a distinct red mark appeared on Wang Moshuan's neck, and at times, due to Shizhen's somewhat rough actions, she nearly suffocated. Initially, Huang Ai Ru attempted to intercede on her behalf with a few words. However, Shizhen silenced her with a single remark. When she hurled venom at you, she showed no hesitation whatsoever. In the face of such a viperous woman, one must not show weakness. Observing Shizhen's unwavering firmness, Wang Moshuan realized that no tactic would be effective and thus complied obediently. In her eyes, the ruthless and cold-hearted Shizhen truly seemed capable of hanging her with the very rope he wielded. Yet, although she acquiesced to accompany him to the Fire Cloud Temple, her mouth never ceased its complaints and curses. At this moment, having reached the halfway point up the mountain, while Wang Moshuan racked her brain for the most cutting insults to alleviate her pent-up resentment, Shizhen suddenly halted. He then turned sharply and strode towards her, covering her mouth with his hand. "MMM. MMM." Wang Moshuan gasped in surprise, ready to struggle, when Shizhen's voice whispered in her ear, "If you wish to survive, you must keep quiet. From now on, whatever transpires, you must cooperate with me. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safe departure from the Fire Cloud Temple." Though his words were softly spoken, each syllable resonated with chilling clarity in Wang Moshuan's ears. This was the first time in her life that a strange man had covered her mouth so tightly that she could scarcely breathe. However, upon hearing Shizhen's ominous assurance of her potential fate, her expression shifted and she nodded in understanding. It appeared she discerned that Shizhen did not intend to abandon her at the Fire Cloud Temple. Just as Wang Moshuan acknowledged this, two monks clad in red robes approached along the mountain path, heading directly towards Shizhen and Huang Ai Ru. Their eyes were fierce, their faces brutish, devoid of any compassion associated with the Buddhist faith, particularly as they cast lecherous glances at the two beautiful women. "Are you three here to offer incense, or to make a wish?" one of the foreign monks inquired. Upon hearing this, Shizhen raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What does it mean to offer incense, and how does one make a wish?" Offering incense merely involves providing a monetary contribution for the incense and proceeding to the Great Hero Hall. As for making a wish, it depends on the nature of the wish you intend to express. The monk scrutinized Shizhen, and upon realizing that he was merely a well-dressed youth, a hint of malice flickered in his eyes. "At our Fire Cloud Temple, wishes for children are remarkably effective. All it requires is for your wife to engage in 3 days of diligent meditation in the back Zen room, and I assure you, she will return home with a healthy baby boy." Upon hearing this, Shizhen had yet to respond when Huang Ai Ru could not contain herself and spat. "Bah! If she were to spend 3 days here, the child born would likely be a bastard. Ah, if you do not believe it, would it not be better to experience it for yourself? Our temple harbors many wonders." As they spoke, the two monks approached Shizhen and Huang Ai Ru, attempting to coerce them into ascending the mountain and entering the temple. It seemed that the temple had not seen a generous visitor in quite some time, and their impatience was palpable. "How dare you?" Huang Ai Ru exclaimed, her fury igniting as she prepared to retaliate, only to be restrained by Shizhen. He then turned to face the two monks, his voice cold as ice. "Masters, do you happen to recognize the person standing behind me?" The two monks glanced at Wang Moshuan and shook their heads in unison. Shizhen elucidated, "This individual is the esteemed daughter of the Luoyang royal family. She has graciously come to pay her respects at your invitation. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to return swiftly and request an audience with the abbot." The two foreign monks, upon hearing this, exchanged astonished glances, unable to resist scrutinizing Wang Moshuan from head to toe. Is this truly the next revered consort that our master has been yearning for? Indeed, she possesses remarkable beauty, particularly that fiery cherry blossom mouth, utterly enchanting. After thoroughly examining Wang Moshuan, one monk promptly turned back towards the temple to inform the abbot, while the other remained vigilant, ensuring that the trio did not escape. Before long, the grand doors of Huayan Temple swung open, revealing a throng of monks clad in red robes. At the forefront was a robust figure adorned with a yellow conical hat, his ruddy face devoid of a beard, likely in his 50s or 60s. Striding forth with an air of authority. Upon reaching Shizhen and his companions, he first cast a glance at Shizhen and Huang Ai Ru, before his gaze settled upon Wang Moshuan. Instantly, a broad smile of satisfaction graced his face. After a year apart, Miss Wang has blossomed into an even more exquisite beauty. Truly, amidst, this is indeed a cause for celebration. Humph. Wang Moshuan merely huffed dismissively, choosing silence. Yet, the yellow-hatted abbot remained unperturbed, extending his hand with a warm smile, saying, "Esteemed guests, please come inside." Upon witnessing this, Shizhen exchanged a grave glance with Huang Ai Ru, both of their expressions reflecting a profound concern. The reason being, they found themselves utterly unable to discern the true cultivation level of the yellow-hatted monk. However, the dozen or so esoteric monks trailing behind him evidently possessed considerable prowess, with the most formidable among them having reached the 9th level of qi refinement. Given that the disciples' cultivation also peaked at the 9th level of qi refinement, it was highly probable that the yellow-hatted monk's strength was at the foundation establishment stage. This realization cast a shadow over Shizhen and Huang Ai Ru's countenances, for upon their arrival they had speculated about the potential cultivation level of the abbot of Huayan Temple. Yet, both had deemed it unlikely that he was a formidable practitioner at the foundation establishment stage. After all, if he were indeed such a master, it would be inconceivable for him to have remained at Jikong Mountain for an entire year without garnering any reputation. To the extent that the temple was on the verge of losing its devotees, it is worth noting that those third-rate sects with foundation establishment masters could command respect over a vast radius of several hundred miles. Shizhen had also contemplated the scenario in which the abbot of the Fire Cloud Temple possessed foundational cultivation. In light of this, he had made some preparations, however. It was clear that the entire process would become significantly more perilous. After engaging in a round of superficial pleasantries, Shizhen, Huang Ai Ru, and Wang Moshuan followed the yellow-hatted abbot into the temple. The temple was modest in size, featuring 3 main halls, each housing a solitary statue of Buddha. However, the numerous side rooms flanking the temple were tightly shut, concealing unknown contents within. As the trio wandered through the temple, the yellow-hatted abbot provided a brief introduction of himself in the Fire Cloud Temple. He identified himself as Master Huayan, a practitioner of the Serene Power sect of Tibetan Buddhism. In pursuit of cultivating followers, he had journeyed to Luoyang with a group of disciples to establish the temple. The conditions within the temple were quite rudimentary, lacking both gold and silver. Yet, this was of little consequence, as the meager number of devotees was truly disheartening. While speaking, Master Huayun guided Shizhen and the others to the final hall. Inside, they beheld a peculiar statue of Buddha, characterized by a green face, tusks, and wide-open, furious eyes. With 1,000 arms and 3 faces, each wielding a different sacred artifact. What was even more astonishing was that the statue cradled a stunningly fair-skinned woman in a manner suggestive of intimacy. Such an extraordinary sight was one that Shizhen had never encountered before, leaving him momentarily speechless. Huang Eru, blushing profusely, could not help but turn her head away in disgust. In contrast, Wang Moshuan appeared unfazed, as if she had heard of this statue before. After a thorough examination, she merely let out a dismissive snort. It seemed that such trivial spectacles held no shock value for the esteemed Miss Wang. Yet, Master Huayun seemed particularly attentive to Wang Moshuan's reaction. Witnessing her lack of fear towards the statue, a look of delight spread across his face. We, practitioners of the Serene Power sect, engage in dual cultivation, emphasizing the realization of one's true nature through mutual enlightenment, ultimately achieving an indestructible Dharma body, he proclaimed, extending a finger toward the woman in the statue's embrace. This lady is our sect's Mingfei. She is an indispensable partner in our cultivation. Only through their collaboration can practitioners reach elevated realms. I see, you wish for me to become your Mingfei. Wang Moshuan shot a glance at Master Huayun and curled her lip in disdain. Apologies, but you are both old and unattractive. I hold no interest in you. If you covet my family's wealth, I can arrange for some to be sent your way. Should you be in need of women, I can procure some for you as well. But as for this young lady, you may as well abandon the thought. Her words left Shizhen astonished. He had not anticipated Wang Moshuan as fortitude in the face of such a formidable lecherous monk. Did she not fear that the monks might suddenly turn hostile, capturing her? Should conflict erupt, Shizhen's contingency plan would be rendered utterly ineffective. Just as Shizhen contemplated taking action, Master Huayan chuckled lightly. It is no surprise that the world misunderstands our dual cultivation in the Serene Power sect. Much like they can never comprehend how a single character can wield such terrifying power. Upon uttering these words, Master Huayun abruptly formed a hand seal and intoned a syllable. Ma. With a thunderous roar, the entire hall quaked violently. Shizhen felt an indescribable and terrifying energy erupt from Master Huayun, shaking the very ground beneath him and nearly causing him to lose his footing. Had such formidable energy been directed at him moments ago, it was likely that he would have been instantly obliterated. Chapter 82. Betrayal. Such power from just a single character. This was an unimaginable revelation for Shizhen. It appeared that Master Huayun was not merely spouting nonsense. The Serene Power sect he practiced indeed possessed some profound mysteries. Could it be that, through dual cultivation alone, one could enhance their strength and ascend to foundational levels? Unable to resist, Shizhen cast a glance at the eerie statue of Buddha in the temple. However, he quickly shook his head. Even if the dual cultivation technique of the Fire Cloud Master could indeed enhance one's strength, those foreign monks were undoubtedly not virtuous individuals. Just thinking of the innocent girls who had met tragic ends in the dungeon revealed the true malevolence of this so-called secret sect. While Shizhen pondered these thoughts, Huang Muru beside him turned pale with fright. This was due to the Fire Cloud Master revealing a fraction of his terrifying power and fixing his leopard-like gaze firmly upon her. Oh, you must be the renowned Huang Yaoshi of Luoyang City. I have heard of you. You are a master alchemist, he remarked. I dare not claim such a title. Esteemed monk, you flatter me, Huang Muru responded, shaking her head. Yet, the next words from the Fire Cloud Master rendered her face ashen, a flicker of fear crossing her features. Our Fire Cloud Temple is in dire need of an alchemist. If you, Huang Yaoshi, are interested, why not join us and cultivate the Great Way together? Wouldn't that be splendid? The Fire Cloud Master spoke slowly. Upon his declaration, the dozen or so monks standing behind him fixed their gazes upon Huang Muru in unison. The overwhelming pressure compelled her to take a step back. As a mere woman, how could I possibly enter the temple? Esteemed monk, please do not jest, she protested. I am not jesting, the Fire Cloud Master replied, shaking his head. His gaze then shifted toward Shizhen. and his subsequent words caused both Shizhen and Huang Muru to reveal looks of astonishment. You killed 2 of our temple's artifact masters last night at the Wang residence, and now you come specifically to our Fire Cloud Temple. Do you presume this temple to be without defenders? If you are willing to join us, I shall overlook the matter of our monk's demise. If not, before he could finish, the monk standing behind him had already stepped forward, effectively blocking the entrance to the main hall. Among them were 5 or 6 individuals whose strength matched that of Shizhen and Huang Muru, including a formidable master at the 9th level of Qi refinement. Coupled with the terrifyingly powerful Fire Cloud Master, possessing foundation-building prowess, a confrontation would likely spell disaster for Shizhen and Huang Muru. Damn it! Huang Muru never anticipated that the events of the previous night would be unveiled so swiftly. Could it be that the Fire Cloud Master had gained celestial vision, allowing him to perceive events occurring over 100 miles away? Only Shizhen, initially taken aback, soon realized something, his expression darkening like stormy waters. Manager Huang, it seems we have been betrayed. Betrayed by whom? That Lady Wang? Huang Muru immediately turned her gaze to the side at Wang Moshuan, who had been observing coldly all along. It is not her. Shizhen shook his head, his countenance darkening as he spoke. It is Wang Ji. We had only just departed last night when this scoundrel alerted others. Curse be he. Huang Mairu, being a person of keen intellect, swiftly grasped the situation. Last night, Wang Ji had deceived Shizhen and Huang Mairu with his silver-tongued rhetoric, even presenting his own daughter to gain their trust. In reality, he was misdirecting their attention, deliberately luring Shizhen and Huang Mairu to the Fire Cloud Temple to meet their demise. He also cast aside the legitimate heir of the Wang family, Wang Emotian, offering her up to these foreign monks for imprisonment and exploitation. Should his scheme succeed, not only would he eliminate the 2 cultivators, Shizhen and Huang Mairu, but he would also be rid of Wang Emotian, thereby seizing complete control over the Wang family's assets. This man is truly malevolent. Contemplating this, Huang Mairu's brows furrowed in anger, her teeth clenched in fury. That despicable Wang Ji. My moment of negligence has led me into his wicked trap. I deeply regret not having slain him then. But enough about Wang Ji. We must first consider our current predicament. Shizhen stepped forward, placing Huang Mairu behind him, his gaze fixed upon the figure amidst the fiery clouds. It was I alone who vanquished your 2 smiths. No one else is implicated. If you seek vengeance, let it be directed solely at me. I implore you, spare Huang Mairu and allow her to depart in safety. Shizhen spoke with resolute clarity, utterly unhesitant. In an instant, Huang Mairu's expression shifted dramatically as she cast a glance at Shizhen, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Meanwhile, Wang Moshuan, who had been observing coldly from the sidelines, could no longer restrain her gaze upon Shizhen. Ba, well said, well said. The Fire Cloud Master lowered his gaze, uttering a single Buddhist chant. But as soon as his voice fell, he suddenly raised his hand, poised to strike Shizhen on the forehead. His movement was remarkably swift, leaving Shizhen no time to react. Yet, at that critical moment, Huang Mairu abruptly called out, "Stop!" At her words, the Fire Cloud Master's hand came to a halt just above Shizhen's head, his palm exuding a formidable power, restrained yet ready to unleash. He turned his gaze towards Huang Mairu. Huang Yaoshe, he has willingly offered his life. What further words do you have? You cannot kill him. Huang Mairu seemed to have resolved herself, revealing, his alchemical skills surpass mine. He is a genius alchemist capable of refining the Huanglong pill. At her revelation, the expressions of everyone in the Grand Hall, including the Fire Cloud Master, shifted dramatically. The mere mention of Huanglong pill seemed to possess an extraordinary allure, instantly tugging at the nerves of all present. The Fire Cloud Master widened his eyes, fixating intently on Shizhen. Young man, is what she says true? Can you truly refine the Huanglong pill? His voice trembled slightly, as though the existence of an alchemist capable of producing the Huanglong pill was an exceedingly rare phenomenon in the cultivation world. Even he, a formidable cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, recognized the necessity for utmost caution. Shizhen himself had not anticipated that the ability to concoct the Huanglong pill would garner such significant attention. However, witnessing the fervor of this group of bald monks stirred something within him, prompting a shift in his thoughts. I can indeed refine the Huanglong pill, but I cannot guarantee the probability of success, Shizhen stated. What do you mean by cannot guarantee? Is it a 30% chance, or perhaps 50? The Fire Cloud Master furrowed his brow. It is likely around 30%. Shizhen replied candidly, acknowledging that his attempts at alchemy had been limited. 30% success is not insignificant. The Fire Cloud Master scrutinized Shizhen, Nodding slightly, you are still young, with ample room for growth. However, after uttering this remark, a distinct look of skepticism crossed his face. Without tangible proof, how can I trust that you are capable of concocting the Huanglong pill? Perhaps this is merely a desperate measure by Huang Yaoshi to save your life. What must I do to earn your trust? Shizhen retorted, gazing at him coldly. In that case, let us forge a potion at once, the Fire Cloud Master declared solemnly. If you succeed, I shall place my faith in you and bestow upon you substantial opportunities. Upon hearing this, Shizhen merely shook his head. I have already stated that I possess merely a 30% chance of success in the alchemical process. If you compel me to attempt it and I fail, would I not be deemed a deceiver? The figure of Hui Yun, however, seemed to attach great significance to this matter, as he extended 5 fingers and declared, You shall have 5 opportunities to concoct the elixir. Should you succeed even once, I shall let you go. But if you fail, I assure you, your demise will be most terrifying. Very well. Without a moment's hesitation, Shizhen readily agreed and immediately put forth a request. However, he remarked, It is quite difficult to concoct the Huanglong pill alone, as it is a supreme elixir, and I will require assistance. That is easily arranged. The Fire Cloud Master responded without suspicion, You may command anyone within the hall at your discretion. Excellent. It seemed that Shizhen was awaiting his words, and without the slightest hesitation, he declared, Manager Huang is a dear friend of mine, well versed in the art of alchemy, and she can lend me her invaluable assistance. Upon hearing this, Huang Ai could not suppress her expression of gratitude as she glanced at Shizhen, fully aware that he was subtly protecting her. Very well. The Fire Cloud Master responded without hesitation, nodding in agreement. However, his next statement caused him to falter, for Shizhen audaciously proclaimed, I require a beautiful maiden to attend to me day and night. If not, my mood will sour, hindering my ability to concoct elixirs. Wang Moshuan would be an excellent choice. You must assign her to me. You desire a woman? I can readily provide you with a multitude, mature women, maidens, lolas, all at your disposal. But Wang Moshuan is off limits. She is the one I have chosen as the next Mingfei and cannot be shared. The Fire Cloud Master shook his head without a moment's thought. Upon hearing this, Wang Moshuan turned pale. Yet Shizhen remained resolute, glaring at the Fire Cloud Master. I am fond of this young lady from the Wang family. No one else will suffice. If you refuse, you may as well kill me now. No one will brew the Huanglong Dan for you. The Fire Cloud Master was taken aback by Shizhen's unwavering stance. His expression fluctuated, his piercing eyes, reminiscent of a snow leopard, scrutinizing both Shizhen and Wang Moshuan. In the end, the allure of the Huanglong Dan proved too strong to resist. Gritting his teeth, he begrudgingly uttered, Fine, I concede. I hope you can produce the Huanglong Dan swiftly. Otherwise, you will surely regret it. With that, he pointed a finger toward a side chamber adjacent to the main hall. You 3 shall reside there. Should you require anything, feel free to approach my eldest disciple. GSA, he will assist you. Furthermore, he continued coldly, do not entertain thoughts of escape. The area surrounding the chamber is fortified with formidable restrictions. Any attempt to breach them will result in dire consequences. Having said this, he swiftly departed, eager to avoid any second thoughts that might lead him to revoke his earlier decision. Once the Fire Cloud Master had left, Shizhen finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, the dozen or so foreign monks continued to fix their gaze upon him, preventing any rash actions. He could only follow behind the eldest disciple into the chamber. Upon entering, Shizhen surveyed the surroundings and found the chamber sparsely furnished with merely a bed, a table, and a chair, lacking even a window. It resembled a prison cell. The singular point of interest was a small magical formation etched above, embedded with a large white spirit stone that radiated a brilliant light as it powered the array. After Shizhen, Huang Eru, and Wang Moshuan entered the room, they began to survey their surroundings. The stern-faced senior disciple of the foreign monk, GSA, spoke up. Yaoshi, please inform me of all the materials required for alchemy. I shall prepare them at once. There is no need to rush, replied Shur. Let us first arrange this space. Otherwise, such a crude environment will surely affect my mood for refining elixirs. Shizhen spoke in a nonchalant tone, certainly. As long as the requests are not excessive, feel free to mention them. GSA replied coolly, not excessive requests? With a slight lift of his brow. Shizhen coldly remarked, I am intrigued to hear what you consider excessive demands. For instance, requesting to leave this chamber. Or proposing matters that this temple is utterly incapable of fulfilling. Perhaps you might even seek some exceedingly precious items. Or simply make unreasonable demands for the sheer purpose of tormenting others. His demeanor remained indifferent, Yet this statement compelled Shizhen to regard him with newfound respect. Initially, Shizhen had posed the question casually, with the intention of deliberately challenging him. To his surprise, the response came swiftly and with remarkable clarity. No wonder he was the most accomplished disciple. Indeed, his intellect was far deeper and his thoughts more agile than those of ordinary individuals. It appears that I must not underestimate this group of foreign monks. After a moment of contemplation, Shizhen resolved not to impose any difficulties on GSA and directly articulated his requirements. Please add another bed to the room, prepare additional clean bedding, and provide me with 2 chairs as well as several soft cushions, Shizhen stated. Soft cushions? Or are we referring to flesh cushions? GSA retorted. Flesh cushions? What on earth are those? Shizhen inquired, taken aback. Tools for indulgence. Occasionally, we may require them during our cultivation. GSA replied in a tone that was devoid of warmth. Upon hearing this, Shizhen was initially taken aback, but his expression soon darkened. So, you are implying that your temple still possesses such meat cushions? A few days ago, some new ones arrived. There are a few that have yet to be utilized. Would you like them? GSA gazed at Shizhen. Send them all over. And remember, it must be the entirety, Shizhen replied in a somber tone. That might not be feasible. GSA shook his head. Some of them are in a deplorable state, unfit for use. Moreover, one possesses extraordinary strength and remains imprisoned in the dungeon, still unyielding. Send them all. For those in a wretched condition, I have ways to restore them. As for the unyielding one, I possess methods to make her submit. I do not wish to repeat myself. Do you comprehend? Shizhen's face was grim as he glared at GSA. I will report to my master. Should he permit, I shall send them to you. GSA turned to leave. However, Shizhen beckoned him back. Did I grant you permission to depart? Return. What more do you require? GSA, surprisingly composed and undeterred by Shizhen's authoritative tone, maintained his icy demeanor. Along with those meat cushions, also send me a cauldron, a top-quality second-tier beast essence, and several various medicinal herbs. As soon as Shizhen opened his mouth, he listed a plethora of materials required for alchemy. After listening attentively, GSA immediately echoed the list verbatim, confirming its accuracy before turning to leave. With a resounding thud, the door to the private chamber slammed shut, leaving only Shizhen, Huang Mairu, and Wang Emotion in the empty room. Chapter 84. There are always ways after GSA departed. He made his way directly to a meditation room within the temple. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of Master Huiyun, visibly enraged, grasping a blonde girl who was being brutally mistreated. The girl, her body marred with bruises and in a pitiful state, had fallen silent, seemingly lifeless. Master, humph, that brat. What outrageous demands has he made now? Master Huiyun glared at GSA. Without casting a glance at the blonde girl in Huiyun's grip, GSA appeared utterly disinterested in the woman. He merely bowed respectfully and recounted the events from the private chamber word for word to Master Huiyun. Listening intently, Huiyun's expression shifted to one of intrigue. The materials he mentioned were sufficient to affirm his identity as a genuine alchemist. However, what could he possibly want with so many women? Could it be that he is a lecherous fiend? GSA remained silent. Suddenly, Huiyun sprang to his feet, the blonde girl dangling from him like a lifeless puppet, her limbs swaying as though played with carelessly. If he is indeed a lecherous fiend, he would be quite suitable for our sect of the Tantric school. Yet, considering his willingness to risk everything for Huang Mairu, he does not seem to fit the mold of a mere libertine. Perhaps he seeks to use this opportunity to protect all the women within the temple. Pacing back and forth, Master Huiyun speculated on Shizhen's intentions. Master, what shall we do? Should we refuse his request? No. Huiyun shook his head. The Huanglong Dan is of utmost importance to us. Our sect has never been able to master the alchemical methods of the Central Plains. An alchemist is far rarer and more valuable to us than to ordinary sections. Otherwise, I would not have suppressed my desire for vengeance against the disciple who was killed and actively entertained that Huang Yaoshi from the Qingling apothecary. It seems that Shizhen is reluctant to join our Huiyun temple, GSA remarked. If he is a libertine, I have my ways to deal with him. If he is not, I have other methods to compel him to comply. Master Huiyun snorted coldly and waved his hand dismissively. While these fleshly offerings are indeed rare commodities with spiritual veins, we have already drained them dry. Sending them to him is inconsequential. However, that unyielding harlot requires some persuasion. After speaking, a cunning smile crept across Huiyun's face. This wretched woman will serve as leverage to coerce Shizhen into joining us. At that point, should he fall into our trap, he will have no choice but to abandon his arrogance and will come to us, begging to be part of the Hua Yun Temple. Master, your prowess is indeed formidable and can easily subdue this fool, GSA flattered. Go forth and deliver all the fleshly offerings from the temple. Inform the other disciples to bide their time. Once Shizhen concocts the Huang Long Dan, each of them will receive exquisite offerings anew. Hua Yun raised his hand and unceremoniously tossed the blonde girl to GSA. And if Shizhen cannot produce it? GSA caught the girl. Unable to restrain his curiosity, then Shizhen himself shall become the next offering. With his cultivation at the 7th layer of Qi refining, he can assist many disciples in breaking through their bottlenecks. Hua Yun's face bore an enigmatic smile. GSA remained silent, bowing deeply before turning to leave. Inside the private chamber, Shizhen sat cross-legged on the floor, eyes closed and expression grave. Huang Mairu wandered anxiously around the room, seemingly searching for a weakness to exploit for an escape. Meanwhile, Wang Yimouxian, unperturbed, casually settled into the lone chair, crossing her legs without concern for the potential exposure of her skirt. Yet, her beautiful eyes remained fixed on Shizhen, her expression fluctuating between confusion, shyness, anger, and hatred, leaving one to wonder what thoughts occupied her mind. Ultimately, she shifted her chair closer to Shizhen, lifting a foot to nudge him in the back. Hey, you little rascal, stop playing dead. Wake up, I have questions for you. At that moment, Shizhen was clearly deep in thought when he was suddenly interrupted, causing him to feel a twinge of annoyance as he turned to reprimand Wang Moshuan. However, as he pivoted, the sight of Wang Moshuan raising her leg and the allure beneath her flowing black dress caught his attention. What are you staring at? Wang Moshuan seemed to sense Shizhen's gaze and promptly withdrew her foot, glaring at him with fierce indignation. I must inquire. Is it so difficult for you to remain quiet for just a moment? Must you always create a disturbance? Shizhen shot back with equal irritation. Hey, it was you who led me and Huang Aoru into this predicament. Now that we find ourselves confined here, you dare to claim the moral high ground? Wang Moshuan shouted. Despite her petite stature, her voice was piercing, reverberating throughout the room and causing Shizhen a throbbing headache. Silence. This room is empty. What are you making such a racket for? Do you wish for me to tighten my grip around your throat? Shizhen threatened without reservation. Those words indeed evoked a flicker of fear in Wang Moshuan, her bravado diminishing considerably. Yet, after a moment's pause and a determined clench of her jaw, she mustered her courage to declare, if you wish to choke me, then so be it. After all, I am but a defenseless girl, destined to endure your torment. But first, clarify this for me. What do you mean by I only like this Wang family heiress? Anyone else simply want to do? Upon hearing this, Shizhen was momentarily taken aback. He recalled uttering those very words in the Grand Hall, where he had deliberately addressed the Fire Cloud Master to protect Wang Moshuan. He had even resorted to threats, proclaiming, if you refuse, then kill me now. No one will concoct the Huanglong pill for you. These threats had indeed been effective, wresting Wang Moshuan from the jaws of danger. Nonetheless, it was likely only a temporary reprieve, as Shizhen himself was but meat on the chopping block, struggling to ensure his own safety. Hey, don't just sit there in silence. Speak up and give me a definitive answer, Wang Moshuan urged, unable to contain herself, and kicked Shizhen once more. This time, however, Shizhen did not allow her to succeed, gripping her ankle tightly. Ouch! Wang Moshuan exclaimed in pain. It was no wonder, for Shizhen's strength was far beyond that of ordinary cultivators. During his time training beside Long Qing, he had consumed the flesh and blood of demonic beasts and hunted throughout the forests, resulting in an exceptionally robust physique, far superior to his peers. Perhaps in his earlier grip, he had miscalculated his strength, inadvertently causing Wang Moshuan discomfort. Hearing her cry out, Shizhen immediately released her. Though he feigned indifference as he added, in the future, speak your mind without resorting to physicality. Otherwise, you shall surely be the one to suffer. Upon witnessing Shizhen's reaction to her pain, Wang Moshuan's expression shifted slightly. You're not entirely heartless. Why do you always treat me so harshly? Do you truly believe that I am enamored with men who are both fierce and violent? Before Shizhen could respond, Wang Moshuan had already engaged in a self-dialogue. I admit, there are moments when your cruelty excites me. However, your sudden displays of tenderness leave me utterly perplexed, you scoundrel. Wang Moshuan glared fiercely at Shizhen. Her cheeks puffed in indignation. Chapter 85, Betraying Kindness with Malice. Upon hearing Wang Moshuan's unexpected declaration, Shizhen was momentarily taken aback. To think that she could feel exhilarated after being treated with such coldness and brutality was quite perplexing. This young lady from the Wang family must possess some peculiarities in her mind. Meanwhile, Huang Mairu, who had been discreetly observing their conversation, felt her legs weaken at Wang Moshuan's astonishing revelation, nearly causing her to stumble. "Miss Huang, is this truly your disposition?" she mused. "Goodness. Shizhen, I am at a loss for words to describe you. Is this sheer luck or a stroke of romantic fortune?" At this moment, Shizhen clearly had no interest in engaging in idle chatter. After casting a glance at the two women, he furrowed his brow and declared, "We are imprisoned here, and our situation is exceedingly perilous. Let us focus our attention on how to escape." "I concur," Huang Mairu responded, displaying an obedient demeanor as she promptly seated herself beside Shizhen, appearing utterly devoted to him. In contrast, Wang Moshuan, upon hearing this, exhibited unmistakable dissatisfaction. After all, Shizhen had not addressed her earlier inquiry. She was uncertain whether Shizhen harbored affection for her or disdain. This uncertainty was particularly disheartening, especially since she had clearly expressed her feelings towards him yet remained overlooked. Strangely enough, despite her discontent, she soon found herself resting her chin on her hand, fixated on Shizhen with unwavering attention. It seemed that his cold indifference, though disheartening, only intensified her concern for him. Just as Shizhen and Huang Mairu were contemplating their escape, while Wang Moshuan continued to gaze at Shizhen with rapt fascination, a sudden commotion arose outside. Moments later, the door to the chamber swung open, revealing GSA leading a group of foreign monks, who escorted 9 young women into the room as if herding lambs. Subsequently, GSA addressed Shizhen in a frigid tone. "The meat you requested has been delivered in its entirety. This storage pouch contains the alchemical materials you desired." With that, he tossed the pouch to Shizhen. Shizhen promptly conducted an inventory, verifying that the required materials for alchemy were indeed accurate, and then nodded in affirmation. "Everything is in order. I will need approximately 7 days to concoct the Huanglong pill here. During this time, you must ensure that provisions and meals are prepared. And I shall require daily baths and fresh attire." "This is not a problem," GSA responded with a nod. Upon witnessing his agreement, Shizhen secretly let out a sigh of relief, then cast a swift glance at the 9 young maidens in the room. What met his eyes was a disheartening sight. All of them were disheveled, their faces etched with terror. Most bore visible injuries, and 2 or 3 were gravely wounded and unconscious, resembling discarded tissues carelessly cast aside after use. Upon encountering the scene, Shizhen furrowed his brow, yet maintained a facade of composure. "Are all the meat mats gathered here?" he inquired. "There remains a particularly perilous individual who has yet to be tamed, and it will require some time," replied GSA. "Hasten your efforts. My patience is wearing thin," Shizhen retorted with a scoff. The words ignited fury in a monk standing behind GSA. "How dare you speak so arrogantly? What gives you the right? I had scarcely relished these tools when I was compelled to deliver them to you, and you dare to be so particular, lamenting their insufficient quantity?" After his outburst, he seemed to incite the others, who joined in the tirade. "Damn those Central Plains folk. What prowess can a mere child possess to indulge in so many mats? I wager before the night is over, you'll be worn to the bone. Indeed, you even have the audacity to claim the favored concubine of our revered master. She is a woman of great esteem to him. I foresee your days are numbered." As the group hurled insults at him, Shizhen merely smiled, unfazed. "Is this how your Huiyun temple treats alchemists?" GSA's expression darkened as he cast a menacing glare at the assembly of monks. "Silence. This esteemed apothecary sure is held in high regard by our master. How dare you act so brazenly?" The senior monk's authoritative reprimand momentarily quelled the raucous crowd. Yet, GSA's subsequent remark elicited a wave of malicious laughter from them. "However, our master has also stated that should he prove to be a charlatan, you shall find yourselves fortunate indeed. After all, this lad possesses a cultivation level of the 7th tier of chi refinement. Transforming him into a mat could aid many of you in breaking through your stagnation." Laughter erupted among the monks in response to his words. At that moment, Shizhen's expression changed dramatically, becoming exceedingly grim. Just then, a fresh sound of footsteps echoed from outside, accompanied by the harsh clinking of chains scraping against the ground. In the next instant, a woman clad in blue, bound tightly with iron chains as thick as a finger, was forcibly brought in by 2 foreign monks. Upon reaching the door of the chamber, they unceremoniously shoved her inside. Bang! The blue-clad woman fell heavily to the ground, the weight of the chains creating a resounding thud. However, she swiftly lifted her head, biting her lip and clenching her teeth, her gaze piercing like that of a grim reaper, fixed intently on the group of monks. At that moment, the last words of Jia echoed in the air. The final mat has been delivered. In 2 days, I shall return for the first batch of elixirs. I hope you succeed in your alchemy. With that, he slammed the door of the chamber shut, leading the foreign monks away. Instantly, the light in the chamber dimmed significantly, and the air grew thick and stagnant, as if the small space had become overly crowded with too many souls. Manager Huang, savor. After finishing his words, Shizhen stood up directly and walked straight towards the woman in blue. Huang Mei approached the several severely injured young girls and began to administer treatment to them. Can you hear me? Shizhen crouched down, gazing at the woman in blue as he scrutinized her from head to toe. Her hair was disheveled, her clothing disarrayed, and her body bore numerous visible wounds. In particular, her shoulder blades were gruesomely pierced by 2 iron claws, a sight that was exceedingly brutal. Nevertheless, the woman appeared to be in her 20s, with almond-shaped eyes and an oval face, her skin slightly tanned. She adorned a silver bell at her waist and wore a silver ring around her neck, exuding an exotic allure that suggested she was not of the Central Plains. Moreover, her gaze was fiercely menacing, filled with animosity as she looked at Shizhen, as if she were ready to leap forward and sink her teeth into him at any moment. As Shizhen observed her countenance brimming with hostility and her persistent disregard for his presence, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. He pondered silently. Could it be that this woman hails from a distant land, unfamiliar with the dialect of the Jin dynasty? However, after a moment's contemplation, Shizhen resolved that regardless of her ability to comprehend his words, he would first liberate her from her bindings and tend to her wounds. Once these tasks were accomplished, she would surely come to understand that he was not her adversary. Thus, he promptly retrieved the longing sword from his storage pouch and, with a decisive flick of his wrist, brought it down towards the woman clad in blue. Were this any ordinary individual, the sight would likely have drained the color from their face, with some faint-hearted souls perhaps even losing control of themselves in fear. Yet, the blue-clad woman merely hesitated for a moment before her expression blossomed into one of unmistakable joy. It seemed that the prospect of a swift demise was, for her, a form of liberation. With a resounding clang, the razor-sharp longing sword effortlessly severed all the iron chains, freeing the woman from her restraints. A look of bewilderment crossed her features. She appeared taken aback, seemingly not anticipating that Shizhen would unshackle her. Yet, her reflexes were remarkably quick, and she leapt from the ground, lunging towards Shizhen like a ravenous beast. However, with her claws still ensnared at the pisiform bone, she found herself unable to utilize her hands and thus resorted to charging at Shizhen with her head. Observing this, Shizhen's brow furrowed slightly. He hadn't expected that. Despite liberating her, she would still choose to attack him. Nevertheless, it was evident that she emitted no aura of power. She was merely an ordinary mortal devoid of any cultivation. Shizhen did not take it to heart. He merely reached out a hand in an attempt to obstruct her. However, in the next moment, Shizhen found himself regretting that decision. For as the woman lunged toward him, although he effortlessly thwarted her advance, a tiny pink insect erupted from her, darting at an astonishing speed toward Shizhen's body. In a moment of unpreparedness, Shizhen found himself ensnared. And as he hastily reached out to grasp it, he discovered that the creature, upon contact with his skin, instantly transformed into a wisp of vapor, vanishing without a trace. It was akin to a snowflake landing softly on his neck, only to dissolve in an ephemeral moment. Simultaneously, a pink mark emerged upon his neck, resembling a kiss from a distance. Shizhen, both astonished and enraged, instantly rose to his feet. What is this? This is the love poison of our 5 poison sect.